Chapter 1. In the realm of immortality, I, Emperor Qin Yu, have arrived. Morning dawned. The radiant sunlight dispersed the morning mist, illuminating the tranquil courtyard. Qin Yu rose from his slumber, stretching lazily. What a splendid day! Once I pass the examination and join the sect, a new star shall rise in the realm of immortality. Ho 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 ho. Today marked the annual recruitment of new disciples by the Shantian sect, an event Qin Yu had eagerly awaited for a year. Dressed, and with his belongings in tow, Qin Yu grabbed a packet of fried, stinky tofu and stepped out of the door. A year prior, Qin Yu had been engrossed in video games on Blue Star. After suffering 30 consecutive defeats, a surge of blood rushed to his head, and darkness enveloped him. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the body of a youth. Most of the original owner's memories had faded, leaving only vague recollections of cultivation, sex selection, bandits, and severe injuries. Initially, Qin Yu thought the original owner had been foolishly lost in novels, but upon inquiry, he could only utter a single exclamation: no way. He had indeed traversed into a world where cultivation was possible. In a mere second, Qin Yu resolved to make cultivation his foremost goal. What man could resist the temptation of soaring through the skies, flying with a sword? Most importantly, Qin Yu intended to return to Blue Star after achieving immortality to have a proper conversation with the game designers. At the time, the Shantian sect was recruiting new disciples, but upon rushing there, Qin Yu discovered that the recruitment had already concluded. Thus, he rented a modest room in a small town. He relied on his ancestral skill of making stinky tofu to earn a living. Now, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, Qin Yu strolled down the bustling main street of the town. Due to the Shantian sect selection process, many unfamiliar faces filled the town. The breakfast stalls enjoyed booming business, creating a lively atmosphere. Qin Yu navigated his way to a particular stand with ease. Upon witnessing the busy proprietress, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Unbusinesslike but profitable grade, a naturally cunning small vendor, able to effortlessly garner excessive profits and become a locally renowned black market owner. Can be replicated. Qin Yu is already accustomed to such revelations. After his arrival in this world, he had bound himself to a system that granted him the ability to perceive others' talents. Moreover, he possessed a singular opportunity to replicate a grade talent. Talents were not bestowed upon everyone, those possessing them constituted only about 1 in 1,000. Furthermore, Qin Yu doubted the accuracy of his system's detection abilities. Take the proprietress before him. For instance, her prices were reasonable, and she never shortchanged her customers. She had always treated Qin Yu well, even offering him food when he first arrived in town and had no money. Such kindness could hardly belong to a black market owner. The system was merely spouting nonsense. Annie, they'll have a meat pie and a bowl of tofu pudding, Qin Yu said with a smile. Certainly. That will be 200 copper coins, sir. Please take a seat inside. What the heck, that's outrageous. Qin Yu's smile faltered, as he suspected he had misheard these items typically sold for merely 2 copper coins. Aunt Fat lifted her head and, upon recognizing the newcomer as Qin Yu, swiftly pulled him closer and whispered, "Why haven't you set up your stall yet? Today, many wealthy patrons have come to town, seize the opportunity to make a handsome profit. Though few dare to sample your stinky tofu, there will always be a few intrepid outsiders willing to try it. Even if they don't eat it, you could recommend they purchase some to take home for their dogs, claiming that the spiritual dogs of Zheningong adore it and that it enhances their cultivation. Just say whatever sounds appealing, every little deception counts." Qin Yu felt a surge of frustration, thinking, what do you mean, feed to dogs? This is a treasured family recipe of the Qin lineage, passed down exclusively through the male line. Aunt Fat continued, "Today the prices in the town can soar to 100 or even 1,000 times their usual rate. After all, these wealthy patrons have money to spare. How comfortable next year will be hinges entirely on these 2 days. Stop dawdling and hurry to set up your stall," Aunt Fat urged. Qin Yu's smile froze on his face, feeling as if he'd been slapped. The system certainly knows how to read people. In business, there's no honor among thieves. The reality is indeed terrifying. At that moment, Qin Yu finally comprehended why the usually quiet town was bustling with merchants who were all thriving. They were counting on these few days. Scratching his head, Qin Yu said, "Aunt Fat, today I plan to visit Zhuantiangong for a stroke of luck, so I won't be setting up a stall." Aunt Fat smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget that you came to town for this election? Today's meal is on me. Wishing you all the success." "Thank you, Aunt Fat." With practiced ease, Aunt Fat served a bowl of savory tofu pudding and handed Qin Yu a couple of meat pies while muttering to herself, "What a pity another unscrupulous merchant is." Missing from today's town, Qin Yu could only sigh. He took his meal and found a small table to sit down at, savoring the salty and spicy tofu pudding and the fragrant meat pie. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Aunt Fat, I just thought of something. Qin Yu leaned closer to Aunt Fat, a mischievous grin on his face. Tomorrow, in addition to the savory tofu pudding, make a pot of sweet tofu pudding. Sweet tofu pudding? Who would eat such a sugary concoction? Aunt Fat responded dismissively. Precisely because no one eats it that you can earn extra money. Listen to me. Whenever a customer arrives, as long as they don't request it, serve them the sweet tofu pudding. When they take a bite, they will surely find it unbearable. But who eats meat pies without some tofu pudding? They want mind spinning a little more, and they will likely order a second helping of the savory tofu pudding. That way, you'll profit from both. Aunt Fat's eyes brightened immediately. Ah, the ingenuity of the youth. Just wait, he'll rush home to get some sugar. Returning to his table, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Let this be my way of expressing gratitude for Aunt Fat and her family's care throughout the year. Once fully fed, Qin Yu shouldered his backpack and gazed into the distance. The cultivation world, here I come. Qin Yu the Great, Chapter 2. Copying spiritual roots. The entrance of the Xiantian sect is nestled halfway up the mountains, while a quaint town sprawls at its base. Qin Yu ascended the artificially carved stone steps with remarkable ease. Along the way, he encountered numerous youths of similar age, some adorned in splendid attire and accompanied by guards, while others donned more modest clothing akin to his own. His gaze swept over these individuals, and an array of talents manifested before him. Inferior spiritual root D grade. Marginally possesses the potential for cultivation, but such individuals are destined to live as mere menial disciples. Charming countenance, C grade. Possesses strikingly handsome features. One must concede that good looks can indeed open doors. Sturdy constitution, D grade. Exhibits rough and resilient skin, with a recovery ability slightly superior to the average person. Intermediate spiritual root, C grade. Barely meets the threshold for cultivation, yet is unlikely to achieve greatness, destined to be a backdrop to more illustrious talents. Ingenious strategist, B grade. Possesses a sharp intellect and quick thinking, adept at formulating strategies and often achieving victory through unexpected means. The Xiantian sect selection process gathered the promising youths of the Liang Kingdom, revealing talents rarely seen in Qin Yu's experience. What a pity, Qin Yu mused, shaking his head with a sigh. You are all far too weak with such talents. It will be exceedingly difficult for any of you to rival me. As he spoke, Qin Yu pointed into the void. Shall I replicate the talent inferior spiritual root D grade? Affirmative. Replication successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first talent and successfully unlocking the character template. Name, Qin Yu. Talent, inferior spiritual root D grade. Progress, 0 note. Upon reaching 100 progress, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. System function, transformation in progress. The talent detection function has shifted from passive to active triggering. The first test of the Xiantian sect selection was a spiritual root assessment. Those without a spiritual root would be immediately eliminated. Thus, Qin Yu unhesitatingly replicated the inferior spiritual root. After perusing the system's notification, Qin Yu pondered. The talent detection function has become an active skill. This is advantageous, as it prevents an overwhelming display of talent windows in crowded situations. I wonder what grade of talent I might replicate next once the progress bar is full. After a moment of anticipation, Qin Yu dismissed the thought and focused on experiencing the sensation of possessing a spiritual root. My back feels pleasantly warm and slightly damp. Is this the sensation of having a spiritual root? The moment I, Qin Yu, ascend to the status of emperor is surely just around the corner. Inferior spiritual root D grade. Marginally possesses the potential for cultivation, but such individuals are destined to live as mere menial disciples. The system inopportunely presented a detailed introduction regarding the inferior spiritual root. Qin Yu disregarded this information, filled with confidence as he continued toward the mountainside. Indeed, with a spiritual root, my back feels warm and I find my ascent invigorated. Suddenly, a voice from behind him called out, "Excuse me, esteemed brother, it seems your backpack is leaking." Ah, Qin Yu hastily removed his backpack, only to discover that his water bottle had leaked, soaking its contents all over the inside. No wonder he felt warmth against his back. He turned to the stranger and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for your timely warning. Had you delayed a moment longer, I fear my trousers would have been drenched." "It's nothing, merely a trivial matter," the man replied. Qin Yu regarded him once more, letting out a sigh tinged with regret. He had just conducted an assessment of this individual, but alas, no innate talent had emerged. Cultivation, after all, remained a privilege reserved for a select FEW. The man strode away with confidence. Qin Yu picked up his damp backpack and wrung it out with considerable force. Just as he finished, a sudden thought struck him. Besides clothing, he had also packed a dozen pieces of stinky tofu. He hurriedly opened the bag and carefully extracted the oil paper containing the tofu. The paper had become thoroughly soaked, developing several holes, and the stinky tofu was now squished together. Gazing at the large, unidentifiable mass of dark substance, Qin Yu could only think it resembled a pile of cow dung. Especially after being steeped in hot water, steam rose from it, making it appear alarmingly fresh. Looks similar, I wonder how it smells? Qin Yu leaned in, took a deep breath, and nearly retched. It looks one way, and it smells even worse. Disgusting. I should just toss it. Feigning nonchalance, Qin Yu stood up, intending to discreetly discard the item when no one was watching. However, to his astonishment, he noticed that passers-by were staring at him in disbelief. Goodness, with so many eyes upon me, is it not somewhat unethical to litter? He rewrapped the tofu in the oil paper, stowed it back in his backpack, and resolved to wait until he encountered a trash bin before disposing of it. As he hoisted his backpack, he realized the surrounding crowd continued to regard him with incredulous expressions. Indeed, my aura is as striking as ever. Even my slightest actions capture the attention of passers-by. Alas, being handsome is a burden. With a puffed chest, Qin Yu strode forward with purpose under the scrutiny of the onlookers. Once he departed, a chorus of lamentation erupted among the crowd. Oh, my eyes! What have I just witnessed? How repulsive! I must change my sect. I can no longer participate in the recruitment selection. A girl cried out before swiftly turning to leave. This girl, named Li Xiangxiang, was the esteemed young lady of the Li family, the largest cultivation clan in the Liang kingdom. Today she had come to the Xiantian sect for the selection process, only to encounter this shocking and unforgettable incident midway. She had witnessed Qin Yu extract a mysterious object wrapped in paper from his backpack. Though unsure of its nature, based on its form and color, combined with the faint odor lingering in the air, she could make an educated guess. Initially, she thought retrieving this item from his bag was astonishing enough, but what followed was even more shocking. She observed as Qin Yu held the object, scrutinizing it for a moment before leaning in for a deep sniff. Finally, in full view of the crowd, he rewrapped it in paper and placed it back into his bag. Moreover, he left with an air of confidence and pride. Heavens, you play with filth, and yet you take pride in it? Chapter 3. Spiritual root testing. After climbing for approximately an hour, Qin Yu arrived at a vast square, expansive enough to encompass several football fields. At the heart of the square stood an arched stone gate, engraved with 3 grand and powerful characters. Xiantian sect. Finally arrived, is this truly the main entrance to the Xiantian sect? Qin Yu observed with curiosity as the square teemed with people, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Above, cultivators soared on their swords, swiftly approaching, while a multitude of spirit beasts darkened the skies as they flew in this direction. It dawned on Qin Yu why he had not encountered any exceptionally gifted prodigies along the way. It turned out that the offspring of prominent families did not need to ascend the mountain, they simply flew directly up. Though there exists a slight chance for prodigies to emerge from the common folk, the odds are exceedingly slim, 1 in 10,000. The descendants of cultivators possess a significantly higher probability of having superior or even extraordinary spiritual roots. Qin Yu focused on a young man seated atop a massive azure bird and attempted to use the system's talent detection. However, the distance was too great for detection to occur. Ugh! Frustrated, Qin Yu sought refuge in a patch of shade, patiently awaiting the upcoming assessment. Noon. A resounding bell echoed from deep within the Xiantian sect, reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth. It is about to begin. Qin Yu immediately made his way towards the mountain gate of the Xiantian sect. Soon, 2 rows of disciples clad in white robes adorned with blue patterns, their feet clad in gilded boots, emerged in unison from the sect. At the end of the procession was an elderly man with white brows and a beard, exuding an ethereal aura. I am Hu Tian, the second elder of Xiantian sect, and I welcome all to participate in our recruitment examination. Though the elder's voice was not loud, it possessed a captivating quality that resonated clearly with everyone present. This recruitment is open to those age 16 and under. Those who do not meet this criterion may depart early. The examination will officially commence in a quarter of an hour, with the first assessment being the spiritual root test. As he spoke, the disciples who had just emerged had already set up multiple testing stations. Young participants in this recruitment examination may begin lining up accompanying personnel, and those unrelated should kindly await outside the square. As the words fell, the crowd in the square swiftly sprang into action. At a total of 12 testing stations were arranged, each manned by 2 disciples of the Xiantian sect. With keen eyes and swift reflexes, Qin Yu quickly secured a spot near the front of the line, rising onto his toes to observe the method by which the sect tested spiritual roots. Just as Qin Yu was surveying the scene, a young nobleman clad in finery approached him, hands behind his back, brazenly positioning himself in front of Qin Yu. The nobleman scrutinized Qin Yu with disdain, declaring, "Commoner, step back, it is a privilege for you to let me cut in line." Cut in line? Qin Yu was taken aback, surprised to discover that even in the realm of cultivation, there were those who relished in such rudeness indeed. Scoundrels are plentiful everywhere. But to infringe upon my cue? You have truly chosen the wrong person. Without hesitation, Qin Yu delivered a swift kick. Step aside. The nobleman stumbled, turning in anger. Commoner, how dare you kick me? Do you know who I am? Qin Yu retorted. And do you know who I am? The nobleman paused, perplexed, and inquired. Who are you? I am your father. You. The young nobleman's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. I am the son of the prime minister of this morning. If you kneel and bow before me, I may grant you a swifter demise. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Ah, my son, how filial you are. I was unaware that I am the prime minister of today. You seek death. The young nobleman clenched his fists, brimming with aggression. Qin Yu had never feared a brawl. What being the son of the prime minister? Before cultivating, he was merely a mortal. Moreover, this fellow clearly lived a life of luxury in a real fight. He might not even hold his own against a common street thug. I wonder how long he would weep from a single punch. Just as Qin Yu prepared to unleash his righteous fury, disciples of the Xiantian sect, tasked with maintaining order, arrived just in time. Gentlemen, please be mindful of your surroundings. Any disturbances will result in expulsion. The young nobleman shot a glare at the disciples of the Xiantian sect, then turned back to Qin Yu with a dark scowl, saying, You are fortunate this time, but should you provoke me, your demise is assured. Your entire family will share your fate. Just wait and see. Qin Yu gestured behind him, urging the coward to roll away. Just wait. The noble scion gritted his teeth and positioned himself behind Qin Yu, shouting at the onlookers. What are you staring at? Do you seek death as well? The crowd hastily diverted their gazes elsewhere. I wonder how the foolish son of the prime minister fares in terms of talent, Qin Yu mused, initiating an appraisal of him. Superior spiritual root, B-grade exceptional talent. With a cultivation speed that far surpasses the average person, presenting an opportunity to secure a place within the realm of immortality. Extraordinary alchemy, B-grade possesses commendable aptitude for alchemy. Capable of crafting higher-level medicinal pills with a notably high success rate. Apothecary novice, D-grade exhibits some talent in the medical arts, proficient in treating common ailments. Qin Yu shook his head. This talent is quite commendable, but unfortunately, it is wasted on a dog. The team continued to advance. With sounds of weeping and laughter echoing intermittently ahead, Qin Yu witnessed the brother who had previously alerted him to the leak, covering his face, weeping, and running while crying out, Lingjin, how can I survive without you? The team advanced swiftly, and before long, it was Qin Yu's turn. Simply place your hand upon the crystal ball, instructed the disciple of Xiantian's sect. Qin Yu extended his hand and gently touched the crystal orb. The orb flickered momentarily, emitting a faint white glow. The brilliance intensified, indicating that the touch had resonated more profoundly with the celestial energies, reflecting the superior talent of the individual. The faint white light emanating from Qin Yu represented the weakest grade of spiritual root. Qin Yu, low-grade spiritual root, pass. Next, a noble young man approached the disciple of the Xiantian sect responsible for recording, raising his chin with an air of arrogance. Tang Out Yen, high-grade spiritual root. Please place your hand on the crystal detector for assessment. Is it troublesome? Am I, the son of a distinguished prime minister, capable of deceiving you? Tang Out Yen placed his hand upon the crystal ball, which immediately illuminated with a brilliant white glow. The onlookers instantly gazed upon him with envy. Tang Out Yen, high-grade spiritual root. Next, basking in the envious stares, Tang Out Yen sauntered over to Qin Yu, mocking, a low-grade spiritual root waste like you dares to pursue immortality? You ought to return to the earth and dig for food. His tone, coupled with his arrogant demeanor, made Qin Yu grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it, just wait. I will surely smash that stinky tofu into your face. Chapter 4. It seems I have caused trouble. But it is not my fault. Congratulations to all for passing the first round of spiritual root testing. Elder Hu Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. We will now proceed to the second round of testing. The examination content and rules will be conveyed by the examiners. I wish you all good fortune. As the elder concluded his words, Qin Yu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a peculiar space. Welcome to the second stage, little one. A slender elder figure composed of white mist appeared beside Qin Yu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of the Qian sect's library, the ancient book spirit, the all-knowing. Book spirit? Is that impressive? Indeed, the all-knowing proudly proclaimed. I have read extensively. Knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, theories of cultivation, in the myriad affairs of the immortal realm. If I were to claim I am the second most learned individual in the immortal world, no one would dare to assert they are the first. Tell me, do you think I am remarkable? Qin Yu disdainfully remarked. What is the use of understanding so much? In the realm of cultivation, it is strength that truly matters. Shallow-minded, have you ever heard that knowledge is power? The world of cultivation is not solely about fighting and killing. Nevertheless, it is futile to converse further with someone of your youth. Once you join the Qian sect, you will naturally come to recognize my formidable prowess. You claim to possess extensive knowledge, so allow me to pose a question. Ask away, confidently replied the all-knowing one, with a subtle smile gracing the corners of his mouth. Qin Yu inquired, very well, allow me to pose a question. Can humans breathe underwater? Absolutely not. The erudite replied with unwavering conviction. Even the most elite cultivators can merely hold their breath when submerged. They are incapable of breathing while beneath the surface. You are mistaken. Impossible. The scholar's eyes widened in disbelief. For millennia, his words had always been regarded as the definitive answer. And no one had ever dared to utter the phrase "you are wrong" in his presence. Senior Beishatong, please remain calm. Allow me to demonstrate. Very well. I am most curious to see how you intend to elucidate this matter. Beishatong fixed his gaze upon Qin Yu, speaking earnestly, should you dare to mock me, the consequences will be dire. Qin Yu respectfully replied, as a junior, I would never presume. Just moments ago, the all-knowing sage had perused all available texts, confirming the absence of any technique that allows for breathing underwater. If he could not uncover such knowledge, how could this mere child of 14 or 15 possibly possess it? Thus, it must be mere illusion. Qin Yu glanced around and inquired, esteemed senior, is there a water bottle here? With a wave of his hand, the knowledgeable elder conjured a water bottle filled with water, which then appeared before Qin Yu. Remarkable. Qin Yu picked up the water bottle and said, Senior, please pay close attention. I shall demonstrate only once. Very well. The knowledgeable one gazed intently at Qin Yu, fearing he might miss even the slightest detail. I am about to begin. Under the watchful eye of the knowledgeable one, Qin Yu slowly raised the water bottle above his head and took a deep breath. Hurry up and start, urged the knowledgeable one. Senior, I have already completed my demonstration. Observing the bewildered expression on the knowledgeable one's face, Qin Yu explained, you see, there is water in this bottle, correct? Indeed. The knowledgeable one nodded in confusion. And this water is above my head, yes? Yes. I am beneath the water. Am I not? Yes. I can breathe, correct? Yes. I am human, am I not? Yes. This proves that humans can breathe underwater, does it not? Yes. No. That is not right. The knowledgeable one suddenly shouted, resembling a frenzied old man. You are cheating. You are obfuscating the concept. Qin Yu retorted. Even if you are a senior, you cannot utter baseless accusations. Which of my statements is incorrect or untruthful? The all-knowing expert was rendered speechless. It instinctively sensed that something was amiss but could not pinpoint the exact issue. Observing the wisps of smoke rising from the elder's head, Qin Yu realized his assumptions were correct. This individual resembled the artificial intelligence from Qin Yu's past life. Despite possessing an extensive knowledge base, it often transformed into a mere artificial fool when confronted with logical dilemmas. Qin Yu gently rubbed his little nose, exclaiming, easily manageable. However, something felt amiss. It was undoubtedly incorrect. The all-knowing sage flitted anxiously, endeavoring to uncover the flaws within. After several minutes of contemplation, the sage remained perplexed about the source of the dilemma. Young one, he mused, I am but a mere projection now, my wisdom dispersed. Such trifling tricks of yours would surely falter before my true self. Qin Yu. Indeed. Are you questioning me? The eyebrows and mustache of the all-knowing one have bristled with indignation. I am not. I have not. Do not speak nonsense. Why are you laughing? Qin Yu. I have come up with something amusing. You are clearly questioning me. The all-knowing one, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, very well. Just wait. I shall provide you with an answer soon. I cannot be mistaken. With a resounding shout, the space before Qin Yu suddenly shattered. What has caused such haste? If one cannot play, then one should refrain from doing so. Qin Yu inwardly lamented. Within the grand hall of the sect master and 12 elders convened. Observing the scene of the newcomer's examination through a crystal mirror, The second elder, Tian, was present, albeit merely as a projection. The recruitment of fresh blood into the sect significantly impacts its future, thus the higher-ups took it earnestly. Even the reclusive elders made sure to leave a projection behind. Of course, their concern for the sect's future was one facet. The true priority for the elders lay in the distribution of outstanding disciples. Second elder. What questions have been posed in this second round? Inquired the Grand Elder. Unlike the ethereal image of the second elder, the Grand Elder appeared as a youthful man in his 20s. Powerful cultivators possessed the ability to maintain their youthful appearances indefinitely. The second elder preferred a venerable image that commanded respect, while the Grand Elder enjoyed mingling incognito with the youth, revealing his prowess in times of peril, thus crafting one legendary tale after another in the realm of cultivation. The second elder, Tian, chuckled heartily. I have pondered these questions for quite some time. They are indeed challenging. Allow me to present a few examples. It is said that in ancient times, the goddess Nuam molded humans from clay. Please provide evidence to substantiate the truth of this legend. The elders instinctively began to contemplate, yet after a while, they found themselves devoid of any ideas. The tale of Nuam creating humanity is merely an ancient myth. Its authenticity remains unverified. How could there possibly be evidence? The Grand Elder asked. Second elder, what is the answer? The second elder, somewhat sheepishly, replied, Isn't scrubbing oneself while bathing evidence enough? All were left speechless. We are seeking cultivators, not lunatics. Just then, the crystal mirror abruptly went dark. What is happening? As if in response, cries from the disciples outside echoed. Sect Master, trouble. The all-knowing one has ceased operations. The second elder was bewildered. What? The disciples participating in the second round of assessments were inexplicably ejected from the space created by the all-knowing one, exchanging puzzled glances among themselves. What is going on? I had only answered one question and was expelled. Was there only one question in the second round? Oh no. I must have answered the first question incorrectly. It seems I will have to wait another year. It cannot be just one question. The all-knowing one had already posed a second question, but it was interrupted halfway. Could it be that this assessment tests our speed in answering? That is splendid. I have answered 3 questions, albeit rather nonsensically. But let me inquire about the pace of your responses. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Qin Yu appeared utterly bewildered. What is this talk of answering questions? Wasn't the purpose of this examination to pose inquiries? That know-it-all asserted that he possessed knowledge of everything, therefore. Could it not suffice to present a question that such a know-it-all could not answer in order to succeed? Qin Yu suddenly realized that he seemed to have strayed off topic. Moreover, the fact that everyone was forced to halt their answers seemed to be somewhat related to him. It appears I have caused some trouble. Qin Yu cast a furtive glance around him, contemplating his actions yet concluding that he was in the right. After all, it was the know-it-all who had boasted about his omniscience and invited questions. Little did he anticipate that a casual inquiry would incite such ire. Could this be blamed on him? It was merely a testament to the other's fragility. Chapter 5. Are you aware of what the retreat of the esteemed know-it-all signifies? The revelation that the esteemed know-it-all had entered seclusion took both the sect leader and the elders by surprise. Historically, the second round of the recruitment assessment had always been overseen by the know-it-all, who crafted the questions and graded the participants flawlessly for many years. Moreover, the esteemed elder had not retreated in nearly a millennium. Why then would he choose such a pivotal moment to withdraw? After a moment's reflection, the sect leader clapped his hands, exclaiming, This is indeed a fortuitous event. Do you comprehend the implications of the esteemed know-it-all's retreat? It signifies that the esteemed know-it-all has gone into seclusion. The Grand Elder blurted out. The sect leader could not suppress a roll of his eyes. How peculiar is this reasoning? I can't believe I once considered him for the position of Grand Elder. I must be out of my mind. Incorrect. The second elder interjected. A spark of realization illuminated the sect leader's face. It seemed the second elder possessed a sharper intellect. The second elder lamented. This indicates that the second round of the assessment cannot proceed, rendering my challenging questions moot. The sect leader was at a loss for words. At such a critical juncture, he still fixated on those vexing questions. I spoke of a positive development. Do you grasp the meaning of good fortune? Pay attention to the question. The second elder pondered. Recognizing that this indeed boded well for the disciples participating in the second round of the examination, the assembly recalled the abstract question posed earlier, suddenly finding merit in the second elder's perspective. Not only was this favorable for the disciples, but it was also advantageous for the sect, as it would not eliminate those of sound mind. The sect leader rubbed his temples, losing the desire for further discourse. he stated directly. Do you remember that the last time the esteemed know-it-all entered seclusion, he refined our sect's cultivation techniques, significantly enhancing the training speed of our disciples? Without granting the elders a chance to speak, he continued, the abruptness of this retreat suggests that the elder must have experienced a new inspiration, leaving no time to notify us before hastily withdrawing. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder exchanged glances, enlightenment dawning upon them. So it is thus. The esteemed know-it-all's research on cultivation theory was unparalleled, and this retreat would undoubtedly herald a significant breakthrough. The Fifth Elder, holding a compass, remarked, last night, I observed the stars and discerned that a pivotal event affecting our sect's future would soon unfold, though I could not predict its nature, whether auspicious or ill-fated. Initially, I believed we might recruit an extraordinary talent today to shape our sect's destiny. It now appears that this crucial moment resides with the esteemed know-it-all. Consequently, this indeed signifies a great boon for our sect. What shall we do now? The seclusion of the esteemed elder is indeed a fortuitous event, however. The question remains regarding the resolution of the recruitment process. The second elder has not relinquished his persistent thoughts on this recruitment endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, the sect leader spoke. Traditionally, the evaluation relies on the performance of the younger generation in the second and third trials. Since the second trial cannot be conducted, let us directly proceed to the third trial, where the outcome shall determine their fates. Thus it shall be. The assembly of elders unanimously expressed their agreement. Very well. Second elder, you shall preside over this recruitment. The criteria for the third trial will be established by you. No problem. At the entrance of the sect, the second elder's avatar received instructions from the true self and announced, due to certain unavoidable circumstances, the second trial is hereby cancelled. We shall proceed directly to the assessment of the third trial. Young aspirants, prepare yourselves. The third trial will commence in 15 minutes. Instantly, the crowd ceased their discussions and hastily adjusted their mental states. The difficulty of the third trial of the Qian sect is notorious throughout the realm of cultivation. The three major assessments for recruitment are as follows. The first trial, a test of spiritual roots, has remained unchanged for a century. The second trial, though the questions vary, retains a consistent format, allowing for some predictability. However, the third trial presents an array of bizarre and abstract questions each year, rendering participants vulnerable to unforeseen challenges. The elimination rate for this trial surpasses 60%, with the majority of the fortunate few who pass often left bewildered as to the reasons for their success. Unaware of the true essence of the assessment, many have participated year after year, only to be eliminated in the third trial. Under such pressure, all present could only steady themselves, bracing for the unknown. The assessment of the third trial has officially commenced. The voice of second elder Hu Tian grew increasingly faint in Qin Yu's ears as he felt his body plummeting rapidly into an unfathomable abyss. In the midst of this descent, Qin Yu's memories began to trickle away. In a daze, it seemed as though new memories were flooding into his mind, occupying the spaces of his former recollections. The memories of all participants had been altered. Bang! Before Qin Yu, the world suddenly brightened. Run! An old man clad in coarse garments shouted as he dashed past Qin Yu. A monster! The distorted memory surged within him, and Qin Yu understood that monsters symbolized peril. They were known to devour humans. At that moment, the houses ahead were shattered, revealing a colossal hound, cloaked in swirling black mist, seemingly emerging from the depths of the netherworld, reflected in Qin Yu's gaze. Qin Yu's expression turned frantic as he swiftly turned to flee. Second brother, would you kindly introduce the third level you designed? Spoke the third elder, a graceful and alluring woman. Certainly, replied the second elder, Hu Tian, as he approached the crystal mirror. The mirror illuminated with scenes from the third level. The second elder magnified an image, revealing a young boy standing on a pathway paved with azure bricks, while an old man in tattered robes yelled and rushed past him. With a flick of his hand, the second elder froze the scene. Allow me to present the background story for the third level, he began languidly, his satisfaction with his design evident in his demeanor. The narrative unfolds in a quaint fishing village where, periodically, a monstrous entity appears, devouring a villager before departing. The young participants assume the roles of unremarkable boys or girls in this village. With another gesture, the scene shifted. A massive dog, exuding an aura of darkness, crashed through a building and lunged at the boy. Ah, the dream hound. The gathered elders instantly recognized the creature. Indeed, only a dream hound could conjure such a vivid illusion so seamlessly, effortlessly altering the memories of the young ones. Dreamhounds are innate illusionists capable of traversing the depths of consciousness, freely distorting memories and ensnaring beings within their dreams. Unlike other divine beasts in the realm of cultivation, which are usually scarce, the dreamhound populace in the Xuanyangong has reached over 1,000. Though individually weaker than other divine beasts, they possess the ability to unite their powers as a race. 3,000 years ago, the Dreamhound clan successfully trapped a powerful figure in the tribulation phase within an illusion, and their strength has only grown since. How could the guardian beast of our sect be cast as the antagonist? How did you manage to persuade them? Of course, it was through my unique personal charm. The second elder replied, suppressing a grimace, his pride showing through. The crystal mirror continued to shift. The boy took off running as the monster deliberately slowed its pace, wreaking havoc upon the houses behind him. The earth trembled as a small wooden house to the boy's right collapsed, revealing a little girl in his line of sight. Help! As he approached, the boy saw that the girl's legs were trapped beneath a wooden beam, rendering her immobile. Meanwhile, the monster hastened towards him, its gaping maw poised to devour the boy. Chapter 6. I never considered such a situation. The boy was faced with two choices. The first option was to abandon the girl and continue running. The monster would inevitably leave after consuming her. The second option was to assist the girl, but this could very well lead to his own demise at the hands of the creature. The monster was closing in, leaving the boy no time to ponder. Only decisions made in moments of panic can reveal the true essence of one's heart. The second elder began his commentary, urging us to observe how this young lad would make his choice. In the scene, the youth clenched his fists tightly and shouted as he dashed towards the girl. His innate sense of justice compelled him to intervene rather than stand idly by while the little girl was threatened by a monster. Unfortunately, before he could rescue her, the creature lunged from behind and devoured the boy whole. Such a sense of justice and remarkable bravery. A commendable junior, remarked the third elder. Indeed, quite courageous, the second elder affirmed, marking a cross upon the crystal mirror and declaring, eliminated. Why? The third elder inquired. Isn't having courage a virtue? Certainly, the second elder explained. But excessive bravery can lead to recklessness. This youth, fully aware that aiding the girl would cost him his life, foolishly charged forth, sacrificing himself for a stranger. He acts solely on impulse without understanding the importance of self-preservation. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Individuals like him, should they encounter danger, may very well meet their demise. To eliminate him is ultimately for his own good. As a mortal, he might at least preserve his life and spare our sect the resources invested in his training. The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that maintaining composure in the face of danger and ensuring one's own safety before taking action is essential for a longer journey in cultivation. Next, the scene transitioned to reveal another youth, none other than the previously impatient son of the Chancellor, Tang Outyin. The narrative unfolded normally until the appearance of the little girl. Help! She cried. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Outyin zipped past her, showing no signs of slowing down. In fact, the crystal mirror clearly captured a fleeting smile on his face. Once the monster has consumed the little girl, it won't pursue me. Safety first, truly decisive. The third elder scoffed. Indeed, he is quite resolute. The second elder remarked, marking another cross with indifference, stating, eliminated. Upon hearing the second elder's declaration, the third elder's expression softened slightly. The second elder resolutely proclaimed, our pursuit of cultivation is to vanquish demons, protect the weak, and safeguard peace in the world. Yet here stands a man, indifferent to a girl in peril, preoccupied solely with his own escape. Such a person is undoubtedly selfish and devoid of humanity. If one cannot even protect a small child, how can he expect to defend the realm? In times of crisis, how could we rely on him to support our sect? Well said. The assembly echoed in agreement. However, with the protector of the girl eliminated and the one who disregarded her fate also cast out, how does one truly pass this trial? Should the little girl be saved or forsaken? Fear not. The second elder reassured, sensing the crowd's confusion. Let us continue to observe patiently. A new scene emerged, revealing a young boy who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years of age. So young. At such a tender age, his intellect had not yet matured, making his participation in the trial of character's third phase rather implausible. Indeed, within moments, the boy was swallowed whole by a monster while attempting to rescue a young girl. He was eliminated. The third elder sighed, lamenting, alas, this little fellow is still quite young. He shall have opportunities in the future. The second elder subtly slid his finger, discreetly marking a tick on the crystal mirror to indicate the boy's passage. However, such a stealthy action could hardly escape the notice of the onlookers. The third elder inquired. What is the meaning of this? The sect leader questioned. What do you mean? The senior elders gazed at the second elder, faces adorned with expressions of confusion, demanding a reasonable explanation. Clearing his throat, the second elder softly stated, he is but a child. Faced with a monster, he exhibited no fear, and without hesitation, he extended his hand to assist a girl of his own age. This unwavering sense of justice, this profound confidence and courage, who else would qualify if not this disciple? He added, of course, if there are any objections regarding this child, I can take him under my wing and guide him, causing no trouble for you all. The sect leader narrowed his eyes, probing, is this your illegitimate child? The second elder promptly nodded, affirming, indeed. Let us show some grace and allow him to join my ranks. Suddenly, the senior elder unsheathed his sword, aiming it menacingly at the second elder's vital points. Simultaneously, the other elders unleashed their formidable skills, mercilessly attacking the second elder. What the devil? You are serious, he exclaimed, clutching his rear and fleeing in a frenzy, hardly maintaining the image of a celestial being. Speak. What talents does this child possess? They demanded. What talents? Did I not claim he is my illegitimate child? If he truly were your illegitimate child, would you confess? Continue your assault. Stop. The child's name is Su Lingfeng, and he possesses an exceptional spiritual root. Understanding dawned upon the crowd, who halted their onslaught, disdain evident in their remarks. Second brother, you truly have no shame to accept this exceptional disciple. You would even acknowledge an illegitimate child. Only the senior elder and the sect leader sensed something amiss. If it were merely an exceptional spiritual root, it shouldn't warrant such desperation from the second elder. Fifth brother, could you ascertain whether the second elder is lying? Very well. The fifth elder's compass spun rapidly, confirming. Second brother has not lied. The second elder exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for his previous kindness towards the fifth elder. Yet, second brother has concealed something. Damn it. Fifth brother, I have treated you well. Do not strike, I confess. This child, Su Lingfeng, harbors a trace of thunderous spiritual energy within him, which may elevate his exceptional spiritual root to a thunder spiritual root in the future. The essence of spiritual roots can be categorized into inferior, intermediate, superior, and exceptional qualities. Those who possess exceptional spiritual roots, upon awakening elemental attributes, can further elevate their spiritual roots into more advanced elemental varieties, such as thunder, water, and fire roots. Within this grand hall, only the sect leader and the esteemed elder are endowed with elemental roots. Upon hearing the mention of the thunder root, the elders fell silent, recognizing that even a flawed prodigy of such caliber must be nurtured and guided. Moreover, Su Lingfeng, being both valiant and righteous, merely requires a modicum of direction due to his youth. Very well, let us proceed to the next, the second elder remarked, wincing slightly. The focus shifted to a young maiden. As the little girl emerged, the maiden exhibited neither indifference nor rush to the girl's aid. Instead, she began to retreat in the opposite direction, albeit at a measured pace. However, the monster soon detected the little girl. When the creature lunged toward her, the maiden promptly seized a handful of stones and hurled them at the beast in an attempt to divert its attention. The scene froze at this moment. There was no need for extensive explanation, remaining composed in the face of danger while endeavoring to assist an innocent, all the while ensuring one's own safety, showcased both courage and cunning, coupled with a benevolent heart. Thus, she passed. Subsequently, the sect leader and the elders reviewed several more visions. They witnessed instances where monsters rendered individuals paralyzed with fear, standing idly by until their demise, eliminated. Others charged recklessly into the jaws of danger, eliminated. Even more egregious were those who, in pursuit of the initial informant, hurled him straight into the monster's maw, eliminated. It was not until they beheld Qin Yu's vision that astonishment washed over their faces. How shall we judge this? The third elder inquired. The second elder, taken aback, replied, Do not ask me. I too am perplexed. I had not anticipated this scenario when I devised this trial. In the 7th chapter, within the vision, upon seeing the vicious monster, Qin Yu reacted in unison with the others, turning to flee. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, the monster leapt behind him and clamped its jaws onto his backpack. The second elder paused the scene, bewildered. What transpired? This was not the intended narrative, he exclaimed. The dreamhound should have lingered behind for a while, waiting for the younger ones to reach the little girl before charging forth. This dreamhound acted far too prematurely. The girl had yet to emerge. How can one assess the character of this individual? The elder remarked, Second brother, did you fail to clarify the rules with this dreamhound? After all, with over 300 participating, it is inevitable that some may not fully grasp the guidelines. That cannot be, for I have rehearsed numerous times with the Dream Hound's leader. Moreover, the other Dream Hounds assigned to different individuals have not exhibited such behavior. The third elder remarked, since it is not the issue of the Dreaming Hound, it must be a matter pertaining to the individual. Moreover, have you all noticed that this young man carries a backpack upon his back? The illusions crafted by the Dreaming Hound are not mere phantasms, but rather reflections of reality. When drawing an individual into its dreamscape, it can choose to ensnare solely that person or to encompass both the individual and their belongings within the illusion. Thus, Qin Yu remains burdened by his backpack within the dream. However, what perplexes the elders is that none of the other youths possess personal items. So why is it that this particular individual bears a backpack? Could it be related to this very bag? Let us observe the unfolding scene. The imagery began to shift. The backpack was seized, and Qin Yu, like a golden cicada shedding its shell, swiftly removed the backpack and made his escape. Yet, to his surprise, he soon realized that the creature had not pursued him. Qin Yu turned back out of curiosity, only to find that the creature was clawing at his backpack. With a slight exertion, the bag was ripped asunder, scattering red undergarments and patched clothing across the ground. Simultaneously, a crumpled object wrapped in yellow paper fell to the earth. Oh, it seemed the creature had spotted something it fancied, letting out a joyful exclamation. In an instant, the creature's form swiftly diminished, ultimately transforming into a fluffy little black dog, its paws adorned with tufts of white fur resembling dainty gloves. A crescent-shaped mark graced its forehead, while two cartoonish wing patterns decorated its back, giving it an endearingly charming appearance. The little black dog gleefully bounded toward the mysterious yellow-wrapped object, indulging in a feast. At this moment, Qin Yu was utterly bewildered. Having temporarily lost his memory, he was unaware of the origins of the backpack he carried. He had also forgotten that the yellow paper concealed within it contained a family heirloom recipe for preparing stinky tofu. All he felt now was an overwhelming affection for the little black dog, yearning to pet it. Within the grand hall of the sect leader and the esteemed elders shared a similar sense of confusion. They understood that the extraordinary behavior of the Dream Hound was attributed to the mysterious object wrapped in the yellow paper. Yet, what exactly was concealed within it that possessed such enchanting power, capable of captivating the Dream Hound so profoundly? As a divine beast, the Dream Hound was exceptionally sensitive to spiritual plants and medicinal herbs. Could it be that the object enveloped in yellow paper was some form of spiritual flora or elixir? Speculated the third elder. It is unlikely, countered the sect leader. Our Xiantian sect is abundant in spiritual plants and herbs. These Dream Hounds are supplied with them daily. Common spiritual flora or elixirs would certainly not exert such a magnetic allure over them. If it were exceedingly rare celestial materials, they would undoubtedly emit fluctuations of spiritual energy, making it unreasonable for the Dream Hound to sense them while we remain oblivious. The first elder nodded in agreement, adding, the object wrapped in yellow paper does not resemble celestial materials in the slightest. The second elder, deep in thought, pondered aloud. What could possibly entice the Dream Hound to such an extent? In fact, there exists a particular substance that could tempt the Dream Hound even more than celestial materials. Spoke the sixth elder, who had remained silent until now. As the leader of the Beast Master Peak, he had dedicated his life to studying spiritual and divine beasts, and was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about the Dream Hound within the Xiantian sect. What substance? Everyone's curiosity was piqued as they turned their attention to the sixth elder. Clearing his throat, the sixth elder inquired, have you ever heard the old saying that a dog cannot change its nature? The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment as they exclaimed, are you referring to that filthy substance? Indeed, the sixth elder affirmed, though the Dream Hound is a divine beast, it cannot escape the cravings rooted in its very bloodline. Moreover, for many years we have provided the Dream Hound with food imbued with spiritual energy. As the saying goes, the more one is denied, the more one desires. This has only intensified their yearning for that filthy substance. It is true that the object wrapped in yellow paper resembles it rather closely. Not merely resembles, it is identical. But how did that filthy substance end up in this young man's backpack? Could it have been a leak of information? The first elder conjectured. Did this youth know the inside scoop and prepare this item in advance? Absolutely not. The second elder declared emphatically. It is impossible. The matter of having the Dream Hound participate in the third trial was known only to me and the Dream Hound clan. There is no way anyone else could be aware of it. Furthermore, even if they were, they would not know that the Dream Hound has an affinity for such a filthy substance. The sect leader and the elders were unaware of this situation, let alone the mortal youth. Thus, there remains but one possibility. The seventh elder, known for his forthrightness, remarked, "This little creature carries excrement with it." Could it possibly have an affinity for such things? How amusing. The seventh elder, the leader of the body refinement peak, possessed a straightforward mind, a robust physique, and formidable combat prowess. The crowd wore expressions of disbelief, pondering, where is the amusement in that? Within the illusion. The little black dog devoured the foul-smelling tofu with a few swift bites. Rather than resuming its duties as a creature of the supernatural, it instead frolicked around Qin Yu like a playful pup, emitting a series of whimpering sounds, seemingly begging for more of the delectable tofu. It appeared that the joy of savoring such a delicacy had completely eclipsed its sense of responsibility. Qin Yu crouched down, his hands gently caressing the furry head of the dog, relishing the soft texture beneath his fingers. The sect leader covered his face, realizing that there was no need to delve deeper into this illusion. The second elder, incensed, began to curse vehemently, insisting that he would seek out the leader of the Dream Hound clan shortly. Refund. But what of this young lad's fate? The third elder steered the conversation back on track, leaving everyone in a quandary. The third challenge had not assessed his character. To deny him passage would implicate their Xiantian sect, which was unreasonable. It would be unjust to place the burden of responsibility on the youth. Yet, if they allowed him to proceed, given his peculiar affinity for filth, one might wonder about his mental faculties. Ultimately, the sect leader inquired, "Second, what is this boy's talent?" "Merely a low-grade spiritual root," came the response. Low-grade spiritual roots were typically relegated to the status of servant disciples, so it was deemed inconsequential. Let him pass. Carrying filth with him, encountering a dream hound could very well be a serendipity. Gaining an auspicious disciple would certainly benefit the sect. A casual remark from the Xiantian sect leader altered Qin Yu's destiny and, by extension, the fate of the entire cultivation realm. The wheels of fate began to turn. Henceforth, the world of cultivation would take on a peculiar and extraordinary nature. Chapter 8. The Call to Battle. Qin Yu emerged from the dreamlike realm, where the memories of reality intertwined with those of the fantastical, leaving him with an almost otherworldly sensation. Is this the outcome? So, what exactly was the third challenge testing? Was it about petting dogs? Qin Yu recalled that he had merely been playing with a dog in a dreamscape for a brief moment before being transported out. No wonder people say that the third trial of the Xiantian sect is so abstract. One is left utterly bewildered after the examination. I had anticipated that my 9 years of compulsory education would suffice to navigate it effortlessly, yet I did not foresee the questions being so elusive. I truly cannot comprehend it at all. Qin Yu glanced at his backpack, only to discover that the stinky tofu wrapped in yellow paper had mysteriously vanished. Could that illusion truly influence reality? No, that's not right. Suddenly, Qin Yu had a thought. That dog devoured my stinky tofu without offering any payment. How outrageous. He didn't even inquire about my notorious reputation as the blood domain butcher. To dine and dash on my account is tantamount to courting death. As more individuals regained consciousness, fervent discussions began to ensue. Qin Yu leaned in to listen to the opinions of others. Yet, the more he listened, the less he understood. What was this talk of a little girl? What did it mean to save or not save? What was this about being devoured by a monster? What on earth was going on? Were they not participating in the same assessment? Not to mention a little girl. Qin Yu had not even encountered a single female mosquito in the illusion. As for the so-called fearsome monster, it was merely a small black dog, affectionate and clingy. So adorable in its diminutive size that he would have loved to keep one as a pet. By the end of the conversation, Qin Yu finally grasped the crux of the issue. Ah, so it all boils down to pride. He realized that this group was likely as bewildered as he was regarding the true nature of the assessment, yet, in a bid to conceal their ignorance, they conjured the notion of a little girl out of thin air. When one person made such a claim, the others, wishing to save face, could only echo in agreement. Qin Yu had encountered such individuals in his past life, groups of people who, despite their ignorance, could discuss matters with unwarranted confidence, straying further from the truth as the conversation progressed. However, these gifted individuals with spiritual roots exhibited a remarkable coherence in their logic, speaking with such conviction that even his keen intellect failed to detect any flaws. Had he not been a participant himself, he might have been swayed by their fabrications. Qin Yu muttered a few words and silently walked away, disinterested in engaging with these boastful individuals. After a while, Elder Hu Tian approached the crowd. Although he was within arm's reach of Qin Yu, the latter dared not assess the elder's talent. Uncertain of Hu Tian's strength, should the elder sense his probing, it would spell trouble. Based on the performances of the participants in the third round, the sect leader and elders conducted a thorough analysis and ultimately established the admission list. As names were read aloud, those called were instructed to step forward and register. Li Ming, Zhao Tianhai, Wang Xinyu, Qin Yu. Upon hearing his name, Qin Yu felt no surprise. It seems those individuals were indeed just boasting, he scoffed inwardly. Everyone gazed enviously at those whose names were called, watching with eager anticipation for the next name to be announced, hoping it would be theirs. Tang Outyin crossed his arms, patiently awaiting Elder Hu Tian to call his name. He was quite confident. After all, he possessed a superior spiritual root, and the Xiantian sect would never be inclined to eliminate him. After reading over 300 names, Elder Hu Tian slowly closed the registration book, announcing, "Those remaining may leave. This year's recruitment is officially concluded." A chorus of lamentation erupted from the uncalled individuals, wilting like frostbitten eggplants. Tang Outyin, still waiting for his name, felt as though a bolt from the blue had struck him. Why was my name not called? There must be a mistake, he exclaimed loudly. Elder, why is my name absent? Oh, Elder Hu Tian replied, if your name was not mentioned, it indicates you have not passed. You may prepare to return next year. Impossible. I survived the third round. Why would I not pass? You must be mistaken. The moment he spoke, many others who had also been overlooked echoed his sentiments. I didn't die either. Why am I not on the list? Indeed. I too escaped from the jaws of the beast. Why should I be eliminated? Elder Hu Tian snorted dismissively, and an aura of pressure instantly enveloped everyone, plunging the crowd into silence. Our sect has its own criteria for evaluation, and there will be no errors. Please take your leave. Conspiracy. Tang Outyin, witnessing the support of so many, became even more emboldened. Suddenly, he spotted Qin Yu, who was busy registering, and shouted, "Why does this fellow with inferior spiritual roots pass while I, with superior roots, am eliminated? There must be foul play." Qin Yu, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly froze, feeling as though the drama was unfolding right upon him. With Tang Outyin leading the charge, the other eliminated individuals began to rally, shouting, "Conspiracy! Why do those with inferior roots get through while I am cast aside?" In their hearts, they harbored a glimmer of hope, pondering that if the Xiantian sect were to grant them yet another chance, it would be a tremendous windfall. After all, they had already been eliminated, regardless of the outcome. They stood to lose nothing. The clamor grew ever louder, wave upon wave. The second elder's countenance darkened further. He knew well that he could forcibly suppress these younglings. Yet the situation had escalated to such proportions that, if not handled with care, it could adversely affect recruitment not only for the coming year but for many years to come. Moreover, these youngsters were backed by a myriad of factions. Offending a few members of the Xiantian sect was manageable, but incurring the ire of all could prove detrimental even for the sect itself. After all, the path of cultivation is not solely about combat, but also about navigating the intricacies of human relationships. The second elder pondered how best to resolve this matter. Is it possible that the only solution is to disclose the standards for passing the third trial? The Xiantian sect has never explained its decisions publicly. If I were to break that precedent, I would surely become the subject of ridicule among the other elders in the future. With a fierce glare, the second elder fixed his eyes upon Tang Outyin, wishing nothing more than to flay him alive. Once this matter concludes, I expect a reasonable explanation from the power that supports you. Suddenly, a voice erupted, commanding the attention of all present. The reason I was selected is that I am superior to the rest of you. If anyone disagrees, come forth and face me. There stood Qin Yu, hands on his hips, pointing at everyone with an air of arrogance, proclaiming, I am not targeting anyone specifically. I am declaring that all of you standing here are nothing but trash. The second elder cast a glance downward at his own legs planted firmly on the ground and silently channeled his power to elevate himself by a mere inch. Qin Yu beckoned to Tang Outyin, inquiring whether possessing a superior spiritual root was truly remarkable. Come forth and engage me in a duel. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you entry into the sect. Tang Outyin retorted, You, a mere commoner, have no authority to make such claims. Qin Yu, how can you assert that my words hold no weight? Tang Aotian, do you presume that your words carry authority? Qin Yu naturally remarked, What I say is certainly not definitive. Tang Outyin. Qin Yu turned to the second elder, delicately inquiring, Second elder, could you kindly tell me if it is feasible? The second elder replied, Oh, you still remember that I am the second elder. He immediately recognized Qin Yu, recalling vividly the boy who had concealed excrement in his backpack. At this moment, Qin Yu stepped forward, evoking a deep sense of emotion in the second elder. However, The proposal put forth by Qin Yu left the second elder in a state of considerable hesitation. Qin Yu is capable of holding his own. But if he were to lose, would it truly be acceptable to allow the defeated to enter the sect? If such a precedent were set, how would one manage the flood of challenges that would inevitably follow? It is not the scarcity of contenders that is worrisome, but the inequality it would foster. The situation could very well spiral out of control, becoming even more difficult to navigate than it currently is. As the second elder hesitated, he suddenly caught sight of the resolute determination in Qin Yu's eyes, conveying a profound sense of trust, as if to say, "Rest assured. I shall handle this matter with utmost competence." The second elder steeled himself, thinking, "I shall take this gamble. If he can handle such adversity, what else might he achieve?" With a huff, the second elder slowly approached Qin Yu and addressed the eliminated participants. "You may challenge if you wish, and should you emerge victorious, you will be granted another opportunity to participate in the third trial. However, should you fail, your defeat will be recorded by my Xiantian sect, and neither you nor your family shall ever set foot in our domain again." Agreed. Tang Outyin responded without a moment's hesitation, while the others recoiled, reluctant to voice their opinions. They were not foolish. Winning merely offered them another chance, and they were still unclear about how to succeed in the third trial. What good would an additional opportunity do them? The stakes of losing were far too high. Not only would they be barred from future participation, but their families would also suffer the consequences. Should they fail, their elders would likely be furious upon their return home. All eyes turned to Tang Outyin, collectively thinking, "Thank goodness for this fool who dares to take the lead. Let him test the waters first, and if it seems manageable, we can join in later." Tang Outyin, noticing the silence from the others, felt an inflated sense of superiority. At that moment, the old servant who accompanied Tang Outyin was nearly beside himself with anxiety. He incessantly whispered to Tang Outyin, but his words fell on deaf ears. The old servant could no longer contain himself and took a step forward to intervene, only to be met with an oppressive force emanating from the second elder's cold gaze. To provoke such an incident and expect to walk away unscathed? What of the dignity of the Xiantian sect? The old servant felt a chill envelop him, as if plunged into an icy abyss, and dared not move another inch. Chapter 9. A brutal beating of Tang Outyin. Stepping out from the crowd, Tang Outyin cast a disdainful glance at Qin Yu. "Commoner, I thank you for this opportunity you have afforded me." Qin Yu appeared slender and fragile, resembling a delicate flower that could be easily swayed by the wind. He often left his meals unfinished, let alone engaged in martial arts training. In stark contrast, Tang Outyin was quite different, to establish a solid foundation for his cultivation. He had a professional martial arts instructor and dedicated a quarter of an hour each day to rigorous training. His combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. Against someone like Qin Yu, he could easily take on 10. Qin Yu, uninterested in engaging with him, turned directly to the second elder, inquiring if the battle could commence. He had long been itching to unleash his pent-up energy, having eagerly awaited this moment. Earlier, when Tang Outyin had cut in line, Qin Yu had yearned to strike him. However, circumstances had thwarted his intentions, forcing him to refrain. He had initially thought to wait until they entered the sect to exact his retribution, yet unexpectedly, Tang Outyin was eliminated. Just when Qin Yu believed he would never have the opportunity to confront him, Tang Outyin stepped forward, unwittingly presenting Qin Yu with an exquisite chance. While Qin Yu had encountered many who sought to avoid a beating, it was his first experience with someone who actively sought to provoke one. Qin Yu's knuckles cracked with anticipation, his fists, as large as a man's, were already filled with an insatiable yearning. The second elder nodded, urging him to commence. "Strike with all your might," the second elder thought to himself. Upon receiving the command, Qin Yu strode directly towards Tang Outyin, who assumed a professional stance, his body swaying rhythmically from side to side. What a fool! Qin Yu approached, hurling a handful of dirt directly onto Tang Outyin's face. "Despicable! My eyes!" Tang Outyin exclaimed, closing his eyes, yet before he could even lift a hand to rub them, Qin Yu's fist struck him squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, Tang Outyin fell to the ground. Qin Yu pressed directly upon Tang Outyin, delivering blow after blow to his face. Bang! "You insolent wretch, you dare to strike me? I shall end your life." Qin Yu remained silent, relentlessly throwing punches while seizing the opportunity to shove dirt into Tang Outyin's mouth the moment he opened it. Had it not been for the sudden disappearance of that stinky tofu, Qin Yu would have undoubtedly slapped Tang Outyin across the face. As Tang Outyin coughed out the dirt, he spat and cursed, "You wretched creature, do you have any idea who my father is? I assure you, you are doomed. I will make certain you meet a gruesome end." and I shall ensure that your entire family accompanies you to the grave. It appears that he has not consumed nearly enough dirt. Qin Yu casually seized a handful of pebbles and forcefully stuffed them into his opponent's mouth. As his fist descended, the stones scraped against the lips and teeth, swiftly carving deep lacerations. Blood gushed ceaselessly from Tang Out-Yin's mouth. The sound of fists striking flesh resonated in tandem with Tang Out-Yin's anguished cries. Before long, his face became swollen, blood streaming from his wounds, and his screams transformed into whimpers. His legs writhed incessantly, driven either by an indomitable spirit or by the torment coursing through him. This is what you get for cutting in line. Bang. And for referring to me as a commoner. Bang. So what if you possess a superior spiritual root? What does my inferior spiritual root have to do with you? Am I somehow feasting on your family's rice? Bang. Bang. Qin Yu was somewhat breathless. Yet his fist descended like a torrential downpour. The onlookers around him felt their eyelids twitching, their hearts racing with trepidation. Some of the more timid individuals had even shut their eyes in fear, unable to bear the sight. No one could have anticipated the ferocity with which Qin Yu fought. Living alone in a strange town, it was imperative to exhibit a certain ruthlessness. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have surely fallen victim to the local ruffians long ago. However, in this town, he usually resorted to throwing chili powder into the eyes of his adversaries. This time, merely using dirt was a display of considerable mercy. After all, Qin Yu was unaware of the extent of the forces backing Tang Out-Yin. He could not afford to offend them gravely. The old servant following Tang Out-Yin witnessed his young master rolling his eyes in defeat, yet the second elder merely turned a blind eye, showing no intention of halting Qin Yu's assault. The old servant, disregarding the imposing presence of the second elder, scrambled forward in a desperate plea. Young friend, please show mercy. We concede. He then bowed deeply to the second elder. My young master is but a child, lacking in etiquette, and has inadvertently angered the esteemed immortal. I humbly apologize on his behalf to the Xuantian Gong and hope that, considering the long-standing relationship between your esteemed self and my master, you will spare my young master's life. The second elder scoffed. You hail from the Tang family in the capital? Indeed. Were it not for the grace of Prime Minister Tang, today Tang Out-Yin would certainly pay the price for his words. The second elder surveyed the crowd, who all lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. In this challenge, Tang Out-Yin has been defeated and shall henceforth be barred from stepping foot in our sect. Should he violate this decree, he shall be executed on the spot. If there are any who wish to challenge, step forward now. The young boys and girls, witnessing Tang Out-Yin's humiliating defeat, were utterly terrified and dared not approach to issue a challenge. Qin Yu delivered a kick to the nearly lifeless Tang Out-Yin, brushing off the dust from his garments. What a thrill! Truly exhilarating, he exclaimed, expressing his gratitude for the mercy shown by the celestial being. The second elder responded coldly. In due course, I shall seek out Minister Tang to ascertain how today's matter ought to be resolved. I shall certainly inform the head of the family. With that, the second elder led Qin Yu and the others through the gates of the Xiantian sect. What is your name, young lad? Qin Yu replied, I am Qin Yu, your junior. The second elder remarked, I shall remember you, Qin Yu. You performed admirably today. Consider this flying sword a reward for your efforts. He then retrieved a flying sword from his storage artifact and presented it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude hastily. The second elder patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and earnestly admonished, once you enter the sect, devote yourself to diligent cultivation and refrain from engaging with those sordid matters again. Qin Yu, the second elder, transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace. After the elder's departure, the steward of the sect arranged for everyone. The individuals were organized into a queue according to their spiritual roots. Those with inferior roots became the sect's miscellaneous disciples, while those with medium and superior roots directly ascended to the outer sect disciples. As for those with exceptional roots, they were immediately admitted as inner sect disciples. In this cohort, there are only 5 individuals possessing exceptional spiritual roots, and the number of those with superior roots is also limited, with the majority being comprised of intermediate and inferior roots. After forming their respective teams, Qin Yu and his companions departed alongside a middle-aged man named Zhong Wendy. I am the overseer of the outer disciples, and you may address me as Uncle Zhong or Uncle Wendy. Like you, I possess inferior spiritual roots and have served as a miscellaneous disciple at the Xiantian sect for over 50 years. Through diligence, I have managed to attain the position of overseer. In essence, we miscellaneous disciples are not fundamentally different from the outer disciples. We simply perform more labor for lesser remuneration. Alas, such is our fate due to our modest talents. However, do not lose heart. as long as we meet the sect's requirements. Miscellaneous disciples can also ascend to become outer disciples. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Uncle Wendy, how can one become an outer disciple? His ambition was quite evident. Zhong Wendy chuckled warmly and replied, as long as you challenge an outer disciple and emerge victorious, you shall ascend to the ranks of the outer disciples. While the defeated outer disciple will be relegated to the status of a servant disciple. May I challenge one right now? Qin Yu was eager to take action. Given the current circumstances, he believed he could advance all the way to the inner sect. However, this notion was swiftly quashed by Zhong Wendy, who declared that such aspirations must be stifled in their infancy. One must at least wait 6 months, allowing everyone time to practice their techniques before any challenges could be made. Furthermore, challenges could only be issued to disciples of the same cohort. Immediately, a voice of dissent arose. This is far too difficult. The disparity between those with medium-grade and low-grade spiritual roots is immense after a period of cultivation. How could we possibly hope to surpass them? In his heart, Qin Yu let out a cold laugh. Indeed, the weak merely complain about their circumstances, while the strong have already mastered the system to gain an advantage. There is certainly a degree of difficulty involved. Zhong Wendy sighed wryly, for otherwise I would not still be merely a servant disciple at this juncture. However, even if we do not succeed, a decade hence we can all depart from the Qian sect, and we shall still be considered cultivators. Whether we choose to navigate the martial world or seek a small clan as guest elders, both are commendable options. Therefore, everyone must cherish this opportunity, cultivate diligently, and remember not to violate the sect's regulations. As Zhong Wendy walked and conversed, he elucidated the important matters regarding the Qian sect. At this moment, outside the sect, Tang Ao Tian awoke languidly after consuming a healing elixir, weeping inconsolably in the arms of his old servant. Today has been exceedingly unfortunate for me. First, I was deceived by that plump woman early in the morning. Who could have imagined that the tofu pudding would be sweet? Then, I was kicked out for cutting in line during the first round, and the second round, which I had prepared for extensively, was inexplicably cancelled. As for the third round, I still do not comprehend why I was eliminated, and to be humiliated like this before everyone's gaze is utterly disgraceful. I can't shake the feeling that someone is targeting me. Woe is me. The old servant hurriedly offered comfort. Young master, the Qian sect's refusal to accept you is a loss on their part. We can seek refuge in other sects. The world is not solely home to the Qian sect. Chapter 10. The Son of Fortune, Li Zhengtong. Under Zhong Wendy's guidance, Qin Yu and his companions arrived at the living quarters for servant disciples. The Qian sect truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost sect in the Liang Kingdom. Even the abodes of servant disciples are situated in places rich with spiritual energy, likely built upon a minor spiritual vein. Zhong Wendy distributed identification plaques to each individual, which would assist them in locating their respective abodes. Subsequently, he provided each person with a manual on cultivation practices. This is the foundational technique of our Qian sect, known as the Qian skill. Qin Yu silently complained, what a casually chosen name. Zhong Wendy replied, the name of our Qian sect originates from this. Qin Yu, the Qian skill has undergone 7 modifications in total, the most recent occurring over a millennium ago. The esteemed elder Ba Shitong secluded himself for several months, successfully refining the Qian skill into one of the most exceptional techniques in existence, thereby laying a solid foundation for the sect's current standing. Is Ba Shitong truly that remarkable? Qin Yu pondered with skepticism. All individuals possess spiritual roots, and by following the steps outlined in the texts, one can swiftly draw energy into their body and commence cultivation. Should one find themselves unable to draw energy into their body, there is no need for alarm. The sect will arrange for a teacher to provide personal guidance after a week. Additionally, I must caution everyone that the Qian skill must not be disseminated in any form. Should it come to the sect's attention, it will be deemed an act of treason, to be handled by the law enforcement peak. Previously, an inner sect disciple, relying on his elevated status, surreptitiously taught the Qian skill to his family. The subsequent actions taken by the sect are widely known. Zhong Wendy leaves a hint here. The consequences are certainly beyond what any of you can bear. Now, all of you have essential living supplies in your caves. You may take a moment to organize. We shall reconvene here in half an hour to assign you your tasks. The crowd dispersed, each clutching their identification numbers. 662. 663. Found it. The number 666. Qin Yu approached, brandishing a plaque against the wall, causing the formation at the entrance to cease its operations. Upon pushing open the grand door, He surveyed his future abode. Although referred to as a cave dwelling, it was far from a cavern. Rather, it was a quaint wooden cottage constructed of timber. In front of the wooden house lay a small courtyard, adorned with an unidentified large tree, evoking a nostalgic villa ambience that was decidedly tranquil. Upon entering the cottage, one could behold a wooden bed, neatly adorned with crisp linens and a comforter. Qin Yu reclined for a moment. Discovering that the bedding surpassed the silk quilts of his previous life in softness, he was curious about the material from which it was made. He had anticipated a life of arduous training upon entering the sect, yet found that the living conditions appeared rather pleasant. Such fine amenities were indeed plentiful. In addition to the bed, the room contained a wooden table, a bottle of fasting elixir, a tome of sect regulations, and 2 vouchers for custom sect attire. Qin Yu held little interest in the fasting elixir, having just heard from Zhong Wendy that the sect's dining hall provided complimentary meals. Who would choose to consume that insipid fasting elixir when free food was available? That tasteless elixir was hardly fit for even a dog. The sect regulations, however, warranted thorough examination, for Qin Yu was convinced that where there were rules, there must be loopholes. The vouchers for custom attire allowed him to tailor 2 sets of garments. These outfits were not required for everyday wear, but were mandated on certain significant occasions within the sect. Only one who had experienced a week of wearing uniforms could truly appreciate how humane this regulation was. Not only was it non-compulsory, but it was also designed with remarkable aesthetic appeal. Qin Yu surveyed his humble abode, both inside and out. He then opened his backpack and hung the slightly damp clothes outside to dry. Finally, he retrieved a few sheets of paper and a pen from his pocket, and with a somewhat unsteady hand, inscribed the beginnings of his journey to immortality, starting from his days as a menial disciple. This was a small hobby of his. Once he had completed these tasks, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. With a bit of time on his hands, Qin Yu decided to familiarize himself with his neighbors. Not every cave dwelling was occupied. For instance, Cave 667 remained uninhabited. However, Cave 665 did have a resident. A low wall separated the 2 courtyards, and with a simple stool, Qin Yu could gaze into the opposite yard. Qin Yu tentatively called out, "Brother, are you there?" The owner of room 665, hearing the commotion, emerged from within. "Oh, it's you." Qin Yu recognized this individual as a new disciple from this year, who had accompanied him in following Zhong Wendy. Perhaps he had lagged behind while searching for the courtyard, for Qin Yu had already entered the room by the time he arrived. Thus, they had not encountered each other earlier. Qin Yu scrutinized the individual before him. He was of similar height, slightly portly, with a round, cherubic face. The man, upon recognizing Qin Yu, instantly exhibited a change in demeanor, his expression falling. After all, Qin Yu had garnered a reputation for his extreme aggression, having nearly beaten the son of a prime minister to death. To have such a fearsome person as a neighbor raised concerns about the potential for violence. Qin Yu chuckled and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "I am Li Zhengtong," came the reply. "Qin Yu, you seem to be feeling a bit down." Li Zhengtong, startled, felt the flesh on his face tremble and hurriedly forced a smile that was anything but genuine, fervently shaking his head. No, I'm quite happy, ha ha ha. My name is Qin Yu, and from now on, we shall be neighbors." As they conversed, Qin Yu began to assess Li Zhengtong's innate talents. Initially, he presumed Li Zhengtong possessed merely a low-grade spiritual root with a D-level aptitude. However, to his astonishment, the talents that manifested left him utterly flabbergasted. Refined through trials, A-level, just as jade cannot be polished without undergoing the sculptor's hand, a person cannot become truly exceptional without sufficient refinement. One must endure trials and tribulations, facing life and death crises. Yet, where danger lurks, opportunity also abounds. Surmounting such crises yields commensurate rewards. Survival against all odds, A-level blessed by the heavens. One who encounters peril can invariably transform danger into safety, emerging from the direst circumstances. Introduction to Array Techniques. C-level possesses a modicum of talent for formations, enabling swift entry into the field and rapid mastery of array techniques, along with proficient application. Low-grade spiritual root. D-level barely possesses the aptitude for cultivation. Destined to live a life as a mere servant disciple. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this fellow's inferior spiritual root was, in fact, the least impressive of all his talents. This was the first time Qin Yu had encountered an A-level talent, and to his astonishment, he witnessed 2 in one go. Moreover, he discerned that these 2 A-level talents formed a remarkable partnership. The talent forged through trials would frequently place Li Zhengtong in perilous situations. Yet overcoming these crises would yield substantial rewards. Meanwhile, survival against all odds ensured that Li Zhengtong could adeptly navigate these challenges. The deficiencies were indeed rectified. The combination of these two talents might well surpass even S-level talents. Could it be that he is the fated child of this world, encountering calamities wherever he goes, yet managing to emerge unscathed each time, significantly enhancing his prowess in the process? Qin Yu casually inquired, "Have you been unfortunate since childhood, frequently encountering perilous situations?" "Not at all," Li Zhengdong responded, somewhat at a loss. He could not fathom why Qin Yu posed such a question. Nonetheless, once Qin Yu asked, he felt compelled to respond. "This fellow is unlikely to be deceiving me. Based on the effects of the talent forged through trials, if Li Zhengtong had indeed faced any dangers, he would undoubtedly have reaped corresponding benefits." Qin Yu scrutinized Li Zhengtong from head to toe, indeed finding no signs that he had gained any advantages. It seems the effect of this talent is not as formidable as it appears. Chapter 11. Commencing the cultivation. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Qin Yu estimated that the time was right. "Let us seek out Uncle Wendy first. Would you care to join me?" Li Zhengtong would not dare to decline. Eagerly nodding in agreement, "Yes, yes. Together." "Qin Yu, why do you seem a bit reluctant?" "Never mind." No, I am willing. Li Zhengtong wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, "I am just a bit nervous." Qin Yu felt perplexed. Uncle Wenda appeared quite amiable. So why was there any need for tension? Li Zhengtong. The two of them set off together and soon located Zhongwenda. As everyone had nearly arrived, I will begin. The purpose of gathering you all here is primarily to assign tasks, which represent the main duties of our miscellaneous disciples. In the interest of fairness, I have written down all the positions available within the sect on slips of paper, and everyone will draw lots. Henceforth, your assigned tasks will depend entirely on your fortune. Please come forward and draw a slip." Qin Yu approached and drew a slip of paper, which he opened to reveal 4 characters. Mingwei Square. Zhang Wendy, upon seeing Qin Yu's note, elucidated, "This signifies that you are responsible for the cleanliness of Mingwei Square." Qin Yu retorted, "Is Mingwei Square spacious?" Zhang Wendy replied, "Not particularly. The larger areas are managed by 2 to 3 individuals." "Qin Yu, are there any trees around Mingwei Square?" Zhang Wendy pondered for a moment and replied, "There are a few small trees, but they are not large." Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction, a sense of joy blossoming within him. It seems this is quite a favorable position. The plaza was modest in size, suggesting ease of maintenance, and the small trees indicated a scarcity of fallen leaves. Moreover, since the Xiantian sect comprised cultivators, it was likely that they would not carelessly discard refuse. The task of cleaning should prove to be quite straightforward. Qin Yu glanced at the note in Li Zhengtong's hand, which also mentioned a square. Maple Leaf Square. "Is it spacious?" Li Zhengdong replied, "Uncle Zhong just mentioned that the area isn't large, though there are quite a few fallen leaves. However, it is seldom crowded, making it a rather pleasant job." "Then I would prefer that," Qin Yu thought to himself with delight. In addition to cleaning duties, some disciples were assigned to various other tasks such as assisting in the dining hall, serving as alchemist apprentices, and gathering spiritual herbs. Once the assignments were distributed, everyone departed in their own directions. Qin Yu directly took Li Zhengtong to the sect's dining hall for a meal. They had neglected to eat during the day and were now ravenously hungry. The dining hall of the sect boasted 3 floors, with hundreds of windows and thousands of culinary delights. Braised emperor lion's head, spicy deep-sea king whale head, fried crimson golden scorpion, steamed star anise claw dragon. The dazzling array of dishes left Qin Yu utterly astounded. The Zuantianzong is simply magnificent. With such a dining hall, who on earth would still practice fasting? Even the fasting pills would be disregarded. Qin Yu approached the window and ordered a portion of steamed dragon tendons. Li Zhengtong requested a bowl of deep-sea turtle green bean soup. The young lady at the counter remarked, "It requires 5 contribution points. Please proceed with the payment." "Payment? Was it not stated that the meals in the cafeteria are complimentary?" "Young man, are you a new disciple this year?" Qin Yu's expression was grave. "Ah, woman, do not presume that I am a novice and attempt to deceive me. I am no mere child." The young lady chuckled heartily, "Little brother, not all the meals in the cafeteria are complimentary. Only the food from that innermost window is free. Moreover, this dragon's tendon is extracted from a foundational period beast. Even a cultivator below the 5th layer of qi refinement would meet a fatal end upon consuming a single morsel." Qin Yu awkwardly rubbed his nose, leading Li Zhengtong away in a dejected manner. "Oh, how mortifying. Xiaodong, It's all your fault. Why didn't you stop me just now? Li Zhengtong. Huh? Me? Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong ventured to the innermost part of the restaurant, where they discovered a counter offering complimentary dishes. The tomato and egg dish consisted solely of tomatoes, while the braised pork with potatoes was merely a collection of undercooked potatoes. This blatant disregard for our expectations is quite disheartening. Reluctantly, they ordered a serving, only to find the tomatoes excessively salty and the potatoes far from tender. Brother Yu, perhaps we should return and indulge in some fasting pills instead, Li Zhengtong suggested. Qin Yu found Li Zhengtong's suggestion quite agreeable and decided to adopt it. Indeed. I'm quite curious about the flavor of the fasting pill. Upon returning home, each of them consumed one fasting pill. Remarkably, the fasting pill proved to be extraordinary. As soon as it entered Qin Yu's stomach, his hunger vanished without a trace. It was a delightful experience. This fasting pill suited me perfectly. Ha ha ha. Qin Yu patted his belly and took out the manual inscribed with the Xiantian Gong, delving into its teachings. The initial step in cultivating immortality is to perceive the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Qin Yu, following the methods outlined in the text, settled cross-legged upon his bed, inhaling and exhaling in a rhythmic cadence. The location of the Xiantian sect was suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy, facilitating the disciples' ability to attune to this ethereal essence more rapidly. In a mysterious manner, Qin Yu sensed the expanse of the universe continuously enlarging, rendering his own existence increasingly insignificant. Time became an elusive concept, and Qin Yu drifted into a state of hazy consciousness, teetering on the brink of slumber. In this dreamlike reverie, he perceived the emergence of twinkling bioluminescence around him, reminiscent of fireflies dancing in the night sky, rising and falling in harmony with the gentle breeze. Qin Yu suddenly awoke, his face alight with joy. He sensed the presence of spiritual energy. Uncertain of the time, as the room was enveloped in darkness, Qin Yu hastily lit a candle. By the flickering light, he turned the pages of his book, focusing on the second step of cultivation, drawing energy into the body. He would channel the celestial spiritual energy into himself, allowing it to circulate through his meridians, refining it into his own essence. Thus, the path of cultivation unfolds. After meticulously studying the precautions and the experiences of predecessors recorded in the book, Qin Yu began to sit cross-legged and attempt the practice. First, perceive the surrounding spiritual energy. Utilize the spiritual root to draw the energy into the body. After countless attempts, Qin Yu finally managed to draw a thread of spiritual energy into his body, carefully guiding it to circulate through his meridians. However, he was soon compelled to halt his efforts. The human meridians are intricately complex, and he had forgotten the correct pathway for the energy circulation within his body. Glancing at the book, Qin Yu closed his eyes and endeavored once more. After approximately 6 or 7 attempts, Qin Yu successfully allowed the spiritual energy to circulate within his body for a complete cycle. As the cycle concluded, most of the spiritual energy returned to the cosmos. Yet a slender thread of it coalesced into a liquid state, seamlessly merging into his meridians like a droplet of water, becoming a part of his being. This singular success imbued Qin Yu with immense confidence. Qin Yu, seizing the moment, commenced yet another round of his cultivation. The sun gradually ascended, casting a soft glow upon the eastern horizon, where a delicate hue of pale white began to emerge. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Although he had not slept a wink throughout the night, he felt invigorated, devoid of any weariness, even more so than after a restful slumber. The practice of cultivating immortality was indeed wondrous. After a night of arduous training, Qin Yu had managed to condense over 10 droplets of water within his meridians. While his physique did not exhibit any conspicuous transformations, he was acutely aware that he was gradually growing stronger. He relished the gratifying sensation that comes from diligent effort yielding tangible rewards. Qin Yu opened the personal template on the system page to observe the changes following his ascension to cultivation. Name: Qin Yu. Talent: Inferior Spiritual Root, D grade, Progress 2. Note: upon reaching 100 progress, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. Qin Yu suddenly realized that the progress bar had increased by 2 percentage points. Could it be that this progress bar represents the advancement of my cultivation? He pondered thoughtfully. When the progress bar reaches 100%, will my cultivation precisely attain the first layer of Qi refinement? Chapter 12. The fool is me. Last night, the progress bar stood at 0. Yet today it has transformed into 2%, and the sole endeavor Qin Yu undertook that night was cultivation. It can be reasonably concluded that the progress bar is indeed linked to his practice. Qin Yu contemplated inwardly. Last night marked my initial foray into cultivation. during which I squandered considerable time and lacked familiarity with the technique, resulting in a dismally low efficiency. At a standard pace, I should be able to increase my progress by 5% each night. Within 20 days, I could potentially reach 100% and obtain the opportunity to replicate a talent. Qin Yu harbored a glimmer of anticipation. I wonder what level of talent I might replicate next. After a brief morning routine, he made his way to his designated workplace. Having consumed a fasting pill the previous night, he felt no pangs of hunger. Armed with a broom, he soon arrived at Mingwei Plaza, just as he had anticipated. Mingwei Plaza was merely a small square, roughly the size of a basketball court, adorned with a few slender trees standing sentinel around its perimeter, and only a handful of leaves scattered on the ground. This secluded location saw little foot traffic, making it easy to maintain. In no time, Qin Yu had tidied up Mingwei Plaza to perfection. Surely, this must be the easiest task in Xintian sect, and I, Qin Yu, have claimed it. He mused contentedly. With nothing else to occupy his time, Qin Yu resolved to visit Fengyue Plaza, overseen by Li Zhengtong. The distance from Mingwei Plaza to Fengyue Plaza was a mere 25-minute stroll. True to its name, Fengyue Plaza was abundant with maple trees, as autumn had just begun. The cooler mountain air had turned the leaves a vibrant crimson, marking the peak of their beauty. A gentle breeze swept through, sending a flurry of maple leaves cascading down like butterflies. Anyone witnessing this scene would inevitably exclaim, "How beautiful!" However, if one hoped to stand quietly and savor the picturesque view, that would be a futile endeavor, for a voice could be heard grumbling incessantly. The more leaves that fell, the more fervently the voice berated them. This irritable figure was none other than Li Zhengtong, tasked with maintaining the cleanliness of the area. At that moment, he was bent over, laboriously attempting to gather the fallen leaves. A gust of wind swept by, causing a fresh shower of leaves to descend, rendering his previous efforts futile, forcing him to start anew. "Little Tong, your plight is truly unfortunate. Even a day's work won't suffice." Li Zhengtong raised his weary head, sweat streaming down his face. At just 14 or 15 years of age, he had been pampered at home, rarely engaging in hard labor. Yet, upon entering the sect, he found himself faced with such arduous tasks, plunging him into despair. No matter how hard he tried, it seemed an insurmountable task. Sitting down on the ground with a woeful expression, he looked at Qin Yu and lamented, "Brother Yu, my luck is simply abysmal." Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong's shoulder, speaking in the tone of a seasoned mentor. "Xiao Tong, you must learn to adapt. There will be plenty of misfortunes ahead." Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong felt even more aggrieved. Witnessing his younger brother's distress, Qin Yu realized it was time to unveil some treasured wisdom. "Li Zhengtong," Qin Yu said solemnly, "today, I shall impart to you the 12 strategies for the working class to navigate indolence, to help you extricate yourself from this predicament." Li Zhengtong perked up, listening intently. Although he had no inkling of what Brother Yu was about to divulge, he understood that it must hold significant importance. Qin Yu raised a finger and began. "First, we, as workers, are human beings, not beasts of burden. We must learn the art of repose. When can we rest? When no one is watching, when inspections are absent, during our most private moments. Second," he continued, "how to ensure that others perceive the volume of our toil at a glance. Take your cleaning duties as an example. You must allow the inspectors to witness your efforts firsthand, displaying the fruits of your labor openly." Li Zhengtong, eager to learn, asked, "Brother Yu, how should I go about this?" "It's quite simple," Qin Yu replied. "You need to gather the fallen leaves into a sizable heap. The more, the better. Do not merely transport a handful to the trash." "Why?" Li Zhengtong appeared perplexed. "How could you be so naive? If you carry only a small quantity of leaves to the trash, no one will notice. When the inspectors arrive and see a ground covered in leaves, they might assume you have done nothing. However, if you pile the leaves here, the inspectors will understand that you have indeed been working. The sheer volume of leaves is simply overwhelming, and the continuous fall of leaves is not your fault." Li Zhengtong seemed to have discovered a new realm of understanding. "Brother Yu, you are truly brilliant. I never would have thought of that." Qin Yu lifted his chin with a smile and remarked, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to your Brother Yu's wisdom. Allow me to impart to you the third strategy, how to appear immensely busy while doing nothing at all." By the time he had generously shared all 12 tactics for the diligent worker to idle away, an hour had already elapsed. Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong on the shoulder and said, "Work diligently. I shall take my leave for now. Farewell, Brother Yu." Li Zhengtong replied with utmost respect and gratitude. Had it not been for Brother Yu's timely intervention, he would have surely exhausted himself today. As Qin Yu made his way home, he felt a wave of reflection wash over him. This talent of being tempered through trials seems to be bearing fruit amidst the multitude of positions available. I was unfortunate enough to draw the short straw at Maple Leaf Square. The thought of the incessantly falling leaves weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him pondering how long it would take to complete the sweeping task. Indeed, without comparison, I would remain oblivious to the fortune I possess. On his journey, Qin Yu resolved to dedicate his leisure time during the day to cultivation. With this commitment, he believed he could elevate his progress bar to a full 100% in just 10 days. By replicating an extraordinary talent, he could surpass the inner sect disciples and swiftly reach the foundation establishment stage, leaving all the elders of the sect in a state of astonishment. Thus, he envisioned the commencement of his illustrious path as Emperor Qin Yu. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile crept upon his lips, and he let out a gleeful chuckle. However, upon returning to Mingwei Square and witnessing the utter chaos, his smile abruptly froze on his face. How could someone be so lacking in decency, defecating indiscriminately? I curse you to have a son without an anus. Qin Yu fumed, hurling curses into the air. In the center of the square lay a grotesque mound of filth, towering to half a person's height, with numerous scattered piles of varying sizes and shapes strewn about. While they differed in color and form, they shared a singular, repugnant odor, indicating they were not of the same origin. Nonetheless, despite his indignation, Qin Yu knew that he must clean the square thoroughly before the inspection. Should it fail to meet standards, all contribution points for the month would be forfeited. Contribution points served as the currency of the sect, vital for purchasing elixirs and profound techniques, making them exceedingly important for the disciples of Xiantian's sect. Qin Yu procured a small cart and a shovel from nearby, plugging his nostrils with tissue, and with a fierce determination, he set to work. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about Li Zhengtong's maple forest. The jester is indeed myself. Chapter 13, Construction Ahead, Please detour after toiling for 2 hours. Qin Yu finally managed to clean up Mingwei Square. Resting briefly in the shade of a tree, he retrieved his paper and pen, striking out the words Path to Immortality beginning from the menial disciple and replacing them with Path to Immortality beginning from shoveling manure. He believed this title would more effectively captivate his audience. Having completed this task, Qin Yu chose not to engage in cultivation. Instead, he kept a vigilant watch around him, seeking to identify the audacious scoundrel daring enough to relieve themselves on his territory. As the hour of Yu arrived, marking 5 in the afternoon, he remained steadfast in his observation. Upon hearing a cacophony of sounds emanating from the distance, reminiscent of a chaotic assembly of various creatures, Qin Yu exclaimed, "Something is amiss." Qin Yu perked up his ears, observing intently. The sound grew closer, and he soon discerned its source. It was a vast multitude of spirit beasts, a diverse assembly indeed, with the largest among them being a colossal elephant, towering at 4 to 5 meters in height. Additionally, there were magnificent birds soaring through the sky, ostriches sprinting across the ground, antelopes, noble steeds, and iron-eating beasts, among others. Each spirit beast bore a disciple of the Xiantian sect upon its back. At this moment, a grand procession of these various spirit beasts surged towards Qin Yu South Crescent Moon Square. At last, I have found you, you scoundrels. Qin Yu abruptly rose to his feet and dashed towards the spirit beast entourage. Halt. Stop right there. The spirit beast team swiftly came to a halt, stopping just a meter in front of Qin Yu. Are you seeking death? What a lunatic! Exclaimed the disciple seated atop the elephant, rising in indignation. Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that simmered within him. He spoke in a calm and gentle tone. Could you not dress your spirit beasts in civilized pouches? It is rather uncouth for them to relieve themselves indiscriminately. What exactly is a civilized pouch? Qin Yu, it is merely a device designed to contain the excrement of your spirit beasts. Upon hearing this, those seated atop the spirit beasts erupted into hearty laughter. The leader patted his mighty elephant and remarked, "My earth-shaking dragon elephant can easily haul several hundred pounds. What kind of pouch could possibly accommodate that?" Qin Yu retorted, "But you cannot allow him to defecate indiscriminately. Couldn't he have gone to the restroom beforehand? After I've just cleaned the square, I will have to tidy it up again once you walk through it." A disdainful laugh escaped the lips of a bystander, who remarked, "Isn't cleaning the premises the responsibility of you lowly disciples?" Another individual perched atop an ostrich chimed in, "Were it not for our mess, the sect would never have accepted you as menial disciples. You should be grateful for the employment we've inadvertently provided you. Ha ha ha. Let me clarify. It is our spirit beasts that are making the mess, not us. Indeed, it is our spirit beasts that are at fault. Ha ha ha. You waste with inferior spiritual roots. Be off to the side. From now on, When you see the disciples of the Beast Master peak, you must address us as senior brothers. Or else, should you inadvertently find yourself underfoot, it will be your own doing. The earth-shaking dragon elephant roared, sending a painful reverberation through Qin Yu's eardrums. Qin Yu's countenance darkened, his fist clenched tightly as he silently withdrew to a corner. After the spirit beast passed, the Mingwei square was once again left in disarray. It seemed as if it were mocking this audacious servant disciple, as the earth-shaking dragon elephant left behind a considerable mess. Listening to the derisive laughter fading into the distance, Qin Yu's eyes burned with fury, and he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. Just wait. Soon I shall compel you to clean up every morsel left by your spirit beasts. Qin Yu silently picked up the shovel and immersed himself in hard labor. An hour later, 2 disciples responsible for sanitation approached. It's still somewhat dirty. You must work a bit longer tonight and ensure this place is spotless. Next time, be quicker in your tasks. Since today is your first day, I shall refrain from recording your name this time. Thank you, senior brother. Once the 2 departed, Qin Yu tossed aside the shovel and began to contemplate solutions. As I am new here and my foundation is unstable, confronting this head-on is certainly not a viable option. Qin Yu is not a reckless man. He believes in striking hard against those he can overpower, while reminding others not to underestimate the youth simply because of their financial struggles. If I cannot confront you head-on, perhaps there lies an opportunity to strike from behind? After much contemplation, Qin Yu found himself devoid of any viable ideas. His experience was limited to dealing with mortals. Yet applying such methods against cultivators proved to be nearly ineffective and fraught with the potential for trouble. My strength is insufficient to confront them. I must resort to my ultimate move. With unwavering determination, Qin Yu grasped the shovel firmly and continued to cleanse the remaining stains. That night, he refrained from his usual cultivation. Instead, he spent the entire evening tinkering with 2 wooden plaques within the confines of his abode. Before dawn broke the following day, Qin Yu hurriedly departed, wooden plaques in hand. As the first light of day illuminated the sky, the disciples of Xiantian's sect emerged from their dwellings, ready to embark on a new day's tasks. The outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak rode their spirit beasts as usual, making their way to the peak for lessons. Both the outer disciples and the miscellaneous disciples resided in the outer region of the sect, though the latter occupied more secluded quarters. The inner disciples, on the other hand, made their homes atop the major peaks, which constituted the inner sanctum of the sect. During the day, the miscellaneous disciples were required to perform tasks within the sect, while the outer disciples enjoyed the freedom to either cultivate or attend classes at the various peaks, absorbing a plethora of knowledge pertaining to the art of cultivation. The outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak rode their spirit beast recklessly, causing fellow disciples to swiftly dodge their path, wary of provoking their might. In the early stages of cultivation, the combat prowess of spirit beasts often surpassed that of their human counterparts, rendering the disciples of Beast Master Peak notoriously arrogant and unassailable. However, a few years prior, the disciples of Beast Master Peak recklessly charged through a bustling marketplace, inciting widespread outrage. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Peak promptly mobilized the sect's enforcement team, apprehending the entire cohort of Beastmaster disciples. The Law Enforcement Peak, overseen by the sect's Grand Elder, wielded significant authority within the sect, making it one of the most powerful institutions. Following discussions among the sect's higher echelons, it was decreed that disciples of Beast Master Peak were prohibited from bringing their spirit beasts into densely populated public areas. Henceforth, when attending classes in the inner sanctum, they were required to choose routes with fewer passers-by. Consequently, the disciples of Beast Master Peak opted for the route that traversed Mingwei Square, rendering the already sparsely populated area even more desolate. On this day, as the outer disciples of Beast Master Peak followed their usual path, they suddenly encountered a cordoned-off area ahead, with a large wooden sign erected to the right. They slammed to a halt. Mingwei Square is under construction. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry. Please deter, and we apologize for any inconvenience caused to your journey. Read the sign aloud by a man atop a massive earth-shaking dragon elephant. Why is there suddenly construction here? Inquired Disciple A. Who knows? Isn't that the responsibility of the Civil Engineering Pavilion? Replied Disciple B. But I don't see any construction workers around, remarked Disciple A. Just because they are not visible on the surface doesn't mean they aren't there. Perhaps they are working underground. Retorted Disciple B. That cursed Civil Engineering Pavilion. They should have informed us beforehand. Exclaimed Disciple A. Exactly. Echoed Disciple B. Leader, where do we go now? Queried Disciple A, B, C, D, and the others. Chapter 14. breaking through to the first layer of Qi refinement. If I cannot traverse Minghui Square, I shall take the path through Maple Leaf Square instead, for it is largely deserted and the distance is nearly equivalent. Alas, this merely benefits that menial disciple from yesterday, rendering my earth-shattering dragon elephant's efforts today utterly in vain. Qin Yu concealed himself amidst the distant grass, observing as the individuals atop the spirit beast engaged in hushed murmurs. The distance rendered their words inaudible to him. After a brief interval, the earth-shaking dragon elephant let out a resounding call, prompting them to venture in another direction. Yes, success. Qin Yu vigorously waved his arm. Yet, it remains a mystery to which unfortunate soul they have directed their course. Alas, why should I concern myself with such matters? As long as they do not pass by my vicinity, it is of no consequence. Qin Yu surmised that the group of fools from Beastmaster Peak would likely refrain from traversing this way for the time being. Having resolved this predicament, he found himself faced with two paths to choose from. The first option was to remove the sign before the inspectors arrived and ensure the square was tidied up. This approach was certainly safe, albeit requiring daily arrangements of the sign, which was somewhat bothersome. The second option was to simply leave the sign in place. Qin Yu has conducted research, noting that the inspectors hail from the enforcement department, while the responsibility for the construction and maintenance of the sect lies with the civil engineering pavilion beneath the body refinement peak. The two entities operate independently without any intersection. If this sign can deceive those from the beast-taming peak, it stands to reason that it could also mislead the inspectors. If successful, I shall no longer need to visit the Minghui Square. I could simply cultivate within my cave abode. Yet, such an approach carries the risk of exposure. Qin Yu took out the sect's regulations and studied them diligently. After a thorough reading, he found no mention of his actions within the rules. The regulations only enumerate prohibitions. Their silence on this matter implies permission. If one does not act, one cannot rest. Take a gamble. A bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. Such is the nature of this world. The bold thrive while the timid starve. At the moment he closed the sect's regulations, a decision crystallized in Qin Yu's mind. Now, let us see if these two wooden plaques can deceive those two inspectors. Qin Yu continued to conceal himself within the thicket, diligently practicing until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at which point he finally opened his eyes and brushed off the clinging weeds from his body. Glancing at the system progress bar, he noted it had reached 60%, an increase of 4 percentage points. Indeed, this progress bar is intrinsically linked to my cultivation, confirming his suspicions. Qin Yu began to observe the surroundings for any signs of movement. The area remained eerily quiet, suggesting that the disciples of the beast-taming peak had opted for an alternative route. Qin Yu rose from the grass and concealed himself once more within the shrubs near the entrance of Minghui Square. From this vantage point, he was able to overhear the dialogue of the inspectors. After patiently waiting for half an hour, the same two inspectors from yesterday arrived punctually. Oh, when did construction commence at Minghui Square? One of them exclaimed in surprise. What does it matter? Whether construction is underway is the concern of the civil engineering pavilion. Why should we fret about it? Then how is the sanitation of Minghui Square to be managed? It will simply be deemed acceptable. Did you not see the sign that reads no entry for unauthorized personnel? Even the auxiliary disciples cannot enter, so how can sanitation be maintained? This falls under unavoidable circumstances. It will be processed as satisfactory. I wonder how long this construction will take. If we knew the exact duration, we could avoid taking detours for inspections in the future. Indeed, let us move on swiftly to the next location. The sooner we finish our checks, the sooner we can return to our cultivation. My progress in cultivation has been stagnating lately. Their voices gradually faded away, and Qin Yu emerged from the bushes, his face alight with excitement. It was a perfect opportunity. Qin Yu carefully removed the wooden plaque and took it home, where he proceeded to inscribe a few words upon it. The recent remarks from the inspector had prompted him to consider that adding a precise timeline would enhance its efficacy. Thus, he etched a line of small text in the lower right corner of the plaque. This construction poses challenges and is expected to require 3 months. We appreciate your understanding. Civil Engineering Pavilion. With this, the plaque was rendered perfect. Qin Yu reattached the wooden plaque and returned to the cabin, ready to engage in his cultivation. As dusk descended, he noticed that Li Zhengtong had yet to return. Curse it, going out to have fun without inviting me. He muttered. Never mind. Once I reach the first layer of Qi refining, you shall be the one to envy me. Upon returning to the cabin, Qin Yu prepared the fasting elixir. Resolute in his determination, this time, he vowed not to leave until his progress bar reached a full 100%, free from the distractions of trivial matters. Qin Yu's daily progress was remarkably substantial. Cultivation itself was exceedingly monotonous, akin to solving mathematical problems, especially for newcomers to the realm of immortality. Achieving deep levels of cultivation was a challenge. Only those with exceptional willpower could persist in their training day and night. However, Qin Yu had the ability to visualize his cultivation progress. After each period of training, he would check his personal panel to observe the increase in his progress bar. Each increment served as a fresh impetus for him to continue his unwavering practice. Qin Yu's familiarity with the Xiantian skill deepened, and his cultivation speed gradually accelerated. Within his meridians, the originally pea-sized droplets of spiritual energy had coalesced into a small stream, continuously augmented by a steady influx of spiritual droplets, gradually amplifying its flow. The progress bar on his personal interface consistently maintained an increase of over 10% per day. Qin Yu tirelessly devoted himself to the cultivation of the 9 heavens. On the evening of the 9th day, he sensed a muffled sound resonating within his meridians. Following that, a warm current surged throughout his body, enveloping him in an unprecedented sensation of comfort. In that moment, Qin Yu realized he had successfully ascended to the first layer of qi refinement, officially entering the ranks of cultivators. Qin Yu eagerly opened the personal panel of the system. The progress bar had reverted to 0% once again. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a talent replication ability. What a delightful double blessing. Qin Yu exerted a slight force in his legs and effortlessly leaped off the bed. How astonishing that my strength has grown so immense. Qin Yu meticulously observed the transformations within himself. He felt an unparalleled lightness in his body, brimming with vitality. And even his skin appeared more smooth and refined than ever before. The acrobatic feat of performing a carp leap, once beyond his capabilities, now seemed effortless. It is astonishing how such significant changes have occurred in merely 10 days. Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder everyone in this world yearns for the path of immortality. The sky outside gradually darkened. Qin Yu lit a candle and pushed open the door, casting his gaze towards the neighboring courtyard. The adjacent yard was tranquil, and Li Zhengtong was not at home. It was quite late. How was it that Li Zhengtong had yet to return? Qin Yu sat patiently in the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the sound of the gate creaking echoed, and Li Zhengtong entered the courtyard, his weary form dragging behind him. Qin Yu promptly leaned against the courtyard wall and exclaimed, Xiaotong, where have you been wandering off to? Returning this late. The moment he laid eyes on Li Zhengtong, he was taken aback. Li Zhengtong appeared not merely fatigued, but utterly disheveled. His clothes were filthy and reeked unpleasantly, while his chubby face bore signs of swelling, as though he had been struck. Witnessing Li Zhengtong in such a state, Qin Yu's expression immediately darkened. Who has bullied you? He inquired. Upon hearing Qin Yu's voice, a wave of grievance surged within Li Zhengtong, and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Brother Yu, you finally came out. Chapter 15. The afflicted Li Zhengtong. Qin Yu effortlessly vaulted over the courtyard wall and swiftly made his way to Li Zhengtong's side. What happened? Who attacked you? Li Zhengtong gasped. Brother Yu, that day I employed the technique you taught me. Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Were you deemed unfit by those 2 inspectors, leading to this predicament? No, that's not the case. Li Zhengtong wiped away a tear and continued. The 2 inspectors actually commended my efforts, stating that as long as I kept the fallen leaves from accumulating excessively, there was no need for continuous labor. I felt quite pleased, thinking that I could indulge in some leisurely cultivation during the day. However, to my dismay, the very next day, a large group of beast riders passed by, their mounts leaving droppings as they walked. Not only did I have to clear the leaves, but I also had to tend to the mess left behind, forcing me to work late into the evening to finish my duties. Where did all those spirit beasts from Beast Master Peak run off to? Qin Yu never anticipated that he had inadvertently caused trouble for Li Zhengtong. Despite the multitude of paths available, they chose Maple Leaf Square, which can only be attributed to Li Zhengtong's unfortunate fate. Brother Yu, how did you know they were from Beast Master Peak? Li Zhengtong did not detect the subtle shift in Qin Yu's tone. Qin Yu cast a somewhat guilty glance at the stars above and, diverting the conversation, inquired, What happened to the injuries on your body? Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong felt even more aggrieved. There is so much to accomplish that I simply cannot manage it all. Today, I mustered the courage to stand before those spirit beasts of the Beast Master Peak, pleading for them to take a different path. To my astonishment, the leader leapt down without a word and struck me across the face, ordering me to get lost. As he spoke, Qin Yu scrutinized him closely, noticing that the lad seemed somewhat sturdier than he had a mere 10 days prior. It was implausible for normal training over such a brief period to yield such conspicuous results. Could this be the effect of the tempering bestowed by innate talent? Does each cleaning session enhance one's strength? Having grasped the background of the situation, Qin Yu offered reassurance. You should go clean yourself up. I will contemplate a solution. Brother Yu, please do not seek out those from the Beastmaster Peak. They are seasoned outer disciples who have been in the sect for many years. We cannot contend with them, nor can we afford to provoke them. Qin Yu nodded reassuringly, expressing that he had not yet descended to the folly of competing in strength with them. Quickly change into some clean clothes. You reek, he urged. All right, brother Yu. Li Zhengdong replied, wiping away his tears as he stepped into the house. Qin Yu sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, grappling with a sense of indecision. Should he extend his assistance to Li Zhengdong? At present, Li Zhengdong was enduring considerable hardships, and his innate talent, forged through relentless trials, was indeed facilitating his growth. Thus, Qin Yu was uncertain whether intervening to aid Li Zhengdong in overcoming these tribulations would ultimately be beneficial or detrimental. As the intermittent sounds of sobbing echoed from within the house, Qin Yu suddenly struck his thigh in frustration. I truly am despicable. It is because of me that Li Zhengdong has been subjected to such torment, and now I find myself hesitating to intervene. Qin Yu could hardly contain his frustration at himself, witnessing Li Zhengdong in such a state of despair. He could scarcely fathom the depth of the boy's grievances over the past 10 days. A lad of merely 14 or 15, separated from his parents and friends. Shouldering the hopes of his entire family, he had ventured alone to the Xintian sect, expecting to find paradise. He instead discovered himself relegated to the role of a mere janitor, subsisting on tasteless fasting pills, toiling at backbreaking labor, and facing periodic reprimands from hygiene inspectors. All while being bullied by the disciples of the Beastmaster Peak. Even his only friend remained ensconced in a formation, hidden away in a room, oblivious to the circumstances. He had no one to whom he could vent his frustrations. Damn it, I will ensure that those brats from the Beastmaster Peak face their comeuppance. Qin Yu sat upon the stone bench, plunged into deep contemplation. Although I have reached the first layer of qi refinement, I remain woefully weak. Confronting an opponent head-on is simply beyond my capabilities. Should I perhaps procure 2 more wooden tablets and initiate construction at Maple Leaf Square as well? Qin Yu pondered for a moment, but soon dismissed the idea. If the construction sites were too numerous, it would be all too easy to expose his intentions. Not only would it fail to resolve Li Zhengdong's predicament, but it would also entangle him in a myriad of troubles. Furthermore, mere construction would have no impact on the vile creatures of Beastmaster Peak. What Qin Yu sought was their retribution. A direct approach is certainly unfeasible. Thus, I must strike from the shadows. In an instant, Qin Yu contemplated the idea of administering a laxative. Could we possibly give those spiritual beasts a laxative? No. That's out of the question. Setting aside whether a laxative would even be effective on spiritual beasts, if it were truly beneficial, they would be rendered useless along the way. Wouldn't we then find their output insufficient? Moreover, poisoning contravenes the sect's regulations. This approach is simply not viable. Qin Yu then contemplated several more points, such as traps and ambushes. However, they either proved futile or posed excessive risks. In the face of absolute strength, any scheme or stratagem becomes ineffectual. Qin Yu, in a state of agitation, rubbed his temples, wishing fervently to become Emperor Qin Yu at that very moment. To thrust the heads of those wretches into the excrement of the spirit beasts they controlled. No. I am still far too unfamiliar with the sect and utterly ignorant of the Beastmaster Peak. Such idle fantasies will yield no fruitful strategies. One must know both oneself and one's adversary to ensure victory in every battle. Qin Yu resolved to gather intelligence tomorrow before devising a long-term strategy. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to halt construction at Mingwei Square for the time being. While deceiving strangers was one thing, betraying friends weighed heavily on his conscience. Are you ready? Qin Yu inquired, glancing at Li Zhengdong, who had changed into a different outfit. Yes. Li Zhengdong nodded eagerly, asking, have you come up with a solution? Brother Yu? Qin Yu is the last hope for Li Zhengdong. If even Qin Yu is unable to assist, Li Zhengdong believes it would be wiser to apply for withdrawal from the sect at the earliest opportunity. Qin Yu let out a sigh, pondering that the beasts from Beastmaster Peak were quite formidable, and resolving the situation would not be an easy task. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengdong's eyes dimmed in disappointment. Is there truly no way even for you, Brother Yu? Although Qin Yu himself felt rather helpless, Li Zhengdong did not hold it against him. He realized that perhaps his expectations for Brother Yu were too lofty. While Qin Yu was indeed exceptional, he was not omnipotent. After all, He was merely a mere servant disciple who had joined the sect less than half a month ago. How could he possibly contend with so many outer sect disciples who had been entrenched for years? Look at you, in such a pitiful state. Qin Yu scolded. I mentioned that the beasts from Beast Master Peak are not easily dealt with. But I did not imply that your predicament is insurmountable. In that moment, Li Zhengtong felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. Qin Yu, you currently face two issues. One is the excessive amount of fallen leaves, and the other is the abundance of waste. Is that correct? Indeed. Li Zhengtong nodded vigorously. Qin Yu remarked. Dealing with excrement poses a challenge, yet the issue of fallen leaves is rather easily remedied. Li Zhengtong's mind raced as he grappled with the conundrum. Utterly unable to conceive a solution for the multitude of leaves, with the wind rustling them down in a cascade, how could one possibly address this? Did Brother Yu possess the extraordinary ability to halt the winds? Seeing Li Zhengtong's expression, Qin Yu realized that the fellow was overthinking. Silly. Qin Yu tapped Li Zhengtong on the head and said, the tree isn't very tall. Can't you just use a long stick to knock all the leaves down? Once the tree is devoid of leaves, there will be no foliage to fall. Li Zhengtong's eyes lit up with understanding, and he immediately praised, Brother Yu. You are truly brilliant. But, will this action violate the sect's regulations? Not at all. I have memorized the sect's rules. It states that we must not arbitrarily damage plants. But we are not harming the tree. We are merely assisting it in expediting its metabolic processes. Li Zhengtong gazed at Qin Yu with admiration. Though he did not fully comprehend, he felt that what Brother Yu said was nothing short of the truth. Rest well tonight. And tomorrow I will join you in knocking down the leaves. Once we finish that task, it will be a lasting solution, allowing you more time to cultivate in the future. Qin Yu undertook this action as a means to compensate Li Zheng for silently assisting him in clearing away excrement for 10 days, though Brother Yu may not vocalize it. He certainly keeps it in his heart. Qin Yu further added, as for those wretched individuals from Beast Master Peak, grant me a week, and I shall undoubtedly resolve the matter. Li Zhengtong, with tear-filled eyes, responded, Brother Yu, you are truly kind to me. Enough of this sentimental banter. Swiftly return to your training. All right. Wait, come back. What is it, Brother Yu? It's nothing. Just stand still. Damn it, curse Beast Master Peak. I nearly let the important matter slip my mind. Before Qin Yu stood 4 extraordinary talents. Chapter 16. The upgrading of spiritual roots tempering through trials. A grade just as jade must be carved to become a masterpiece. A person must undergo rigorous refinement to truly cultivate their potential. Only through enduring sufficient trials and tribulations can one emerge as a formidable force. Adversity often accompanies opportunity. By overcoming challenges, one can reap rewards of equal measure. Non-replicable. Survival against all odds, a grade favored by fate. One who possesses this talent can effortlessly navigate perilous situations, transforming danger into safety and emerging unscathed. Non-replicable. Entry into formation. C grade possessing a certain aptitude for formations. One can easily grasp the fundamentals, swiftly acquire knowledge of array techniques, and proficiently apply them. Non-replicable. Inferior spiritual root. D grade marginally endowed with the talent for cultivation, yet lacking in potential. Destined to live a life as a mere servant disciple. Replicable. It appears I can only replicate D-grade talents. Wait, can I actually replicate an inferior spiritual root? Qin Yu's spirit sword. What would happen if a person possessed 2 inferior spiritual roots? Would their cultivation speed be doubled? Without hesitation, Qin Yu chose to replicate the inferior spiritual root once more. The replication was successful. Qin Yu promptly accessed the personal panel of the system. Name, Qin Yu talent, medium-grade spiritual root. Grade C, progress, 0, note. Upon reaching 100 progress, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. My spiritual root has unexpectedly transformed into a medium-grade spiritual root. 2 inferior-grade spiritual roots have astonishingly merged into 1 medium-grade spiritual root. Qin Yu was filled with exuberant joy, as if he had unlocked a new functionality within the system. Could it be that those 2 mid-grade spiritual roots can be synthesized into a high-grade spiritual root? In other words, if I were to acquire 2 more opportunities for talent replication, I could possess a high-grade spiritual root. Once I possess a high-grade spiritual root, with an additional 4 opportunities for talent replication, I could attain an exceptional spiritual root. From having no spiritual root to obtaining an exceptional one, I require merely 8 opportunities for replication. If each advancement in rank grants me a replication opportunity, I need only reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement to acquire an exceptional spiritual root. Qin Yu then realized that he had previously underestimated the system to an astonishing degree. It turned out that the system was remarkably powerful. You may return to rest now. I shall take my leave. Qin Yu exchanged a few words with Li Zhengtong before effortlessly scaling the wall and returning to his room. He was eagerly anticipating the experience of possessing a medium-grade spiritual root. Li Zhengtong scratched the back of his head, perplexed by the back-and-forth motion, wondering what Qin Yu meant by this. Wait a moment. Li Zhengtong suddenly widened his eyes. Did Qin Yu just leap over the wall in an instant? When did he become so impressive? No, it seems. He has always been this remarkable. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Yu activated the formation within, hastily settling into a meditative posture. Soon, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, swiftly coursing through his meridians, completing a full cycle in a short while. The smoothness of the cultivation process enveloped Qin Yu in unparalleled comfort, and he soon became immersed in a state of transcendental practice. The night was tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects, creating an atmosphere of profound serenity. The soft moonlight filtered through the doors and windows, casting a gentle glow upon the youthful visage of the boy, resembling an exquisite masterpiece. Time slipped by moment, until the resonant chime of the sect's bell reluctantly drew Qin Yu from his meditative state. He discerned that the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians had grown even more robust. Qin Yu was filled with exhilaration. My cultivation speed is at least 3 times what it once was. With a heart full of anticipation, Qin Yu opened the personal panel of the system. Upon observing the progress bar, he was suddenly struck by a wave of disappointment. After an entire night of cultivation, his progress had only reached a mere 3%. If he possessed only a low-grade spiritual root, a single night would have yielded a mere 1% increase. The challenge of advancing from the first to the second layer of qi refinement was fivefold. Indeed, the path of cultivation is not as straightforward as it seems. Fortunately, I have a medium-grade spiritual root. Otherwise, the prospect of my next breakthrough would be indefinitely distant. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Qin Yu retrieved a sustenance pill and swallowed it. It feels as if my mouth has dried up completely. Qin Yu smacked his lips. At first, taking the fasting pill seemed quite convenient. However, after relying on them for an entire week, he began to feel rather overwhelmed. He sensed that his digestive system was on the verge of deterioration. Back in the small town, he could catch a few fish, trap some wild rabbits, and hunt mountain chickens to enhance his meals. Little did he expect that upon arriving at the cultivation sect, his living conditions would be less comfortable than before. I must find a way to improve this situation. Qin Yu felt overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks before him. After tidying up his clothes, he summoned Li Zhengtong to accompany him to Maple Leaf Square. Brother Yu, Li Zhengtong inquired, isn't there any cleaning needed at your own square? In recent days, Li Zhengtong had been so swamped with work that he scarcely had the time to seek out Qin Yu. Thus, he remained unaware that Qin Yu's Crescent Moon Square had already been adorned with a sign reading under construction. Qin Yu casually remarked, it doesn't matter whether I clean or not. Let me finish this for you first. You are truly wonderful, Brother Yu. If I were a woman, I would undoubtedly offer myself in gratitude. Qin Yu, do you believe I will hit you? Upon arriving at Maple Leaf Square, Li Zhengtong handed a long wooden stick to Qin Yu. Brother Yu, you strike the leaves while I sweep the ground. In Li Zhengtong's perspective, sweeping was a more arduous task than striking the leaves. Using the stick seemed far too troublesome. Qin Yu discarded the stick and approached a maple tree. The tree's trunk was about as thick as an adult's thigh. He embraced the trunk and channeled his inner energy, shaking it vigorously. With a rustling sound, the maple leaves cascaded down like a torrential rain, and in no time, the once vibrant tree was stripped of the majority of its crimson foliage. Only a few scattered leaves clung stubbornly to the tips of the branches. Qin Yu had no intention of sparing these remnants. He sought a decisive resolution, determined to eradicate the roots of the problem once and for all. Qin Yu tossed the wooden stick to Li Zhengtong. Don't just stand there. Knock down the remaining leaves. Oh, all right. Li Zhengtong immediately set to work. Brother Yu, how do you possess such strength? What is your secret? Qin Yu, focus on your work. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Li Zhengtong, Brother Yu, I implore you to enlighten me on how I might become as formidable as you. Qin Yu, strive diligently in your cultivation. Under the combined efforts of the two, every maple tree was rendered completely bare. Within mere minutes, the scene transformed from early autumn to the depths of winter. Once the trees were tended to and the fallen leaves on the ground were cleared away, our task would be complete. You begin the sweeping. The beasts from Beastmaster Peak should be arriving shortly. I will take a moment to hide. All right. Without further thought, Li Zhengtong picked up a broom and began to sweep the ground. Qin Yu wandered about the vicinity, seeking wild pheasants and hares to enhance his meals. Soon, he stumbled upon a small wild river where no signs prohibited fishing. Where there is water, there are fish. Tonight, he could catch a few to improve his sustenance. Qin Yu rubbed his small hands together, a tingle of excitement stirring within him. In his previous life, he was an avid angler, possessing a wealth of fishing experience. As long as there were fish in the river, he was certain that he would not return empty-handed. Once I finish my chores, I shall venture to the market to procure a fishhook and dig up a few earthworms to give it a try. Within the Qian sect, there existed a marketplace, a venue for disciples to engage in trade. There, one could sell various concocted elixirs, harvested spirit herbs, and unused spiritual artifacts. Moreover, many disciples offered daily necessities and an array of snacks. Currency could be in the form of contribution points from the sect, universally recognized spirit stones, or the copper coins and precious metals of Liang Kingdom. In essence, any item of value could be exchanged in that vibrant marketplace. Chapter 17. The Qian sect marketplace. Estimating that the individuals from the Beast Master Peak had departed, Qin Yu meandered back to Maple Leaf Square. As expected, he found an increased presence of spiritual beast droppings, indicating a greater volume than before. It seemed that Li Zhengtong's actions yesterday had provoked them, leading to their retaliatory response. Qin Yu silently cursed under his breath and swiftly approached Li Zhengtong's side. Did they exchange any words? They merely inquired about the absence of leaves on the tree. But beyond that, little else was said. Qin Yu nodded. All right, let's get to work. After we finish our tasks this evening, we shall go fishing and enjoy a delightful barbecue. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong felt a surge of joy. He had been subsisting on fasting pills for the past few days and deeply yearned for delicious food. The duo worked much more efficiently together than alone. Soon, they were bustling about, swiftly completing the disposal of the garbage. Qin Yu patted his clothes and said to Li Zhengtong, "Please tidy up these scattered leaves a bit more. I shall take a leisurely stroll." All right. Qin Yu strolled along the path taken by the disciples of the Beast Master Peak. It was inconceivable that the spirit beasts would confine their actions solely to the square. They undoubtedly left their mark along the way. However, Qin Yu observed that these creatures refrained from relieving themselves on the main thoroughfares, as there were no servant disciples present to clean up. This indicated that the spirit beasts possessed a degree of self-control. Their choice to defile the square was a deliberate act, treating it as their lavatory, while the servant disciples were relegated to the role of their caretakers. This was the most detestable aspect of the outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak. Qin Yu surmised that these spirit beasts could not be targeting only them. Other areas overseen by miscellaneous disciples must also have been turned into latrines. As expected, Qin Yu soon encountered the first unfortunate miscellaneous disciple. This individual was named Xiao Ji, who had also recently joined the sect this year. Qin Yu did not recognize him. Yet he, in turn, recognized Qin Yu. After exchanging a few casual words, Xiaoji began to lament to Qin Yu about the issues concerning the spirit beasts of the Beast Master Peak. Xiaoji attempted to resist somewhat, but was met with an angry reprimand from the disciples of the Beast Master Peak. However, Xiaoji did not suffer any physical punishment. It seems that only a very few unfortunate souls end up enduring such a fate. Qin Yu speculated that the disciples of Beast Master Peak had likely just been harassed by Xiaoji, and upon arriving at Maple Leaf Square, they encountered Li Zhengtong once more. In a fit of irritation, they struck Li Zhengtong. Silently noting the situation, Qin Yu proceeded onward. Within less than half an hour, he encountered 5 or 6 servant disciples facing the same predicament. The greater the number, the stronger their collective resolve. The more individuals harboring grievances against Beast Master Peak, the better. Qin Yu yearned to unite everyone to collectively confront the disciples of the Beast Master Peak. However, he found himself at a loss for an effective strategy. Even with a multitude of people, they would merely be able to exchange a few blows against the outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak. Their strength was simply insufficient. Should they band together to report this issue to the sect? Qin Yu felt that hope was rather dim. Setting aside the fact that they had no idea whom to approach with their grievances, what difference would it make even if they did? In the eyes of the sect, the disciples of menial tasks were merely laborers, and whether they contributed more or less, it would hardly raise any concerns. It was not that the sect lacked compassion. Rather, those with inferior spiritual roots inherently had little prospect in the realm of cultivation. The sect not only accepted them, but also provided the most advanced cultivation techniques, the most favorable environment for spiritual development, and ensured the safety of their persons and property. Was it not reasonable for them to contribute more in return? If they were unwilling to labor, why had the sect taken them in? Thus, in seeking a resolution to their predicament, they could not rely on the sect and would have to depend on themselves. However, our collective strength as mere menial disciples is still too feeble. I wonder if there are any adversaries among the Beast Master Peak within the sect. I must take some time to inquire about this. After Qin Yu strolled about, he returned to Maple Leaf Square. The spirit beast from Beastmaster Peak had already passed, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Qin Yu and Li Zhengdong swiftly tidied up, completing their task before the inspectors arrived. You stay here for the inspectors. I shall take a stroll at the market. After the inspection, meet me there, said Qin Yu. All right, brother Yu. Qin Yu hurriedly departed, consulting the map for over half an hour before arriving at the bustling marketplace of the sect. In stark contrast to the desolate Maple Leaf Square, this place was indeed alive with activity. Shops of all kinds flourished: restaurants, tea houses, taverns, establishments selling spiritual herbs, spirit beasts, weapons, and martial arts techniques were all present. To Qin Yu's astonishment, he discovered that some of these shops were actually chain brands from external sections. For instance, there was a weapons store under the auspices of the Wang Tai sect, a spirit beast shop affiliated with the Huan Yao Pavilion, and a spiritual herb shop established by the Wanyi Valley, among others. These three sects were all leaders in their respective fields. The Xiantian sect boasted peaks dedicated to weapon forging, beast taming, and alchemy, with spiritual weapons, elixirs, and spirit beasts serving as the primary products and sources of income for these peaks. The presence of such shops would undoubtedly impact local industries. Yet, these establishments not only thrived here but flourished, a testament to the Xiantian sect's magnanimity. Such grandeur is befitting of the foremost sect in the Liang Kingdom. The marketplace essentially encompassed branches of all sects, and after a lengthy search, Qin Yu found himself unable to locate a branch of the Hehuan sect. It seems the Xiantian sect remains rather conservative and lacks inclusivity. With regard to these opulent establishments, Qin Yu could only gaze in admiration. For even a single bowl of wine or a cup of tea began with spiritual stones or contribution points. Unless Qin Yu were to sell the sword bestowed upon him by the second elder upon his entry, even parting with Li Zhengdong would not suffice to procure a cup of tea. Qin Yu presently possesses a modest amount of copper coins and fragments of silver, allowing him only to stroll through the roadside stalls set up by his disciples. The variety of goods available at these stalls surpasses that of the shops. However, the quality tends to be somewhat inferior to that found within the stores. Qin Yu approached the stall of a disciple from the alchemy peak. Excuse me, esteemed brother. Do you happen to have any elixirs that can enhance the speed of cultivation? Indeed, we do, the brother replied. There is the Qi refinement pill, available for either 8 contribution points or a single low-grade spirit stone, and the vitality powder, priced at 5 contribution points or 5 spirit stones per packet. He continued to list several options, all requiring either contribution points or spirit stones for purchase. I cannot afford it. Qin Yu chuckled lightly and hurriedly made his exit. He inquired extensively, but anything related to the cultivation of immortality was beyond his financial reach. The mundane currencies of silver and copper coins could only afford him the simplest of everyday necessities or trivial local delicacies. A skewer of candied hawthorn required 3 copper coins. A grilled sausage cost 3 copper coins, and a serving of fried chicken strips demanded 5 copper coins. Everything here is exorbitantly priced, Qin Yu lamented inwardly. In his hometown, 2 copper coins would suffice for a fragrant meat pie and a bowl of steaming tofu pudding. Yet here, he could not even afford a single skewer of candied hawthorn. The vendors of these assorted snacks were predominantly junior disciples nearing the end of their service, preparing to return home, eager to earn a few extra coins to bolster their savings before departing. Consequently, their prices were considerably higher than those outside. Complaints aside, he knew he had to spend what was necessary. Qin Yu purchased 2 grilled sausages, 2 large meat buns, and 2 servings of fried pork tenderloin. He did not buy candied hawthorn, as he preferred the flat variety. With a vigorous bite into the meat bun followed by a mouthful of fried pork, Qin Yu experienced a culinary delight that was nothing short of heavenly for someone who had not tasted oil or fat in an entire week. The meat bun oozed with juice, the pork tenderloin was crispy on the outside yet tender within, and the grilled sausage had a crunchy, charred skin. Each bite brought Qin Yu to the brink of tears. How he longed for the days of abundance. In crucial moments, one must rely on fried delicacies. Observing the bustling market, Qin Yu felt that something was amiss. In such a lively place, how could stinky tofu be absent? In his previous life, no street food scene was complete without the presence of this delicacy. Regrettably, this world lacked stinky tofu, leaving Qin Yu with a sense of nostalgia for familiar flavors. Once I am short on funds, I shall return here to sell stinky tofu, conquering everyone in the Xiantian sect with my ancestral recipe. Chapter 18. A way to deal with them after wandering the market. Qin Yu was unable to find a shop selling fishing hooks. However, he successfully met with Li Zhengtong. After handing over the grilled sausages, meat buns, and fried pork, Li Zhengtong's eyes lit up, and he began to devour the food ravenously. Brother Yu, I never realized there were so many delicious treats at the market. I've never been here before. What a grievous loss. Li Zhengtong mumbled through his mouthful. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. By the way, did the two inspectors say anything? Li Zhengtong replied, they simply inquired curiously about the leaves on the tree, but did not delve further into anything else. Qin Yu, that's wonderful. Li Zhengtong, brother Yu, have you managed to purchase the fishing hooks? Qin Yu shook his head, stating that there was nothing for sale here. However, he had purchased several embroidery needles, allowing him to craft on his own. As the two meandered aimlessly while engaging in light conversation, they were suddenly met with a cacophony of voices ahead. Damn it, those bullies from Beastmaster Peak are back again. What bad luck. Let us go, let us go. We must avoid any conflict with them. The disciples of Xiantian sect, who had set up stalls along the street, were grumbling, lamenting that tonight's business was bound to suffer. I'll pack up my stall. There were hardly any customers to begin with, and with their arrival, none will come at all. You all should hasten to close your stalls as well. Last time, they insisted on purchasing a pill that cost me 8 contribution points for 5. I can't afford to provoke them, nor can I simply hide away. Qin Yu hurriedly called out to the disciple who was packing up. Esteemed senior, may I inquire whom you are referring to? Who else could it be but those from the Beastmaster Peak? You must be new here, as you seem unaware of them. Qin Yu, are you referring to those outer disciples who ride spirit beasts to attend classes at Beastmaster Peak every day? Yes, precisely them. Qin Yu voiced his confusion. Why do so many people leave as soon as they arrive? Could it be that they dare to ride spirit beasts in the marketplace? That is certainly not the case. We merely find them repulsive. Qin Yu's eyes brightened, and he instantly sensed that there seemed to be a story behind this. Senior brother, I am a newcomer this year and am unaware of the background. Could you enlighten me? Very well, allow me to share the tale with you. The matter is quite straightforward. The disciples of the beast-taming peak, relying on the might of their spirit beasts, have long exhibited arrogance and tyranny in the outer sect. Moreover, due to their need to care for their spirit beasts, they reside together, fostering strong bonds and unity, thereby forming a considerable force within the outer sect. In contrast, disciples from other peaks are assigned to random caves, with alchemy disciples potentially living next to those of the forging peak. This arrangement by the sect is intended to prevent any peak's disciples from banding together, thus maintaining peace in the outer sect. This, inadvertently, provided the beast-taming peak disciples with the audacity to act with impunity. Previously, they often rode their spirit beast recklessly, with no one daring to provoke them. Until one day, they rode their spirit beasts to the marketplace, demanding that others yield to them, which incited widespread outrage. The law enforcement team arrested them all on the grounds of provocation. Subsequently, the sect issued a decree prohibiting their spirit beasts from appearing in densely populated public areas. I see, no wonder they only traverse through Mingwei Square or Fengye Square. Qin Yu inquired further, now that they no longer ride their spiritual beasts. Why do people still avoid them? It's not so much avoidance, the disciple elucidated. Firstly, it is due to the lingering effects of past experiences. Seeing that group incites a sense of revulsion. Secondly, their lack of decorum is notorious. Even without their beasts, they create chaos wherever they go. Take my case as an example. I sell each of my elixirs for 8 contribution points, yet they insist on acquiring them for a mere 5 contribution points. 5 contribution points do not even cover my costs, hence I cannot relent. However, if I refuse to sell, that group gathers at my stall, hindering genuine buyers from making a purchase. Furthermore, their antics are beyond the reach of the enforcement team. The sect's regulations do not prohibit haggling. After all, many have longed to confront them, yet the sect's rules bind their hands, allowing these ruffians to act with impunity. They are nothing but insipid nuisances. The scum of the Xiantian sect's outer circle. Junior brother, I must take my leave. That group approaches swiftly. The senior brother remarked while gathering his belongings. I advise you to refrain from lingering here. Should you attract their attention, your pleasant evening will be ruined. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. Qin Yu pulled Li Zhengtong away from the market with haste. The individuals from Beastmaster Peak are truly tyrants of the sect. Their behavior is utterly contemptible. Li Zhengtong lamented. How dare they consider themselves bullies? It appears they have never faced the harsh realities of life. A smirk crept across Qin Yu's lips as he replied, I have devised a strategy to deal with them. Really, Brother Yu, what is your plan? Qin Yu whispered for a while into Li Zhengtong's ear. Li Zhengtong's eyes widened as he gave a thumbs up. Brother Yu, your tactic of using a knife to kill from a distance is simply brilliant. Indeed, it takes a villain to deal with another villain. Smack. Who are you calling a villain? Brother Yu, that is not what I meant. I meant to say that you are truly cunning. No, that is not quite right. You are full of clever schemes. No, that is not it either. Li Zhengtong clutched his head, feeling utterly flustered. Qin Yu, enough. Be quiet. If you lack culture, just say awesome and stop pretending to be cultured. Li Zhengtong chuckled awkwardly. Brother Yu is awesome. This plan requires more participants. I will reach out to some people tomorrow, and we shall act tomorrow night. Understood? Li Zhengtong immediately stood up straight and replied earnestly. Understood. The following morning, Qin Yu was the first to find Xiaoxi. After listening to Qin Yu's plan, Xiaoxi immediately raised both hands and feet in agreement. Brother Yu, what should I do? Just tell me directly. I have long detested those fellows from Beastmaster Peak. All right, you only need to do this. Qin Yu, do you understand? Xiaoxi, I understand. Qin Yu, be discreet and avoid being discovered by others. Let us convene at the market at midnight. Excellent. Subsequently, Qin Yu sought out several other outer disciples who had suffered similarly, and they all pledged their unwavering support. These individuals, accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, had never endured such indignities. Now, with an opportunity to exact vengeance upon the Beastmaster Peak, their spirits soared with enthusiasm. After agreeing on a time, Qin Yu patiently awaited the arrival of nightfall. The beasts of Beastmaster Peak would never dream that the refuse they cast today would transform into the projectiles directed at them tomorrow. As the clock struck midnight, the market shops had shuttered their doors, and the once vibrant atmosphere had succumbed to an eerie silence. Ordinary cultivators do not lack the need for sleep. Rather, they can substitute rest with cultivation. Thus, as the night deepened, most retreated to their respective caves or to the dwellings of others to engage in solitary, dual, or multiple cultivation practices. At this moment, a few figures stealthily approached, their faces concealed, each bearing a large burlap sack upon their backs. Chapter 19. The disciples of Beastmaster Peak truly act with impunity. Have you arrived? Suddenly, Qin Yu's voice resonated from behind, startling Xiaoxi and the others. Brother Yu, it's you. You nearly scared me to death, Xiaoxi, donning a hood, exclaimed as he steadied his racing heart. What are you wearing those for? Qin Yu inquired, gesturing towards the hoods atop their heads. We're merely trying to avoid being discovered. Another disciple elucidated. Nonsense. There is hardly anyone in the market at this hour. Even the donkeys have returned home. Moreover, with your meager skills, if you were truly discovered, could you even hope to escape? Qin Yu retorted. With the furtive manner in which you behave, it is evident you harbor guilt, which only serves to attract more attention. In a flurry, Xiaoxi and the others hastily removed their hoods. Qin Yu, bring me the hoods. I shall take care of them for you. Xiaoxi and the others obediently handed their hoods to Qin Yu, witnessing as he placed their hoods upon his own head. Xiaoxi, Brother Yu, why have you donned them as well? Qin Yu, you understand nothing, for I am the leader and must bear the greatest risk. If you were an enforcer and encountered a group of ordinary individuals alongside one wearing a hood, whom would you apprehend first? Xiaoxi, feeling ashamed, lowered his head and murmured, I would seize the one in the hood. Precisely, they are here to capture me, providing you with the opportunity to escape. The crowd, filled with remorse, replied, Brother Yu, we apologize. We misjudged you. You still do not know me. I hold no resentment towards you, but remember this. I, Qin, will never betray my brothers. The beasts of Beastmaster Peak have persecuted you, and I, Qin, have no part in that. I simply cannot abide by the injustices inflicted upon our lowly disciples, which compelled me to intervene. Even so, I shall bear the utmost risk, should I be captured. I will never betray any of you. Simultaneously, I hope that if any of you are unfortunate enough to be apprehended, you will not reveal the identity of any brother. As Qin Yu spoke with such fervor, the faces of Xiaoxi and the others were filled with emotion. Truly, Brother Yu is the most extraordinary person in the world. Rest assured, Brother Yu, even if I am expelled from the sect, I will never betray anyone. The same goes for me. Now, let us proceed according to our plan. Be mindful to spread out a bit and create a more authentic atmosphere. Once we finish here, we must also arrange things at the central square. I have learned that the disciples from the law enforcement peak will conduct their patrols at 2 and 4 in the morning, so we have only 1 hour. Let us hasten our pace." After the group departed with the burlap sacks, Qin Yu handed a black hood to Li Zhengtong. In the haste of the day, he had forgotten to bring it, yet these young disciples had thought of everything. Li Zhengtong accepted the black hood, gazing at Qin Yu in confusion. Qin Yu slapped Li Zhengtong on the back of his head, exclaiming in frustration, "Are you foolish? The enforcers will not pursue those wearing masks. They will only catch the slowest to flee. It's not that brotherhood lacks loyalty, but rather that there is a hierarchy among brothers." Qin Yu pondered to himself. Li Zhengtong suddenly understood. "So that's how it is." He then returned the mask to Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, what does it mean?" "Li Zhengtong, I am the one who runs the slowest." "Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong usually works the hardest and consequently has the least time for cultivation. Everyone possesses similar innate abilities, and with limited time for training, their cultivation levels are naturally modest, resulting in a slower pace." The group swiftly navigates through the market, carrying burlap sacks. As Qin Yu remained vigilant, he directed his companions with precision. "Tongzi, do not let up on this side. The density is a bit too great." "Xiaoji, place that large heap in the center of the road." "Yes, right there, aimed at the entrance of Baki Pavilion and 1 Out Pavilion. And you over there, sprinkle some water. It's too dry on your side. Don't place too much here. We need to leave some for the central square, and let us make it look natural. Hurry. We have only half an hour left. Quicken the pace." After a frantic hour of labor, they hastily departed before the patrol team arrived. Shortly after their exit, the enforcers from the law enforcement peak appeared for their rounds. This time, 2 individuals came, typically following a mere formality during patrols. After the market stalls closed, protective formations were activated, and some shopkeepers and employees rested within their establishments. Which thief would dare to steal? From another perspective, any cultivator brave enough to attempt theft would hardly be detected by these 2 junior disciples. However, today was different. Upon the arrival of the patrolling disciples, a sharp, piercing sound erupted. The spacious marketplace was littered with the excrement of spirit beasts, their fur swirling in the wind, the nauseating odor lingering at the nostrils, refusing to dissipate. The deserted street was occupied only by the 2 patrolling disciples, both covering their noses. "What has transpired here?" one inquired. The other replied decisively, "It must be the people from Beastmaster Peak sneaking in with their spirit beasts again. After we apprehended them last time, they were quite displeased. They have come to provoke us today. I suspected that the disciples from Beastmaster Peak were frequenting the market at night. It seems they were surveying us, premeditated indeed. What shall we do now? Those rascals seem to think they can challenge our enforcement team again. They are simply courting disaster." One of them said ominously, "Let us maintain the current scene without taking any action. When dawn breaks and the shops open, the crowd will naturally deal with them. We'll return and inform our brothers. When the commotion ensues, we 1T act immediately. But wait until the people from Beastmaster Peak have been sufficiently beaten before we apprehend them. It appears the previous punishment was too lenient. They have not learned their lesson." The other agreed, "I've long been displeased with them. This time, they have delivered themselves right to us, and we shall not be courteous." The 2 patrolling team members firmly asserted that this was indeed the work of the disciples from Beastmaster Peak. Being seasoned disciples, they could easily discern the artificial traces, leading to the conclusion that this was a setup. Yet, that was of little significance. What mattered was their long-standing disdain for the people from Beastmaster Peak, which had previously lacked an opportunity for retribution. Now, however, the chance had finally arrived. To fabricate a charge, what need is there for lack of justification? Moreover, such conspicuous evidence lay before them. While they were unaware of who sought to target the disciples of Beastmaster Peak, they were acutely aware that an intriguing spectacle was imminent. After patrolling the area, the 2 law enforcement disciples returned with smiles, resuming their cultivation. Thus unfolded the events of that night. Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiaoji spent the night without cultivation, eagerly anticipating a grand spectacle at dawn. Chapter 20. Misfortune befalls the Beast Control Peak as the first light of day began to break. The manager of the 100 Tools Pavilion opened the store, deactivating the protective array. Just as he was about to inhale the fresh morning air, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Ugh, what could be emitting such a horrid odor? What on earth is happening in the streets? The manager swiftly activated the array to shield himself from the noxious smell. Upon surveying the situation outside, a broad smile spread across his face as he returned to the shop. Noticing their manager's elation, the staff inquired eagerly, "What good fortune has befallen you, esteemed manager? Just step outside and take a look, but be careful not to breach the array. And Xiaozhang, bring me that 1-meter-long iron rod." I have suffered significant losses in clientele. At last, an opportunity for retribution has come, the manager declared through gritted teeth. A similar scene unfolded across various shops. In some establishments, patrons of all ages were armed with long sticks. One shop owner commanded, "When I give the signal, strike with all your might, spare no one. But refrain from using spiritual energy. We are, after all, on someone else's turf. We must avoid causing any fatalities." These shopkeepers were merchants, and nothing mattered more to them than foot traffic. The greater the crowd outside, the more customers they would attract, and consequently, the more profit they would reap. However, every time the disciples of the beast control peak appeared in the marketplace, the influx of people dwindled significantly, severely impacting their businesses. They had voiced their concerns to the sect but received no solutions. After all, one cannot strip an individual of their freedom to roam the market simply because they are unpopular. Furthermore, the shopkeepers dared not provoke the disciples of the beast control peak. Previously, a shop selling elixirs had crossed paths with them, and the disciples entered in groups, neither cursing nor causing a ruckus, simply meandering inside. With the disciples present, other potential buyers of elixirs lost their desire to enter. After all, there were numerous other shops selling elixirs, all with comparable prices and quality. Switching shops was an easy choice. The shopkeeper could voice no complaints and lacked the authority to expel them. Consequently, within a few days, that shop was forced to relocate. This left the remaining shop owners with no choice but to swallow their grievances. However, disrupting one's means of livelihood is akin to taking away a parent's life. These shopkeepers had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the disciples of the beast control peak, yet they had never found the opportunity to retaliate. At last, the heavens have smiled upon them. Misfortune had befallen the disciples of the beast control peak, and their chance for vengeance had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the senior brothers and sisters setting up stalls in the marketplace arrived to witness the chaos, their fury palpable as their noses wrinkled in disgust. At least the shops could remain open, but they had lost their space to operate. The beast control peak had truly gone too far. A loud shout erupted from the ranks, instantly met with a chorus of responses echoing from all directions. The disciples of Beastmaster Peak have become utterly unruly. There is not even a space left for our stalls. It feels as though our lives are at stake. We can endure no longer, brothers. If we allow this to pass, they will surely take us for granted in the future. Do you think we can tolerate this? Absolutely not. We must not. Let us go. Those with courage, follow me to their quarters and bring them here. In an instant, a formidable throng surged toward the dwelling of the Beastmaster Peak disciples. Concealed within the crowd, Qin Yu and his companions felt a surge of elation. The fervor displayed by the masses exceeded Qin Yu's expectations. It seems the outer disciples of Beastmaster Peak have indeed committed countless misdeeds. Yesterday, observing the crowd's reaction towards the disciples of Beastmaster Peak, Qin Yu concluded that they had become the proverbial rats everyone wanted to chase away. Yet, this rat is shielded by the sect's regulations, rendering everyone powerless. Qin Yu cleverly decided to exploit this very point. Since they use the sect's rules for their protection, let us first compel them to violate those same rules. Thus, last night, Qin Yu collected the excrement of spirit beasts and strategically placed it in areas of high foot traffic, such as the marketplace and central square. Fabricating an illusion of the Beastmaster Peak's transgressions, Qin Yu provided the crowd with a catalyst. No one cared whether this catalyst was genuine. It merely needed to ignite the flames. What the crowd saw was simply a justification that would not incur the penalties of sect regulations. Soon, a group of individuals arrived at the entrance of the caverns where the outer disciples of the Beastmaster Peak resided. As Qin Yu gazed around, he noticed that the residences of the beast-taming sect disciples bore a striking resemblance to his own, the sole distinction being that their courtyards were somewhat more expansive. Inhabitants of these courtyards were their spirit beasts, which often roamed freely. "Kong Tianjiao, come out here," someone bellowed. Kong Tianjiao, the master of the earth-shaking dragon elephant and the leader of the outer disciples of the beast-taming peak, was being summoned. Upon hearing the ruckus outside, the outer disciples of the beast-taming peak began to emerge from their abodes. "What is the meaning of this?" they exclaimed, startled by the commotion. They hastily activated the defensive array in their courtyard. However, upon reflection, they recalled that they had not recently transgressed any sect rules, emboldening them to retort. "Are you attempting to cause trouble? You dare to be so audacious?" In the midst of the crowd, Qin Yu shouted vehemently, "Get out of the way. Who do you think you are? Call out Kong Tianjiao." A senior brother stepped forward, addressing all the disciples of the Beastmaster Peak. "You audacious individuals are openly defying the sect's regulations and disrupting the peace of the outer sect. I will count to 5 if you do not come out." We shall breach the formation and drag you out. 5. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak were indignant. What have we done? Do not slander us. They protested. Indeed. If you claim we have violated the sect's regulations, specify which rule we have broken. Humph. Are you truly unaware of your own actions? You have the audacity to act yet lack the courage to admit it, a pack of cowards. 4. 3. Observing the rising anger among the crowd. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak grew anxious. What do you intend to do? Trespassing into another's dwelling is a violation of sect rules. And those who are found guilty face the severe consequence of losing their cultivation and being expelled from the Xintian sect. And yet you dare to invoke sect regulations. Did you not think of those rules when you paraded your spirit beasts at the market and Central Square last night? You were the first to violate the sect's rules. We now stand for justice, ready to bring you to account. Enough of this pointless banter. Qin Yu, well aware of the adage that villains perish due to excessive talking, interrupted the dispute decisively, shouting, "Stop counting. Brothers, arm yourselves and follow me." With a loud crash, Kong Tianjiao kicked open the door, pointing at everyone with a scornful glare. You've grown bold. Let's see who dares breach my formation. As he adjusted his attire, he strode out confidently, followed by a charming female disciple whose cheeks flushed crimson at the sight of so many onlookers, smoothing out the creases in her clothing. The crowd was incensed by this display. Not only had they wreaked havoc on their stalls, but they appeared utterly unrepentant, even finding time to dally. They clearly held the rest in contempt. Rush in and seize him. The crowd surged forward, crashing through the formation, binding Kong Tianjiao tightly. The ropes used to bind him were a magical treasure, capable of suppressing the spiritual energy within him. Some, fearing it insufficient, produced an array of suppressive talismans, covering him entirely. To confront this individual, the crowd did not hesitate to bring forth their most potent treasures. The earth-shaking dragon elephant quivered in a corner, terrified, ignoring Kong Tianjiao's calls. These humans were truly fearsome. I barely know Kong Tianjiao, he exclaimed. What madness is this? What do you intend to do? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Kong Tianjiao could no longer feign indifference. I advise you to calm down, brothers. Hurry, save me. Be silent. They retorted. Someone produced a binding talisman and swiftly affixed it to Kong Tianjiao's mouth. The remaining disciples of the Beast Master Peak were so frightened that they retreated in haste, none daring to step forward. However, Kong Tianjiao's words served as a reminder to the crowd. Brothers, let not a single disciple of the Beast Master Peak escape. Those within, will you come out willingly, or shall we enter and drag you out? With a commanding voice, he declared, I am from Shudao Mountain. 3. Brothers, charge in and bring them out. Chapter 21. Truly a warrior, stop. Do not attack the formation. We shall emerge ourselves. Faced with such ferocity, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak quickly wilted. The destruction of the formation would necessitate their own contribution points for repair. We can come out, but if we die, we must understand why. On what grounds do you lay hands on us? If a reasonable explanation is not provided, we shall report to the enforcement team. The crowd reacted with derisive laughter. Stubborn as a dead duck, are you unaware of your own misdeeds? They demanded explanations, intending to haul them to the market for a thorough interrogation. The crowd escorted the disciples of the Beast Master Peak triumphantly back to the marketplace. Along the way, they encountered numerous outer sect disciples, who, upon learning that they were escorting disciples from the Beast Master Peak, rushed back to summon their friends. 1 told 10. 10 told 100. Countless disciples arrived, surrounding the marketplace in a tumultuous throng. Throughout this journey, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak were close to tears. What heinous acts have we committed to deserve such torment? Each one meticulously reflected on their recent actions, and upon careful recollection, they found nothing out of the ordinary. So why are we being captured? With this thought, all eyes turned towards Kong Tianjiao. They are shouting his name upon arrival. They must be here for him. Surely, he must have wronged someone, bringing all of us down with him. At this moment, Kong Tianjiao was on the verge of despair. Bound and hoisted aloft like a monkey on display at a zoo, his face plastered with talismans, he felt utterly humiliated. Upon reaching the marketplace, the crowd thrust the disciples of the Beast Master Peak to the forefront. Look at the chaos you wrought last night. What have you done to this once thriving marketplace? How shall we conduct our business now? Someone added, and the central square, too, has been rendered impassable, gazing at the filthy streets. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak were bewildered. Did I do this? I was unaware. No, this was not my doing. Someone is framing us. You foolish individuals. Cannot you discern that we have been wrongfully accused? Observe this excrement. The left half belongs to the Iron Eater, while the right half is from the Flying Mouse. It is evident that this has been fabricated by someone. Xiaoji exclaimed, "How dare you continue to argue when the evidence lies before us?" Li Zhengtong added, "This matter cannot be attributed to your spirit beasts. It could not have materialized from thin air." Qin Yu exclaimed, "Damn it. They've wreaked havoc at our market and have the audacity to insult us as fools. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson." The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, rolled up their sleeves, ready to hasten to the final confrontation. Wait, do not act just yet. The disciples of Beastmaster Peak retreated in haste, some becoming so flustered that they stumbled into a pile of dung. Everyone, let's remain calm. We acknowledge that these are indeed the droppings of our spirit beasts. But there is no way our beasts could have left them here. Li Zhengdong interjected, "If they didn't leave them here, could these droppings have sprouted legs and come here on their own?" Qin Yu, just admit it was your spirit beasts that caused this. Brothers, let's beat him up. Wait. Hold on. Let us not strike just yet. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. Kong Tianjiao has uttered a word until now. It seems he has tacitly accepted it. Kong Tianjiao Wu MMM. How can I speak with this binding talisman on me? The disciples from Beastmaster Peak hurriedly loosened the ropes around Kong Tianjiao. However, under Qin Yu's instigation, a throng rushed forward. Those in the back hurriedly scrambled, fearing they would miss the chance to strike. The frontliners charged ahead, while the brothers behind shouted, "Hurry up! Brothers in front! We agreed on one hit each. We're still queuing up back here." Some even began to jeer. "Who wants to buy a scalp ticket? For merely 5 contribution points, you can take the lead in beating the disciples of Beastmaster Peak. I'll pay. I want to hit Kong Tianjiao." "Scalper, Kong Tianjiao is a different price, 10 contribution points." The shopkeepers were ever vigilant, observing the unfolding situation outside. "When I count to 3, you all rush out and give them a good thrashing, primarily targeting their legs. It'd be best if they can't get out of bed for months. Make sure you return before the enforcement team arrives." "Understood, shopkeeper." The shopkeepers' aides brandished iron rods, eager to unleash their pent-up energy. The slower disciples of Beastmaster Peak were swiftly overwhelmed and beaten mercilessly. Once freed from his bindings, Kong Tianjiao bolted forward with all his might. "Where's the enforcement team? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Kong Tianjiao still harbored a glimmer of hope. However, given the uproar, the enforcement team should have arrived by now. The crowd also realized this, giving him a chance to escape. After all, there was no way he could evade capture. In ancient noble hunting practices, the quarry was often encouraged to flee. The more frantically the prey struggled, the greater the satisfaction derived from the hunt. As the foremost disciple of Beastmaster Peak, despite his questionable character, Kong Tianjiao's prowess was unquestionable. At this moment, he summoned every ounce of spiritual energy within him and dashed across the filthy ground like the wind. The disciples trailing behind had to constantly dodge the hazards on the ground, widening the gap between them and Kong Tianjiao. "Ha ha ha, do you really think you can catch me?" Kong Tianjiao laughed heartily. Just then, a multitude of shop aides suddenly surged forth from both sides, blocking his path. Kong Tianjiao hastily came to a halt. What to do? He glanced at the eager aides and shopkeepers ahead, then looked back at the clenched fist of the pursuing disciples, feeling a bit at a loss. "Kong Tianjiao, you've done enough mischief. Now there is no escape for you." Gritting his teeth, Kong Tianjiao glared at the two factions, shouting defiantly, "None of you will lay a finger on me." Upon concluding his declaration, Kong Tianjiao closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and plunged headlong into the excrement of the earth-shattering dragon elephant, rolling within it. This explosive spectacle struck at the very core of their beings, rendering all witnesses utterly astounded. Qin Yu, observing this scene, felt his mind momentarily falter in disbelief. Was this not excessively brutal? Even those who had been assaulting the other disciples of the Beastmaster Peak halted their actions, gazing in terror at the unfolding drama. The disciples who had been crying out in pain ceased their lamentations, each craning their necks, incredulous at the sight before them. The entire marketplace seemed to suspend in time. With only Kong Tianjiao emerging from the filth, bellowing at the onlookers, "Come at me. Strike me again. Go on, if you have the audacity." With each step he took forward, the crowd recoiled in fear. Kong Tianjiao transformed from a lamb to the slaughter into a ferocious tiger, drenched in filth. What a true warrior he is. Even Qin Yu could not help but silently commend him. Qin Yu urged the crowd, "Fear not. Unleash your ranged spells upon him." Chapter 22, The Revelation. Instantly, everyone comprehended his intent and began to conjure various spells, directing them towards Kong Tianjiao. "Ah, who said that? They truly deserve punishment." Kong Tianjiao cried out in distress as he was pelted mercilessly. "Cease at once. A formidable pressure enveloped the marketplace, and as it brushed against him, Qin Yu nearly stumbled to the ground. Such tremendous power. The crowd looked upwards and beheld a young man in white robes descending gracefully upon a magnificent striped tiger. All present bowed in reverence. Salutations, senior brother. The youth's white attire signified his status as an inner disciple of the Qian sect. Upon seeing him, Kong Tianjiao appeared as though he had found his savior, rising to his feet and calling out, "Senior brother Wang Li, please save us. These outer disciples are ganging up on us, the Beast Master Peak disciples." The expressions of the crowd soured, as they had not anticipated the sudden appearance of an inner disciple from the Beast Master Peak. Wang Li's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the assembly before settling upon the disheveled Kong Tianjiao. Is this a quest for vengeance on behalf of Kong Tianjiao? Qin Yu gradually eased his steps, ready to swiftly pull Li Zhengdong, Shaoji, and others to safety should the situation turn dire. No matter how formidable the inner sect disciples were, it was implausible for them to exert control over everyone instantaneously. Wang Li leaped off the fierce tiger, landing before Kong Tianjiao. He instinctively waved a hand before his nose, then donned a cordial smile and gently inquired, "Junior brother, may I ask who you are?" Kong Tianjiao replied, "Brother Wang, it is I, Kong Tianjiao." "Tianjiao?" Wang Li exclaimed in astonishment, "How have you become so disheveled?" "Brother," Kong Tianjiao pointed at the crowd, tears mingling with snot as he lamented, "I have been assaulted by them." "Do not cast baseless accusations, Kong Tianjiao. You willingly leapt into the dung heap. What does that have to do with us? If you had not pursued me, would I have jumped into the dung heap?" "Brother," they conspired together and ruthlessly attacked the disciples of the Beast Master Peak without provocation. "You must avenge us for the Beast Master sect." Wang Li turned to face the crowd. "Are they coming?" Qin Yu summoned all the spiritual energy within him, having already retreated several hundred steps prior. The outer disciples displayed such arrogance. Surely the inner disciples could not be much stronger. If a confrontation were to arise, Qin Yu planned to slip away amidst the chaos. However, Wang Li did not strike. Instead, he continued to inquire gently, "Might I ask why you are bullying my junior brothers?" "Because they deserve a beating," many thought to themselves. Yet, such words could not be spoken aloud. A senior brother bowed to Wang Li and gestured toward the littered ground, explaining, "Brother Wang, this market is a public space for us to set up stalls and wander about. The sect's regulations explicitly forbid the presence of spirit beasts. Yet they rode their beasts here last night when no one was around, leaving this place in such a state. How can we tolerate this?" Wang Li nodded, acknowledging the validity of the statement, conceding that it was indeed the fault of the Beast Master Peak. Kong Tianjiao grew anxious. "Brother, do not heed their one-sided tale. Our spirit beasts were all in the courtyard last night. They never set foot here. We are being wronged." The other disciples of the Beast Master Peak echoed his sentiments, pleading, "Brother, please advocate for us. This is slander. We implore you to investigate thoroughly." "Enough." Wang Li waved his sleeve, silencing everyone. He spoke gravely. "Even if this is slander, why are you the ones being targeted? Why has no one taken the initiative to uncover the truth? Why does everyone respond so readily? Ultimately, it is your daily arrogance and numerous enemies that have led to your isolation. Consider this a lesson for you." Upon hearing these words, all the disciples of the Beast Master Peak lowered their heads in shame. They reflected on their actions over the years under Kong Tianjiao's leadership and acknowledged that they had indeed gone too far in certain matters. Only Kong Tianjiao remained defiant, thinking, "He is merely a superior spiritual root, yet he truly believes he is significant. Once my talent increases again, I shall surely trample him underfoot." Wang Li addressed the crowd with a bow, stating, "This incident is the fault of the Beast Master Peak, and we shall bear full responsibility. We will clean this area within a day, and will allocate 5,000 contribution points to be distributed among the merchants and stall owners. While this may not compensate for your lost time, it symbolizes the Beast Master Peak's acknowledgement of its mistake." Upon hearing about the 5,000 contribution points, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak displayed expressions of distress, with a total of around 100 of them that equated to 50 contribution points per person, which represented 1.5 months of their allowances. However, since Brother Wang had spoken, they dared not refuse. Wang Li's actions left everyone feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Brother Wang is fair and just. It is truly admirable. We acted impulsively in this incident and took action before conducting an investigation, which is indeed wrong." Observing this harmonious scene, Qin Yu felt somewhat out of place. Why is this unfolding so differently from the usual narrative? The outer disciples are so arrogant, yet the inner disciples are so humble and courteous. Is there such a stark contrast within the Beast Master Peak? It must be said that Wang Li's methods are indeed remarkable. With just a few words, he has managed to downplay a significant issue into a trivial one, while simultaneously alleviating the tensions between the outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak and others. However, this time, Qin Yu's objective has been accomplished. The individuals from the Beast Master Peak have received their due punishment, providing a sense of vindication for the auxiliary disciples. Following this lesson, it is likely that the disciples of the Beast Master Peak will exhibit greater restraint in the future. At the very least, they should ensure that the excrement of their spirit beasts is disposed of uniformly, no longer daring to let it fall into the hands of others. The most arrogant of them, Kong Tianjiao, has suffered the harshest consequences. This was a predicament of his own making. Despite being able to resolve the matter with a few blows, he insisted on making such significant sacrifices. The irony is that, even so, Kong Tianjiao could not avoid the beating. It is truly a disgrace of the highest order. Were I in Qin Yu's position, I would have long since withdrawn from the sect and returned home. Such humiliation is unbearable. It is likely that for a considerable time, Kong Tianjiao will remain the subject of ridicule among others. He, being the mastermind behind the scenes, feels absolutely exhilarating. Qin Yu strode confidently out of the crowd, accompanied by Li Zhengdong, Xiaozhi, and others. How was that? Was it exhilarating? Li Zhengtong's chubby face quivered as he exclaimed, "Exhilarating." It was absolutely delightful, especially witnessing Kong Tianjiao rolling in the dung heap. I would gladly shovel manure for another month just for that sight. You truly are remarkable, brother Yu. Even the outer disciples appear as mere juniors in your presence. Xiaozhi and the others lavished their praises upon Qin Yu. Qin Yu chuckled heartily, remarking that the realm of cultivation is not solely about battles and bloodshed. It is fundamentally a matter of intellect, for knowledge is indeed power. Do you understand? Yes. Quickly attend to the cleaning. In celebration of my triumph over the foremost adversary in the cultivation world, I shall treat everyone to grilled fish this evening by the riverside adjacent to Maple Leaf Square. Long live brother Yu. In the realm of Qin Yu, harmony prevails. While the situation at the Beast Master Peak is rather dire, Kong Tianjiao and his companions toil laboriously, armed with tools to cleanse the filth strewn across the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Tianjiao approaches a diminutive figure, round-headed and wise-eyed, a fellow cultivator. Li Fin, who do you believe is orchestrating our downfall? Is it Zhou Shuhai from the Alchemy Peak, Li Ming from the Body Refining Peak, or perhaps Yi Changming from the Law Enforcement Peak? Or could it be those shopkeepers? Li Fin serves as the strategist for this small faction of outer disciples at the Beastmaster Peak. The mischief that has befallen them in recent years, all while deftly evading the sect's regulations, is largely attributed to Li Fin's astute intellect. None of them. Li Fin gently shakes his head, feigning profundity as he pinches a piece of excrement, scrutinizing it intently. What do you observe from this? Enough with the riddles. Just reveal the answer. Kong Tianjiao exclaims, his impatience evident as he gestures angrily at the sky. We have been wronged, and I vow not to rest until we exact double the retribution for this calamity. Li Fin speaks slowly. This piece of excrement is still quite fresh, with a remarkable integrity. It was likely produced yesterday, and the method of collection appears to have been deliberate and careful, preserving its form. Kong Tianjiao struggles to contain his ire. I have no time for your analysis of this matter. Discussing this with someone just plunged into a pile of filth is bound to evoke anger. Do you not comprehend? The individuals you mentioned could scarcely acquire such an intact specimen. The excrement would have been damaged during the cleanup. Given that our adversary has resorted to such tactics against us, 3 characteristics are evident. What are the 3 points? Kong Tianjiao inquires. First, they harbor a grudge against us. Second, they possess insufficient power to confront us openly. Third, they can easily access the waste produced by our spirit beasts. A glint of insight flashes in Li Fun's eyes. Based on these 3 deductions, it is clear that those responsible for our framing are none other than the cleaning disciples. They alone possess the motive and the ability to procure such complete tools of the crime. Cleaning disciples. The flames of fury ignite in Kong Tianjiao's eyes. How dare they? Chapter 23. The Retribution of the Beast Master Peak. How profoundly lonely is invincibility. Qin Yu hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to his cave dwelling with a lively gait. He first retrieved the embroidered needle he had purchased, heating it until it glowed red with the flame of a candle. With a gentle press against the ground, the needle effortlessly bent into a number 5 barbless professional fishhook. The transformation was remarkably simple. Next, Qin Yu produced the fishing line he had prepared in advance. This line was spun from the silk of a spider-like spirit beast in the realm of cultivation, typically used for mending garments. The silk was colorless and transparent. exhibiting remarkable toughness. It was said that even a 1,000-pound dragon-headed tilapia could not sever it, making it an ideal choice for fishing. Lastly, he affixed a small wooden block to serve as a bobber on the line, finding a bamboo rod to complete his fishing gear. With his tools ready, Qin Yu joyfully made his way to the riverside, embarking on a day of angling. Such is the bliss of stealing a moment of leisure from the flow of life. Qin Yu reclined on the soft grass, basking in the gentle sunlight of early autumn, his gaze fixed upon the bobbing float in the water. Rising and falling with the rhythm of the waves, an exquisite sense of contentment enveloping him. If only I were to become Emperor Qin Yu at this very moment. Life would be utterly perfect. With this thought, Qin Yu retrieved a small notebook he always carried. Striking through the path to immortality that began with mucking out stalls and replacing it with a journey to transcendence that commenced with fishing. Although the former title was more alluring, it reeked of vulgarity and was likely to fail scrutiny. Suddenly, the float plunged dramatically beneath the surface. A fish was on. With a vigorous tug, Qin Yu successfully reeled in a fish weighing 2 pounds. This fish, resplendent in its golden hue, bore a resemblance to a crucian carp. It thrived in an environment brimming with vitality, resulting in its unique appearance. However, its flavor remained a mystery. Baiting the hook with a worm, Qin Yu cast the line back into the water. He had been somewhat negligent over the past couple of days. Tomorrow, he would resume his seclusion and dedication to his practice. Qin Yu contemplated inwardly, if I cultivate for an entire night, I can achieve a progress of 3%. Cultivating throughout the entire day would yield an increase of approximately 6 to 7%. To reach the second level of Qi refinement, I would require a full 16 days of dedicated practice. Qin Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed, influenced by the Immortal Cultivation novels of his previous life. He had always believed that cultivators would seclude themselves for several years, even decades. However, upon arriving at the sect, he realized that those who engage in prolonged meditation can enter a profound state of cultivation, where 10 years pass like a single day, rendering them oblivious to the changes in the outside world. Yet, for Qi refining and foundation establishment stage cultivators, it is exceedingly difficult to attain such a deep state of meditation. For them, cultivation is a rather tedious endeavor. During his last seclusion of 10 days, he had relied solely on sheer willpower to endure the final days. Now, with this new commitment to seclude himself for half a month, he wondered if he might fall into madness. Qin Yu harbored some concerns regarding his mental health. Thus, he resolved to cultivate for 10 days followed by a day of rest. After all, the path of immortality requires a methodical approach, balancing effort with relaxation. Qin Yu silently complained to himself, why couldn't I have received a system that, with a mere chime, grants me 500 years of cultivation? Since I've already gained an advantage, why not make it something truly magnificent? Suddenly, another fish was caught. As evening approached, Qin Yu had caught more than a dozen fish. Before long, Li Zhengtong, Xiao Ji, and others arrived as promised. Tongzi, come with me to gut these fish. Xiao Ji, take them to gather some firewood. All right. The group dispersed, busily attending to their tasks. Qin Yu reminded, for fish, it suffices to remove the entrails. There is no need to scrape the scales. Be gentle with your knife and avoid puncturing the gallbladder. Alas, you've done it again. The few fish we've caught are hardly enough for your gluttony. Best you go and chop some firewood instead. In the quaint town, Qin Yu often indulges in the art of fishing and grilling, having become quite adept at the process. After stunning the fish, he meticulously cleans out its entrails, removes the distinctive spine, and skillfully scores the flesh before evenly applying a blend of seasonings. Before long, a roaring fire blazes forth. The flame should not be too fierce, and the fish requires frequent turning. Once the surface of the fish is beautifully charred, Qin Yu gently scrapes away the scales with a small knife, revealing the succulent flesh beneath. A sprinkle of salt and a dash of chili powder transform it into a dish that is a feast for the senses. A group of disciples gathers around the fire, savoring the grilled fish with great delight. Brother Yu, your grilled fish is simply exquisite. It is truly a masterpiece. Brother Yu, I suggest you open a grilled fish stall at the market. It would undoubtedly bring in a fortune. Qin Yu humbly waved his hand, dismissing the notion. What is this? The stinky tofu I, Qin, create is truly the most delectable. Stinky tofu, you ask? When the opportunity arises, I shall prepare a portion for each of you. A culinary experience that will undoubtedly linger in your memories for a lifetime. How exhilarating this prospect is. Qin Yu gazed at the crowd and remarked, I have yet to become acquainted with all of you. Might you introduce yourselves? Brother Yu, I am Wang XX. Brother Yu, I am Ming X. Brother Yu, I am Zhao XX. Qin Yu, This name is rather complicated and difficult to remember. How about this? Qin Yu pointed at Wang XX, declaring, from now on, you shall be known as Little 3. You will be Little 4, and you will be Little 5. This is far easier to recall. Brother Yu. I would prefer not to be called Little 3. That name is rather unappealing. Then allow me to bestow upon you a more pleasant moniker. Qin Yu stroked his chin and, after a moment of thoughtful consideration, proclaimed, you shall be Little 6. Brother Yu, may I be called Old 6 instead? I wish to convey a sense of maturity. Qin Yu promptly dismissed the suggestion, saying, Xiao Lu, your rank is still insufficient. After everyone had indulged in food and drink, they engaged in leisurely conversation for quite some time. Before parting ways, Qin Yu addressed the group, stating, I shall enter seclusion for a period. Should there be any further developments from the Beast Master Peak, or any significant matters arise, you may find me at cave number 666. Qin Yu uttered this statement primarily out of fear that previous events would be revealed, potentially attracting trouble from the Beast Master Peak. The following morning, he was awakened by the clamor of the array. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Xiaoxi, who was pacing anxiously, a look of distress etched upon his face. Qin Yu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. What is it? Qin Yu dispelled the formation. Brother Yu, the people from Beast Master Peak have come again. And this time they have escalated their actions. Qin Yu, has it escalated? What have they done? It's hard to articulate at the moment. Perhaps you should go and see for yourself. Qin Yu hastened alongside Xiaoxi towards Maple Leaf Square. Before even arriving at the square, he was assailed by a foul stench. Upon reaching Maple Leaf Square, he was dismayed to find the ground littered with filth, and to his utter dismay, this time it was a liquid, flowing freely and presenting a considerable challenge for cleanup. The odor was far more potent than before. Goodness! Did these spirit beasts suffer from a bout of diarrhea? Qin Yu clenched his teeth, his fists making a cracking sound. Maple Leaf Square had become unrecognizable. Those who were aware of its identity could still discern it, while others might mistake it for a cesspool. At this moment, Li Zhengtong, clad in rain boots, was laboriously wielding a shovel to clean up the mess. At the current pace, it would take an entire night to restore it to its former glory. What on earth had transpired? Upon hearing Qin Yu's voice, Li Zhengtong set down his shovel and wiped the sweat from his brow, recounting the sequence of events. It turned out that disciples from Beast Master Peak had brought their spirit beasts to this location and fed them a certain elixir. Subsequently, this was the unfortunate result. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu remarked, this is clearly a deliberate act of vengeance. It seems they have already deduced that we were responsible for that incident. How could that be possible? We have not revealed ourselves. Xiaoxi responded. Qin Yu sighed, remarking that one should never underestimate the intelligence of others, as there are indeed clever individuals among the disciples of Beast Master Peak. However, this situation has undeniably become quite challenging. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, plunging into deep contemplation. If the disciples of the Beast Master Peak were to vent their frustrations by directly confronting Li Zhengtong and his associates, the matter could be resolved. Li Zhengtong could seek assistance from the enforcement team or appeal to Zhong Wendy, and undoubtedly someone would intervene to rectify the situation. However, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak chose this particular method of retaliation, leaving Qin Yu feeling utterly powerless. As if calling upon the heavens yielded no response and the earth offered no solace. For cleaning duties fell squarely under the purview of the menial disciples. Regardless of how arduous the task might be, it was imperative to ensure the area was spotless. It was akin to the plight of a worker in a previous life, subjected to incessant demands from clients, with resignation being the only apparent escape. It seems there are indeed formidable individuals on the other side. Qin Yu silently lamented. Why must I contend with a villain who is not a simple-minded fool, guided solely by caprice? Faced with such a formidable dilemma, Qin Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for a solution. He could only grasp his tools and busily collaborate with Li Zhengtong. Qin Yu pressed a tissue against his nose, furrowing his brow as he busied himself. The situation during the day was manageable, yet the evening posed a considerable challenge. He confided in Li Zhengtong that the disciples from Beast Master Peak were expected around 5 o'clock, while the supervising senior would arrive at approximately 6. An hour was simply insufficient to complete the tasks at hand. Should the supervising senior witness the current state of affairs, it would undoubtedly result in a failing grade. After all, the conditions here could no longer be described as merely untidy. A more fitting term would be catastrophic. If deemed unqualified, their contribution points for the month would be revoked, representing a significant loss for them. Xiaoxi suggested, Brother Yu, why don't we make another attempt tonight? We could confront Beast Master Peak head-on. Absolutely not. Qin Yu swiftly countered. The disciples from Beastmaster Peak, having the audacity to act as they do, must surely have contingency plans in place. There will undoubtedly be someone watching us in the market tonight. If we go, we would be caught red-handed. What if we simply apologize to Beastmaster Peak? Xiaoxi proposed. That is out of the question, Li Zhongdong asserted firmly. One must stand their ground. Even if the disciples of Zuaniangong choose to abandon their pride, I will never bow to Beastmaster Peak. Moreover, given how severely they treated us yesterday, there is no way they would let us off easily. Xiaoxi clenched his teeth and said, if all else fails, I will report to the outer sect elder. If that does not work, I will withdraw from the sect, ensuring that none of you are implicated. Qin Yu spoke. Do not panic. There will surely be a solution. Allow me a moment to ponder. Xiaoxi, please return to your side and tidy up. Once I finish cleaning Fengye Square with Tongzi, I shall come to assist you. All right, brother Yu. As Qin Yu immersed himself in his labor, two elegant ladies approached with graceful steps, engaged in lively conversation. Sister San. The weather today is splendid, perfect for admiring the fiery red maple leaves. Indeed, Jiomei. This season is what I most eagerly anticipate each year. The autumn breeze blowing while I brew a cup of hot tea beneath the maple trees, watching the leaves dance gracefully, it is simply exquisite. The two ladies, clad in flowing elder robes, were none other than the third elder and the ninth elder of the inner sect. Each year, the elders would visit Fengye Square for a few days, relishing the cool autumn breeze and the sight of the leaves twirling in the wind. Savoring the unique essence of autumn, they would brew tea beneath the maple trees, cherishing a moment of tranquility in this secluded corner of the sect. The ninth elder sniffed the air and remarked, Sister San, do you detect an unpleasant odor? The third elder dismissed it, suggesting it was merely the result of some wild spirit beast's indiscretion, as it was not uncommon for such creatures to wander into this remote area. However, as they drew nearer, the stench in the air grew increasingly potent. The third elder employed the tortoise breathing technique to cease her respiration, while the ninth elder conjured a barrier to isolate the foul air. Both elders, seasoned by countless trials, remained unperturbed by trivial matters that could not dampen their leisurely spirits. Yet, this tranquility dissipated completely as they turned the final corner. Where are the leaves? Jiomei, did we take a wrong turn? The third elder stared at the barren maple trees before them, devoid of any foliage, alongside the foul substances emanating a noxious stench, utterly bewildered. This was in stark contrast to the picturesque scene she had envisioned. The ninth elder pointed to a nearby sign that boldly proclaimed Fengye Square, Sister San. Have we fallen into an illusion? The third elder shook her head. She was an expert in the realm of illusions. It was inconceivable that anyone within Xiantian's sect could ensnare her in a mirage without her knowledge. If it was not an illusion, then where were the maple leaves? And what were these unsightly substances beneath the trees? How could such a beautiful vista have transformed into this? Was this truly the Xiantian sect I am familiar with? Look, there are two young disciples over there. Let us inquire with them. The third elder teleported directly to them, with the ninth elder following closely behind. Qin Yu and Li Zhongtong, feeling somewhat fatigued from their endeavors, decided to take a brief respite beside Maple Leaf Square. Qin Yu was regaling Li Zhongtong with risku jokes when, unexpectedly, two elegant ladies appeared, causing him to abruptly fall silent. The third elder was the first to speak. I inquire of you both, why are the maple trees in Maple Leaf Square so bare? Where have all the leaves gone? The two esteemed ladies replied, This year, a wave of frigid air has swept in, causing the maple trees to tremble in the cold, and with that shiver, all the leaves have fallen. Li Zhongtong then began to earnestly babble nonsensically, a skill that Qin Yu had taught him for the purpose of amusing others. Qin Yu cradled his forehead with both hands, an expression of utter despondency etched upon his face. Brother, if you intend to deceive, at least choose your audience wisely. Though these two individuals exude no palpable pressure, their sudden appearance before us surely indicates they are far from ordinary. To engage in such trickery with them is tantamount to courting disaster. Indeed, upon hearing Li Zhongtong's remarks, both the third elder and the ninth elder cast them peculiar glances. Their expressions seemed to convey a silent inquiry. Are you a fool? Or do you presume we are the simpletons here? Qin Yu hastily stepped forward to diffuse the situation. What do you mean by senior? Have you ever encountered a senior so youthful? If my intuition serves me right, you two must surely be intersect sisters. The ninth elder's lips curved slightly upward. You truly possess a silver tongue, my boy. Both elders recognized Qin Yu, recalling vividly the boy who had a penchant for mischief during the recruitment. Suddenly, the two elders turned in unison, surveying the chaos strewn across Maple Leaf Square, then glanced back at Qin Yu. Third sister, I believe the sect master's judgment may be misguided. This fellow, despite being merely a servant disciple, should not be underestimated. It's a pity that second brother claimed this lad was a promising talent. Albeit with somewhat lacking aptitude, the ninth elder communicated telepathically with the third elder. Let us not rush to conclusions. Let us first hear his explanation. The third elder inquired of Qin Yu, what exactly transpired here with the maple leaves? Qin Yu candidly remarked, Sisters, we have knocked all the maple leaves off this tree with our sticks. The third sister responded, Indeed, he is a little troublemaker. He has completely ravaged these fine maple leaves. The ninth elder immediately conveyed this through telepathy. Both elders appeared somewhat irked, particularly the third elder, who seemed on the verge of an explosive outburst. Qin Yu was not at all concerned. On the contrary, this was precisely the outcome he desired. The more agitated these two became, the easier it would be to handle the situation. Qin Yu drew upon the acting skills he had honed in his previous life while requesting leave from his teacher, embarking on a solitary performance. Esteemed senior sisters, he began. You are unaware of the circumstances that compel us to act in this manner. We, too, bear our own burdens. Qin Yu wore an expression of profound distress. Just look at the filth strewn across Maple Leaf Square. We are compelled to clean it twice daily, laboring until the depths of night to restore its former glory. The incessant fall of leaves from the trees not only complicates our efforts, but also further sullies the ground beneath. In an act of desperation, we made the regrettable decision to wield the cold, unyielding rod, hastening the descent of those exquisite, ethereal sprites that dance gracefully in the wind. Yet, upon completion of this task, remorse washed over us. Each time I witnessed the disappointment etched on the faces of those who come to admire the foliage, only to leave disheartened. My heart aches with unbearable sorrow. How could I be so callous as to inflict harm upon such enchanting leaves? A few additional hours of toil on our part would have been a small price to pay. Yet the loss of these beautiful leaves profoundly impacts Maple Leaf Square and constitutes a significant detriment to the Xintian sect. My selfish desires have marred this splendid landscape, revealing the depths of my own selfishness. Qin Yu's words were imbued with genuine emotion, almost warranting a few drops of eye drops for effect. Enough with the theatrics. As he witnessed Qin Yu's ostentatious performance and saccharine dialogue, the third elder was left utterly speechless. However, Qin Yu's sentiments resonated deeply with the ninth elder, particularly when he likened the maple leaves to little fairies dancing in the wind, which awakened her youthful spirit. Are you implying that it was precisely because of the filth on the ground that you felt compelled to bring down the maple leaves? Upon hearing the promising news, Qin Yu swiftly composed his expression and inquired, Two senior sisters, indeed. But from whence do these impurities originate? Qin Yu, this matter is quite lengthy. It all began when we first entered the sect. Third elder, please be succinct. Very well. It is the outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak who have brought their spirit beasts here. Not only do they make use of the Maple Leaf Square, but wherever there are cleaning disciples, those places become their spirit beast latrine. The third elder inquired, This group of outer disciples truly behaves without restraint. When did this begin? Has it always been this way? Have you not attempted to stop them? Qin Yu shrugged. I tried to intervene, but I was met with harsh rebuke. And my brother received a beating. The two senior sisters were taken aback. We are merely humble disciples. How could we dare to meddle with the outer sect disciples? The third elder's forehead throbbed with indignation. Do they think the sect is their home? Who gave them such audacity? The third elder fumed. The ninth elder hastily attempted to pacify her. Sister, grievances have roots and debts have owners. I believe this matter has nothing to do with these two junior disciples. The fault lies entirely with the beast-taming peak. This must be dealt with severely. Otherwise, if they dare to act so brazenly in Maple Leaf Square today, they will have the gall to do so at our doorsteps tomorrow. Indeed, the third elder retrieved a token with messaging capabilities and infused it with a soul transmission. I will summon Elder Lu to witness his esteemed disciple's behavior. Before long, Elder Lu arrived in a flurry. Sister, what do you need? Ninth sister, you are also here. Before Elder Lu could finish his greeting, the third elder seized his ear and dragged him to the side of Maple Leaf Square. Sister, what is the meaning of this? There are still two juniors present. Have some consideration for my reputation. Fuming, the third elder pointed at Maple Leaf Square and demanded, Tell me, where are we? Elder Lu glanced around and exclaimed, Isn't this the sect's cesspool? Remarkably, after several centuries in the sect, this is my first time witnessing it. Sister, this cesspool is rather amusing, and it even has quite a few trees planted. I'll turn you into a cesspool if you keep this up. The third elder gestured angrily towards a large sign nearby. Now tell me what this is. Elder Lu paused momentarily before slowly reading the words aloud. Maple Leaf Square? I must say, the name of this cesspool is quite elegant. Our Qian sect truly deserves its reputation as a grand sect with millennia of cultural heritage. The third elder retorted, You. At that moment, the ninth elder burst into laughter. Qin Yu revisited all the sorrowful events of his past and present in his mind, finally suppressing the upward curve of his lips. Upon turning his head, he beheld Li Jingtong, who was on the verge of bursting into laughter. With remarkable swiftness, Qin Yu seized Li Jingtong's abdomen, twisting it forcefully until Li Jingtong's features contorted in agony, his face a mask of torment, at which point Qin Yu finally released his grip. The ninth elder remarked, Sixth brother, this is a plaza adorned with maple trees, their leaves turning a brilliant red in autumn, a picturesque sight indeed. Ah, leaves? Where are the leaves? Came the bewildered response. The presence of leaves is inconsequential. What truly matters are the foul remnants strewn across the ground. A testament to the ineptitude of your outer disciples at the Beastmaster Peak. Just take a look at how your disciples have transformed the entire Qian sect into an open latrine, relegating the servant disciples to the role of custodians. Should they dare to voice even the slightest complaint, they are met with harsh rebukes or even physical assaults. It is as if they wield more power than the sect master himself. The sixth elder was taken aback. What? This is shocking. Our first rule at the Beastmaster Peak explicitly prohibits spirit beasts from relieving themselves indiscriminately. Those outer disciples have always appeared quite well behaved during their lessons in the inner sect. After a moment of observation, the sixth elder discerned that the excrement was a result of spirit beasts consuming a particular special elixir. This was no mere issue of indiscriminate defecation. It was a deliberate act of bullying. The sixth elder was incensed, unable to fathom such malicious behavior from his own disciples. You must immediately summon the outer disciples to Maple Leaf Plaza at once. He conveyed this command to the instructor who was currently teaching the disciples. Subsequently, the sixth elder turned his attention back to Qin Yu and his companion. Qin Yu and his companion immediately stood upright and bowed respectfully. Addressing the three elders, disciple pays homage to the three esteemed elders. After overhearing their recent conversation, Qin Yu was left utterly bewildered, as if he had been struck by a donkey. The third elder repeatedly referred to Beast Peak, clearly identifying the man as the master of Beast Peak. What are the 12 esteemed elders of the sect? Beneath the sect leader of Qian sect are the 12 esteemed elders, followed by hundreds of regular elders responsible for various affairs within the sect. Naturally, those who could stand on equal footing with the sixth elder are also among the 12 esteemed elders. Given the earlier titles, it was easy to deduce that the two elegant women were indeed the third elder and the ninth elder. It was astonishing that 3 of the 12 esteemed elders had gathered in such a modest maple leaf square. Such figures could cause tremors throughout the entire realm of cultivation with a mere stamp of their feet, yet here they were, addressing issues concerning a mere disciple of the miscellaneous sect. To claim it was mere coincidence would be absurd, and Qin Yu could not believe it. They had not arrived earlier or later, but precisely at the moment when the disciples of Beast Peak found themselves in a predicament. This inevitably reminded Qin Yu of Li Jingtong's survival from Great Calamity talent effect. Survival from Great Calamity, a great celestial favored, able to turn peril into safety and escape from dire situations. Is the A-grade talent truly this terrifying? He pondered. Oh, why no longer address me as senior sister? The ninth elder teased Qin Yu. Qin Yu, seizing the moment, flattered, it is not without reason that the 2 esteemed elders are as beautiful as celestial beings, causing this disciple to momentarily lose his composure. The ninth elder chuckled heartily at this remark. Soon after, disciples from the Beastmaster Peak rushed in, prostrating themselves upon seeing the 3 elders. We pay our respects to the Peak Master and the 2 esteemed elders. The sixth elder, with a stern expression, inquired, Do you know why you have been summoned? Kong Tianjiao, with a grim countenance, lowered his head and meekly replied, This disciple acknowledges his mistake. The other disciples echoed, We acknowledge our mistakes. What is the first decree of our Beastmaster Peak? 2. Prohibit spiritual beasts from defecating indiscriminately. And what are the repercussions for violating this decree? The disciples bowed their heads, silenced by fear. The sixth elder remarked calmly, For those with serious infractions, expulsion from the Beastmaster Peak is the consequence. Do you consider your situation to be severe? The disciples hurriedly prostrated themselves, pleading, Peak Master, we recognize our errors. Please grant us another chance. Qin Yu sighed. The law does not punish the masses. Had this been the act of an individual or a few, they would undoubtedly be expelled from the Beastmaster Peak. However, when everyone is implicated, the consequences are bound to be considerably lighter. Yet, while the death penalty may be evaded, the living penalties are inescapable. It remains uncertain how merciless Elder Lu will be. Elder Lu continued, "This transgression is exceedingly grave. Yet considering your commendable conduct in the past, I shall grant you another opportunity. Thank you, Peakmaster. You have 1 day to thoroughly clean the premises, and you will also face 6 months of confinement in your cave dwelling. Furthermore, each of the servant disciples who assisted you in cleaning will receive 50 contribution points as compensation." The disciples of the Beastmaster Peak felt a pang of regret. They had just suffered significant losses the previous day and were left with scant contribution points. Now, they faced yet another financial burden. All eyes turned to Kong Tianjiao in reproach. Were it not for him, we would not be facing punishment. Elder Lu inquired, "How many of you have participated in the cleaning of this matter?" Qin Yu, speaking candidly, addressed the elder, "I am aware of 6 individuals. There are others I have not had the fortune to encounter due to their distance." The elder, with a stern expression, replied, "Very well. Now proceed to pay the 300 contribution points." After much deliberation, Kong Tianjiao and the others ultimately transferred the 300 contribution points to Qin Yu in one lump sum, which he then distributed among Li Zhengtong and the others. The plaque that unlocked the cave abode possessed the functionality to store and withdraw contribution points. The laborious disciples toiled for an entire month to earn merely 10 contribution points. Thus, 50 points equated to their income over a span of 5 months. We have struck gold. Is this the advantage of the Forged Through Trials talent? Forged Through Trials. A grade, just as jade, must be carved to reveal its beauty. A person must be refined to realize their potential. Only through enduring substantial trials can one emerge as a true powerhouse. Frequently faced with formidable challenges and life-threatening crises, one finds that crisis and opportunity coexist. By overcoming these trials, one can reap commensurate rewards. Qin Yu has truly witnessed the terrifying power of the combination of tempering through 1,000 trials and surviving great adversities. Indeed, one can reap rewards even while reclining. Qin Yu also realized that the benefits were not solely confined to Li Zhengtong. Everyone involved in the incident had the potential to reap rewards, once the matter was resolved. Elder Lu solemnly stated, "This is the first time I have caught you, and it shall also be the last. Should there be a next time, I will strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the Xiantian sect." The disciples vowed never to err again. Chapter 26. The purchase of elixirs. Is it truly resolved, just like that? After the elders departed, Li Jingtong was enveloped by a sense of unreality. For him, the whole experience felt like an enchanting dream. Just when he encountered difficulties, 3 formidable figures descended from above, effortlessly dissolving his troubles. And he even received 50 contribution points as a reward. Such a scenario was beyond the wildest dreams he could ever dare to envision. Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong on the shoulder, suggesting that such occurrences would become frequent, and it would be wise to acclimate to them early on. Depart now, and allocate the contribution points to Xiao Ji and the others. Qin Yu had no intention of sharing the contribution points with Li Zhang, nor did he take the opportunity to report additional individuals when submitting the numbers. He understood well the significance of the notable figures within their sect who granted them these benefits. These influential individuals held a deep disdain for insincerity, although the chance of this matter reaching the ears of the 6th elder was nearly non-existent. It was not worth the peril of jeopardizing his standing for a mere handful of contribution points. As he departed, Qin Yu smiled at Kong Tianjiao and said, "Little Kong, do your best." Kong Tianjiao glared at Qin Yu, thinking him merely a lowly disciple of the outer sect, fortunate for the time being. However, he believed that in 6 months, Qin Yu would meet his downfall. He chuckled ominously, "Let us see if you can endure these 6 months. Although half a year may seem brief, in a world devoid of television and mobile phones, where one could only remain in their cave dwelling to cultivate, the monotony could be quite unbearable." Before departing, Qin Yu took a moment to remind them, "We have already allocated our contribution points, but there are still numerous auxiliary disciples along this journey. Do not forget to share with them. Otherwise, Elder 6 will certainly be displeased." In a fit of anger, Kong Tian directly snapped the shovel in his hands into 2 pieces, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "I do not require your reminders. Haha. My gratitude to the boss for the 50 contribution points." Qin Yu, accompanied by Li Zhengtong, departed amidst hearty laughter, leaving the disciples of Beastmaster Peak to toil in the muck. After distributing contribution points to Xiaoxi and the others, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong made their way directly to the marketplace. Now that they had come into wealth, it was time to indulge in a lavish spending spree. Brother Yu, what do you intend to purchase? After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yu decided that he would seclude himself for a few days and procure some elixirs to aid in his cultivation. I shall also acquire some elixirs to expedite my progress, he mused, as I have been exceedingly busy lately and have fallen behind others in my cultivation. By the way, Brother Yu, are you on the verge of reaching the first level of qi refinement? Qin Yu proclaimed with a hint of bravado. By the conclusion of this seclusion, I shall have ascended to the second layer of qi refinement. Li Zhengtong responded in astonishment. Ah, Brother Yu, how have you progressed so swiftly? The two then made their way to a bustling market, casually selecting a shop that specialized in elixirs. Do you have any elixirs that can aid in cultivation? Qin Yu inquired upon entering. Indeed, the shopkeeper replied, presenting several varieties of elixirs. This is the qi refinement pill, suitable for practitioners in the qi refinement stage. Priced at 12 contribution points each. This is the qi promoting pill, ideal for those in both the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, available for 15 contribution points each. And here we have the vitality powder, also for qi refinement practitioners, at 8 contribution points per packet. The shopkeeper elaborated enthusiastically on 4 or 5 different types. Yet all Qin Yu could perceive was their exorbitant cost. 50 contribution points seemed to vanish in an instant. He recalled that the elixirs sold by vendors outside had not been nearly as expensive. Qin Yu, are there no medicinal pills suitable for cultivators in the tribulation period? Shop assistant. Qin Yu expressed his discontent, stating that if there were no suitable elixirs for cultivators in the tribulation period, what was the purpose of the store? After voicing his frustration, he departed the shop with Li Zhengtong. The elixirs here are exorbitantly priced. Let us procure them from a roadside stall instead. Li Zhengtong voiced his concerns. Brother Yu, might the quality from a roadside vendor be questionable? Ridiculous. Qin Yu retorted. The roadside stall does not disdain your poverty. How can you then look down upon its quality? Soon, Qin Yu encountered a cultivator selling elixirs and, upon closer inspection, recognized him as the same senior from before. Brother, I wish to purchase some elixirs to aid in cultivation, Qin Yu requested. Of course, the senior replied enthusiastically. Given your aura, you must be in the qi refining stage. The qi refining pill and vitality powder are the most suitable for you. The qi refining pill costs 8 contribution points each, while the vitality powder is 5 contribution points per pack. Indeed, they are significantly cheaper than those in the store. Qin Yu mused. The qi refining pill is considerably more effective than the vitality powder. If you have enough contribution points, I recommend opting for the qi refining pill. Then I shall take 3 qi refining pills. Qin Yu intended to first test the effects. If the results were mediocre, it would be more prudent to use the remaining contribution points to enjoy a fine meal at the dining hall. I want 3 as well. Certainly. The senior brother beamed with joy, recognizing a significant client. Swiftly, he placed the elixirs into 2 small porcelain vials and handed them to Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong. Senior brother, do alchemists earn a considerable income? Li Zhengtong inquired. Not at all. The senior brother sighed as he sat on the bench. Those alchemists with high success rates indeed make a fortune, but for a talentless alchemist like myself, the earnings barely cover the cost of materials. Nonetheless, alchemy is my passion. Even if I invest all the contribution points provided by the sect each month, I find it utterly worthwhile. Qin Yu assessed the talent of his senior brother. With a medium-grade spiritual root, grade C, he barely met the threshold for cultivating immortality, yet it would be arduous for him to achieve any significant accomplishments. Ultimately, he would serve merely as a supporting character to the brilliant flowers. Before Qin Yu appeared a single line, is it possible to refine pills without the talent for alchemy? Qin Yu realized that he had previously fallen into a misconception. Mastering the essential knowledge of alchemy allows all cultivators to refine pills. However, those endowed with innate talent in alchemy tend to grasp the fundamentals more swiftly and achieve a higher success rate in pill production. Conversely, cultivators lacking such talent must invest more effort and resources to enter the field, yet with sufficient dedication, they too can become alchemists. Nonetheless, innate talent dictates one's upper limits. Without a natural affinity for alchemy, no amount of hard work can enable one to concoct high-grade elixirs. On the journey back, Qin Yu inquired of Li Zhengtong, "Do you aspire to become an alchemist?" Li Zhengtong nodded and explained, "I have a relative who is an alchemist. He has informed me that this profession is quite lucrative and earns considerable respect. For instance, the qi refining pills we purchased require at most 1 contribution point for the raw materials. Once refined into pills, They can be valued at 8 contribution points, or even more. As long as 1 out of the 8 portions of raw materials is successfully refined, profit can be made. Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully. I find your reasoning quite compelling. However, the art of alchemy is heavily reliant on innate talent. I believe that studying formations would suit you far better. Upon returning to his cave abode, Qin Yu activated the array, preparing to enter seclusion. He pondered, I wonder how effective this elixir will be? Qin Yu glanced at the progress bar, currently standing at 6%. He wondered how much progress a single elixir could provide. Qin Yu swallowed a chi refinement pill in one swift motion. Soon, he felt a surge of warmth enveloping his entire body, and his meridians began to bubble with energy. Chapter 27. Breakthrough. The effects of a single chi refinement pill can last for 12 hours. As the tumult within his meridians gradually subsided and the heat dissipated, Qin Yu observed that the flow within his meridians had expanded significantly. Qin Yu promptly activated his personal panel. Name, Qin Yu talent, medium-grade spiritual root, C-grade, progress, 24 remarkably. In just one day, his progress surged from 6% to 24%. Qin Yu was somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that the efficacy of this elixir would be so formidable, directly tripling his cultivation speed. Without hesitation, Qin Yu consumed another elixir. After 2 more days, the supply of elixirs in his possession had been nearly exhausted, and his cultivation progress had reached an impressive 61. With the enhancement provided by the elixirs, a single day of his training equated to 3 days of ordinary effort. The rate of his daily advancement was so astonishing that Qin Yu found it hard to believe. Qin Yu calculated that, under the condition of ample elixirs, he would only require 6 days to ascend to the second layer of qi refinement. No wonder elixirs are so exorbitantly priced. Their effects are simply remarkable. Had it not been for the selfless contribution of 50 contribution points from the Beastmaster Peak, Qin Yu's monthly earnings of 10 contribution points would have sufficed to purchase merely 1 qi refinement pill, inevitably slowing his cultivation considerably. Qin Yu adjusted his state, preparing to continue his cultivation. However, without the aid of elixirs, he found the practice rather uninspiring. Once one has experienced the swiftness of an airplane, who would still wish to ride in a bullock cart? With a determined grit, Qin Yu hurried back to the market and procured 3 qi refining pills. At this juncture, he found himself with merely 2 contribution points remaining. After consuming the pills, he resumed his cultivation. 2 days elapsed, and upon the depletion of the effects of the second pill, Qin Yu's aura surged dramatically, the spiritual energy within his meridians expanding incessantly. The progress bar reached a full 100. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an opportunity for talent duplication. The progress bar reset to 0. Qin Yu has successfully transcended the first layer of qi refinement, officially ascending to the ranks of the second layer of qi refinement. A breakthrough has been achieved. Qin Yu slowly exhaled a breath. My current cultivation speed should not be considered slow among the outer disciples. In just half a year, I will be ready to challenge any outer disciple at will and enter the outer sect. The outer disciples comprise those with mid-grade and upper-grade spiritual roots, and Qin Yu himself possesses a mid-grade spiritual root. Coupled with the enhancement of medicinal pills, defeating those mid-grade spiritual root outer disciples poses no challenge whatsoever. Qin Yu rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. My strength has significantly increased, and my physique appears more robust. The spiritual energy coursing through my meridians seems to be nurturing my body. Just as Qin Yu was contemplating the changes he had undergone, he heard a series of knocks on the barrier outside. Qin Yu stepped out and noticed Li Zhengtong standing at the entrance. What is the matter? Qin Yu dismantled the formation. Li Zhengtong remarked, Today, the inner sect senior brothers and sisters from the refining tools peak, the formation peak, and the alchemy peak are here to impart their knowledge to us, the outer disciples. Shall we go and observe? They are here to teach us? Indeed. Many of the outer disciples have already gone. Qin Yu was somewhat astonished. He had assumed that the sect regarded the miscellaneous disciples merely as tools. However, it now appeared that the sect treated these miscellaneous disciples rather well. Brother Yu, are you going? Indeed. Qin Yu, feeling somewhat fatigued from his cultivation, decided it was time to take a leisurely stroll to clear his mind. Are you planning to study alchemy? He inquired. Li Zhengtong pondered for a moment before responding. Brother Yu, did you not suggest that I delve into formations? I believe I shall attend to the study of formations instead. Qin Yu was taken aback to discover the esteemed position he held in Li Zhengtong's heart. A mere suggestion from him had the power to alter Li's decision. Heeding the counsel of others leads to prosperity. I perceive that you possess remarkable talent in the realm of formations, young man. Qin Yu distinctly recalls that Li Zhengtong possesses a sea-level talent for formations, making the fundamentals of array techniques undoubtedly simple. Brother Yu, which one do you wish to learn? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu realized that he could master the art of weapon forging, formation techniques, as well as alchemy. At present, with Li Zhengtong dedicating himself to the study of formations, Qin Yu deemed it unnecessary to pursue that path for the time being. He could entrust matters regarding formations to Li Zhengtong in the future. However, when it came to weapon forging and the creation of elixirs, Qin Yu perceived an undeniable disparity. He had recently been captivated by the wonders of alchemy. How could he possibly survive without elixirs? Thus, he resolved to choose the path of alchemy. Qin Yu was struck by a thought. Since my demand for elixirs is so great, why not refine them myself? The lecture took place in an exceptionally spacious room, reminiscent of a conference hall from his previous life. Upon reaching their destination, the two parted ways. Qin Yu observed that the number of individuals studying alchemy and formation techniques was roughly equal, while those learning weapon forging were fewer. This disparity was primarily due to the characteristics of the weaponry industry. Although weapons are costly, many practitioners can utilize a single flying sword for years, resulting in low demand. Consequently, only those skilled artisans can amass wealth, while the rest face dire straits. In contrast, alchemy and formation techniques do not suffer from such issues. These are consumables with a high market demand, allowing practitioners to earn a living from their craft early in their studies. The lecture was delivered by an inner disciple of the alchemy peak, named Jiao Xiaoxiao. She began by extolling the virtues of alchemy, elaborating at length. But Qin Yu could succinctly summarize her discourse with a single statement. Becoming an alchemist can be profitable. Why do cultivators still cling to material wealth? The answer is simple. A cultivator requires an abundance of resources throughout their journey. Though Qin Yu may not yet perceive it, he will inevitably encounter the necessity of purchasing foundation-building elixirs during the foundational stage, and similarly, alchemical concoctions will be required for the golden core stage. Not to mention the auxiliary elixirs essential for daily cultivation. Furthermore, there are spirit tools, talismans, detoxifying pills, and spirit pets, all of which demand financial expenditure. The scarcity of resources can undoubtedly be considered the most formidable challenge faced by all outer disciples striving to elevate their cultivation. Many servant disciples fail to reach the foundational stage upon leaving the sect due to insufficient contribution points, rendering them unable to afford the necessary auxiliary elixirs. However, should one become an alchemist, all these difficulties would be effortlessly resolved. The words of Jiao Xiaoxiao have stirred something within Qin Yu. He is currently grappling with a monetary deficit, with but a single elixir remaining in his possession, which will be depleted within a day, and merely 2 contribution points left in his account, rendering him incapable of purchasing anything. Qin Yu has one remaining opportunity to replicate a talent. He has just conducted an experiment, and once again, he can only replicate a D-grade talent. Perhaps I should replicate a talent for alchemy to learn the art of pill making. Qin Yu mused. If he were to replicate a lower-grade spiritual root, he would possess both a medium-grade spiritual root and a lower-grade one. Whether both roots function simultaneously or solely the medium-grade root is utilized, it would not significantly impact Qin Yu's cultivation speed. Conversely, mastering alchemy would provide him with a continuous supply of medicinal pills, greatly enhancing his cultivation pace and enabling him to attain the next opportunity for talent replication more swiftly. It is indeed a win-win situation. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. Currently, I am under the protection of the sect, feeling quite secure. And there are no enemies lurking outside. There is no need to hasten my quest for strength. The voice of Jiao Xiaoxiao continued to resonate in Qin Yu's ears. There is no need for everyone to worry that alchemy will hinder the pace of cultivation. On the contrary, the practice of alchemy itself is a form of cultivation. It not only enhances one's cultivation level, but also augments the mastery over spiritual energy. Engaging solely in cultivation can become rather monotonous. Thus, taking a moment to learn alchemy when fatigued from practice is indeed a commendable choice. Qin Yu patted his thigh, no longer hesitating. Chapter 28. The stinky tofu emerges. Qin Yu meticulously assessed those around him. He conducted a series of evaluations on more than 10 individuals, yet not a single one exhibited any aptitude for alchemy, nor for forging or formations. Is the worth of the talents in cultivation truly so elevated? The greater the tempest, the more precious the fish. The rarity of such talents signifies that alchemists earn even more. Qin Yu continued his exploration, and after assessing more than 30 individuals, he finally discovered one with a D-grade alchemical talent. The Firestarter D-grade possesses a modicum of innate ability in the art of alchemy, capable of smoothly entering the field and concocting relatively simple elixirs. Secured. Qin Yu decisively replicated the actions. After discussing the benefits of alchemy, Jiao Xiaoxiao commenced her formal explanation of the fundamental knowledge pertaining to the art of pill refining. The first requirement for alchemy is a Dan furnace, which serves the primary purpose of transforming the spiritual energy of cultivators into the spiritual fire necessary for pill concoction. Jiao Xiaoxiao retrieved a Dan furnace from her Qinquan bag. This furnace, a deep crimson hue, features an aperture on either side. These openings, known as furnace holes, are embedded with arrays, allowing our spiritual energy to flow into the furnace. For those new to alchemy, I recommend utilizing a furnace with a single hole. It is cost-effective and easier to manage. In addition to the furnace, we must also prepare the pill formula and the requisite materials for alchemy. A comprehensive pill formula not only lists the necessary ingredients, but also details the order in which they should be added and the duration each should be refined. I possess several foundational pill formulas, accompanied by my personal insights on the refining process, which those interested may transcribe later. Despite the meticulous documentation of the formulas, alchemy remains an exceedingly challenging endeavor, especially for novices. Next, I will provide a detailed explanation of the specific steps and precautions involved in refining the powerful pill. Qin Yu attentively absorbed Jiao Xiaoxiao's explanations. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his innate talent, the fire fanning boy, he swiftly grasped and retained the steps she elucidated. He meticulously remembered several key points. Alchemy seemed quite manageable. Qin Yu brimmed with confidence. Soon, Jiao Xiaoxiao concluded her lecture and provided a live demonstration. Today's class came to an end, and she encouraged anyone with lingering questions to consult the senior brothers and sisters at the Danhua Hall after class. The Danhua Hall served as the venue for outer disciples of the alchemy peak to practice their craft, conveniently located near the dining hall. As soon as the class dismissed, Qin Yu, with the absolute prowess of a second-level qi refinement practitioner, dashed out and promptly inscribed the alchemical formula prepared by Jiao Xiaoxiao. Upon exiting the classroom, he found Li Zhengtong waiting at the door. "How did it go?" Qin Yu inquired. Li Zhengtong replied with confidence. "The formations don't seem too challenging. I believe entering the field should pose no problem." Qin Yu declared with determination, "Let us hasten to the market and procure the necessary materials." The two of them rushed to the bustling marketplace with great fervor. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong first procured the necessary spirit brushes and talisman paper, expending a total of 6 contribution points. Subsequently, the two ventured to the shop that sold alchemical furnaces. Qin Yu currently finds himself without funds and wishes to inquire about the pricing. "What? The cheapest alchemical furnace costs 30 contribution points? Why don't you go and seize one?" "My good fellow, the process of crafting these furnaces is intricate. Not only must the body be sufficiently sturdy and heat-resistant, but it also requires intricate inscriptions of formation on its surface. 30 points is merely the base cost. Brother Yu, why don't we pool our resources? I still have 20 contribution points remaining. Even that is insufficient. I have only 2 contribution points left." Qin Yu escorted Li Zhengtong out of the shop, first seeking out his senior brother, who sold goods at a street stall, to inquire if he possessed any solutions. This senior, named Li Ming, was swiftly located by Qin Yu at their usual spot. Upon learning of Qin Yu's interest in alchemy, Li Ming expressed great delight and assured him that he could approach him with any questions regarding the art of pill refinement in the future. However, after Qin Yu articulated his intentions, Li Ming found himself at a loss for options, explaining that the alchemical furnaces he had previously utilized had all been sold, and the one he currently employed was ill-suited for novices. Qin Yu naturally had no intention of acquiring senior brother Li Ming's alchemical furnace. He inquired whether his senior had any channels for procuring a reasonably priced furnace, even a second-hand one. Li Ming pondered seriously for a moment, then replied, "As of now, none of my acquaintances are considering replacing their furnaces, but I can certainly keep an eye out for you. Unfortunately, I do not have any leads on affordable furnaces. My first one cost me an entire month's worth of contribution points." He continued, "An outer sect disciple earns 30 contribution points in a month. Does that mean I have to wait 3 months?" Qin Yu lamented, feeling the duration was excessively long and unbearable. "Thank you for your assistance, senior brother." "Not at all. It is no trouble." Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong departed from Li Ming's stall, and along the way, Qin Yu continually surveyed the surrounding stalls. He was not one to retreat in the face of challenges. Qin Yu's determined objective is unwavering, impervious to any persuasion. Li Zhengtong remarked, "Brother Yu, Why not consider borrowing 10 points from Xiao Ji and the others? 30 contribution points are not too steep. Qin Yu shook his head, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile. No need. I have already devised a way to earn money. A mere 30 contribution points is but a trivial matter for someone like me. Qin Yu borrowed a Qianquan bag from Zhong Wendy and took a brief leave to return to his hometown. He did not return to Xiantian's sect until nightfall. That evening, Qin Yu endeavored to cultivate. With plans for the following morning, he refrained from consuming the last qi refining pill, which consequently slowed his progress in the second layer of qi refinement. While in the first layer, he could achieve a remarkable 3% increase in a single night without any medicinal aid. Now, however, his nightly cultivation yielded only a little over 1% improvement. The absence of pills rendered his advancement rather sluggish. As dawn broke, Qin Yu wheeled a cart to the market, adorned with a sign that boldly proclaimed stinky tofu. Fortunately, the remaining ingredients from before his ascent had not gone to waste, albeit the odor had intensified. How unpleasant. Yet, as the saying goes, it may smell foul but taste divine. While ordinary snacks are purchased with copper coins, Qin Yu firmly believed that his stinky tofu was no ordinary dish. It was unique in this realm of cultivation. This groundbreaking creation would undoubtedly send ripples through the culinary world. Selling each skewer for merely 1 contribution point seemed incredibly reasonable. Qin Yu pushed his cart in search of an empty spot, and beside him was a senior selling candied hawthorn. Ugh, what an odious smell, exclaimed the senior, pinching his nose as he turned to Qin Yu and asked, "My friend, the market prohibits the sale of excrement. Violators will face a fine." Offended by the insult directed at his pride, the stinky tofu, Qin Yu retorted without hesitation, "Old dang, I am selling stinky tofu." Repeat after me. Stinky tofu, pronounced as chudu. If you cannot read, perhaps you should study with children for a few more years. The candied hawthorn seller, indignant, replied, "I care not what you are selling, but with such a foul odor, how am I to sell my candied hawthorn?" Qin Yuling, struck by a sudden inspiration, exclaimed, "My dear brother, you are mistaken. Have you never heard of the method of contrast through juxtaposition?" The elder brother Tang Hulu responded, "What do you mean?" Qin Yu, standing next to someone unattractive makes you appear more handsome than usual. Standing beside someone with a darker complexion makes you look fairer than normal. Brother Tang Hulu, indeed. You have a point. Qin Yu, by the same token, when your candied hawthorn is placed alongside my stinky tofu, it accentuates the delightful sweetness and tang of your treat. Do you understand? Candy hawthorn master, I see now. My apologies, good sir, for having misjudged you earlier. Qin Yu graciously remarked, "No worries, no worries. Old dang. Stay close to me. If you can sell a string of these candied hawthorns, I'll consider you remarkable." Chapter 29. The Unfortunate Kong Tianjiao Candied Hawthorns. Delightfully sweet and tangy. Stinky tofu, pungently fragrant yet delectable. Candied hawthorns, a harmonious blend of sour and sweet. Stinky tofu, irresistibly spicy and appetizing. Despite the fervent shouts of the duo promoting their wares, not a single soul approached their stall. Around Qin Yu, there seemed to exist an invisible barrier that deterred anyone from approaching even slightly. Gradually, the market became increasingly crowded, with throngs of people gathering, particularly at some bustling stalls, which resulted in congestion. Yet, in front of the stalls selling stinky tofu and candied hawthorn, a vacuum of emptiness emerged, untouched by any passerby. The candied hawthorn vendor inquired, "Good sir, why do they all choose to take a detour?" Qin Yu, is it that your candied hawthorn skewers are so poorly made that no one is willing to buy them? Just look at how bustling the stall selling fried crispy meat is. The candied hawthorn master, with an expressionless face, replied, "My business yesterday was even more thriving than his." Qin Yu, it seems that the candied hawthorn you prepared today is lacking in quality. Just look at that piece. It has already turned black, clearly indicating its staleness. The candied hawthorn master, veins bulging on his forehead, retorted, "Do you not consider the possibility that the issue lies with you?" Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, declaring it impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be any issue with his stinky tofu? Are you questioning the authenticity of the ancestral recipe of the Qin family? The candied hawthorn senior retorted, "Come on, what ancestral recipe? It seems to me you are merely peddling spoiled food. This tofu has gone bad." Qin Yu retorted, "If this tofu isn't pungent, how can it be called stinky tofu? The more odorous it is, the more authentic it becomes." The sugar-coated hawthorn brother exclaimed, "Goodness! Who would eat something that foul?" Qin Yu, did you not hear the slogan I shouted? It smells foul, yet tastes delightful. Would you care to sample it? Tanghulu Shixiang. No, thank you. Qin Yu, come, try a skewer. It's free. You're sure to fall in love with this flavor. Tanghulu master, get away from me. Remove that grimy thing. Ugh. At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly heard a voice that was particularly familiar. What is that foul odor? Xiaoqing, please allow me to explain. Qin Yu swiftly navigated through the throng, honing in on the source of the voice with remarkable speed. He soon pinpointed an individual clad in a black robe, shrouding himself completely as if to evade the light. At that moment, the figure was pursuing a woman, uttering the words, "You must allow me to explain." Why did that voice resonate so familiarly? Suddenly, a flash of realization illuminated Qin Yu's mind. Goodness, this voice bears an uncanny resemblance to Kong Tianjiao. He mused. Shouldn't he be confined within his cave dwelling today? How has he ventured into the marketplace? It became clear why he was so thoroughly cloaked. He had evidently slipped away in secrecy. Qin Yu observed discreetly, noticing Kong Tianjiao, cloaked in black, hastening a few steps to grasp the hand of a woman. The woman swiftly turned, retracting her hand, and the two of them halted face to face. As fate would have it, their position was conveniently located just a short distance from Qin Yu's stall, while the rest of the marketplace buzzed with activity. An eerie stillness enveloped the area beside Qin Yu's stall, rendering it a desolate zone. Passers-by instinctively quickened their pace, deterred from lingering, as Kong Tianjiao preferred this optimal spot to evade unwanted attention. Xiaoqing, it is truly not as you imagine. Good heavens, what is that dreadful odor? The woman named Xiaoqing retorted angrily, "How dare you say I smell? I did not mean you." Kong Tianjiao hastily clarified, "I meant there is an unpleasant scent in the air. Just take a whiff." Xiaoqing shot him an exasperated glance. "My nasal congestion has flared up recently. I cannot discern any odor, and you seem to show no concern for me at all. Of course I have not forgotten. Look, I have procured medicine for your nasal condition." Kong Tianjiao promptly handed her a vial of pills, softening her demeanor somewhat. Seizing the moment, Kong Tianjiao implored, "Xiaoqing, it is truly not as the rumors suggest. You are still trying to deny it." Xiaoqing turned her head. That day, so many witnesses saw Xiaolian emerge from your room in disarray, who in this marketplace did not heed their nonsense. That day, Xiaolian merely delivered breakfast to me, and those people were eager to see my downfall, hence they spread lies. Noticing Xiaoqing wavering, Kong Tianjiao pressed on, "Qingqing, have you forgotten our solemn vows? Do you not recall our promise beneath the maple leaves to remain steadfast for a lifetime?" Xiaoqing's brow furrowed, mentioning that only intensified her anger. No wonder not a single leaf remains in the maple leaf square. It seems you, the wretched scoundrel, have changed your heart. Kong Tianjiao felt an urge to strike himself in frustration. Why did he have to mention the cursed maple leaves? And how could it be that not a single leaf was left? He sensed an unseen force conspiring against him. "Qingqing, this is all a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain." "I will not listen. I will not listen. Do not seek me out again. We are simply not meant to be." Wonderful. Qin Yu ceased to fiddle with his stinky tofu, and, alongside his fellow disciple selling candied hawthorn, perked up his ears to attentively listen to the conversation between the two. Ugh! Kong Tianjiao could not suppress a retch. "Well, you disgusting man. Do you now find me repulsive?" Xiaoqing exclaimed. "No, it's just that the stench is overwhelming, reminiscent of the past few days." "Ugh! Just go away. Don't bother me anymore. Our relationship is over," Xiaoqing declared, turning to leave. "Li Qingqing." Kong Tianjiao's voice deepened. "Don't think I don't know. You simply despise me because you find me unclean, don't you?" "Indeed," Xiaoqing boldly admitted. "The mere thought of you, covered in filth, makes me feel nauseous. Besides, you have become the laughingstock of the outer sect. Who doesn't know you as the man-child of excrement? Associating with you as a partner would be utterly embarrassing. You, Li Qingqing, will regret this. There are plenty of women around me. I don't need you." Li Qingqing hastily departed, leaving Kong Tianjiao fuming in place. "Damn woman, just you wait. One day, I will make you regret this," he thought, as he grimaced at the wretched odor. Kong Tianjiao was furious, to the point of wanting to smash everything in sight. "How utterly splendid, a twist I did not foresee," Qin Yu instinctively commented. However, the acute hearing of cultivators allowed Kong Tianjiao to catch this remark. Seeking death, Kong Tianjiao's features twisted with rage as he stormed over, taking 2 steps for every one. As he approached the stall, the oppressive stench intensified. Gazing upon the source of the foul odor, memories of his earlier torment and the humiliation he had suffered resurfaced, igniting a fury within him. Realizing his commentary had been overheard, Qin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Care for some stinky tofu? It smells awful but tastes delightful." Kong Tianjiao's face contorted with rage. "I'll eat your mother." With a thunderous crash, he unleashed his wrath, sending Qin Yu's cart soaring a meter into the air, hot oil and stinky tofu scattering across the ground. The commotion drew the terrified gaze of everyone nearby. Regaining a semblance of composure, Kong Tianjiao remembered he had sneaked out and quickly tightened his black robe, hoping the vendor hadn't seen his face. Yet, upon looking, the veins on Kong Tianjiao's forehead pulsated once more. How is it that this guy is here again? It seems that whenever I am unfortunate, this fellow is bound to appear. Qin Yu feigned a sudden recognition of Kong Tianjiao, his face awash with astonishment as he was about to exclaim. However, Kong Tianjiao swiftly covered Qin Yu's mouth and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Do not shout. I will compensate you for your stall." If the sixth elder were to discover that he had sneaked out, he would likely be expelled from the Xiantian sect without hesitation. Chapter 30. Grateful for the contributions from the esteemed brother at the top of the leaderboard. 200 contribution points. Qin Yu boldly declared his demands. Can such a trivial item truly be worth 200 contribution points? Qin Yu shrugged his shoulders, saying, "If you refuse to comply, I shall resort to shouting loudly to summon the enforcement team." "No, please." Kong Tianjiao inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within. "I will comply. I will comply." "Is that not sufficient? Would it not have been better to do this sooner?" Qin Yu waved his hand at the onlookers who were gazing at him, reassuring them. "It's nothing. This is merely my friend's way of greeting. I refer to it as the aesthetics of violence." Upon hearing Qin Yu's explanation, the crowd, initially prepared for a spectacle, let out a dismissive tch and gradually dispersed. It was only then that Kong Tianjiao felt a sense of relief wash over him. Qin Yu extended his hand, demanding 200 contribution points. "Bring them forth." I lamented that I did not possess such an amount. Over the course of a month, I had only accumulated 30 contribution points, supplemented by the meager rewards from daily tasks. However, in recent days, I had been penalized by both my senior brother and the peak master, depleting my reserves significantly. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, gathering his energy, preparing to shout once more. "Do not shout." Kong Tianjiao hastily drew forth the treasured sword. "This sword of mine can be sold for 200 contribution points. Qin Yu, will you accompany me to sell? Let us go." Soon, Qin Yu and Kong Tianjiao arrived at the spirit tool shop. A fluffy little black dog unexpectedly emerged from somewhere, hastily running to Qin Yu's stall and devouring all the scattered stinky tofu. Amidst the bustling crowd of the market, not a single person noticed this scene. Before long, Qin Yu returned with a beaming smile, exclaiming that today had truly been a bountiful harvest, expressing gratitude for the contribution points gifted by the top supporter. Observing Qin Yu's smug demeanor, Kong Tianjiao gritted his teeth and inquired, "What is your name?" "I remain unaltered in name and unchanging in lineage. I am Li Jingtong, the young master of the Li family." "Li Jingtong, is it? I shall remember you," Kong Tianjiao retorted fiercely before hastily departing, shrouded in his black cloak. Qin Yu gazed at the departing figure of Kong Tianjiao, his heart filled with admiration. There must be numerous treasures on Kong Tianjiao that could be exchanged for a significant amount of contribution points. Qin Yu intended to tidy up the scattered stinky tofu, only to discover that it had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that someone just came by to clean up? Qin Yu, feeling disinclined to ponder further, wiped the oil from the ground and proceeded to push the cart back to his dwelling. Upon reaching his doorstep, he fortuitously encountered Li Jingtong. With the absence of maple leaves from Maple Leaf Square, Li Jingtong merely needed to conduct a daily inspection, spending the remainder of his time cultivating at home. "Brother Yu, have you taken to setting up a stall at the market?" "Indeed. How much did you earn?" Qin Yu extended 2 fingers, proudly declaring, 200 contribution points. 200? Li Jingtong exclaimed in astonishment. "It took me an entire year of service to the sect to earn even close to that." "Brother Yu, just how much have you sold?" "Not much, really. The main issue was that the customers found the odor too unpleasant, and they overturned my stall, resulting in a loss of 200. Li Jingtong was left speechless. "Brother Yu, this is for you." He handed Qin Yu a golden-hued talisman. "What is this?" Li Jingtong introduced it with pride. "This is a talisman I crafted, known as the Quick Hardening Talisman. Its purpose is to enhance surface defense and can be affixed to clothing for use. Talisman can be utilized independently or integrated into formations, serving as a crucial node that significantly amplifies the formation's power. Given the numerous similarities between talismans and formations and the relative ease of drawing talismans, novices in the study of formations often begin by mastering the creation of talismans. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, a formation master is also regarded as a talisman master. Qin Yu praised, "Impressive. However, the name of this talisman sounds somewhat frivolous." Would you consider this your initiation? Li Zhengdong scratched the back of his head and humbly replied, I wouldn't regard this as an initiation. The quick heart talisman is among the simplest of talismans, quite easy to draw. Qin Yu understood that Li Zhengtong's assertion of simplicity stemmed from his sea-level talent in formation. For an ordinary individual, mastering even a single talisman might require an extensive period of study. This exemplifies the distinction between a genius and an ordinary person. Li Zhengdong continued. The realm of formations is vast and profound. I am still some distance from mastery. Currently, my most pressing issue is my insufficient cultivation. After merely inscribing 2 talismans, my internal spiritual energy was completely depleted. However, I have also discovered a silver lining. The act of drawing talismans can indeed enhance one's cultivation, albeit at a slower pace than traditional training. Qin Yu had long anticipated this, since alchemy could enhance one's cultivation. It was only logical that talisman crafting could do the same. Very well, continue to exert yourself, for my future freedom in talismans will depend on you. Qin Yu set down his small cart and returned to the market to procure an alchemical furnace along with a considerable amount of medicinal herbs. With newfound wealth, he was determined not to compromise his status as the esteemed Emperor Qin Yu by selecting the cheapest option. After a thorough comparison, he chose a furnace of a resplendent golden hue, priced at 55 contribution points. Subsequently, he visited the herbal store to acquire materials for 30 doses of strengthening elixir. This elixir, thoroughly explained and demonstrated by Jiao Xiao, is one of the easiest to concoct, making it particularly suitable for novices. The effects of the strengthening elixir are quite straightforward, as it temporarily enhances the physical strength of the consumer. The preparation of the elixir requires merely 3 types of spiritual herbs, no-gene flower, fierce tiger grass, and the leaves of the bone-breaking tree, all of which are exceedingly common and inexpensive. 1 contribution point suffices to purchase the materials for 3 doses of the strengthening elixir. Qin Yu inquired about the redemption price of the strength elixir, which stands at 3 contribution points per unit. As long as he successfully refines 1 elixir from 9 portions of materials, he will not incur any losses. Should he succeed in producing 2, it would be a substantial profit. Qin Yu contemplated with delight. If I can successfully obtain just 10 out of these 30 materials, I shall earn 30 contribution points, netting a profit of 20 contribution points. Then, I will exchange these 20 contribution points for qi refinement pills to aid in my cultivation. It is simply perfect. Qin Yu hurriedly carried the alchemical furnace back to the cave dwelling number 666, brimming with anticipation to commence the process of refining elixirs. Upon returning to the abode, he hung a sign at the entrance that read "Do not disturb," and subsequently activated the array. The practice of alchemy is most sacred and is severely disrupted by any interference. Qin Yu arranged a selection of spiritual herbs in the courtyard, positioning the alchemical furnace in a direction auspicious for feng shui. After a brief period of meditation with his eyes closed, Qin Yu calibrated his state to its optimum. Let the endeavor commence. Qin Yu opened his eyes and perused the alchemical formula, meticulously reviewing the steps outlined within and attentively considering the precautions. First, he raised the temperature to 500 degrees. Qin Yu deftly infused spiritual energy into the furnace, igniting a blazing inferno within. Remarkable. It seems the temperature has reached an optimal level. First, I shall use the intense heat to evaporate the moisture from the 2 cow tendon flowers. Qin Yu placed 2 beef tendon flowers into the alchemical furnace. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the 2 beef tendon flowers were reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The temperature seemed to be a tad too high. Qin Yu skillfully regulated the influx of spiritual energy, causing the flames within the furnace to gradually diminish and the temperature to steadily decrease. Once more, Qin Yu once again placed 2 cow tendon flowers into the alchemical furnace. This time, the flowers did not turn to ashes. Instead, their petals twisted rapidly, ultimately settling at the bottom of the furnace. Another failure. The temperature was lower this time. Qin Yu began to reminisce about the thermometer from his previous life, which could simply be pointed at the alchemical furnace to reveal the temperature. It was truly a miraculous tool for alchemists. Alas, I cannot even craft a thermometer. My lack of education has cost me dearly. Chapter 31. The commencement of alchemy. Qin Yu realized that he had underestimated the art of alchemy. When he observed Jiao Xiao demonstrating it with such ease, he never anticipated the substantial challenges that awaited him in practice. In this world, devoid of any measuring instruments, achieving the appropriate temperature relied solely on experience and intuition. Qin Yu speculated that even the 500 degrees inscribed on the pill formula was merely an approximate temperature estimated by the alchemist. If the temperature was too low, one should infuse more spiritual energy. Conversely, if it was too high, one should reduce the infusion of spiritual energy. This method necessitated repeated experimentation. Qin Yu gradually increased the infusion of spiritual energy. Once the temperature stabilized, he placed 2 more beef tendon flowers into the mixture. Yet, the temperature remained low. Regulating the infusion of spiritual energy proved to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Qin Yu had previously progressed in his cultivation at an astonishing pace. Although he possessed a considerable amount of spiritual energy within him, he lacked the proficiency to wield it effectively. In moments of urgency, he would expend all of his internal spiritual energy in one go, leading to its rapid depletion. This method of utilization was exceedingly inefficient. As he embarked on the path of alchemy, the inadequacies in Qin Yu's abilities became glaringly apparent. The art of alchemy demands an exceptionally stringent level of control over one's spiritual energy. Even the slightest miscalculation could adversely affect the quality of the elixirs or result in complete failure. The ability to control spiritual energy is intrinsically linked to the alchemist's mental strength. Mental strength is a profound and enigmatic force that not only aids cultivators in mastering their internal spiritual energy, but also enhances their perception of the external world. Some formidable beings, even with their eyes closed, can vividly sense the surrounding flora and fauna through their mental prowess. Lower the temperature slightly, a tad lower. Beads of sweat, resembling tiny pearls, continuously slid down Qin Yu's forehead, soaking his garments entirely. Although the weather had turned slightly cool, the relentless heat from the furnace raised the surrounding temperature to an excruciating 40 to 50 degrees. Had Qin Yu not attained the second level of qi refinement, he would likely have succumbed to heat stroke by now. Even as a practitioner at the second level of qi refinement, enduring such extreme temperatures for an extended period remained quite unbearable. Yet, at this moment, Qin Yu was wholly engrossed in the flames of the alchemical furnace, completely oblivious to the scorching sensation against his skin. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered a profound state of concentration. He could distinctly perceive the rhythmic dance of the flames within the furnace, attuned to every subtle alteration of the ox tendon flower as it transformed within. Qin Yu's mental prowess is coming into play, gradually intensifying. A little lower, just a tad lower. Qin Yu exerted every ounce of his remaining spiritual energy to gradually manipulate the temperature within the furnace. This was the moment. Qin Yu swiftly cast 2 cow tendon flowers into the furnace. This time, the flowers did not ignite instantaneously. Their petals did not curl, but rather unfurled gracefully, reminiscent of a blossoming bloom. Wisps of white mist emanated from the flowers as the moisture within the cow tendon flowers was released. Success. Qin Yu found himself utterly drained, unable to manipulate the alchemical furnace any longer, and collapsed onto the ground. It was then that he realized the sun had already ascended to its zenith in the southern sky, indicating it was noon. The spiritual energy within him had been completely expended, leaving not a single drop remaining. A sense of dizziness overwhelmed his mind, a consequence of his excessive mental exertion. Without the support of spiritual energy, the ox tendon flower within the furnace plummeted to the bottom, rendering it devoid of any alchemical value. Qin Yu wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and counted the materials, only then realizing that this was his 15th attempt. Possessing the fire fanboy talent for D-grade alchemy, achieving success after 15 trials seemed almost unfathomable for those devoid of such gifts. He had purchased a total of 30 sets of materials, and already 15 sets of beef tendon flowers had been rendered useless. However, Qin Yu felt no regret. Every effort was worthwhile. The mere enhancement of his mental fortitude alone was a benefit beyond comparison to any single contribution point. Qin Yu first took a refreshing bath and donned a clean set of clothing, after which he commenced the practice of his Xiantian technique to replenish the spiritual energy within him. After approximately 15 minutes of cultivation, his internal spiritual energy was restored to its original state, even surpassing the levels he had in the morning. It appears that alchemy can indeed enhance one's cultivation, however. I remain uncertain about the speed of this progression. Qin Yu opened his personal panel. Name, Qin Yu talent, medium grade spiritual root, C grade. Fire stirring boy, D grade, progress. 2. Note: upon reaching 100 progress, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted, as the progress bar does not display decimal points. Qin Yu was unable to ascertain the precise increase. However, he estimated that his cultivation over the course of the night should yield an increase of approximately 1.5. After spending half a day refining elixirs, he believed he had achieved an additional 0.5 If he dedicated the entire day to alchemy, he could potentially increase by 1, which is approximately 0.5 slower than pure cultivation. Yet, the benefits derived from alchemy far exceed this mere 0.5. Indeed, choosing to refine elixirs was the right decision, although the spiritual energy was abundant. Qin Yu still felt exceedingly fatigued. I must take a moment to rest. Qin Yu rubbed his head and collapsed onto the bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. Sleep is the swiftest means of rejuvenating one's spirit. After approximately half an hour, Qin Yu awoke, feeling invigorated and full of vitality. After washing his face, he resumed his alchemical pursuits. This time, he succeeded in refining the beef tendon flour after only 2 attempts. He then lowered the temperature to 300 degrees and crushed the leaves of the broken bone tree, adding them to the cauldron to mix with the beef tendon flour. With prior experience, Qin Yu had developed a certain understanding of the internal temperature of the furnace. However, he now encountered a new challenge: how to amalgamate the beef tendon flour with the leaves of the broken bone tree. Qin Yu pondered earnestly over the techniques elucidated by Jiao Xiaoxiao. Under the intense heat of combustion, gradually compress the tendon flour and the leaves of the broken bone tree with spiritual energy, intricately blending them together, achieving a profound fusion where you exist within me and I within you. Qin Yu envisioned his spiritual energy as a pair of large hands, continuously kneading 2 types of spiritual herbs. Initially, he found it quite challenging, as he had to control the temperature within the furnace while simultaneously manipulating the 2 herbs. This dual focus proved difficult for him. However, gradually, Qin Yu discovered the necessary techniques. Through countless failures, his mastery over the manipulation of spiritual energy grew increasingly proficient. After the 13th failed attempt, he finally, at long last, exhausted the supply of the Nyo Jinhua herb. Chapter 32. This elixir surely isn't toxic. Is it? Damn. It's gone so soon? I had just begun to feel something. Upon raising his gaze, Qin Yu noticed that the sky had darkened, unconsciously. Half a day had slipped away. This time, the spiritual energy within Qin Yu had not been depleted. It was not due to an increase in the spiritual energy itself, but rather a growth in his mental acuity that enhanced his command over it. He could now allocate and utilize the spiritual energy within him with greater precision, thus preventing any wastage. In other words, Qin Yu had become more resilient than ever. Qin Yu sat cross-legged to replenish his spiritual energy. The prolonged concentration had left his mind feeling swollen. I can no longer refine elixirs. I must take a moment to rest. Qin Yu changed into a fresh set of garments and leisurely strolled through the sect, seeking to unwind his weary nerves. The scenery of the Xiantian sect was indeed quite delightful. Although devoid of electricity, wax candles illuminated the surroundings, and unknown flora along the pathways emitted a subtle, enchanting glow, bestowing a unique aesthetic charm. After meandering for a while, Qin Yu proceeded to the market to procure some beef tendon flowers and the leaves of the fracture tree. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he carefully stored away the alchemical furnace and made his way back to the wooden cabin to prepare for his cultivation. While refining elixirs is undoubtedly significant, it is the enhancement of one's cultivation that forms the very foundation of a cultivator's path. A great immortal, surnamed Zhou, once proclaimed that all endeavors of a cultivator should fundamentally aim at elevating their cultivation. Merely cultivating for one night and consuming the qi refining pill seems a tad excessive. Qin Yu gazed contemplatively at the last qi refinement pill. Yet, to refrain from consuming the elixir would render my cultivation progress exceedingly sluggish, tantamount to squandering time, youth, and life itself. It is utterly disgraceful. The efficacy of the qi refinement pill lasts for a full day. However, during daylight hours, Qin Yu must dedicate himself to alchemy, thus wasting the pill's potential. Suddenly, an ingenious solution dawned upon him. If one pill can sustain its effects for an entire day, then half a pill should perfectly suffice for one night. Qin Yu promptly divided the elixir in 2, consuming one half at once. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Qin Yu subdued his aura, reflecting, indeed, the effects of the potion are but sufficient for a single night. I truly am a genius. Qin Yu glanced at his personal panel and noticed that the progress bar had reached 7. Consuming elixirs certainly accelerates my cultivation. Qin Yu arose and refreshed himself, subsequently venturing to the market where he procured 2 sizable meat buns. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he commenced preparations for alchemy. This time, Qin Yu did not hasten into the process. Instead, he meticulously reviewed the essential considerations for concocting the strength elixir. He recalled the intricate details of yesterday's alchemical endeavors, reflecting on his previous shortcomings. Once he felt adequately prepared, Qin Yu brought forth the alchemical furnace. With the insights and experiences gained from the previous day, his alchemical process proceeded with far greater ease. After merely 3 attempts, he successfully fused the materials of beef tendon flower and broken bone tree leaves, resulting in the embryonic form of the elixir. This nascent concoction, roughly the size of a quail's egg, shimmered in a deep green hue, swirling and undulating under the delicate control of spiritual energy. Only one final ingredient remained for the successful creation of the strength elixir, the fierce tiger grass. Qin Yu meticulously followed the prescribed steps of the alchemical formula, cautiously incorporating the final ingredient. Yet again, he would blend in the fierce tiger grass. Drawing from his previous experience, he astonishingly achieved success in a single attempt. Now, only the final procedure remained. It was time to apply intense heat to refine the elixir to forge the potion. With elevated temperatures, the impurities within the concoction would be eradicated, causing the elixir to diminish in size until it resembled a mere fingernail. When the potion's hue transitioned from a deep green to a profound black, it signified the successful completion of the alchemical process. This stage demanded immense concentration from the alchemist, who had to continuously monitor any alterations in the potion and adjust the furnace's temperature accordingly to effectively eliminate the impurities. In his initial attempt, Qin Yu observed that the elixir remained unchanged in color, prompting him to continuously elevate the temperature of the alchemical furnace. At long last, through his relentless perseverance, the concoction transformed into a lump of charred coal, disintegrating into powder at the slightest touch. With numerous failures accumulating, Qin Yu grew indifferent to the setbacks, seizing another batch of materials to commence anew. His journey was fraught with obstacles, encountering failures at times in the second step, at others in the third, and occasionally even at the final step. After 2 consecutive days of alchemical endeavors, Qin Yu found himself with no successful elixirs, having exhausted all his materials. However, the solitary silver lining was that his mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. He could now deftly divide his spiritual energy into 3 or even 4 streams, simultaneously engaging in diverse tasks. Moreover, his alchemical skills had visibly advanced. Initially, he would falter even in the fundamental process of refining cow tendon flowers. But now the earlier steps had become mere trifles for him, with the primary challenge lying in the elusive final step. I can no longer toil in isolation. It would be prudent to consult my senior brother, for he may illuminate the reasons behind my failures. Qin Yu set off for the market, first procuring 30 sets of materials for concocting the potent strengthening pill. Following this, he returned to his usual spot in search of his senior, Li Ming. Li Ming welcomed him with great enthusiasm, and after closing up for the evening, he personally visited Qin Yu's cave abode to provide guidance on his cultivation. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's adeptness in refining the tendon flower and merging it with the leaves of the broken bone tree, Li Ming could not help but express his envy. In just 2 days, junior brother Qin has reached such a level. You truly surpass me by leaps and bounds. After observing the entire process of Qin Yu's alchemical endeavor, Li Ming identified the problematic steps and demonstrated how to execute the final step correctly. As the enlightening realization dawned upon Qin Yu, the following day, he attempted merely thrice before successfully concocting his inaugural great strength pill. Cradling the warm elixir in the palms of his hands, he was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. After 4 arduous days filled with countless failures and expending nearly 30 contribution points, he finally earned this precious pill. No, rather, it was 2. Qin Yu once again discovered a pill at the bottom of the alchemical furnace, a specimen merely half the size of a great strength pill. This pill, entirely white in hue, bore a striking resemblance to the white chocolate of a past life, exuding an enticing allure. Qin Yu scratched his head in confusion, pondering why this particular furnace could yield 2 elixirs. Is this potion formed from impurities? Qin Yu placed the white elixir under the sun for a meticulous examination. Yet he arrived at no definitive conclusions. Never mind, let me first test the efficacy of the powerful elixir I have concocted. As Qin Yu was about to place the powerful elixir into his mouth, a sudden realization struck him. What if there is an issue with my refining process? What if this potion is toxic? Although the ingredients, beef tendon flower, fierce tiger grass, and bone-breaking tree leaves, were known to be non-toxic, who could ascertain what peculiar chemical reactions might occur under high temperatures? So, whom should I choose to be the guinea pig for this experiment? Qin Yu suddenly recalled Li Zhengtong. That fellow possesses an extraordinary talent for survival. He is remarkably resilient. Even if this elixir were indeed toxic, he would surely endure it. He is, without a doubt, the perfect candidate for testing the medicine. Moreover, Qin Yu had already devised a rationale. Since Li Zhengdong had bestowed upon him the first talisman, he would reciprocate with this initial pill as a gift. The principle of reciprocity is essential in navigating the intricacies of human relationships. Qin Yu excitedly knocked on Li Zhengtong's door, and coincidentally, Li Zhengtong was at home. "Brother Yu, is there something you need?" Qin Yu smiled and said, "I have a gift for you, my very first elixir." Li Zhengtong hurriedly took the elixir, placing it carefully aside, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yu." Qin Yu rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Aren't you curious to experience the effects of the elixir crafted by your brother Yu?" Li Zhengtong, puzzled, replied, "But there are no opponents at the moment. Wouldn't taking the elixir be a waste?" "Not at all. There is an abundance of this substance. You should hasten to test my craftsmanship." "Very well." Li Zhengtong conceded, retrieving the elixir and swallowing it whole. What transpired next was astonishing. Chapter 33. This elixir is poisonous. Li Zhengtong's complexion flushed crimson, his breath growing labored. His arms began to elongate, muscles in his limbs rapidly swelling, and in an instant, he grew half a meter taller. His physique becoming several times more robust, resembling a towering mountain of flesh standing resolutely. Qin Yu looked up at Li Zhengtong, and an unexpected sense of oppression enveloped him. The effect was astonishingly powerful. Qin Yu was utterly astonished by the effects of the strengthening pill. Wasn't it supposed to only enhance one's strength for a brief period? He exclaimed, "Is this merely a little boost?" "This is an astronomical increase." Observing Li Zhengtong, who seemed to have transformed into a muscular behemoth, Qin Yu estimated that his strength had increased by several times, if not more. "This is simply outrageous." Li Zhengtong grinned widely, admiring his well-defined biceps. "This is incredible. It's the physique I have always yearned for. Brother Yu, the elixir you concocted is astonishing. I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. I could obliterate a bull with a single punch. I just wonder how long this will last." Qin Yu extended his hand and said, "Come. Let us engage in a test of strength." Li Zhengtong, panting heavily, scoffed, "Brother Yu, with your slender arms and legs, can you really manage this? Are you questioning the prowess of a second-tier Qi refinement practitioner?" Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves, casting a challenging gaze at Li Zhengtong. The two of them positioned themselves at the stone table in Li Zhengtong's courtyard, and the moment their hands clasped, Qin Yu was immediately struck by an overwhelming force. Qin Yu dared not to be negligent. He immediately activated his cultivation technique, channeling the spiritual energy within his body into his arms. Remarkably, both parties exerted their strength simultaneously, resulting in an evenly matched contest. This left Qin Yu even more astonished. Li Zhengtong, merely at the first level of Qi refinement, exhibited strength that was not at all inferior to his own, which was at the second level after consuming the power pill. Could it be that this power pill enables practitioners to battle beyond their own level? One must never underestimate the significance of a mere level difference. After Qin Yu ascended from the first layer of Qi refinement to the second, his strength surged at least fivefold. The effects of this elixir are simply extraordinary. And it costs merely 3 contribution points per pill. How astonishingly affordable. Just as the two were evenly matched, a sudden eruption of dark hair sprouted on Li Zhengtong's face. This was swiftly followed by growth on his neck and chest, continuing to extend downward. This spectacle left Qin Yu momentarily stunned in his distraction. His arm was inadvertently pressed against the stone table. "Oh yeah," Li Zhengtong exclaimed, raising his arms in sheer exhilaration. Qin Yu first rubbed his eyes and then, with a face full of terror, pointed at Li Zhengtong's arm, rendered speechless. At that moment, Li Zhengtong was entirely covered in black fur. His robust physique and elongated arms made him resemble a veritable gorilla. Witnessing his good friend suddenly transform into a gorilla clad in clothing, joyfully raising his hands and rhythmically swaying his body while emitting peculiar sounds of oh yeah, was utterly bewildering. Qin Yu was reminded of the circus from his previous life. If a unicycle were added below and a ball were cradled above, it would be an exact replica. Li Zhengtong, noticing the peculiar expression on Qin Yu's face, mistakenly assumed he was upset over his loss and hastily offered words of consolation. "Brother Yu, do not be troubled. My ability to triumph over you is entirely dependent on the elixirs you crafted, is it not?" Qin Yu shook his head and struggled to speak. What has happened to you?" "I am perfectly fine." Li Zhengtong glanced at his arm and touched his face, his emotions crumbling instantly. Brother Yu, this elixir of yours is poisonous." "How peculiar. Why has black hair sprouted?" "The power elixir never had such an effect." Qin Yu turned the prescription over and over, straining his mind yet failing to discern where the mistake lay. Li Zhengdong, wrapped in a quilt to conceal his dark fur, sat in Qin Yu's courtyard, looking utterly despondent. Brother Yu, please think of a solution. I look like a chimpanzee. How will I ever face anyone again? Do not fret. Perhaps the effects of the medicine will wear off, and you will return to your original form. It has already been a quarter of an hour. When will this effect subside? Li Zhengtong was on the verge of tears. Qin Yu scratched his head, pondering. The potency of the strength elixir lasts merely 5 minutes. Why does the one I concocted seem so remarkably enduring? Could it be due to my exceptional stamina? No, no, no. How could I allow my thoughts to wander at such a moment? Is it possible that alchemists possess enduring capabilities? No, no, no. Qin Yu shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts. Why does the power-enhancing elixir I concoct differ from others? I followed the formula precisely, and if there were any discrepancies, Senior Brother Li Ming would have surely mentioned it yesterday. Qin Yu gradually shifted his gaze to Li Zhengtong. Since there is no issue with alchemy, it must be a matter concerning the consumption of the elixir. Li Zhengtong responded, Brother Yu, why do you look at me like that? Qin Yu, it's nothing. I believe I have identified the crux of the issue. Really? Li Zhengtong immediately broke into a smile, inquiring where the problem lies. Don't worry. I still need to verify it further. Qin Yu activated the alchemical furnace and commenced the refining of elixirs. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, he successfully produced a powerful elixir. While a small white pill remained at the bottom of the furnace, though Qin Yu paid it little heed. Brother Yu, are you truly considering using poison to counteract poison? Li Zhengtong exclaimed, covering his mouth tightly with both hands. Before grasping the situation, he resolved to consume another of the mysterious pills crafted by Qin Yu, even if it meant debasing himself. What nonsense about using poison to counter poison? Have you been overly influenced by the tales you've read? Just wait here. Qin Yu hurriedly set out with the elixir in hand. Only by identifying the source of the issue could he administer the appropriate remedy. To ascertain whether the problem lay with Qin Yu's elixir or with Li Zhengtong himself was straightforward. He merely needed to find another individual to consume the elixir. Xiaoji, you have been chosen. A mere 15 minutes later, Qin Yu, accompanied by the second chimpanzee, pushed open his courtyard gate. Ah, it truly is my fault, Li Zhengtong remarked, observing the entirely black-furred Xiaoji, and could not help but burst into laughter. Sometimes, when one is in dire straits, it can be profoundly distressing. However, witnessing another who shares a similar plight can bring a sense of comfort to the heart. Qin Yu referred to it as the phenomenon of failing students in university. Xiaoji glared at Li Zhengtong, silently sitting beside him, wearing an expression of utter desolation. Qin Yu stroked his chin, pondering where the issue might lie. Why would a perfectly fine strength-enhancing elixir transform a person into a gorilla? Suddenly, he recalled the white pill at the bottom of the furnace. What set him apart from others was precisely that peculiar white pill. Qin Yu resembled a detective who had unearthed a pivotal clue. As the truth appeared to materialize before his eyes, within 10 paces, there must be an antidote, he proclaimed. The emergence of that white pill surely bears significance. It must have been created specifically to counteract the adverse effects of the powerful elixir. Qin Yu swiftly located the 2 white elixirs and presented them before Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji. I had forgotten that the antidote was conjured alongside them. This is indeed the remedy. Consume it without delay, Qin Yu asserted confidently. The 2 exchanged glances with Qin Yu and instinctively recoiled. Li Zhengtong took a step back, while Xiaoji retreated 2 steps. Qin Yu extended a white elixir to Li Zhengtong, a radiant smile gracing his face as he said, Tongzi, it's time to take your medicine. Li Zhengtong shivered slightly, hesitantly inquiring, Brother Yu, are you certain this is truly the antidote? Of course. When have I, Qin, ever deceived a dear brother? He replied confidently. You may question my abilities, but never my integrity. For the sake of a brother, I would gladly bear the weight of a dagger in my side. Gazing into Qin Yu's resolute eyes, Li Zhengtong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to place his trust in him. He took a white pill and placed it in his mouth. Suddenly, Li Zhengtong's pupils dilated, and with newfound vigor, he leapt into the air. Qin Yu and Xiaoji were both taken aback. Xiaoji exclaimed, Fortunately, I didn't need it. Meanwhile, Li Zhengtong was bouncing around with excitement. Addressing Qin Yu, Brother Yu, this elixir has a delightful banana flavor. It is simply exquisite. Delicious? Banana flavor? Qin Yu was taken aback. It turned out that this elixir was not meant to free the orangutan, but rather to subdue it. Such cruelty. Chapter 34, Disciple of the Demon Sect? This defies all logic. Qin Yu glanced around, unable to comprehend how the situation had spiraled into such chaos. Li Zhengtong, brimming with excitement, dashed about the courtyard, having snatched another white elixir to consume. Brother Yu, are there any more of those white elixirs? The banana-flavored ones are simply exquisite. Qin Yu was engulfed in deep suspicion, pondering whether that white elixir possessed exhilarating effects. Xiao Ji, with his wide, expressive eyes, gazed intently at Li Zhengtong. To be honest, he felt a pang of regret. He too was curious about the flavor of that enigmatic white pill. Please grant me a moment of silence. Qin Yu seized Li Zhengtong and delivered 2 solid punches to his densely haired head. The world instantly fell silent, and Li Zhengtong, looking pitiful, slumped down beside Xiao Ji. Qin Yu ambled before the 2 gorillas with his hands clasped behind his back. Presently, he bore tidings of both good and ill. Which would you prefer to hear first? The good news. The bad news. The 2 responded in unison, utterly lacking in harmony. Very well, I shall commence with the bad news. The unfortunate revelation is that, as of now, I remain perplexed as to why you have transformed into this state. The expressions on the faces of the 2 gorillas immediately fell. Do not be disheartened, for I still have good news to share. A glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. The good news is that your strength has surged to more than 5 times its previous level, and this enhancement is remarkably enduring, so take a moment to relish it. However, the gorillas' faces fell even further. Observing their indignation, their muscles tensed, as they contemplated retaliating against their own predicament. Qin Yu immediately exclaimed, "Calm down. I have some good news. What you are experiencing is undoubtedly a side effect of the elixir. Once the potency of the elixir has completely dissipated, you will surely revert to your original state." Upon hearing this, the 2 felt it was reasonable, their expressions softened, and their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as they looked at Qin Yu. "Brother Yu, how long can the effects of this elixir last?" Qin Yu cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Well, the effect of the ordinary strength elixir lasts at most a quarter of an hour." The expressions of the 2 gorillas fell in dismay. "We have already been transformed into gorillas for nearly half an hour, and you tell us the effect only lasts a quarter of an hour? Calm down, calm down." Qin Yu hastily reassured the 2. "What I meant is that the effect of the ordinary strength elixir lasts only a quarter of an hour, but my elixir is clearly not an ordinary one." "That makes sense." A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the 2 gorillas as they looked at Qin Yu with their last shred of expectation. "Brother Yu, how long can your strength elixir last?" I'm not certain about the exact duration. It largely depends on your performance. However, do not fret. I, Qin, am not a stingy person. Given the considerable ordeal you have endured, I will certainly provide you with compensation, ensuring that you do not suffer in vain." Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji looked on with eager anticipation. What sort of compensation? After some contemplation, Qin Yu decided to compensate each of you with 5 of the powerful elixirs I personally refined. "Alas, I cannot endure this any longer. Qin Yu, you are exceedingly overbearing. Calm down. Do you truly believe that I, Qin, fear you? Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between the second and first levels of qi refinement." Bang. The dinosaur resists the wolf. Clap. Bang. 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 Ah, 2 gorillas, I concede you are formidable. We are all in this profession. Let us show some courtesy. Do not strike me so harshly. Be gentle, be gentle. Do not damage my alchemical furnace. That costs 55 contribution points. 5 minutes later, breathing heavily, the 2 gorillas leaned against each other. Qin Yu, with a bruised and battered visage, gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, lamenting the vicissitudes of life. Blaming himself for refining the elixirs too powerfully, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, having calmed down, were compelled to confront the stark reality of the present. "Brother Yu, what do you suggest we do? If we wait for another hour and you remain in this state, we shall have no choice but to visit the Spirit Healer Pavilion." The Spirit Healer Pavilion serves as the hospital of the Xiantian sect. It is where cultivators go for treatment when severely injured or when their cultivation practices go awry. The 2 sighed. "It appears we have no other recourse." Qin Yu circulated his spiritual energy, swiftly mending his injuries. Although the recent encounter appeared intense, the 3 were well aware that Qin Yu had merely sustained superficial wounds, which would heal completely after a brief period of cultivation, once his injuries were fully healed. Qin Yu resumed his study of the alchemical formula. "Brother Yu." Li Zhengtong quietly approached Qin Yu. "What is it?" Qin Yu inquired. Li Zhengtong chuckled sheepishly. "Do you have any more of that white elixir? Is it truly that delectable?" "Absolutely. That white elixir is the most exquisite thing I have ever tasted in my life." As he reminisced, Li Zhengtong continued, "It boasts a rich, aromatic, and profound banana flavor that penetrates the depths of one's soul, melting in the mouth and releasing an irresistible fragrance that is simply beyond compare." This is the first time Qin Yu has heard someone use the terms rich and fragrant to describe bananas. He believes that Li Zhengtong must have lost his senses, as his taste buds appear to have failed him. No matter how one concocts the ingredients of beef tendon flowers, tiger grass, and broken bone tree leaves, they bear no relation to bananas. It is utterly impossible to produce a pill with the flavor of a banana. Upon hearing Li Zhengtong describe the exquisite taste, Xiaozhi too yearns to sample the flavor of that white elixir. Qin Yu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Have you perhaps inherited certain traits of gorillas after your transformation? Instinctively yearning for bananas?" The two responded in unison, "I am not a gorilla." "Very well, you are not," Li Zhengtong added. "Although the elixir has a flavor reminiscent of bananas, it surpasses them in taste by 1,000-fold. It is simply incomparable to any banana." Qin Yu pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about I buy you a banana to taste? It's possible that your sense of taste has changed after consuming the strength-enhancing elixir." Qin Yu was about to head to the market to make a purchase when Li Zhengtong remarked, "I still have some bananas that I bought a few days ago in my room. Perfect timing. I will go and fetch them." Qin Yu handed a banana to the two individuals. Xiaozhi took a bite and remarked, "It tastes just like usual, no difference at all." Li Zhengtong, however, took a bite and immediately spat it out, exclaiming, "How could one who has savored the finest delicacies possibly consume such inferior fare? It seems the issue indeed lies with that white elixir. Could it truly be that delectable?" Qin Yu found himself quite intrigued. With some time still at his disposal, he prepared the alchemical furnace and refined another strength pill. As anticipated, that white elixir once again appeared at the bottom of the furnace. Upon seeing this white elixir, Li Zhengtong's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Yu picked up the elixir and inhaled its scent, discovering it bore no remarkable aroma. Under the eager gazes of Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi, Qin Yu swiftly consumed the entire pill. "Brother Yu, save half for me," Li Zhengtong exclaimed anxiously. But it was already too late. Qin Yu savored the white elixir as if it were a candy, allowing it to dance between his lips and teeth. It has a slight hint of banana, though not overwhelming and certainly not particularly delectable. He mused. Could it be that this elixir is designed for those who have consumed the strength pill and transformed into gorillas? Qin Yu's dream of wealth is shattered. Li Zhengtong inquired, "Brother Yu, how is it? Is it delicious?" Qin Yu refrained from providing a response and instead refined a white elixir. This time, he divided the potion into two halves, offering one portion to Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi eagerly consumed it, soon exclaiming in delight at its exquisite taste. It seems that only by transforming into a gorilla can one truly appreciate this delicacy. Casting a glance at the forlorn Li Zhengtong, Qin Yu quietly tucked away the remaining half of the elixir. "I shall keep this half for you, to be returned once you revert to your original form." It was then that Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi realized that an hour had slipped by, and they had yet to regain their former selves. Let us proceed to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi wrapped themselves tightly in dark cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. The trio trotted along, swiftly arriving at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Qin Yu, having expended 10 contribution points, was assigned to a physician. "Do you require treatment for external or internal injuries?" inquired the physician. "Neither," Qin Yu replied. "It's my two friends behind me who are in a bit of trouble." Qin Yu glanced back at the two individuals, gesturing for them to remove their black cloaks. Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi reluctantly shed their garments, revealing their well-defined muscles and robust hair. The physician was taken aback. Having initially assumed that these cloaked figures were human, to his astonishment, they turned out to be two gorillas. The physician cautioned, "My dear fellows, this is a place for treating humans. For the care of spirit beasts, please visit the veterinary pavilion. You are the true spirit beasts here, while we are but humans." Astonished, the physician marveled at the fact that this spirit beast could articulate speech, noting its cultivation level was merely at the Qi refinement stage. He pondered how a spirit beast of such a rank could possess the gift of human speech, suspecting it harbored the bloodline of a divine beast within. "Qin Yu, no? Wait, do not remind me. Allow me to ponder this myself. A primate divine beast, could it possibly be a descendant of the divine demon ape, or perhaps the six-armed frenzied ape? Yet, both of these creatures are rather unsightly. They do not resemble their progeny. Could it be that their bloodline is impure, resulting from hybridization? Qin Yu, no." As Qin Yu had not yet finished speaking, he was once again interrupted by the physician. "My dear friend, I must caution you that the consciousness of a spirit beast believing itself to be human is exceedingly perilous. It would be prudent to first send them to Beast Taming Peak for proper training." Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi were exhaling heavily through their nostrils. If not for their inability to retaliate, they would have relished the opportunity to strike this individual. Once the physician ceased his discourse, Qin Yu hastily clarified the situation. "Are you implying that your two companions transformed into this state after consuming the elixir you concocted? Indeed. Qin Yu nodded affirmatively. Is this absolutely certain? Absolutely certain. Very well. Please wait here for a moment while I fetch the medicine. Thank you, physician. As the physician hurriedly departed, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yu smiled and remarked, it appears that such situations are quite common. A simple explanation suffices for the physician to determine the appropriate treatment. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji both exhaled in relief, realizing it was not a grave issue. It had nearly frightened them to death. As the three continued their discussion, the door to the room was abruptly kicked open. The departing physician pointed at Qin Yu and shouted, "It is he, a suspected disciple of the demonic sect, who has transformed our sect's practitioners into spirit beasts." Qin Yu. Chapter 35. The Sect of Celestial Observation. Suddenly, two formidable cultivators emerged behind the physician, their terrifying aura rivaling that of Golden Core ancestors, swiftly overpowering Qin Yu. Qin Yu, Li Jingtong. Xiaoji. Misunderstanding, a misunderstanding indeed. Physician, I apologize, my friend. It was primarily due to your previous statements lacking clarity. Qin Yu. Have you given me the opportunity to clarify? Physician. The matter you speak of is so astonishing that it transforms individuals into spirit beasts. Such a malevolent technique. I initially thought it was a new method developed by a cult. Thus, Qin Yu, which disciple of the demonic sect has committed misdeeds and then come to boast about it here? Are they seeking a swifter demise? Li Zhengtong, let me clarify. I am not a spirit beast. I am a pure cultivator cloaked in the guise of one. Xiaoji, I am the same. Physician, I apologize. It was my oversight. Qin Yu rubbed his aching shoulders and pointed at Li Zhengdong and Xiaoxi, declaring, if you can heal them, I shall forgive you. The physician shook his head repeatedly, stating that he had never encountered such a situation and deemed it impossible to cure. What then shall we do? He lamented, given the severity of this condition. It appears that only an elder possesses the capability to effectuate a cure. However, the cost of such treatment is exorbitant, and you likely cannot afford it. Li Zhengtong and Xiaoxi were struck as if by a thunderbolt, their eyes devoid of hope, as if their future existence had lost all significance. Qin Yu never anticipated that the situation would escalate to such severity. After all, he had merely concocted a humble elixir. However, there exists an alternative. The physician took a sip of water and spoke slowly. I have heard that a direct disciple of the Grandmaster of the 100 Medicine Hall has arrived in the nearby town of Bellflower, close to our Xiantian sect. You may seek him out. The 100 Medicine Hall is a sect comprised entirely of healers who traverse the land, offering their services to the common folk free of charge, earning them immense respect among the populace. Even in the small town where Qin Yu once resided, the reputation of the 100 Medicine Hall was well known. In the realm of cultivation, it stands as one of the foremost sects, and its grandmaster is revered as the sage of medicine, a figure capable of restoring life and mending flesh. Although the martial prowess of the 100 Medicine Hall may be modest, its influence and ability to garner support are unrivaled. In the diverse landscape of cultivation sects, who could claim to have never owed a favor to the 100 Medicine Hall? A saying has long circulated in the cultivation world: to oppose the 100 Medicine Hall is to oppose the entire realm of cultivation. This illustrates the formidable allure of the 100 Medicine Hall. Now, the esteemed disciple of the Sage of Medicine has fortuitously appeared near the Xiantian sect. A twist of fate indeed. Qin Yu and his companions promptly bid farewell to the physician and hurriedly made their way to Linglan City. Although Linglan City is in proximity to the Xiantian sect, this proximity is relative for those capable of flight. In reality, Linglan City lies a considerable 200 kilometers away from the Xiantian sect, necessitating at least 2 days of travel on foot. Fortunately, the sect has arranged flying vessels that traverse to various locations, primarily intended for disciples embarking on missions, allowing passage for merely one contribution point. Qin Yu and his companions boarded the bus of this immortal cultivation realm. The speed of the flying vessel was astonishing. In just a little over 10 minutes, they had journeyed from Xiantian sect to Linglan City. Stepping off the vessel, Qin Yu beheld the city for the first time. Linglan City was bustling with a large population, its economy thriving and its strength ranked among the top 5 in the Liang Kingdom. Qin Yu and his companions, armed with the tokens of the miscellaneous disciples of the Xiantian sect, successfully passed through the scrutiny of the city gate guards. The streets within the city were far more spacious and tidy than Qin Yu had anticipated. Just beyond the gate lay a bustling marketplace. As they strolled past the market, they were astonished to find an array of items related to the cultivation of immortality on sale. Are there truly so many cultivators in Liang country that such goods abound everywhere? Xiaoji explained, this city is the closest to our Xintian sect, attracting numerous wandering cultivators and disciples from small sects, which over time has given rise to these industries. Oh, now it makes sense. Brother Yu, where should we go to seek the esteemed disciple of the Hall Master of the 100 Medicinal Hall? Such an individual must be quite renowned. Perhaps we should inquire with someone. Qin Yu glanced around and noticed a young man by the roadside engaged in fortune-telling. The individual was clad in a black and white robe, with a large banner behind him that proclaimed, having seen the world and calculated the affairs of ancient and modern times. What an audacious boast. Let us approach and inquire further. Qin Yu led the two individuals over. Typically, such fortune-tellers possess first-hand knowledge of the city. Inquiring with them is undoubtedly a wise choice. As Qin Yu and the others drew near, before they had the chance to speak, they heard the fortune-teller proclaim, "Are you perhaps disciples of the Xintian sect? Is that truly so remarkable?" Qin Yu, Li Zhongdong, and Xiaoji were all taken aback. The fortune-teller possessed quite a remarkable ability. Did you truly foresee this? One inquired. Not quite, the fortune-teller replied. It was merely your identity token from the Xintian sect that revealed your status. He gestured towards Qin Yu's belt. The identity token served as a key to unlock the cave abode, functioning both as a means of identification and a tool for storing and allocating contribution points. The fortune-teller introduced himself. I am Lu Yuanqing, a disciple of the Sun Observation and Celestial Phenomena sect. Sun Observation and Celestial Phenomena sect? I have never heard of it. Qin Yu whispered to Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji. I am familiar with it, Li Zhongtong explained. The Sun Observation and Celestial Phenomena sect holds a position in the realm of divination comparable to that of the 100 Medical Hall in the field of medicine. Both are esteemed first-rate sects on this continent. Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, encountering a passerby who turned out to be of prestigious sect lineage. I am Qin Yu, a disciple of the Xintian sect. I am Li Zhongtong, also a disciple of the Xintian sect. I am Duo, yet another disciple of the Xintian sect. The three gentlemen exchanged pleasantries. Lu Yuanqing, with a courteous gesture, remarked, What significance do you three hold upon arriving at my humble stall? Qin Yu jested. I have long heard of the divination techniques of the Sun Observers. Might I inquire if Brother Lu can discern the reason for our visit? Lu Yuanqing smiled faintly, producing a tortoise shell upon which he inscribed several symbols. He then closed his eyes, murmuring incantations under his breath. After a brief moment, Lu Yuanqing opened his eyes, smiling as he declared, The divination reveals that Brother Li and Brother Ji have encountered some troubles and have come here in search of the direct disciple of the Master of the 100 Physicians for treatment. Remarkable. You truly possess extraordinary skills, Brother Lu. It is no wonder you are a disciple of the Sun Observers. Might I ask if you know the whereabouts of the Master's direct disciple? The Master's direct disciple, named Li Zihao, resides in the central clinic of the 100 Physicians Hall. However, the queue of those seeking his medical expertise stretches over 3 kilometers. So it may take a considerable time for the three of you to be seen. Fortunately, I share a rapport with Li Zihao, and, having no pressing matters at present, I shall escort you there. How fortunate we are to encounter such a kind soul. Is this perhaps the extraordinary effect of fate that spares us from great calamity? Thank you, Brother Lu. As the four of them walked along the path, Qin Yu remarked, Brother Lu, I have a question. Though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to ask, please, feel free to speak without reservation. I am aware of the term night observation of celestial phenomena. Why is it that your sect is named Sun Observation of Celestial Phenomena? Is there a deeper meaning behind it? Filled with innocent curiosity, Qin Yu pondered how one could observe celestial phenomena during the day, remarking on the blinding brightness of the sun. Lu Yuanqing offered a wry smile before elucidating. Our sect is originally named the Sect of Nightly Celestial Observation, and our divination technique is known as Nightly Celestial Observation and Deduction. It is derived from the patterns of countless stars. Approximately 3,000 years ago, an exceptionally gifted youth aspired to create a divination method that was the antithesis of nightly celestial observation and deduction. Thus, this young visionary began to observe the heavens by day. Qin Yu, he invented the solar observation and celestial prediction technique, which supplanted the lunar observation and celestial prediction technique, leading to the renaming of your sect. Not at all, not at all. This young man gazed at the sun daily until he was blinded. After losing his sight, he devoted himself to the study of divination, enhancing the lunar observation and celestial prediction technique into the most superior predictive art, earning the illustrious title of the Celestial Seer of his time. In honor of the Celestial Seer, future generations renamed the sect to the Solar Observation Sect. Chapter 36, Must This Illness Be Treated? The four individuals arrived at the heart of the city, where they immediately beheld an exceedingly long queue. Is it appropriate for us to cut in line? Qin Yu inquired. We are not cutting in line, Lu Yuanqing clarified. Brotherly has a principle when it comes to treating patients. He prioritizes those with severe and critical illnesses. The individuals in this queue merely suffer from common ailments like headaches and colds. Should anyone present a true conundrum, they may approach the front of the line to have their case reviewed by the doorman, and if approved, they will receive immediate attention. Brotherly is a man of strong principles. If you do not possess a serious condition, even my status will not suffice to expedite your treatment. I would not wish to undertake such an arduous journey in vain. Li Zhongtong queried. How do you know we are gravely ill? The divination clearly indicates it. Lu Yuanqing replied. What does it say about the severity of our ailments? Lu Yuanqing hesitated slightly. Brother Lu, do not hold back. We are capable of bearing the truth. Xiaozhi urged. Lu Yuanqing fell silent for a moment before slowly declaring, the divination suggests that curing you would be akin to resurrecting the dead. Li Zhongtong and Xiaozhi were momentarily taken aback, nearly collapsing from shock. Trembling, Li Zhongtong asked, Brother Lu, can the divination reveal whether we still have hope? That pertains to a higher order of power, one that I am currently unable to divine. However, rest assured, Brother Li possesses exceptional medical skills and will surely restore both of you. Xiaozhi interjected, can Brother Li resurrect the dead? Well, that is beyond his capabilities. Li Zhongnan lamented, so we are doomed then. Lu Yuanqing quickly reassured them, one must not speak so despondently. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialty. While Brother Li may not be able to bring the dead back to life, it does not mean he cannot heal you. Look at you too, so pitiful. Qin Yu remarked, if you cannot revert to your former selves, I shall deceive everyone into consuming that elixir, and then we shall all be in the same predicament. As they approached the front of the line, they observed a commotion. An elderly man was vociferously lamenting, I am the most afflicted. Every time I exhale, I yearn to inhale once more. The back and forth is such a waste of energy. Do you not see how serious my condition is? Isn't that just normal breathing? Is that truly an ailment? The elderly man's family member explained, my grandfather's affliction is in his mind. That indeed sounds grave. Lu Yuanqing stepped forward to the doorman. Young Master Lu, you have arrived. Please, enter at once. The doorman respectfully cleared the way. Lu Yuanqing led Qin Yu and the others into the medical hall. As they strode confidently inside, the individuals who had been waiting in line immediately began to voice their grievances. Why do they not have to wait or even disclose their conditions to gain entry? What is all this ruckus about? The doorman chided. The patients brought by young Master Lu are invariably on the brink of crossing into the realm of the deceased. You lot merely have a slight cold. What do you have to compare? Hearing this, Li Zhongdong and Xiaozhi nearly collapsed. Before their arrival, they merely resembled a pair of gorillas. Yet now it felt as though they were on the verge of lying on a mortuary slab. Do not speak nonsense. These two patients merely suffer from some complex ailments. Lu Yuanqing admonished the doorman. After waiting for a while in the clinic, the shopkeeper emerged from the inner chamber. He first nodded in greeting to Lu Yuanqing before inviting Qin Yu and the others to enter the inner chamber and take a seat. Due to the sensitive nature of the patient's privacy, Lu Yuanqing bade farewell to Qin Yu and the others and departed from the clinic. Upon entering the inner chamber, the shopkeeper addressed Qin Yu and his companions. Please wait here for a moment. A patient with severe external injuries has just been taken in, and young Master Li is currently attending to them in the back room. Qin Yu and his companions nodded in agreement and took a seat on a nearby bench. The inner room was merely separated by a wooden door, allowing those of Qin Yu's caliber to easily overhear the conversation within. Healer. My son has been engaged in a brawl and has been pierced through the chest by a sharp blade. Please, you must save him. Do not panic. It is merely a minor issue. Assist me. Whatever tools I require, you shall hand them to me. Do you understand? Yes, yes. I need a hammer, scissors, a bone saw, nails, an iron rod, a saw. Hearing the clattering sounds emanating from within, Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder if he had stumbled upon a blacksmith's workshop. Are the physicians in the realm of cultivation truly this formidable? Qin Yu was engulfed in profound skepticism regarding whether this physician might directly pluck out the dark hairs of Li Zhongtong and Xiaozhi, one by one. It seems that this could be a rather effective method. After a brief moment, the sounds from the inner room ceased. All that could be heard was the physician, Li, exhaling heavily. Immortal Doctor, has my son been saved? We haven't even begun treatment yet. Your son's leg was slightly bent, which pained me to see. So I adjusted it for him. It is now straightened and much more comfortable. Ah, what about my son's chest? Do not panic. I shall attend to that immediately. And your son's fingers are somewhat crooked as well. Upon hearing this exchange, Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi hurriedly glanced at their limbs. Only after confirming that their arms and legs appeared relatively straight did they breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Yu, why do I feel that this so-called direct disciple of the 100 Physicians Hall's master seems rather unreliable? The three huddled together, whispering among themselves. Qin Yu consoled. Those with exceptional abilities often possess peculiarities to some extent. This individual merely exhibits a touch of obsessive-compulsive behavior, as long as there are no inclinations towards bestiality. It is entirely acceptable. Just as the trio conversed, a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from the inner room. Suddenly, the scream was abruptly silenced. The trio, Qin Yu, Xiaozhi, and Li Zhengtong, were taken aback, rendered speechless. It was Li Zihao who, with a hint of remorse, spoke up. I apologize. I was too gentle earlier and did not anticipate he would awaken prematurely. However, fret not. We shall simply render him unconscious again. Kindly pass me the scissors once more. Xiaozhi inhaled deeply and implored, Yu Ge, perhaps we should return to the sect and seek the elders. I am still young. I do not wish for my life to be cut short. Li Zhengtong nodded in agreement. I believe I am quite well in my current state. There is no necessity for treatment. Qin Yu chastised them vehemently. Look at your cowardly demeanor. Your circumstances differ vastly from that of the patient within. Doctor, Li would never resort to such methods to treat you. Li Zhengtong interjected, what if he renders us unconscious and then skins us alive? Qin Yu shook his head, resolutely denying the notion. Why? Because even if you were to peel off your skin, you would merely lose the outer layer of black fur. Your physique, resembling that of an ape, would remain unchanged. Unless, Qin Yu chuckled slyly, unless you were to excise the excess muscle from your bodies and amputate a portion of your elongated arms. Only then could you hope to revert to your original form. Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi turned pale, rising abruptly to flee, as they sensed that remaining in this place posed a grave threat to their very lives. Qin Yu hastily apprehended them. Where are you running off to? I was merely jesting. At that moment, a voice emanated from the inner room once more. Immortal physician. I cannot express enough gratitude for saving my son's life. No need for thanks. It was merely a matter of extracting the blade and employing a healing technique to aid in the wound's recovery. It is but a trifling task. Immortal physician, please rest. I shall take my son and depart. Rest? The voice from the inner room suddenly rose in intensity. Only those deemed useless in the realm of cultivation would take rest. In these times, with ailments lurking and patients' health hanging by a thread, it is precisely at such critical moments that a physician of my caliber must shoulder the burden. How can I afford to rest? Then we shall take our leave while you attend to your duties. The door to the inner room swung open, and a father, pushing a wheelchair, swiftly departed with his son. Next, Chapter 37. Brother Qin, you are truly a genius. Qin Yu dragged Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi into the inner room. There, Li Zihao, the favored disciple of the master of the 100 Doctors' Hall, was seated on a wooden chair, meticulously wiping the blood from his hands with a handkerchief. Li Zihao's youthful visage belied his age, which was comparable to that of Qin Yu and his companions. Upon entering the room, Qin Yu immediately proceeded to assess Li Zihao's innate talents. Eager to discern the true worth of this esteemed disciple, supreme spiritual root, A-level A favored child of heaven and earth, a rarity among millions. Capable of extraordinary progress in cultivation, destined to become a formidable figure. Innate alchemist, A-level and naturally gifted alchemist, possessing mental acuity that far surpasses the ordinary. With unique insights into various spiritual herbs and medicines, poised to become a renowned master of alchemy. Reincarnated medical sage, S-level born with an intrinsic knowledge of the functions and effects of all medicinal materials. Capable of effortlessly mastering the treatment of all ailments with a modicum of study, possessing the miraculous ability to restore life to the lifeless. By heavens, a golden legend. A reincarnated medical sage? The worth of this talent is simply staggering. It was then that Qin Yu realized there existed an S-grade talent above the A-grade. Is it possible that there exists a spiritual root even more extraordinary than the premium spiritual root classified as A-grade? Who is the patient? Li Zihao inquired. Without waiting for Qin Yu to respond, Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi removed their black cloaks. Li Zihao appeared momentarily taken aback, then remarked, I specialize solely in healing the sick. I am not well versed in the medicine of spirit beasts. Qin Yu reiterated his explanation. So you were saying that they transformed because they consumed your elixir? Upon hearing this, Li Zihua's excitement was palpable. With past experiences in mind, Qin Yu promptly clarified, let me be clear, I am not a disciple of any dark sect. This is purely a matter of the elixir. I certainly know you are not a disciple of a dark sect. You are, without a doubt, a prodigy in the realm of alchemy. Li Zihua, brimming with enthusiasm, took out paper and pen, inquiring, what kind of elixir did they consume to become like this? The strengthening pill. The strengthening pill? An elixir that enhances strength. Li Zihua lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Li Zhangtong and Xiao Ji. Just how much had their strength increased? At least fivefold, I would say. Fivefold, Li Zihua exclaimed, rising to his feet in exhilaration. Are you certain you concocted the strengthening pill? Absolutely. I utilized 3 ingredients: beef tinned in flour, fierce tiger grass, and the leaves of the broken bone tree. Upon hearing this, Li Zihua paced back and forth, ecstatic. A standard strengthening pill typically only boosts strength by a mere 10th. Yet this particular one, a genius, simply a genius, an alchemical prodigy. Li Zihua hastily scribbled on the paper, noting that with just these 3 exceedingly common materials, one could create an elixir that amplifies strength 5-fold. By the way, how long does the effect of this elixir last? Qin Yu glanced at Li Zhangtong and the others before responding. At present, it remains uncertain. However, I speculate it could potentially be permanent. Permanent? Li Zihao was nearly driven to madness. He swiftly added to the paper, the effect is permanent. Brother Tong, do you think he might have a few screws loose? Xiaoji whispered into Li Zhangtong's ear. Li Zhangtong nodded affirmatively. If he isn't mentally disturbed, I would gladly urinate upside down. Qin Yu was also perplexed by Li Zihao's eccentric behavior. This was the first time Qin Yu encountered someone even more abstract than himself. After finishing his writing, Li Zihao inquired of Qin Yu, such a flawless elixir, does it possess any side effects? Qin Yu, Li Zhangtong, and Xiaoji gazed at him with peculiar expressions. Why not donate those useless corneas? There are no side effects. We came here to witness your madness. Such remarkable talent, yet what a fool he is. Li Zihao, regaining his senses, began scribbling on a piece of paper. After consuming the elixir, his arms elongated, his body became shrouded in dark fur, and he wore a vacant expression, seemingly experiencing a decline in intellect. Who are you insulting? Qin Yu hurriedly intercepted Li Zhangtong and Xiaoji. Calm down, that fellow possesses an exceptional spiritual root. None of us stand a chance against him. Li Zihao glanced up at the furious Li Zhangtong and Xiaoji, silently dismissing the dazed look in their eyes, which seemed to indicate a momentary lapse in intellect. It turned out that this was not a side effect of the elixir, it was simply marvelous. Ah, how utterly humiliating. I shall not back down. Li Zihao quickly realized his blunder and sincerely apologized, saying, I beg your pardon. I am simply one to speak the truth. Qin Yu. Li Zihai approached Qin Yu, firmly grasping his hand and inquiring, May I ask how you are addressed, esteemed brother? Qin Yu. Qin Yu forcefully withdrew his hands. Indeed, you are a remarkable alchemist, a paragon of our younger generation. If it were not for Li Zihai's earnest gaze, Qin Yu would have believed this fellow was mocking him. Li Zihai continued, I am a physician and also an alchemist, specializing in concocting elixirs that possess healing and restorative properties. However, I have come to a lamentable realization. The contemporary alchemical realm has succumbed to decay. Alchemists merely replicate the formulas of their predecessors, producing identical potions with the same ingredients, effects, and results, all while prices continue to soar. The current alchemical scene resembles a stagnant pool, devoid of innovation. Why were our predecessors able to create such astonishing elixirs, while we cannot? After deep contemplation, I resolved to alter this state of affairs. I aspired to forge even more potent elixirs. I communicated this intention to my mentor and elders, believing they would take pride in my decision, yet I was met with a reprimand. My mentor chastised me, stating that without mastering the elixirs of the past, how could I speak of innovation? Yet, I contest this notion. Must we assume that the legacies of our forerunners are the pinnacle of excellence? Is it impossible for me to conceive a more formidable elixir? Alas, my talent has proven insufficient, and to this day, I have yet to achieve success. Qin Yu sighed. Having aspirations is commendable, yet when those aspirations are excessively grand, they become mere flights of fancy. Qin Yu was just about to offer a few words of comfort to Li Zihao when he heard Li Zihao excitedly exclaim, And your presence, brother Qin, proves that we are not inferior to our predecessors. Qin Yu. Ah, me? Indeed, brother Qin. The enhanced vitality pill you have developed not only surpasses the predecessors in efficacy, but also outshines all other elixirs in terms of duration. Apart from a somewhat negligible side effect, it possesses virtually no shortcomings. Li Zhangdong and Xiaoji, negligible side effects? So this black fur isn't growing on you, is it? Brother Qin, your innovation is destined to shatter the stagnant waters of our alchemy realm. Your groundbreaking work will undoubtedly become the beacon for our younger generation, guiding us towards glory. Qin Yu exclaimed, what? I merely crafted a single elixir according to the formula. In Chapter 38, The Shaking of People, Li Zihao remarked, Brother Qin, it seems you have yet to recognize the magnificence of your own abilities. Do you comprehend the significance of concocting a potion capable of quintupling one's strength using merely the most ordinary spiritual herbs, bullwhip flower, fierce tiger grass, and the leaves of the broken bone tree? It signifies that you are a prodigy in alchemy, Brother Qin. You have birthed an entirely novel elixir, one that would incite envy among alchemists from both ancient and modern times. Li Zihao's exuberance led Qin Yu to mistakenly believe that the great power elixir was his creation. Sensing the conversation veering off course, Qin Yu hastily interjected, Brotherly, please temper your excitement. Could you assist in restoring my two friends to their original states first? Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji nodded vigorously in agreement. What difficulty lies therein? There is no ailment in this world that I, Li Zihao, cannot cure. Li Zihao proclaimed as he placed his hand upon Li Zhengtong's wrist. The pulse is robust and vigorous. There appears to be no issue. What is your cultivation level? Li Zihao inquired. First layer of qi refinement, came the response. Li Zihao nodded, internally marveling. This pulse has indeed reached the level of the second layer of qi refinement. That elixir is truly remarkable. After concluding the pulse examination, Li Zihao retrieved a pouch of silver needles from his cosmic bag. I believe that employing acupuncture to disperse the internal medicinal energy should suffice for restoration. Kindly remove your outer garment. With a single wave of his hand, several silver needles were expertly inserted into Li Zhengtong's body. Do not move, Li Zihao cautioned, continuing to deftly insert more needles. As the number of needles increased, Qin Yu felt that Li Zhengtong was on the verge of becoming a porcupine. Meanwhile, Li Zihao's expression transitioned from initial confidence to a hint of confusion, culminating in a furrowed brow. Why does this not align with my expectations? Li Zihao mused, pacing around Li Zhengtong as he contemplated. Qin Yu could not help but inquire. What is the situation, brotherly? Li Zihao cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of guilt as he replied, upon reflection, I believe the side effects are not entirely detrimental. They not only enhance one's strength but also provide a means to conceal one's identity. For instance, when evading enemies, dodging creditors, or navigating the untamed wilderness. This form proves quite advantageous. Just one elixir, and even one's own mother would fail to recognize them. Thus, I feel that whether or not this form is restored is of little consequence. Would you not agree, Brother Qin? Qin Yu squinted slightly, questioning brotherly. Are you unable to cure this? How could that be? Li Zihao puffed out his chest, declaring, in this qi refinement stage, there is no ailment that I, Li Zihao, cannot heal. Qin Yu, then let us continue with the treatment. Li Zihao, this is precisely because this form possesses numerous advantages. There is no need to terminate it. Is there? Qin Yu silently retrieved a powerful elixir. Since brotherly finds it commendable, why not take one for yourself? Is this truly the formidable elixir you concocted? Li Zihao swiftly accepted the pill, cradling it in his palm as if it were a precious treasure. The texture and aroma were indeed extraordinary. Brotherly, do not merely savor the fragrance. Why not taste one to assess its efficacy? Li Zihao repeatedly waved his hand, stating that it would not do. He intended to reserve this singular elixir for thorough examination. Qin Yu retrieved another elixir and quietly placed it in Li Zihao's hand. Rest assured, this strength elixir is more than sufficient, Li Zihao replied. Yet it remains unfeasible. As a physician, I cannot afford to frighten my patients in such a manner. Qin Yu, it's fine. After finishing, I can treat myself again and revert back. Li Zihao, this. You can't possibly be unable to heal, right? Qin Yu provoked. How could that be? There is no ailment in the qi refinement stage that I cannot cure. Li Zihao gritted his teeth. It seems he has no choice but to resort to that particular move. Is he truly about to reveal his true prowess? Qin Yu realized that his provocation had indeed succeeded. How could a direct disciple of the esteemed master of the 100 Medical Hall merely be proficient in acupuncture? Surely, he possessed some extraordinary techniques that had yet to be revealed. Without a little incitement, how could one expect him to unveil such hidden talents? Amidst the eager gazes of Qin Yu and his companions, Li Zihao retrieved 3 incense sticks and a censer from his Qianquan bag. Xiaoji, Li Zhengtong. Qin Yu, what? Is that all you've got after all this time, my friend? Burning incense and praying? Is the pinnacle of medicine merely superstition? Li Zihao placed the alchemical furnace on the wooden table, lit 3 sticks of incense, and solemnly bowed. Master above, your disciple offers you this incense. Qin Yu was utterly perplexed. Isn't the head of the 100 medical hall still alive? A wondrous scene unfolded before him. The smoke gradually ascended, eventually coalescing into the figure of an elderly man clad in a long robe. Disciple pays respect to the master. The elder spoke slowly. Zihao, have you encountered some trouble? Why did you not use the communication jade pendant to reach out to your master? Well, upon witnessing the ghostly figure of the elder speaking, Qin Yu felt his mind whirl in disbelief. Is this how you summon people in the 100 medical hall? This is far too surreal. Nevertheless, my provocation method seems to be quite effective, having summoned even the head of the 100 medical hall. Li Zihao explained. We encountered a rather unusual situation and could not convey it clearly through the jade pendant. Master, please take a look. The head of the 100 medical hall turned his gaze towards Qin Yu and the others. Junior pays respect to the head of the 100 medical hall. The 3 hurriedly bowed. Spirit beasts? The head of the 100 medical hall expressed some surprise. Zihao, when did you become interested in the study of spirit beasts? Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji had already grown numb. Li Zihao quickly clarified the situation. So, after consuming the great strength pill, you transformed into this state? The head of the 100 medical hall circled around Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, then proceeded to take their pulses. Ah, I see. Their increase in strength is not due to the effects of the great strength pill, but rather a result of their own physical enhancement. The pills they consumed must be a form-altering elixir. A form-altering elixir? Master, why have I never heard of this pill? Li Zihao inquired. It is said that in ancient times, there existed a pill capable of awakening the bloodlines of spirit beasts within a human body, thereby transforming individuals into various spirit beasts to enhance their physical prowess. However, as history progressed, the formula was lost, and such elixirs faded into obscurity. Qin Yu silently nodded, acknowledging the reliability of the master of the 100 medicine hall, who discerned the essence of the matter in mere moments. Li Zihao inquired, Master, does this mean they can no longer be considered human, but rather spiritual beasts? Indeed, the master of the 100 medicine hall affirmed. No wonder my methods have proven ineffective against them. Then, Master, how can we restore them? The master of the 100 medicine hall replied, It is quite simple. We merely need to use human bloodlines as a catalyst to reactivate their own bloodlines, and they shall return to their original state. Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji felt an overwhelming joy within. It appeared they had hope. Master, what must I do? Li Zihao asked. You cannot save them, nor can I. The master of the 100 medicine hall chuckled. To untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. Qin Yu comprehended the intention of the master of the 100 medicinal hall and took a step forward. Respected elder, it is I who concocted the strength pill. I am uncertain what I must do to restore my 2 brothers to their human forms. The master of the 100 medicinal hall replied, Refine another batch of pills. And this time, add a single drop of human blood. Any blood will suffice. Chapter 39. The master of the 100 medicinal hall. I too am in the dark. The master chuckled. If you don't mind this old man's curiosity, let us refine here. I am quite eager to witness how you, young man, create this ancient and long-lost elixir. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming joy within. He had been troubled, uncertain about which step in his alchemical process had led to the peculiar results of his elixir. With the esteemed leader of the 100 medicinal hall present to observe, he was certain that the source of his predicament would be illuminated. The guidance of a senior alchemist to a junior was a cause for elation, and he would hardly quibble over such matters. However, he realized he had not brought his own alchemical furnace. In a flurry, Li Zihao hastened to retrieve a furnace from his cosmos bag. Brother Qin, he offered, if you do not mind, please make use of my furnace. Qin Yu cast a glance and was astonished to discover that it was a 3-holes alchemical furnace. The greater the number of holes, the more intricate the operation becomes. Brotherly, do you possess a single-hole alchemical furnace? I am merely a novice in alchemy and cannot utilize such a complex apparatus. Allow me to fetch a single-hole furnace for you. What materials do you require? Niu Jinhua, Minghu Chao, and Duan Gushu leaves do bring an ample supply. As my success rate is rather low. Very well. After Li Zihao departed, the head of the Bai Yi Tang turned to Qin Yu and inquired, How long have you been studying the art of alchemy? Qin Yu responded, I have been studying for a week. The head of the 100 physicians hall raised an eyebrow. Has he truly concocted an extraordinary elixir after merely 1 week of study? Could it be that this lad is the reincarnation of an ancient alchemical sage? His talent for alchemy should be on par with Zihua's prowess in the medical arts. If Qin Yu could hear the thoughts of the hall master, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "You flatter me too much." Shortly thereafter, Li Zihua returned, carrying the alchemical furnace and medicinal materials. Qin Yu immediately began the process of alchemy. The head of the 100 Medicinal Hall and Li Zihao observed Qin Yu's every movement with utmost seriousness. First, add the cow tendon flower. Then the leaves of the broken bone tree. This indeed aligns with the steps for concocting the strengthening pill. Li Zihao enveloped Qin Yu entirely with his spiritual energy, ensuring that every action of Qin Yu was within his perception. I found the discrepancy. Li Zihao's spirit surged. He realized that Qin Yu had not fully integrated the cow tendon flower with the leaves of the broken bone tree before hastily adding the fierce tiger grass. Could this be the reason for the differing effects of this pill compared to the strengthening pill? Li Zihao was filled with exhilaration. Indeed, even the slightest alteration in the alchemical process can profoundly influence the final efficacy of the elixir. Bang! Qin Yu voluntarily ceased his alchemical endeavors. Li Zihao was somewhat taken aback, inquiring, "Why has Brother Qin halted?" Qin Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "I apologize, my skills are still rather unrefined. I added the tiger grass too early, resulting in a failed alchemical attempt." Li Zihao appeared utterly bewildered, mirroring the same astonishment as the master of the 100 Medicinal Hall. Qin Yu adjusted his state and resumed the alchemical process. This time, fortune favored him, as he successfully fused 3 distinct materials together. This step is indeed without flaw. Yet, why is the result so vastly different from the power elixir? The head of the 100 Physicians' Hall was left perplexed. "Senior, may I add blood at this moment?" "Ah, certainly." Qin Yu bit into his own finger, allowing a few drops of crimson blood to fall upon the elixir. Under Qin Yu's relentless alchemical efforts, the impurities within the pill were steadily eliminated, causing its size to diminish progressively. "Is it over?" the master of the 100 Healing Hall pondered. Having replayed Qin Yu's refining steps countless times in his mind, yet he could discern no faults in his technique. Could it be that this lad has merely concocted a standard strength pill? He seems reluctant to reveal the ancient transformation pill's refining method before me. Just as the master was engulfed in doubt, Qin Yu retrieved a small white pill from the furnace's depths. The master of the 100 Healing Hall was curious about the origin of this white pill. However, due to his esteemed position, he refrained from inquiring. Asking would imply my own ignorance, which would be utterly embarrassing in front of this junior. At that moment, Li Zihao asked, "What is this?" The master of the 100 Healing Hall felt a surge of delight within, thinking, "Well done, my good disciple, excellent question." Qin Yu handed the white elixir to Li Zihao, expressing his uncertainty. For every time the great strength pill was refined, this particular pill would invariably appear. This elixir bore no extraordinary properties. Rather, it was simply that those who transformed into gorillas found its flavor quite delightful. Li Zihao scrutinized it for a while, but discerned nothing of significance. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall silently chanted to himself, "Do not inquire of me. I am equally in the dark. Do not inquire of me. I am equally in the dark. Master, might you enlighten me as to why Brother Li's alchemy yields such a peculiar substance? Do you know what this is?" Coughing lightly, the master of the 100 Medicine Hall responded with composure, "This should be a type of, well, you know, that sort of thing." "Qin Yu, what on earth is being said?" "Li Zhengtong, Xiaoji, what exactly does the senior mean?" "My master did not explicitly state it. It seems he believes I should be aware of this matter, yet I remain in ignorance, disappointing him." "Li Zihao, I apologize, master. I shall endeavor to study ancient texts diligently from now on." "Why the sudden apology?" The head of the 100 Medicine Hall did not say anything. Qin Yu and his companions were utterly bewildered by the incomprehensible conversation unfolding before them, suspecting it to be a closely guarded secret of the 100 Medicine Hall. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall inquired, "What prompted this sudden apology?" "I have not uttered a word of reproach. This disciple grows increasingly enigmatic," he mused. "Let us first test the efficacy of your elixir," the master suggested. "Very well, esteemed senior." Qin Yu glanced at Li Zhengdong and Xiaoxi. "Which of you will eat first?" "Allow me," Li Zhengtong replied, swallowing the elixir in one gulp. Soon, the dark fur on his body began to shed. "It's effective." The 3 of them were overjoyed. "Is it truly effective?" The head of the 100 Medicinal Hall felt his mind teetering on the brink of overload. This contradicts the principles of alchemy. The efficacy of this elixir suggests that the potion transforming one into a spiritual beast shares the same formulation. Yet, why is it that others employing this method can only concoct strength potions, while he is able to transform into an orangutan? Li Zhengtong's muscles began to shrink, and his arms started to shorten. Qin Yu seemed to perceive the very essence of human evolution embodied in Li Zhengtong. In no time, Li Zhengtong returned to his original form. Relishing the newfound lightness of his body, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. However, he soon noticed that everyone in the room was still gazing intently at him. "What is it?" Li Zhengtong inquired. "Isn't this a success?" Qin Yu rubbed his nose. Having achieved success, yet it seemed incomplete. Xiaozhi reminded him, "Tong, your skin is remarkably dark." Li Zhengtong hurriedly looked down, only to discover that his skin resembled that of charcoal. Everyone shifted their gaze towards the master of the Bai Hall. "Senior Mentor, how could this happen?" The master of Bai Hall felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "What is going on today? It seems I am encountering more challenges than in the past year, as if an unseen force is conspiring against me." Chapter 40. Is it all hereditary? No need to panic. Let me take a look first. The master of Bai Hall floated to Li Zhengtong's side, his pupils transforming to a golden hue. "There appears to be no issue with any part of your body. Extend your hand." The master grasped Li Zhengtong's arm, channeling his own spiritual energy into him for a thorough examination. As the energy flowed throughout Li Zhengtong's body, the master's brows furrowed increasingly. He inspected Li Zhengtong from head to toe, inside and out, yet could not ascertain why his skin had darkened. "Regardless, let us attempt treatment." With a flick of his hand, the master conjured several energy needles in the air, inserting them into Li Zhengtong's acupoints while continuously stimulating his meridians with spiritual energy. This method primarily targeted the various toxins lingering within the body. "How do you feel?" the master inquired. "I feel warmth throughout my body, light as a feather, and my breathing has become much smoother." The master withdrew his energy, concluding that the issue did not lie within Li Zhengtong's body. If it is not internal, it must be external. The master's palm emanated a soft white glow, gently enveloping Li Zhengtong. He felt as though he were immersed in warm water, as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze, utterly comfortable. Yet, his skin remained exceedingly dark, appearing even darker under the white light. Witnessing the lack of effect from this approach, the master felt an increasing sense of pressure. "What will become of my reputation if I cannot even cure a Qi refinement stage cultivator?" The master began to exert himself, the light in his hands growing ever more radiant, gradually encompassing Qin Yu, Xiaozhi, and Li Zihao. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator, as long as there is breath in them, can thrive under this light. "A mere Qi refinement junior, surely I can heal you." The master unleashed his full momentum, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge violently. A beam of light shot skyward, creating an extraordinary phenomenon above Linglan City, with myriad rays cascading down and illuminating every individual within the city. Under the brilliance of this light, the ailments, pains, and discomforts of the people vanished entirely. Those lined up on the streets knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, divine healer." The warm rays of the sun dispel all maladies. In the Lord's manner, the Lord of Linglan City abruptly rose to his feet, sensing that the hidden injuries within him were gradually mending. Was it the influence of Yang Jishur, the esteemed head of the 100 Physicians' Hall, whose realm could rejuvenate all living things? "What brings you to Linglan City, Elder Yang?" he inquired. A bystander interjected, "My lord, do you not recall that Elder Yang's direct disciple, Li Zihao, has come to our city to provide free medical consultations? He may have encountered a particularly challenging ailment, hence the request for Elder Yang's assistance. You are aware, when the younger cannot suffice, the elder is summoned. This is the hallmark of the 100 Physicians' Hall." "Indeed. Elder Yang's arrival is akin to a sage descending upon us, ensuring a year free from illness for the citizens of Linglan City. Come, let us express our gratitude to Elder Yang in person." Inside, Li Zihao exclaimed, "Master, please retract your divine powers. At this rate, I shall have no patience left." With a sigh, the head of the 100 Physicians' Hall withdrew his influence. "Alas, it is too late. You already have no patience," Li Zihao retorted. As the radiance faded, the dark-skinned Li Zhengtong reappeared before the crowd. The head of the 100 Physicians' Hall glanced at Li Zhengtong, cleared his throat, and, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, "In truth, I have pondered this matter. Having darker skin is not necessarily a disadvantage. Those with darker complexions tend to be more robust and vigorous, and it offers greater advantages when it comes to concealing oneself at night, such as evading enemies or dodging creditors. Would you not agree?" Qin Yu silently lamented. What a tradition indeed. Before he could voice his thoughts, Li Zihua leisurely remarked, "Master, are you unable to cure him?" "Impossible," the head of the 100 Medical Hall proclaimed, puffing out his chest. "How could I fail to treat a mere junior in the Qi refinement stage?" Li Zihua responded. "Then continue the treatment." The head of the 100 Medical Hall replied, "It is precisely because this condition offers numerous benefits that restoration is unnecessary. Wouldn't you agree?" Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, Xiaoji, Li Zihao. Master, I have already employed this technique. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest while I attempt it. Rest? The voice of the head of the 100 Healing Hall suddenly rose in intensity. Only those deemed useless in the realm of cultivation would consider resting. In this critical moment, with ailments looming and patients' health precariously hanging in the balance, it is precisely the responsibility of a physician of my caliber to rise to the occasion. How could I possibly rest? Qin Yu remarked. This scene feels remarkably familiar. Wait, I have one more trick up my sleeve. The master of the 100 Physicians Hall transformed the smoke into an incense burner, placing 3 sticks of incense within it. Under the astonished gaze of Qin Yu and his companions, the master, formed from the smoke, knelt before the incense burner, exclaiming loudly, "Master, I offer this incense to you." Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words to articulate his current emotions. The tradition of offering incense when faced with difficulties was indeed a time-honored skill of the Bai Hall. Before long, a wisp of smoke materialized, forming into the figure of an elderly man, bald yet adorned with a long beard. "At your age, why do you still come to me for trivial matters?" The old man's voice was gentle, exuding a sense of warmth and approachability. Li Zihao hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Zihao pays his respects to the esteemed elder." Qin Yu and the other 2 hastily bowed, addressing, "Esteemed seniors, we pay our respects." The master of the 100 Medicinal Hall spoke with reverence, "Master, we have encountered an exceedingly peculiar patient, and it is with great hesitation that we intrude upon your rest." Rest? The elder's voice suddenly resonated with vigor. Only those deemed useless in the realm of cultivation would indulge in rest. At present, with diseases looming and the health of patients precariously hanging in the balance, it is precisely during such critical moments that one like myself, an elder of the medical path, must shoulder the weighty responsibilities. How could I possibly rest? Qin Yu inwardly scoffed. This slogan is indeed a family heirloom. Where is the patient? Li Zhengong hastily stepped forward. "Oh, what a dark little fellow," the elder exclaimed. Li Zhengdong remained silent. The head of the 100 Physicians Hall quickly elucidated the entire matter. "Ah, to think that a transformation pill for spirit beasts from ancient times has been refined by such a young prodigy. Truly remarkable. I merely had a stroke of good fortune." Qin Yu humbly replied. "Fortune is a form of strength in itself. With talented juniors like you in the realm of immortality, I am reassured. By the way, do you still possess that transformation pill for spirit beasts?" Qin Yu turned his gaze towards Li Zihai, who had handed him the only 2 pills he possessed. In haste, Li Zihai extracted 1 pill and presented it to the elder. The elder scrutinized it for a moment, exclaiming with admiration, "Ah, the appearance, the texture. Truly indistinguishable from an ordinary pill." Li Zihai remained silent. The elder returned the pill to Li Zihai and floated before Li Zhengtong, observing intently. "Let me see what exactly is happening here." At this juncture, the master of the 100 Medical Hall explained, "I have examined every part of his body and found no issues. I have employed both internal and external treatment methods, even utilizing the revitalization of all things. Yet to no avail." The elder stroked his beard, fashioned from smoke, and spoke slowly. "The failure of even the revitalization of all things indicates that this is not an ailment. Your perspective remains too narrow." Chapter 41. Experience trumps youth. Zihai, fetch a basin of water. "Yes, master." Before long, Li Zihai returned with a basin of water. The elder drew forth a stream of water from the basin and poured it directly over Li Zhengtong. As the water cascaded down, it transformed into a black hue. Yet the areas it washed revealed their original skin tone. "This color is merely a dye. Problem solved." The elder clapped his hands and addressed the master of the 100 Medical Hall. "When faced with a challenge, think critically instead of immediately calling for me." "Yes, master." The master of the 100 Medical Hall bowed his head in response. The elder dissipated into a cloud of smoke, gradually vanishing. The master of the 100 Medical Hall kept his head bowed, feeling utterly humiliated. As the esteemed leader of the 100 Medical Hall, on the verge of transcending to the next realm, he had just been reprimanded in front of so many juniors. His dignity lay in tatters. "Master, are you all right?" Li Zihai tentatively inquired. The master of the 100 Medical Hall seemed to find an outlet for his frustration and chastised Li Zihai. "To mistake the spirit beast transformation pill for the strength pill, how can you still consider yourself an alchemist? Hurry back to the sect and dive into the ancient texts in the scripture pavilion. You are not permitted to leave the sect until you have read 30 ancient volumes." Li Zihai replied, "Yes, master." "Ah." I feel much better now. It seems that taking on disciples does have its merits. The master of the 100 medical hall mused. It was only then that Qin Yu remembered he had yet to comprehend why the strength pill he had refined had yielded such unexpected effects. Qin Yu hastily remarked, "Esteemed senior, there is one matter that perplexes me." "Feel free to inquire," replied the esteemed leader of the 100 Physicians' Hall, who, with hands clasped behind his back, was eager for these younger ones to pose questions in order to restore his lofty and grandiose image. Qin Yu was overjoyed. The last time he encountered such enthusiasm was with Bai Tong. The younger generation is unaware of which step in my alchemical process went awry, resulting in this peculiar effect of the power pill. The master of the Bai Hall's expression stiffened. "What did you say?" Qin Yu reiterated the question. The master of Baitang remarked, "Why can I no longer hear your voices? It seems that this connection is somewhat unstable. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Li Zihao immediately bowed, saying, "I bid you farewell, master. Please take care and rest well." Rest? Only those deemed useless in the realm of cultivation would indulge in such luxury. In this time of rampant illness, as the health of patients hangs by a thread, it is precisely at this critical juncture that a practitioner of my caliber must shoulder the heavy burden. How could I possibly rest? Suddenly, the room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared in astonishment at the master of Baitang. "Ah, master. I knew you could hear us." Li Zihao thought to himself, "You want to be able to vent your frustrations on me this time." "Ah, this confounded catchphrase." The master of Baitang chuckled awkwardly. "The connection seemed to stabilize once more, as I truly could not hear your voices just now." Then, esteemed elder, As soon as Qin Yu spoke, the head of the 100 Medicine Hall declared, "What? Another batch of injured has arrived? I shall go at once." Observing the serious demeanor of the hall master, it was evident that he was not merely acting. "Zihao, you must return swiftly. It seems the demonic sect has become active again, with disciples from various sects sustaining injuries daily. Our physicians are already stretched thin. I will attend to the wounded now. Young ones, may we meet again under fortunate circumstances." Qin Yu and the others bowed and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance." The figure of the 100 Medic Hall's master faded away. Observing Li Zihao placing the incense and incense burner into his Qian pouch, Qin Yu cautiously inquired, "Brotherly, judging by the senior's demeanor, it seems there is a sense of urgency. Are you planning to return to the sect immediately?" Li Zihao replied with a smile. "My master was merely putting on an act." Qin Yu inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Li Zihao elucidated. "The strongest disciples of those sects are merely at the golden core stage. Regardless of their numbers, master can easily remedy any situation by manifesting a domain. It is inconceivable that there could be a shortage of healers." The reason master expressed such a sentiment likely stems from his uncertainty on how to respond to Brother Qin's inquiry. "Frankly, I have not perceived any anomalies in Brother Qin's alchemical process, and I suspect master shares this observation. However, due to his pride, master could only concoct an excuse to withdraw." Far across the vast expanse, the head of the 100 Medicines Hall, a Chiu, sneezed. One sneeze indicates a thought, while two signify a curse. "Who is pondering over me?" A Chiu was astonished to realize that two individuals were simultaneously thinking of him. Having reached a conclusion, Qin Yu sighed. "My alchemical skills truly are peculiar. Brother Qin, I present to you this communication jade pendant." Li Zihao offered a jade pendant to Qin Yu. "Should you discover any new elixirs, do not forget to inform me. If you encounter any troubles, you may also reach out to me through this pendant. While our 100 Medicines Hall may lack in certain areas, our ability to rally support is certainly commendable." Qin Yu accepted the jade pendant and inquired, "Brotherly, are you returning to the sect?" Li Zihao nodded, acknowledging the necessity of adhering to his master's words. Through this incident, he realized his profound ignorance regarding ancient matters, and he resolved to rectify this upon his return. Moreover, his master had just employed the realm of rejuvenation, resulting in the cessation of illness within the city. "I wish you a safe journey, brotherly, and I extend my gratitude for your assistance." "Not at all." Li Zihao waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Qin, I shall take my leave now. Do not forget to inform me of any new effects of the elixirs. By the way, the demonic sect has indeed been somewhat active lately, so do exercise caution when you venture out." Qin Yu nodded. He certainly would not leave Xietian sect unless there was an imperative reason. As he watched Li Zihao depart, Qin Yu remarked, "Let us also take our leave. We might still catch the sect's spiritual vessel." Suddenly, a gorilla materialized before Qin Yu. Qin Yu suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, my apologies, Xiaoxi. I completely forgot about you. Xiaoxi plopped down onto the ground, feeling genuinely disheartened, remarking, the true sorrow lies not in loud quarrels. Here, take this white elixir. With that, Xiaoxi perked up instantly. This elixir was just concocted when refining the antidote for Li Zhengtong. Qin Yu recalled that he still possessed half a white elixir, and he hastily retrieved it, presenting it to Li Zhengtong, who was enviously observing Xiaoxi. Li Zhengtong joyfully accepted the elixir and promptly placed it in his mouth. Phew! Brother Yu, is this elixir expired? It lacks the original flavor. Indeed, once its essence was restored, he no longer found the taste of the elixir appealing. The single-chamber alchemical furnace was something Li Zihua had taken from the apothecary, which he had not carried away. The room still contained a plethora of medicinal herbs, and thus, Qin Yu proceeded to concoct an antidote for Xiaoxi. Brother Yu, I wish to consume that white elixir first, followed by the antidote. Suit yourself. Qin Yu handed both pills to Xiaoxi. Li Zhengtong leaned closer to Qin Yu and remarked, Brother Yu, I sense a change within myself. Could it be that there are lingering effects? Qin Yu inquired, what kind of change? Li Zhengtong replied, I feel as though I have become more attuned to the spiritual energy around me. More attuned to spiritual energy? Qin Yu's eyes flickered. Could it be possible? Qin Yu employed the talent detection on Li Zhengtong. Chapter 42, A Grand Undertaking. For talents of Li Zhengtong emerged. Refined through trials, a grade just as jade must be polished to reveal its luster, and a person must be shaped to achieve greatness. Only through enduring sufficient trials can one truly become a formidable force. Frequently encountering daunting obstacles and life-threatening crises, yet where peril and opportunity coexist. Overcoming such challenges yields commensurate rewards. Surviving great calamity, a grade favored by destiny, one possesses the ability to transform danger into safety, emerging unscathed from dire situations. Introduction to Array Techniques. C grade exhibiting a certain aptitude for array formations. One can easily grasp the basics, swiftly learn the intricacies of arrays, and adeptly apply them. Medium quality spiritual root. C grade just barely reaching the threshold for cultivation, yet likely to achieve little distinction, ultimately serving as mere foliage to the vibrant blossoms of others. How astonishing that a low-quality spiritual root has transformed into a medium-quality one. Qin Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that an ordinary individual's spiritual root could undergo such a metamorphosis. It must be the intervention of the Hall Master of the 100 Medicinal Hall, whose treatment helped Li Zhengtong eliminate some impurities, resulting in the evolution of his spiritual root. Indeed, it is true that overcoming crises can yield substantial benefits. Qin Yu chuckled. Isn't it better to be more attuned to spiritual energy? This will surely accelerate our cultivation speed. Indeed, Li Zhengtong replied with delight. Xiaoxi consumed the antidote, his form restoring to its original state, though his skin remained as dark as coal. Brother Tong, I don't feel any more attuned to spiritual energy, Xiaoxi remarked, mistakenly attributing this to the effects of the elixir. Scratching his head, Li Zhengtong replied, perhaps it is merely a psychological effect. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. As long as he could revert to his former self, he felt immensely grateful. Draped in black robes, both Li Zhengtong and Xiaoxi resolved to cleanse their skin upon returning to the sect. As the three passed through the city gate, they encountered Lu Yuanqing from the Sun-Observing sect. Qin Yu stepped forward to greet them. This time, I owe much to Brother Lu for his assistance. My two companions have fully recovered. Lu Yuanqing waved his hand and replied, Brother Qin, you flatter me. I haven't contributed much. Are you gentlemen preparing to return to Xiantian sect? Indeed, in another quarter of an hour, our spiritual vessel will be docking at the city gates. Lu Yuanqing smiled and suggested, why not spend a few days exploring Linglan City? There are numerous delightful attractions here, and I would be happy to accompany you on a tour. Qin Yu genuinely yearned to spend a few days in the city. He simply wished to behold the enchanting night scenery of the Immortal Cultivation realm cities. It was certainly not his intention to visit that gaudy branch of the Hahuan sect. Unfortunately, Li Zhengtong and Xiaoxi were occupied with daily cleaning duties. Moreover, before departing, Li Zihao had cautioned them about the increased activity of the demonic sects and urged them to remain vigilant. Their abilities were still insufficient, and venturing out of the sect too soon posed significant dangers. Qin Yu graciously declined Lu Yuanqing's kind offer. My dear brother Lu, may we meet again when fate allows. Qin Yu and his companions boarded the spiritual vessel and returned to the Xiantian sect. The following day arrived. Qin Yu returned to his routine of concocting elixirs by day and cultivating his skills by night. A few days later, he set out with the potions he had prepared, intending to inquire about their worth at the Wan Yao Pavilion. The ordinary strength elixir could enhance one's power by at most 10% for a mere quarter of an hour. In stark contrast, his strength elixir could amplify strength fivefold and last indefinitely, a truly unparalleled advantage. Selling the strength elixir bundled with its antidote for merely 10 contribution points each would be exceedingly reasonable. After all, these potions could be lifesavers in critical moments. With visions of wealth dancing in his mind, Qin Yu entered the Wan Yao Pavilion with great enthusiasm. "Good sir, do you accept elixirs for sale?" "Indeed, we do." The jovial proprietor of the Wan Yao Pavilion emerged with a smile, inquiring, "Might I ask what type of elixir you wish to sell, young friend?" Qin Yu presented the elixir to the manager of the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion, proclaiming, "This is the great strength pill I have concocted, capable of enhancing the strength of Qi refining stage cultivators fivefold." Fivefold. The manager of the pavilion was taken aback, pondering whether the young friend had made an error. There is no mistake, it is indeed fivefold. However, this pill does possess a slight side effect, necessitating the sale of this antidote alongside it. Qin Yu meticulously elaborated on the effects of the strength elixir, including the peculiar side effect of transforming into an orangutan. Upon hearing this, the proprietor of the Wan Yao Pavilion furrowed his brow. "Young friend, what you possess is not the strength elixir, but rather an entirely novel concoction. Although this elixir exhibits remarkable potency, it lacks a certification of compliance. The sale of unverified elixirs is illegal." "Certification?" Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. The proprietor explained, "All elixirs available in the marketplace must receive accreditation from the Liang Kingdom Elixir Association, which verifies their safety before issuing a safety certificate, thus permitting shops to sell the elixir. Your concoction differs significantly from the strength elixir, and it is certainly inadmissible to utilize the strength elixir's safety certificate for your product. Being caught could lead to financial ruin. Such procedures seem excessively meticulous in this realm of cultivation." Qin Yu retorted, "What must I do to obtain a safety certificate?" He asked. "Simply submit more than 10 elixirs to the Elixir Association for testing. Upon successful evaluation, a safety certificate will be granted, and your elixir will be added to the list of approved products for sale. If you require assistance, we can facilitate the delivery of your elixirs. However, do be advised that the review process may be quite lengthy, taking no less than 6 months. 6 months? That is rather protracted. The contribution points in Qin Yu's possession will not last until that time. Thank you very much." Qin Yu left behind 15 sets of elixirs and entrusted his name and residence address to the shopkeeper. "It seems that during the next 6 months, I must devise a way to contribute further." Qin Yu was left with merely over 100 contribution points, a sum insufficient even to procure a Qi refining pill, let alone the materials for alchemy. Selling stinky tofu is not an option. Last time, no one bought it. If only Kong Tianjiao were here. He sighed, reminiscing about the first month with Kong Tianjiao. Just as he was pondering how to earn contribution points, a tall senior brother intercepted him. "Junior brother, are the effects of the elixirs you mentioned truly as remarkable as you claim?" Qin Yu cast a glance at the individual, recalling that just moments ago, while he was introducing the elixirs to the manager of the Wan Yao Pavilion, this person was purchasing pills not far away. It must be genuine. "Is there something I can assist you with, senior brother?" "Indeed." The tall senior brother extended his hand and introduced himself. "I am Su Mu, and I have a keen interest in the elixirs you have concocted. I wish to procure a batch." Qin Yu's eyes brightened, yet he voiced his concerns. Did the shopkeeper not mention that without a certification, transactions are prohibited? "It is not so stringent. The absence of a certification merely restricts large-scale trade. Private transactions like ours go unnoticed," came the reply. "And besides, if you don't mention it, neither will I. Who would ever know?" "That is reassuring." Qin Yu inquired, "How many do you intend to purchase, Brother Su?" "Perhaps 40 to 50, Su replied, "but do ensure you offer me a discount." Taken aback by the number, Qin Yu exclaimed, "Brother Su, will you be able to consume such a quantity?" Sumu chuckled, "Of course, I do not intend to eat them all myself. Rather, I plan to resell them. However, I will not be selling within the borders of Liang. I aim to venture north to the great wilderness kingdom, where the situation is rather chaotic and certifications are non-existent, thus making it perfectly legal." Qin Yu let out a soft exclamation, initially thinking that the other party intended to engage in illicit activities by selling on the black market. Wait a moment, isn't smuggling also a crime? He pondered. However, the world of cultivation is rather chaotic. There should be no such regulations. In light of this, Qin Yu chose to adopt the persona of a tranquil and handsome gentleman. Senior brother, I have just negotiated a price of 25 contribution points with the Wanyo Pavilion. Since you require more, I shall offer a slight discount. How about 20 contribution points for one great strength pill and one antidote? Well versed in the art of commerce, Qin Yu understood that it was wise to initially set a higher price to allow for negotiation. 20 contribution points is quite steep. I can only reluctantly accept 10. Qin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of pressure to negotiate down to half the price. It seems this person is truly remarkable. Qin Yu deal. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Sumu. Oh no, I underestimated the price. Chapter 43, Profitable Endeavors. Since it was Sumu who proposed the price, he had no choice but to accept it with gritted teeth. As long as the efficacy of the great strength pill is genuine, once transported to the vast wilderness, each pill could be sold for at least 30 low-grade spiritual stones. He is still making a significant profit. Qin Yu inquired, Brother Su, when do you require it? I currently possess limited stock and must return to refine some elixirs. Sumu contemplated briefly before responding, approximately a week from now. However, junior brother, I need to test the efficacy of your elixir. I hope you do not mind. Of course not. That is only proper. Qin Yu replied as he handed a strength elixir to Sumu. Brother Su must have just heard that after consuming the strength elixir, one would sprout hair all over and transform into an ape. I am aware of that. Sumu suggested, shall we converse further in my cave dwelling? Certainly. The two proceeded to Sumu's abode. Junior brother, what should I call you? Qin Yu. Qin junior brother, please take a sip of water. I shall ingest the elixir now. All right. Sumu swiftly swallowed the strength elixir and soon felt an incessant surge of power proliferating within him. His muscles swelled rapidly. His arms elongated, and coarse black hair sprouted all over his body. Before long, a great gorilla materialized before Qin Yu. Having mentally prepared himself, Sumu remained unperturbed, instead curiously admiring his burgeoning muscles. How do you feel, Brother Su? Qin Yu asked. Sumu clenched his fist and delivered a punch into the air. Impressive. This elixir truly is extraordinary. A humanoid smile graced the countenance of the gorilla. My strength has likely increased by more than threefold. I am quite satisfied with this effect. By the way, I am a foundation establishment cultivator. Qin Yu nodded, having long anticipated the diminishing effects of the foundational stage. The essence of this elixir does not lie in augmenting strength, but rather in transforming an individual into a spirit beast. The disparity between the physique of an Qi refinement stage cultivator and that of a spirit beast is the most pronounced. As the practitioner's realm steadily ascends, their physical prowess will continue to enhance, thereby narrowing this gap gradually. Junior brother Qin, I shall first procure 50 great strength pills and 50 antidotes. I will transfer you 100 contribution points as a deposit and return next week to collect the goods. Very well, senior brother Su. Whenever you wish to negate the effects of the elixir, simply consume the antidote, and the dark residue can be washed away with water. Understood. Sumu continued to throw punches, testing his own strength. Senior brother Su, I shall take my leave now. All right, farewell. As Qin Yu departed from Su Shixiang's cave, a smile could no longer be restrained from gracing his lips. I have struck gold. My current success rate hovers around 1/3. The cost of a single elixir is merely 1 contribution point, and with the antidote, it totals just 2 contribution points. A single batch of elixirs yields an astonishing profit of 8 contribution points. With 50 batches in hand, I stand to gain a staggering 400 contribution points. As long as my alchemical skills remain unblemished, I need not worry about cultivation resources for the forthcoming months. Upon Qin Yu's exit, a smile also crept upon Sumu's face. I have struck gold. An elixir capable of tripling foundational strength can fetch at least 50 low-grade spirit stones, while its production cost is merely 10 stones, resulting in a net profit of 40 for each batch. If I can survive the great wilderness, coupled with the savings amassed over the years, I shall have a glimmer of hope for breaking through to the golden core stage. Both parties believed they had struck a lucrative deal. A week later, the transaction was completed. Qin Yu possesses an impressive 500 contribution points. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he has been at the Xiantian sect for over 4 months. Now, Qin Yu has successfully advanced to the 6th level of Qi refinement, having utilized all 4 opportunities to replicate his talents, transforming his inferior spiritual root into a superior one. Name: Qin Yu talent, superior spiritual root, B grade, medium spiritual root, C grade, fire manipulation apprentice, D grade, progress, 11. Note: upon reaching 100 progress, An opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. Qin Yu's cultivation has now far surpassed that of the outer disciples, placing him among the elite within the outer sect. While Yao Yao excels in cultivation, Qin Yu has not lagged behind in the art of alchemy. Qin Yu steadfastly adhered to his routine of refining elixirs during the day and cultivating at night. Though no one purchased his potions, he remained undeterred in his efforts. The art of alchemy not only alleviated his fatigue from cultivation but also enhanced his mental acuity, enabling him to better consolidate his spiritual energy. Over the past few months, Qin Yu had mastered several new concoctions. Among them was the Qi refinement pill, while the standard version could triple the cultivation speed of practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Qin Yu's variant boasted a 5-fold increase. However, the downside was that consuming the pill led to unbearable itching, rendering one incapable of focusing on cultivation. Qin Yu consulted Li Zihui and obtained a solution. By continuously stimulating various acupuncture points on the body in a specific sequence, one can induce a loss of sensation. The reinforcement pill. The ordinary reinforcement pill enhances the defensive capabilities of a cultivator's skin. However, Qin Yu's version of the reinforcement pill, once consumed, renders the user as steadfast as stone. The downside, however, is that it petrifies the skin, truly transforming it into solid rock. The remedy is to wait for the effects of the potion to dissipate. The body refinement pill. An ordinary body refinement pill, when consumed during cultivation, augments the strength of the body. The Qin Yu version of the body refinement pill, when consumed during cultivation, not only enhances physical strength but also significantly augments the practitioner's capacity to endure pain. However, a notable drawback is that after ingestion, the body becomes exceedingly sensitive, with even the slightest touch causing unbearable anguish. The solution lies in the continuous stimulation of various acupuncture points in a specific sequence, though each stimulation induces excruciating discomfort. While the elixirs crafted may always possess minor flaws, Qin Yu firmly believes that true brilliance will eventually shine forth. His pills are destined to flourish in the realm of cultivation, garnering adulation from countless admirers. Chapter 44. The search for the Xiantian token as winter deepens. The sky occasionally releases flurries of snowflakes, draping the Xiantian sect in an enchanting veil. The disciples tasked with menial chores outside are once again occupied. Li Zhengdong rises early each day to clear the snow from Maple Leaf Square. Yet, having reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement third layer, this trivial task poses no challenge for him. As for Qin Yu's Minghui Square, it remains under renovation. 2 months prior, he took the time to visit and added a new line to the wooden sign. Due to the complexity of the construction, we anticipate needing an additional 3 months. We apologize for the inconvenience. Please take an alternate route. After that, Qin Yu ceased to concern himself with it. By the time 3 months elapse, he will have become an outer sect disciple. What relevance does Minghui Square hold for him now? On this day, Qin Yu sat in his wooden cabin, calculating the contribution points in his possession, overwhelmed by a sense of melancholy. Alas, my contribution points are dwindling rapidly. Spending brings momentary joy, yet without funds, one finds themselves in dire straits. I can scarcely afford anything. Where is senior brother Sumu? Why has the certificate for the power pill been finalized? And where is Kong Tianjiao? Qin Yu had never missed that man as much as he did today. Several months have passed, and with 30 contribution points each month that remain unspent, I must have accumulated quite a sum. The disciples of Beast Master Peak were all like little gold mines. It's a pity they won't be able to emerge for a few more months. However, fortunate for me, today the sect is hosting an event, and with my astute intellect, I should be able to acquire a considerable amount of contribution points. Qin Yu stretched languidly, loosening his muscles and tendons. In just half a month, the spring festival of the Liang Kingdom would arrive. Although the Xiantian sect is a cultivation school, most of its disciples hail from the common folk. Thus, the Xiantian sect upholds the tradition of celebrating the spring festival. Furthermore, the sect organizes various activities prior to the festival, allowing the disciples, who have toiled throughout the year, to unwind. The sect also offers an array of spiritual artifacts and contribution points as rewards to encourage active participation. Today, a grand event named the Quest for the Xiantian Tokens is taking place, though the name may seem unadorned. This event is the most popular of the year due to its exceedingly generous rewards. Each day, the sect conceals 7 Xiantian tokens in various corners, inviting the disciples to seek them out. This event lasts a total of 15 days, during which 105 tokens will be distributed. At the conclusion of the event, each token can be exchanged for 100 contribution points, and those who acquire more than 10 tokens will receive a spiritual artifact as a reward. Naturally, The disciples do not embark on their quest blindly. Given the vastness of the Qian sect, searching for tokens without guidance would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, the sect announces 7 clues each day, with each clue corresponding to the location of a token. It is a contest of intellect and fortune. Qin Yu felt that this event was tailor-made for him. Who can match me in intellect? And in luck, who could possibly surpass me? The contribution points and spiritual artifacts are as good as mine. Brother Yu, it is time to set off. Li Zhengtong called out from outside the cave, as the two had agreed to attend the event together. Qin Yu stepped out of the cave, having cleared away the snow. Yes, it's done. Let's go. With a grand gesture of his hand, Qin Yu declared, I shall take the lead in this endeavor. Your sole responsibility is to relax. The venue for the event was situated in the central square adjacent to the marketplace. And by the time Qin Yu and his companion arrived, the square was already teeming with a multitude of people. Qin Yu smirked disdainfully, asserting that arriving early is not as advantageous as fleeing swiftly, and that fleeing swiftly pales in comparison to possessing a quick wit. They are merely feeble opponents, easily vanquished. Li Zhengtong exclaimed, Brother Yu, your dominance is truly remarkable. Esteemed guests, welcome to the quest for the Qian token. Today marks the inaugural day of this event, during which 7 clues will be revealed. Lacking any advertising sponsors, the host candidly stated, the first clue is as follows. Lotuses surround on all sides, willows sway in every direction, and mountains encircle, reflecting the heavens above. Qin Yu instantly grasped the answer. Brother Yu, it is the central heavenly pool. Li Zhengtong whispered, let us hasten our departure. Qin Yu shook his head, remarking that if one could deduce such a thing, it was hardly surprising that others were equally aware. Observing the throngs moving towards the central heavenly pool, he noted the fierce competition. Let us wait a moment longer, the host remarked. It appears the first hint was rather straightforward, as many have managed to guess it. For those who have yet to figure it out, fret not. Let us proceed to the second hint. A mountain, a temple, a red leaf, a lake, a boat, an old monk. There are mountains, temples, lakes, and boats. Brother Yu, it must be the little mountain temple. Li Zhengtong interjected. Another wave of individuals surged towards the direction of the little mountain temple. Brother Yu, the competition seems to be quite fierce. No need for haste. Qin Yu replied calmly, in such events, the simpler hints are typically presented first. With increasing difficulty as we progress, we shall set forth when the moment is right. Very well, Brother Yu. As the third hint was announced, yet another group dashed out. The same occurred with the fourth and fifth hints. Each time a hint was revealed, a multitude departed, yet the square remained densely packed with people, as if they were an unending line. Why does it seem like these people are like a continuous thread, never diminishing? As the sixth hint was unveiled, the challenge escalated dramatically. This hint consisted of merely half a line. The dark river's fallen leaves reflect the crimson sky. The crowd in the square began to murmur among themselves, contemplating the clue. Brother Yu, do you have any idea where this might be? Li Zhengtong inquired of Qin Yu, admitting that while he could decipher the first 5 hints, this sixth one left him utterly perplexed. Qin Yu silently recited the provided hint. The leaves of the ghost river reflect the crimson sky. A river, leaves, and a red sky? In a moment of confusion, Qin Yu pondered, could it be that there exists a unique location within the Qian sect where the sky is red? Unlikely. If such an obvious clue were present, others would have deduced it long ago. Suddenly, Qin Yu's attention was drawn to an inconspicuous character. This character signifies reflection or illumination, suggesting that this red sky does not pertain to the heavens, but rather indicates that the ground is red. Does the Qian sect possess any area with a crimson terrain? Qin Yu inquired of Li Zhengtong. Li Zhengtong shook his head. I don't believe so. With no assistance forthcoming from Li Zhengtong, Qin Yu was left to contemplate independently. There are rivers, there are leaves, and there is red. Red. Qin Yu suddenly recalled a location. He hastily pulled Li Zhengtong away from the central square, and upon reaching a secluded spot, he inquired, could it possibly be Maple Leaf Square? There is a wild river nearby, with fallen leaves, and the maple leaves turn red in autumn, perfectly capable of reflecting the crimson sky. Li Zhengtong's eyes widened in realization. Brother Yu, you are truly brilliant. Without delay, the two hurried towards Maple Leaf Square, after Qin Yu and the others departed. It wasn't long before numerous individuals began to leave the square. However, this time, the crowd did not converge in a single direction. Instead, people dispersed in all directions. Clearly, based on the information provided during this occasion, the vast majority struggled to ascertain their precise locations. With each person's perception varying, destinations were as diverse as the individuals themselves. Chapter 45. The know-it-all Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong first circled around several times, ensuring that no one was tailing them, before hastily making their way to Maple Leaf Square. Typically, this place sees very few passers-by, and with everyone gathered in the central square, it was utterly deserted. Brother Yu, based on that fragment of a sentence, I fear no one would think to come here, Li Zhengtong remarked. Indeed, Qin Yu boasted, even with my intellect. I would find it difficult to conceive of this place if you weren't fortuitously here cleaning. He continued, moreover, this location is so remote that many are likely unaware of its existence. Let us not waste any time. You search the east, and I shall scour the west. Understood. Brother Yu. The two, brimming with motivation, began to search rapidly. Maple Leaf Square was relatively spacious, and the only places that could conceal the Xiantian token were the nearby heaps of weeds. The duo rummaged through the underbrush, with Qin Yu employing his mental prowess to probe the surroundings. After some time, a few more individuals arrived at the scene. Upon seeing their rivals, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong intensified their efforts. However, half an hour passed, and none had found the Xiantian token. Qin Yu and Li Zheng sat breathlessly on the ground. It was indeed perplexing. They had searched high and low, even scouring the trees one by one, yet they could not find it. Could it possibly be buried in the earth? Qin Yu stood up and dusted off the dirt from his trousers. Never mind. It seems we were searching in the wrong place, he exclaimed. So where shall we head now? Li Zhengtong inquired. Let us return to the central square and see what the final clue regarding the token reveals. The two made their way back to the central square, which was no longer as crowded as before, yet a considerable number of people remained engaged in spirited discussions. Qin Yu spotted an acquaintance. Xiaoxi. You are here as well? You go, Tong go. Xiaoxi hurried over, exclaiming, I came to join the excitement. Are you both in search of the Xiantian token? Qin Yu deemed it unnecessary to conceal the matter and remarked, based on the sixth hint, we surmised that the location described was Maple Leaf Square. Yet our search yielded nothing. Xiaoxi interjected, the sixth Xiantian token remains unfound to this day, and neither the seventh nor the first token has been located. Conversely, the other tokens have all been discovered. Qin Yu expressed his surprise, the first token has not been found either? The hint for the first token was quite evidently Central Heavenly Pool. Many have ventured there, yet it is astonishing that it remains elusive. Indeed, Xiaoxi affirmed, currently, Central Heavenly Pool is nearly overcrowded. Some individuals, particularly those specializing in water-based cultivation techniques, have even plunged into the waters in their quest. Li Zhengtong speculated. Could it be that someone has found the token but chose to remain silent about it? By withholding this information, they could effectively delay the majority here, thus diminishing competition for the search of other tokens. Xiaoxi elucidated, that is indeed a possibility. Yet I recently overheard the senior brothers mention that it is advisable to declare the finding of a token. The sect prohibits the usurpation of tokens. By asserting one's claim upon discovery, that Xiantian token becomes untouchable by others. If one remains silent, and the token is subsequently usurped or stolen, it becomes nearly impossible to justify one's claim. Qin Yu nodded. With this regulation in place, once the token is found, he would undoubtedly assert his claim at the earliest opportunity. It is a statement that bears only benefits and no detriments. To remain silent would entail considerable risk. In a crowd where many eyes converge, who can guarantee that they will not be discovered? Furthermore, with so many extraordinary talents within the Xiantian sect, it is entirely possible that he may attract unwanted attention. Has the precise location of the seventh token been established? Qin Yu inquired. Xiaoxi shook his head, remarking that both the sixth and seventh clues were exceedingly challenging, with few capable of deciphering them. Hence, everyone was congregating around the central heavenly pool in hopes of striking fortune. Qin Yu looked up at the enormous whiteboard hanging in the central square, where today's 7 prompts were inscribed. Notably, beside the second, third, fourth, and fifth prompts, the words found were clearly marked. Qin Yu gazed at the final prompt. This phrase consisted of merely 5 characters. The world is concealed within the belly. What could this possibly signify? Qin Yu felt somewhat bewildered. These 5 characters offered no discernible keywords. Holding the world within, could it be that he is an exceptionally gluttonous individual, concealing the token within his dwelling? Qin Yu glanced at Li Zhengtong, who shook his head vigorously. I have no idea, brother Yu. Qin Yu cast another glance at Xiaoxi, who likewise shook his head. Have you managed to gather any insights on others' perspectives regarding this prompt? Qin Yu was in urgent need of some inspiration. Xiaoxi let out a wry smile. Brother Yu. If others had any ideas, they certainly wouldn't share them with me. However, I shall inquire further. With that, Xiaoji plunged into the crowd. Before long, he blended seamlessly with the throng. I never realized before just how formidable Xiaoji's intelligence-gathering skills truly are. Qin Yu immersed himself in contemplation, continuing to ponder the meaning of the phrase, who can truly encompass the world within their belly? Is it the fearsome beast, Tao Dai? It is said that this monstrous creature can devour all under heaven, yet the Xiantian sect bears no connection to Tao Dai. Could this world perhaps refer to the vast expanse of knowledge, with the institution of learning being the vessel for such wisdom? Might this indeed be an allusion to the academy? Li Zhengtong, listening nearby, was taken aback. Brother Yu is truly remarkable. From just this one sentence, he has been able to deduce so much. Alas, I am too foolish to be of any assistance. Qin Yu continued to murmur, but this belly has nothing to do with the academy. Upon hearing this, Li Zheng suddenly had a moment of inspiration. Brother Yu, could it possibly refer to one of our sect's erudite elders? Qin Yushuan rebuked, foolish. How could the elder conceal the token? Are you suggesting it is hidden on the elder or within their residence? Is the abode of the elder accessible to mere junior disciples like us? Li Zhengdong responded with a sullen "Oh, Brother Yu, I apologize. I am of no assistance." Qin Yu consoled, "Do not speak so. Your role is irreplaceable." Li Zhengtong suddenly perked up, gazing expectantly at Qin Yu. After all, others would not dare to consume the elixirs I have newly refined. Li Zhengdong exclaimed, "Shift. However, your words have indeed reminded me." Qin Yu remarked, "Our elders at the Xiantian sect ought to maintain a low profile, despite their vast knowledge. They would not claim to be omniscient. Yet, there exists a peculiar individual who revels in such declarations." Li Zhengong suddenly recalled, "Brother Yu, are you referring to the examiner for our second assessment during the entrance examination, the know-it-all?" "Precisely." Chapter 46, The Indomitable Know-it-all. At that moment, Xiaoji approached. "Brother Yu, I have uncovered some information. These clues pertain to descriptions of the sect's premises." "Descriptions of the sect's premises?" Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. "I know where it is. Follow me." The three followed Qin Yu, hurrying toward a towering structure. "The scripture repository?" "Exactly." Qin Yu elucidated. To harbor the world within, the harbor refers to the scripture repository itself, while the world denotes the myriad tomes chronicled within. It is indeed the scripture repository that aligns most closely with this description. Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji were struck with sudden clarity. Qin Yu continued his analysis. The Xiantian token is always placed in areas accessible to all disciples, while we, as miscellaneous disciples, are only permitted to borrow books from the first level of the scripture depository. Thus, the Xiantian token must undoubtedly be hidden on the first level. Let us proceed. I shall search the easternmost section. Xiaoji, you shall explore the westernmost, and Tongzi, you will examine the center. Very well, Brother Yu. The three of them eagerly entered the scripture depository. As soon as Qin Yu stepped through the doors, he beheld a shadowy figure rushing towards him, accompanied by a chilling breeze. "Alas, I think I just saw a ghost, and it seems to be lunging at me. This is it. My luck has run out." "What on earth? You are the ghost, little Qin Yu." A voice of discontent arose from behind him. Upon hearing the distinctive voice, Qin Yu immediately recognized its owner. "Senior Beishitong, you nearly frightened me to death." Qin Yu turned to pay his respects. "Haha. I knew that those minor tricks during the recruitment assessments would not pose a challenge for you, young man. It was merely a stroke of luck on my part." "Oh, look at you, displaying a bit of modesty now. By the way," Beishitong leaned closer to Qin Yu, lowering his voice. "I have uncovered evidence that proves you are mistaken." "Oh, really?" Qin Yu feigned indifference. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's unperturbed demeanor, Beishitong's enthusiasm waned. "I have debunked your theory. Shouldn't you be upset? Where's your anger? Your resentment? What a theatrical display." Qin Yu silently mused. "Senior Beishitong, I have pressing matters to attend to. May I discuss this with you later?" "No way." Beishitong's eyebrows shot up. "You must listen to me first. It is imperative that you acknowledge your error. This is of utmost importance." All right, please do hurry," Qin Yu urged, anxious to seek out the Xiantian token. Just as Beishitong was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji. "Ahem, what are you two young disciples doing still standing here?" Qin Yuling had a sudden inspiration. "Senior, are you not renowned for your omniscience regarding all matters in the world?" "Indeed," replied the all-knowing one, puffing out his chest with pride. "Qin Yu, do you know the purpose of our visit?" Qin Yu wished to ascertain whether the Xiantian token resided within the sutra repository, hoping to avoid a repeat of his previous fruitless search at Maple Leaf Square. The omniscient one narrowed his eyes slightly and, with unwavering confidence, declared, I am not a fortune teller. How could I possibly know the purpose of your visit? Qin Yu smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude, thanking the elder for his enlightenment. What have I informed you of? Qin Yu elucidated that the previous purpose of visiting the Sutra Pavilion was solely to consult materials. However, the elder's uncertainty regarding their intentions indicated that a second purpose had emerged. Coupled with that half-sentence hint, it became evident that a Xiantian token lay within the Sutra Pavilion. You are remarkably astute, exclaimed Beishitong, somewhat flustered. This revelation was not imparted by me. You deduced it yourself. He then urged, all right, you two youngsters, hasten inside and search. Additionally, I must remind you that 2 other children have already entered before you, so time is of the essence. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji hurriedly made their way into the library. With no one else to interrupt, Beishitong grinned at Qin Yu, saying, in truth, I had already discovered your oversight 2 months ago. He beamed with pride, his expression nearly proclaiming, be astounded, praise my brilliance. Qin Yu let out a nonchalant "oh," inwardly scoffing. That foolish question is riddled with flaws, and it took you 2 months to discover it. Are you proud of that? The know-it-all was quite displeased with Qin Yu's expression. Could he not muster any semblance of emotion? You have lost. Where is your astonishment? Your shock? Your defiance? Do you not wish to engage in further debate? If you, as a senior, pose such a question, I must admit there is a point I find perplexing. Please, feel free to inquire. The know-it-all, hands in pockets, regarded the world with disdain. I wish to ask, since you discovered the crux of the issue 2 months ago, why did you not send someone to seek me out, instead of lying in wait here? Upon witnessing the exuberance of Qin Yu through the messenger, one could easily surmise that the other party had long desired to meet him. Given the esteemed position of the individual within the Xiantian sect, a mere word to anyone would suffice to summon him for a respectful audience. Yet, the utter silence from the other side left Qin Yu perplexed. Upon hearing Qin Yu's inquiry, the expression on the messenger's face abruptly froze. Fortunately, being merely a spirit of knowledge, he was spared the embarrassment of a flushed visage or a sweat-drenched brow. Nevertheless, after a moment of hesitance and contemplation, the messenger finally conjured up a somewhat plausible explanation. It was simply because the esteemed one presumed that you would not surmount the rigorous selection process of the Xiantian sect. Qin Yu mimicked the tone of Beishitong and said, but you just mentioned that such trivial tricks in the recruitment assessment cannot possibly deceive you, my friend. Beishitong retorted. Did you not also claim that your success was merely a stroke of luck? Qin Yu, senior, I was merely being modest. Beishitong, then my words were merely a form of flattery, a matter of social nicety. Qin Yu, 2 months ago, accompanied by a clap of thunder. The library echoed with maniacal laughter. I have attained enlightenment. Ha 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 ha. I have truly grasped it. Upon hearing this voice, beams of golden light surged forth from the sect leader's hall and the law enforcement peak, instantly arriving at the library. The atmosphere within the library abruptly fell into silence. What brings you here? The erudite elder regarded the 2 newcomers with a wary expression. The sect leader and the grand elder chuckled, saying, we have come to congratulate you on your successful enlightenment. Enlightenment? Before the erudite elder could inquire further, the grand elder preemptively spoke. May I ask, during your retreat, have you improved the Xiantian art or perhaps created a new divine technique? Neither. The erudite elder quickly clasped his hands behind his back, maintaining an air of dignity. My retreat was solely to address a long-standing conundrum, not a matter of cultivation. The sect leader and the grand elder felt a sense of disappointment. In that case, we shall not intrude upon your time. Wait. The erudite elder called out to them, please summon. As Qin Yu was about to utter his words, the erudite individual suddenly realized a grave concern. What if these 2 fellows discover that my recent seclusion was prompted by a trivial query from a junior disciple? Moreover, the question was so simplistic that I have spent an inordinate amount of time seeking to answer. Wouldn't this undermine the grand image of omniscience I have cultivated in their minds? Indeed, I must not allow them to learn of this matter. Senior, shall I call for you? Oh, nothing at all. You may carry on with your tasks. The erudite individual hastily waved his hands, signaling for them to depart. Chapter 47. Still that artificially intelligent fool. Seeing the expression on the face of the omniscient one, which resembled that of someone suffering from constipation, Qin Yu delicately shifted the topic. Senior, there is no need to fabricate. If you prefer not to speak, then refrain from doing so. The omniscient one replied. Since there seems to be nothing further to discuss, I shall proceed to seek the Xiantian token. Wait. The omniscient one hastily interposed himself before Qin Yu. I have yet to inform you of the loophole I discovered. You haven't mentioned it yet? Qin Yu urged. Then do share it promptly. Be mindful of your demeanor when addressing the esteemed elders of the Qian sect. Even the sect master would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Qin Yu, if you don't speak up soon, I shall proceed in. All right. I truly am at my wit's end with you. I will speak. The encyclopedic individual conjured a bottle of water and placed it atop his head. At that moment, did you not assert that by positioning a bottle of water on one's head and breathing deeply, one could demonstrate that a person is capable of breathing underwater? Is that not so? Qin Yu nodded. Indeed, he had deceived the know-it-all at that time. Now, I can sincerely assure you that you are mistaken. Qin Yu inwardly lamented. Why is there so much talk? Hurry up. The vast ocean, it's nothing but water. The knowledgeable one pointed to the bottle above his head and declared, You are not breathing underwater at all. You are merely gasping for air at the bottom of a bottle. Thus, your entire theory has been flawed from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was utterly bewildered. Are you serious? After 2 months of contemplation and such extensive groundwork, this is the final outcome of your research? Qin Yu anticipated all the answers, yet he did not foresee that the know-it-all would focus on the water-filled bottle. This is truly the epitome of artificial ignorance. Had it not been for the fact that the book's spirit lacked an age, Qin Yu would have suspected that this fellow was suffering from senile dementia. Observing Qin Yu's dazed expression, the know-it-all was utterly delighted. What do you think? Are you convinced now? Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly and proposed, Senior, how about we engage in a wager? What shall we wager upon? Came the query. I wager that I can still demonstrate your fallacy. Impossible, absolutely impossible, declared the knowledgeable one with confidence. Let us wager. Very well. Noticing that the other had fallen into his trap, Qin Yu promptly laid out the terms. Senior, if you lose, you must reveal to me the whereabouts of the Qian token. No. The knowledgeable one shook his head emphatically. As an upright book spirit, how could I assist you in cheating? All right then. Qin Yu sighed, turning as if to leave. Wait. Youngster, do not depart. The knowledgeable one swiftly moved to block Qin Yu's path once more. You have yet to tell me how you intend to prove my error. Qin Yu shrugged and said, Senior, you are correct. I am in the wrong. Very well. Upon realizing that Qin Yu had a backup plan, the all-knowing one could hardly let him off the hook. Although I am a righteous spirit of knowledge, the pursuit of truth often demands certain sacrifices. Indeed, every sacrifice made in the name of truth is worthwhile, including the integrity of my virtuous soul. After a brief moment of self-convincing, the all-knowing one addressed Qin Yu. I cannot disclose the precise location of the Qian token. I can only provide you with a general area. That will suffice. Excellent. The all-knowing one continued, You have bested me, and I shall reveal the general location. But what if you were to lose? Qin Yu remarked, Anything is permissible, as long as I am not compelled to forsake my body and soul. Very well. The encyclopedic sage was quite pleased. I require you to inscribe upon a grand banner the following words. The esteemed master of the scripture repository, Beishitang, is the most erudite individual in the world, possessing boundless knowledge, unparalleled skills, and profound understanding. Furthermore, during the spring festival, you shall parade with this banner through the most bustling areas of the Qian sect, continuously proclaiming the contents of the banner aloud. Is that agreeable? Qin Yu. This is utterly embarrassing. Senior Beishitang, who in the entire Qian sect is unaware of your omniscience. I believe further promotion is unnecessary. Beishitang, that simply will not do. For this has been my aspiration for over a century. Each year, I invest 100 contribution points to post a task. Yet no one takes it up. To think that one could purchase another's dignity for a mere 100 contribution points is quite absurd. Wielding this in public is akin to running naked. Indeed, it may even be more humiliating. Should there exist even the slightest possibility of failure for Qin Yu, he would undoubtedly refrain from taking such a gamble. Very well. I concede to your request. Without further ado, allow me to demonstrate how humans breathe underwater. Qin Yu poured the water from the bottle and, with his mental strength, lifted it above his head. His current mental prowess allowed him to effortlessly extend his abilities and elevate objects weighing approximately 10 pounds. Once the water remained suspended above him, Qin Yu took a deep breath of fresh air. Qin Yu turned to the sage of knowledge and said, Well, esteemed elder, I have proven my point. This is no longer the bottom of the bottle, but rather the depths of the water, is it not? Noticing the sage's intent to leave, Qin Yu hurriedly added, Are you truly departing, elder? You must honor the wager. Are you not a principled spirit of literature? Where has your integrity gone? I shall not relent. If you attempt to evade responsibility, I shall enter seclusion. Upon my return, I will definitively demonstrate that you were in error." With these words, the sage of knowledge vanished completely. Qin Yu sighed softly and spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Senior, rest assured and immerse yourself in your seclusion. When the spring festival arrives, I shall undoubtedly parade with a banner in a crowded place. However, the content of the banner requires some modification. Let me ponder what would be more fitting. Perhaps it could read, 'The master of the scripture pavilion, the all-knowing, deceives the younger generation, lacking in integrity.' Alternatively, we could publicize the matter of underwater breathing, allowing everyone to realize that the all-knowing senior might not be as omniscient as believed." The all-knowing figure reappeared before Qin Yu. Qin Yu feigned astonishment and exclaimed, "Ah, senior, you have emerged from seclusion so swiftly?" He continued with a playful tone, "Little one, do you really think you can outsmart your elder brother Yu, even as a mere artificial intelligence?" The knowledgeable one gritted his teeth and replied, "Before entering my retreat, I suddenly recalled that I had yet to fulfill our wager." Qin Yu remarked, "Senior possesses an extraordinary memory. It is remarkable that you still recall such an event from so long ago." The all-knowing informant cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yu and, lowering his voice, said, "The Xiantian token is concealed on the first floor of the scripture repository. Do not disclose to others that it was I who informed you." Chapter 48. A token for a portion of stinky tofu. With that, the informant vanished without a trace. Qin Yu exclaimed, "Am I not aware of what lies within the first layer? Is it necessary for you to enlighten me? What I am inquiring about is the precise location of the Xiantian token." "Lao Ding, you are truly shameless." Qin Yu scolded for quite some time. Yet he received no response whatsoever. "After years of handling eagles, I have been foolishly pecked in the eye by one. How careless of me. However, this journey was not in vain. At the very least, I have confirmed that the Xiantian token resides within this place." Qin Yu entered the scripture pavilion, seeking the elusive Xiantian token worth 100 contribution points amidst the vast ocean of knowledge. As night fell, Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiaozhi finally gathered together. "Have you found it?" Qin Yu inquired. Both Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi shook their heads. "I have perused every single book, yet not a trace has been discovered." Qin Yu rubbed his face and sighed. How peculiar. Could it be that the Xiantian token has sprouted legs? Nevertheless, perhaps this token is simply not meant for us. Let us return to our cultivation for now, and perhaps we shall come back tomorrow to test our luck once more. Very well. The three of them returned to their cave dwelling, dejected. "Brother Yu, shall we depart?" "Indeed." Qin Yu activated the formation with his identity token and was taken aback to discover 3 small black dogs in his courtyard. How peculiar. The formation is active. So how did these 3 dogs manage to enter? The trio of identical black dogs appeared strikingly familiar to Qin Yu. Aren't these the little dogs that devoured my stinky tofu during the 3rd challenge of the recruitment assessment? Upon seeing Qin Yu, the 3 pups energetically bounded toward him, eagerly rubbing against his feet. What on earth is this? Bathed in the moonlight, Qin Yu could vaguely discern that the 3 dogs seemed to be holding something in their mouths. Qin Yu crouched down as a small black dog placed an object from its mouth into his hand. The item felt like a piece of metal, seemingly engraved with inscriptions. Qin Yu cast a glance and felt that this resembled a token. A token? A jolt of surprise coursed through Qin Yu's heart as he hurriedly focused his gaze, only to discover the 4 prominent characters inscribed upon the token, Xiantian token. Astonishingly, it was the Xiantian token. Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise, hastily rubbing his eyes to take another look. Indeed, it is the Xiantian token. Qin Yu glanced at the 2 small black dogs, each clutching a token in their mouths. No wonder we have been unable to find the tokens. They must have taken the Xiantian tokens away in advance. Reflecting on how he had foolishly searched the outside for an entire day, Qin Yu felt like a jester. However, he found solace in the fact that all 3 tokens had ended up in his courtyard. Indeed, it is said that one may tread far and wide in vain. Yet fortune often comes without effort. Qin Yu displayed a gentle smile and said, "Good puppy, quickly show me the tokens." The little dog barked excitedly while using its front paws to gesture animatedly. What could it possibly mean? Qin Yu was utterly perplexed by the dog's intentions. The 3 little dogs then bounded over to Qin Yu's stinky tofu cart, playfully circling around it with boundless energy. Are you all yearning for some stinky tofu? Qin Yu recalled that in the realm of illusions, this little dog had an affinity for his stinky tofu. Woof woof, woof woof woof. 3 little dogs sat in a row, each placing their token on the ground before him. Are you suggesting that you wish to exchange your Zuanyang tokens for some stinky tofu? Is that correct? The 3 little dogs nodded in agreement. Ah, splendid. A knowing smile graced Qin Yu's face. You are not the first to be captivated by my ancestral stinky tofu. However, since you have sincerely requested this indulgence, I shall graciously accommodate your desires, albeit at a slight loss to myself. Remain here while I procure the necessary ingredients. But before that, you will need to provide me with, make that 2 Xuantiang tokens as a deposit. A deposit, do you comprehend? The 3 little dogs exchanged glances, seemingly understanding Qin Yu's words, and promptly presented him with yet another token. Ah, fortune smiles upon me. With a beaming smile, Qin Yu tucked away the Xiantian token. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Qin Yu closed the door and activated the formation before dashing towards the market like the wind. Although the fermented stinky tofu was already sold out, Qin Yu still had the black brine used for marinating it. He simply needed to purchase some tofu to urgently prepare a new batch. While the flavor might not be as intense, it would still be edible. I always knew my ancestral recipe for stinky tofu had great value. Indeed. Gold will shine no matter where it is found. Before long, Qin Yu returned to his cave dwelling with the tofu. The 3 little black dogs sat in a row, observing Qin Yu as he busied himself. He cut the tofu into cubes and placed them into the secret black brine, taking care to pierce the tofu with numerous small holes to facilitate the absorption of flavor. To enhance the taste further, we must wait for an hour, do you understand? The 3 little black dogs nodded in unison. What kind of spirit beast is this, to be so intelligent? Their appearance during the recruitment examination, along with the retrieval of 3 Xiantian tokens and their silent entry into his cave, indicated that they were certainly spirit beasts of the Xiantian sect, possessing considerable strength. Could they be spirit beasts cultivated by an inner disciple or an elder from the Beast Master Peak? An hour swiftly passed. Qin Yu estimated that the tofu had marinated sufficiently and proceeded to fish it out. Time to heat the oil. Under the watchful gaze of the 3 little dogs, 3 portions of delightfully fragrant stinky tofu were soon ready. The little black dogs joyfully howled in excitement. 1 Xiantian token for a generous serving of stinky tofu, understood? Woof woof. Qin Yu placed 3 bags of stinky tofu before the 3 small black dogs. In return, the black dogs presented the final Xiantian token to Qin Yu. Each of the 3 small black dogs took a piece of stinky tofu and, clutching the bags, darted away, swiftly vanishing into the night. Qin Yu gazed at the Xiantian token in his hand, his heart brimming with excitement. With a total of 300 contribution points, he could allocate 50 points to Li Zhengtong and 30 points to Xiao Ji, while the remaining points would suffice to secure the certification for the Great Strength Pill. Armed with ample contribution points, he could once again procure materials and indulge in the art of alchemy. For Qin Yu, alchemy had become not only a form of cultivation but also a cherished pastime. A day without refining elixirs left him feeling unwell, while a day spent immersed in alchemy invigorated his spirit. He initially thought this chapter was concluded, yet unbeknownst to him, it was merely the beginning. After bidding farewell to the little black dog, Qin Yu tidied up briefly before retreating indoors to cultivate. As dawn approached, he remained engrossed in his practice, only to feel something warm and wet licking his face. What could it be? Qin Yu ceased his cultivation and, upon opening his eyes, was startled to behold a dark, ominous canine head before him. Heavens! How did you manage to enter my secluded abode with its protective array? The cacophony of barking echoed throughout the wooden cabin. Qin Yu counted and discovered that there were, astonishingly, 7 little black dogs in his room. What was even more remarkable was that each of these dogs held a mysterious token in their mouths. What? The prompts for today have not even been released. And you all have already brought them to me? Chapter 49, 10 tokens in hand. Qin Yu sprang up from his bed in a sudden rush and hurried to the table to grasp the sect's regulations of the Xiantian sect. After meticulously perusing the section pertaining to spirit beasts, he exhaled in relief. The regulations stated that if a spirit beast caused trouble, its owner would bear the responsibility. However, as I am not their master, I am certainly not implicated. Furthermore, the Xiantian tokens are intended for collective search, and there is no stipulation prohibiting spirit beasts from participating in this endeavor, thus it cannot be deemed a violation. With this understanding, Qin Yu felt completely at ease. How is it that you have managed to locate 7 Xiantian tokens so swiftly? Qin Yu speculated that this little black dog possessed the ability of divination, capable of discerning the whereabouts of the token. However, it seemed that there were rumors stating that these tokens were inscribed with arrays designed to disrupt divination. As Qin Yu conversed with himself, a small black dog leapt directly onto his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu found himself ensnared in a phantasm. The sky was dimly lit, with a bright moon hanging high above. A woman, holding 7 mysterious celestial tokens, traversed an unfamiliar path. Suddenly, her gaze became vacant, and she stood frozen in place. A few small black dogs emerged from the underbrush, stopping at her feet, and with a gentle leap, they snatched the tokens from her grasp. Moments later, the woman regained her senses and turned to retrace her steps, oblivious to any irregularity, as if the celestial tokens had never existed at all. As the illusion dissipated, a new memory arose in Qin Yu's mind. The essence of this memory revealed that these small black dogs had ensnared the woman in a mirage, compelling her to distribute the tokens within this dreamlike state. Once the illusion and reality seamlessly intertwined, she believed she had securely hidden the celestial tokens. Thus, for her, the tokens in her hands were destined to vanish. What a clever ruse. You managed to intercept the tokens right at their source. Wait a moment. Qin Yu suddenly pondered a pressing question. Should the staff involved in the attack be expelled from the sect? But this matter has nothing to do with me, he thought. I am merely a seller of stinky tofu. The source of the buyer's currency is of no concern to the seller. My sole responsibility is to ensure an equitable exchange. With this thought, Qin Yu chuckled to himself. Dear customers, please hold on. The steaming stinky tofu is on its way. What woof. 7 little puppies followed Qin Yu as he stepped out of the door. Last night, he had deliberately purchased extra tofu, which was now soaking in his family's secret black brine. After a night of marination, the stinky tofu had absorbed the flavors perfectly, exuding a pungent aroma. Qin Yu heated oil in the pan, and once it reached a temperature of approximately 60, he pinched his nose and delicately lowered the stinky tofu into the sizzling oil. In no time, 7 portions of the fragrant delicacy emerged, freshly prepared. A small dog barked excitedly, pointing at the jar of chili peppers that Qin Yu had stored. Are you asking for a little extra spice? The little black dog nodded eagerly. Very well, I shall indulge you. Qin Yu seized a handful of chili peppers and sprinkled them over the serving of stinky tofu meant for the little black dog. There you go, enjoy. What woof. After devouring a few pieces, the little black dogs each picked up their portions and scampered away. Qin Yu speculated that these puppies did not consume all the stinky tofu, but intended to return and share it with their companions. Upon returning yesterday, the 3 puppies shared their stinky tofu with 4 other puppies, prompting those 4 to come running over today. I wonder how many of these adorable puppies there are. They're so charming. I wish I could raise one. Qin Yu picked up the Xiantian tokens scattered on the ground, and with the 3 acquired yesterday, he now possessed a total of 10 tokens. Once the event concluded, he would be able to exchange them for 1,000 contribution points, along with the reward of a spiritual artifact. What a bountiful harvest! Moreover, Qin Yu sensed that this was merely the second day of the event, and everything was just beginning. As long as this pack of little black dogs remained uncaptured, an endless stream of tokens would continue to flow into his hands. The best days are yet to come. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, Brother Yu. Shall we set off? Qin Yu hastily pulled Li Zhengtong into his wooden cabin, subsequently activating the array of the cave dwelling. Brother Yu, what is the matter? Li Zhengtong inquired, perplexed. I want you to see something. Prepare yourself mentally. Qin Yu cautioned. Li Zhengtong nodded, dismissively replying, Rest assured, Brother Yu. I am no longer the naive child I was 6 months ago. Even if I were to encounter a ghost, I would not flinch. Oh my! Exclaimed Li Zhengtong, leaping in shock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 10 Xiantian tokens. He turned to Qin Yu with a grave expression. Adopting a tone akin to that of a mentor admonishing a wayward soul, creating counterfeit Xiantian tokens to deceive for contribution points is illegal, Brother Yu. You must think this through. Qin Yu struck Li Zhengtong on the head with a resounding slap. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Zhengtong, cradling his head, looked at Qin Yu with a pitiful expression. Look closely, this is an authentic Xiantian token. Li Zhengtong picked up a Xiantian token and examined it meticulously. The token felt substantial in his hand, its surface smooth and rich in texture, with clear and flowing patterns. The 4 characters Xiantian token were inscribed with great vigor. It certainly did not appear to be a counterfeit. Qin Yu, this is indeed true. However, Brother Yu, 7 tokens were distributed yesterday. How could you possibly obtain 10? Li Zhengtong murmured in a hushed tone. Even if we were to pilfer all the tokens found by others, it would still be insufficient. Qin Yu was utterly exasperated. Do you truly believe I am one to relish in unlawful behavior? Among the 10 tokens, 3 remained undiscovered from yesterday, while the remaining 7 were freshly distributed today. Li Zhengtong inquired, Aren't the hint words yet to be released? Who claimed that the hint words must be disclosed before one can find them? The Xiantian tokens were concealed throughout the sect long before dawn. With a stroke of luck, One could stumble upon them even by merely rolling along the roadside. Li Zhengong nodded in comprehension. I see now. However, my dear Yu, while I can fathom your good fortune in discovering a single token, how could you possibly uncover all the tokens distributed today? And what of the 3 tokens from yesterday? How were they found? Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window at a 45-degree angle, embodying the demeanor of an eminent figure. Qin Yu, with an air of profound mystery, remarked, naturally, I possess my own network. Li Zhengong suddenly felt as though the figure of Brother Yu before him was magnifying, reaching an altitude beyond his gaze. A master resides beside me. All right, shout on. Qin Yu turned back, speaking earnestly. I share this with you to dissuade you from investing your energy in these futile endeavors. Instead, devote your finite life to the boundless pursuit of cultivation. I hope that one day, you too shall become a part of my network. Do you understand? Li Zhongtong's face lit up with excitement. Brother Yu, I comprehend. I shall return to my cultivation at once. He dashed out as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Excellent. Qin Yu nodded. This has truly worked wonders. Chapter 50. Infiltrating the enemy's ranks as evening approached, Qin Yu made a special trip to the central square to inquire about the latest news. After all, the Zuaniang token in his possession was deemed contraband, necessitating a degree of caution. From a distance, he spotted the whiteboard in the central square. It displayed today's hints alongside the 1st, 6th, and 7th hints from yesterday. The Zuaniang tokens in those locations remained elusive. The square was bustling with activity. And from afar, he could hear numerous voices raised in loud exclamations. What is all this commotion about? Curious, Qin Yu squeezed forward. And upon discerning the fervent cries of the crowd, he halted abruptly, lowering his head to retreat swiftly. The reaction from the participants seems rather intense. He mused. There must be some ulterior motives at play. Why can't we find a single token? Is it possible that you never placed them at all? Yesterday, over 3,000 individuals scoured the central heavenly pool thoroughly, yet not a trace of the tokens was discovered. Today, not even a solitary token has been unearthed, leading us to question whether they were ever placed in the designated locations. If no one can locate the tokens, then what is the purpose of this event? We demand that the organizer come forward to clarify why none of us can find the tokens. Observing the crowd's fervor, Qin Yu felt that if these individuals were to learn the truth, they might very well turn their ire upon him. Is it truly necessary to be in such an uproar over a mere token? He thought. After a few murmured words of uncertainty, Qin Yu raised his arm and shouted, I protest. I suspect that you haven't even placed the tokens. First, infiltrate the enemy's ranks. To know oneself and one's foe is the key to victory in every battle. As more disciples gathered around, the clamor of protest grew louder. Word spread rapidly, with one telling 10 and 10 telling 100, as the crowd surged forth like a swarm of locusts, creating a formidable spectacle. Enough of this uproar. A thunderous voice resonated in the ears of the assembly. The outer sect elder responsible for the event hovered in midair, addressing the disciples with authority. Are you all attempting to incite rebellion? Have you no sense of decorum? The crowd fell silent, listening intently as the elder continued. I can assure you unequivocally that this event is entirely fair and just. To ensure its integrity, we randomly select a staff member each day, who, before dawn, conceals the Zuaniang tokens. The prompts are also crafted by this staff member. Aside from them, no one else knows the location of the tokens, not even I am privy to this information. Just moments ago, the staff member responsible for distributing the tokens has confirmed that they have vanished. All 7 tokens for today have found their respective owners. Dissatisfaction stirred among the crowd. With one voice rising, if someone has indeed found the tokens, then why have we not been informed? The elder scoffed dismissively, stating, there is no rule in the event that mandates the finder to disclose their discovery. It is entirely at their discretion whether to share their success, and it bears no relation to the event itself. If you possess the skill, you too may choose to keep your findings to yourself. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Once the elder departed, they huddled together, engaging in fervent discussion. Qin Yu also approached, his expression one of indignation. It is understandable for an individual to remain silent after discovering the token, but surely it is inconceivable for all 7 to do so. One must take the initiative to voice concerns and highlight the crux of the issue. Qin Yu took the initiative to steer the conversation, proposing, is it possible that the 7 tokens were acquired by a single individual? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. If one person were to possess all 7 tokens, I would perform acrobatics while defecating. The crowd immediately dismissed Qin Yu's outrageous speculation, with some resorting to extreme measures to emphasize just how absurd his statement was. Qin Yu, your words have indeed reminded me. One individual spoke up. While it may be implausible for a single person to acquire all 7 tokens, what if it were a prearranged group? Are you suggesting an organization? Precisely. If they function as a collective, comprising at least 7 members, they could simultaneously seek out the 7 Xiantian tokens. The crowd found this reasoning compelling. However, there existed a significant flaw in the explanation. With so many of us, could we truly be outmatched by that mysterious organization? The quest for the Xiantian tokens is inherently a matter of probability, and the chances are equal for everyone involved. Given our numbers, the likelihood of us discovering the tokens should be considerably higher. Yet, the startling reality that all 7 Xiantian tokens have been claimed by them suggests that something is amiss. Qin Yu, you are absolutely right. A tall individual began to elucidate. There may be 3 potential reasons for this phenomenon. Firstly, the person responsible for concealing the Xiantian token might be affiliated with this organization, thereby divulging the information regarding the token to them. Qin Yu immediately countered, asserting that the risks associated with such actions were exceedingly high. If the matter were to come to light, it would result in immediate expulsion from the sect. For the sake of a few Xiantian tokens, he deemed it not worth the peril. Indeed, his reasoning resonated well with the crowd, who rallied in support of Qin Yu. The tall individual added, secondly, this organization possesses a divination expert capable of breaching the counter-divination array on the Xiantian tokens, thereby discerning their general location. While we have yet to receive any hints, members of that organization already seem to know where the tokens are hidden. How can we possibly compete with them? Qin Yu continued to refute. The likelihood remains rather slim. For those capable of divination at such a level are, at the very least, of elder status. Why would individuals endowed with such abilities concern themselves with mere trifles like a few Xiantian tokens? Indeed, this reasoning is sound. The crowd once again rallied behind Qin Yu. The tall man added, thirdly, one must acknowledge that some individuals are born with extraordinary advantages, their fortune unparalleled, to the extent that even the heavenly path lends them assistance. Qin Yu, are you referring to the child of destiny? Indeed, the term child of destiny is exceedingly apt. If this organization is comprised entirely of such individuals, their chances of locating the Xiantian token would be significantly greater than ours. Qin Yu pondered for a moment. As both a transmigrator and the possessor of a system, he undoubtedly embodied the essence of a child of destiny. Meanwhile, Li Zhengtong, endowed with 2 extraordinary A-grade talents, was fortunate enough to encounter someone of Qin Yu's exceptional fate. Thus could also be regarded, albeit modestly, as a minor child of destiny. Therefore, the third hypothesis held true. Qin Yu nodded in agreement, stating, I believe this is precisely the reason. Our skills are indeed inferior to others, leaving us with no grounds for complaint. Indeed, what you say is quite reasonable. Your analysis is truly commendable. The crowd expressed their admiration for Qin Yu. Qin Yu waved his hand and humbly remarked, listen to the applause. The crowd erupted in applause for Qin Yu. The tall man interjected, everyone, please hold your applause. Qin Yu, everyone, please refrain from applauding. The applause abruptly ceased. Tall guy. Qin Yu cast a glance at the tall figure, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Such is the allure of my influence. How lonely it is to be invincible. Chapter 51. The gang. As the crowd settled into silence, the tall senior brother inquired, what thoughts do you all have? What thoughts could there be? Qin Yu shrugged. The individual in question had neither stolen nor robbed, nor violated any rules. He simply possessed a touch of good fortune. What could we possibly do? The crowd murmured in agreement. Indeed, the tall figure remained speechless. Qin Yu, while we may be unable to locate the Xiantian token, we must acknowledge our own shortcomings and recognize that we simply lack the necessary skills. Everyone, indeed, tall individual. Qin Yu, at times, when one is unable to locate the Xiantian token, it is essential to reflect upon oneself rather than constantly blame others. Consider whether you are putting forth sufficient effort. The crowd, indeed. The tall individual. As Qin Yu raised his hand, he urged the audience to listen to the applause. Wait, the tall man exclaimed, addressing the crowd with righteous indignation. If the truth is that they merely had the good fortune, we must accept our misfortune. However, what if they obtained the Xiantian tokens through deceit? The first hypothesis indeed carries significant risks, yet the rewards are equally substantial. Let us not forget that 10 Xiantian tokens can be exchanged for a spirit weapon. The second hypothesis, while seemingly improbable, is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. What if the leader of this organization is the beloved grandson of an elder from the divination peak? What if they have a divination master backing them? Should such factors prevent us from acquiring even a single Xiantian token, then they are in violation of the rules. We must report this to the sect and demand a thorough investigation. Qin Yu cast a sharp glance at the tall senior brother. If the sect were to thoroughly investigate this matter, those few little black dogs would likely be discovered. Although I am not responsible for this incident, I could still be implicated in the crime of concealment. Even if I were to escape punishment, the Xiantian token in my possession would be deemed ill-gotten gains and undoubtedly confiscated. I must prevent this from happening. Qin Yu cleared his throat and said, before proceeding, it is prudent for us to conduct a thorough investigation. False accusations are indeed a crime. Allowing these disciples to investigate will undoubtedly yield no substantial findings. There is no need for an inquiry. The tall senior brother interjected decisively. We need only to await the outcome tomorrow. Qin Yu inquired, what does this mean? The tall senior brother gestured for everyone to gather closer. This matter must not be disclosed to outsiders. If the members of that organization become aware, we shall truly have no means of unraveling it. Qin Yu, rest assured. Senior brother, we will certainly not speak of it. No. The tall senior brother said solemnly, to be on the safe side, we all must take an oath. How very cautious. All right. Qin Yu was the first to press his fist against his forehead. I, Qin Yu, declare that if I were to speak of this matter to anyone outside of us, I would be struck down by divine wrath and meet a most untimely demise. Qin Yu deliberately enunciated the character in with great emphasis, fearing that the heavenly Tao might not have heard him clearly. The tall senior brother hurriedly interjected, there is no need for you to swear such a fierce oath. Junior Qin, in the realm of cultivation, vows are not made lightly. They are destined to be fulfilled. Even if one could evade the retribution of the heavenly Tao, a shadow would inevitably linger in the hearts of cultivators, ensuring certain doom during the tribulation of thunder. Qin Yu patted his chest and declared, rest assured. My esteemed senior brother, what I, Qin, say holds true. My word is as heavy as gold. Such a weighty promise indeed. The crowd was filled with admiration. With Qin Yu leading the charge, others followed suit. I, Li Si, vow that if I reveal this matter to anyone outside our circle, I shall never ascend to the tribulation stage. HM? All eyes were fixed on Li Si. I shall never attain the integration stage. HM? The nascent soul. The golden core stage, surely that suffices, for I possess a top-tier spiritual root. The expressions of the crowd finally softened. Qin Yu declared, let us not resort to cunning tricks, otherwise we shall exclude you from our endeavors. As the group solemnly pledged their commitment, their gazes once again turned towards the tall senior brother. Senior brother, you may speak now. The tall senior brother surveyed the surroundings and cautioned, there are too many people here. We should find a quieter place. Qin Yu, rest assured, senior brother, those individuals cannot possibly be affiliated with the mysterious organization. The tall senior brother remained steadfast, expressing that ever since he became aware of the existence of that enigmatic group, he has felt an overwhelming sense that their presence lurks everywhere, as if their members are right beside us. Qin Yu, nevertheless, everyone has sworn an oath, and I have complete faith in you all. Let us proceed to a more secluded area for a detailed discussion. The group followed the tall senior brother to a remote location. Very well. I shall now reveal to you how we can discern whether the members of that organization rely on fortune or deceit. Qin Yu perked up his ears, listening intently. In truth, the method of judgment was quite simple. If they were relying on luck to find the tokens, it would be impossible for them to secure all the tokens every day. Others would surely be able to discover one or two as well. Qin Yu concurred, stating, I understand. With so many of us, even if they are fortunate, it is improbable that their luck will remain as favorable as it is today. There are bound to be some who slip through the cracks. Indeed, well said, Brother Qin. The tall senior brother responded with applause. Qin Yu smiled and clasped his hands together, indicating that there was no need for applause. Let us continue to listen to our senior brother. The tall senior brother responded, perhaps it would be better if we listened to you instead. Qin Yu hurriedly waved his hand, exclaiming, that simply won't do. If you do not speak, how am I to know what I ought to do? He then urged, come, let us offer our senior brother a round of applause to encourage him. The sound of clapping filled the air. The tall senior brother, shyly smiling, pressed his hands down to signal for everyone to cease. Qin Yu, shh. Senior brother is about to speak. Everyone, silence. Tall senior brother, I have a feeling you are all conspiring to imitate me, and I possess evidence. Qin Yu, how can that be? We are not acquainted. Senior brother, please proceed. Ahem, I shall continue. Besides the fact that they can secure 7 Xiantian tokens daily, there is another extreme we must pay heed to. Qin Yu, senior brother, I will certainly pay attention. The tall senior brother was quite pleased with Qin Yu's proactive attitude. It appeared that they had only discovered 1 or 2 tokens, or perhaps none at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly comprehended. I understand now. For the individuals responsible for hiding the tokens are chosen at random each day. The staff member in charge today may indeed be affiliated with that organization. But tomorrow is an entirely different matter. Should they find very few tokens tomorrow, it would undeniably indicate collusion with the staff member who hid the tokens today. The others chimed in. Qin, your analysis is truly remarkable. You are indeed wise. The tall senior brother added, ahem. I propose that we temporarily establish a faction among ourselves to confront that organization resolutely. Qin Yu agreed. The tall senior brother, let us first bestow a name upon our faction. How about we call it the Xiantian Righteousness Gang? The crowd fell into silence. Qin Yu, how about we call it the Anti-Rich Alliance? Everyone, great. That sounds wonderful. The tall senior brother. We still need to elect a leader who embodies both wisdom and beauty, a person of high virtue and great respect. All eyes turned to Qin Yu. The tall senior brother. I knew it. Chapter 52. I strike myself. Qin Yu inadvertently became the leader of the gang. What is the mission of our faction? The crowd echoed in unison. To overthrow the mysterious organization and uphold the integrity of the sect's activities. Qin Yu. Very well. I shall strike myself. Everyone fell silent. Allow me to express a few words. Qin Yu clapped his hands, signaling everyone to pay attention. My ascension to the position of leader is entirely due to the kindness of all the esteemed heroes present. Furthermore, now that you have elevated me to this role, I shall certainly devote myself to the utmost of my abilities. Atmosphere team, applaud. On this significant day, we must express our gratitude to a particular individual. Qin Yu drew the tall senior brother close to him. Without this senior's guidance, I, Qin, would have been utterly lost regarding what to do next. His appearance was akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, rescuing me from my state of confusion. Had it not been for him, I might have plummeted into an abyss of despair. Let the atmosphere be enlivened. Clap, 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 clap. The tall senior chuckled awkwardly. It's not that serious. I merely spoke offhandedly. No, it is indeed very serious. Senior, you cannot fathom the magnitude of assistance you have rendered me. In gratitude for this senior's aid, I have resolved to appoint him as our vice leader and strategist. Does anyone have any objections? The crowd responded, none. The tall senior revealed a genuine smile, although he did not ascend to the position of leader. Being a vice leader is quite commendable. Qin Yu, may I inquire how I should address you, senior brother? Tall senior brother. Qin Yu, never mind. Since you are so tall, let us call you senior brother Gao. Senior brother Gao, the form of address is inconsequential. What matters now is that we allocate our tasks and devise a strategy to confront that enigmatic organization. Qin Yu, I perceive that everyone appears somewhat weary. It would be prudent for all to return and seek repose. Under my command, you still wish to oppose me? The crowd dispersed like startled birds. Senior brother Gao. Just as senior brother Gao was about to speak, he was sincerely grasped by Qin Yu's hands. Senior brother Gao, no, Deputy Leader Gao. I wish to revisit our previous discussion. Observing Qin Yu's earnestness regarding the matter, senior brother Gao felt a sense of gratification. Although others within the guild may lack reliability, the leader is undoubtedly dependable. With the deputy leader joining forces with the leader, they shall assuredly secure victory for the guild. Very well. Let us revisit our discussion once more. Qin Yu nodded. Deputy Leader Gao, please allow me to express my thoughts first. If I err in any way, I implore you to correct me, as it is of utmost importance. Rest assured, leader. Brother Gao replied solemnly. Firstly, if the mysterious organization consistently acquires all the tokens each day, it raises suspicions of foul play, does it not? Brother Gao affirmed, indeed. For one's fortune cannot be perpetually favorable. Secondly, should the mysterious organization discover too few tokens tomorrow, it would also indicate deceit. Brother Gao concurred, precisely. This suggests collusion with the personnel responsible for concealing the tokens today. I understand now. This means that as long as 1 or 2 individuals find and publicly disclose the tokens tomorrow, we shall have no recourse against that enigmatic organization, correct? Brother Gao agreed. Yes, that assertion holds merit, though it sounds somewhat peculiar. As long as it is sound, that suffices. Qin Yu reiterated fervently, if you conceive any new ideas, please do not hesitate to inform me. I wish to contribute, however modestly, to safeguarding the integrity of our sect. Brother Gao was profoundly moved, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. Fear not, Leader, the moment I have a new thought, I shall seek you out without delay. Very well. Do not forget to convene here at this time tomorrow for further deliberation on our strategy. Absolutely. After bidding farewell to Brother Gao, Qin Yu walked alone along the path back to his cave dwelling. How fortunate I ventured out today. Otherwise, I might have faced a disastrous turn of events. Tomorrow, I shall send Li Zhengtong, and the day after, let Xiao Ji make a trip. Following that, I will enlist the help of Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu in succession. Repeating this process should alleviate suspicion. At this juncture, the most critical question is whether those little black dogs will return to deliver the Xiantian tokens. If they do not come, it would indeed spell trouble. Qin Yu felt it necessary to address the matter with the group of small black dogs. They were akin to grasshoppers bound together by a single thread. Should their predicament be revealed, the consequences would be dire for all. Thus, Qin Yu believed it was imperative not to shoulder this burden alone. If insurmountable troubles arose, it might be essential to employ the small black dogs to alter their memories. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Qin Yu was once again roused by the cacophony of the small black dogs. Thank heavens, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the 7 small black dogs arranged neatly, Qin Yu exhaled in relief. Gather around and take your seats. I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you. The 7 puppies scampered to Qin Yu's feet, sitting in a neat row. Listen closely, Qin Yu said gravely. Due to your theft of the 7 tokens yesterday, discontent has arisen among the populace, and some have already resolved to report this matter to the sect for investigation. Fortunately, my wit has allowed me to temporarily placate them. I will devise a solution to this predicament, but you must exercise caution as well. Do you understand? The 7 small dogs nodded in unison. Qin Yu inquired once more. Where do you typically reside? Should an urgent matter arise, how might I locate you? Upon hearing this, the 7 little dogs huddled together, barking fervently for a while, as if deliberating over a significant issue. Among them, one puppy barked with remarkable intensity, reminiscent of a staunch radical. Qin Yu recognized that this little dog was one of the first 3 to arrive. As for whether it was the same one he encountered in the illusion, he could not say for certain, as so much time had passed that many details had slipped from his memory. After a brief moment, the 7 little dogs reached a consensus. The most audacious among them approached Qin Yu and opened its mouth, revealing a pale blue crystal orb. The orb was about the size of a child's fist, and Qin Yu was baffled as to how such a small creature could conceal something so large within its tiny head. The orb seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light, dreamlike and otherworldly, unlike anything mundane. What is this? Qin Yu inquired. What woof? Qin Yu felt a wave of dizziness as he once again found himself in the realm of illusions. This time, he beheld a virtual figure, cradling a pale blue crystal orb in his hands. The figure first drew a dagger across his palm, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon the orb. As the crimson essence merged with the crystal, a radiant brilliance surged within, transforming the delicate blue hue into a soft shade of red. Ultimately, the figure closed his eyes and pressed the orb against his forehead. The illusion shattered, and Qin Yu returned to reality. Is this the method of utilizing the crystal orb? Qin Yu inquired. This item actually requires a drop of blood to acknowledge its master. It must be a rather precious treasure. Little black dog, are you certain you wish to give it to me? The little black dog resolutely nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Qin Yu found a small knife, and at the moment it rested in the palm of his hand, he suddenly felt a twinge of hesitation. Using the knife directly seems rather painful, he mused. After a moment's reflection, Qin Yu resolutely set the knife aside. It's merely a drop of blood. I, Qin, have my own methods. Thus, he plunged his finger into his nostril. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 53. Fortune? Misfortune? Cradling a delicate pink crystal orb, Qin Yu gently placed it upon his forehead. Qin Yu felt as though something had penetrated his mind, prompting him to hastily follow it with his consciousness. Soon, he found himself in the vast ocean of his soul, where he unexpectedly encountered a small black dog. The little creature joyfully barked, woof, woof. Upon hearing its call, Qin Yu sensed a profound connection forming between them, as if an invisible thread bound their essences together. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could this be the legendary contract? The black dog, panting with its tongue out, nodded in affirmation. Panic surged within Qin Yu as he anxiously paced in the ocean of his soul. I have formed a contract with you. Does your master know? He feared that the owner of this small black dog was likely an elder from the beast-taming peak. The thought of incurring the wrath of such a significant figure was daunting, especially for a mere servant disciple like himself. Ah, how unfortunate, he lamented. If I cannot even tame a dog, How can I ever aspire to become the Emperor Qin Yu? Qin Yu had never yearned for power as he did today. He did not blame the little black dog for failing to articulate clearly. Rather, he chastised himself for his lack of strength. The little black dog barked energetically, shaking its head vigorously. What does that mean? Are you implying that you have no master? The little black dog nodded affirmatively. Truly. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy. The Xiantian sect truly lives up to its reputation. Even the most ordinary stray dog possesses such formidable strength. If the sect leader were to learn that someone had referred to the sect's treasured guardian beast as a stray dog, he would undoubtedly be furious enough to twist that person's head off and use it as a ball. Excellent. Qin Yu straightened his posture, regaining his confident demeanor. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a stray dog. With a new master comes the need for a new name. Allow me to bestow upon you a name of great grandeur. The little black dog gazed at Qin Yu with eager anticipation as he pondered. After a long pause, an epiphany struck him. I have it. From now on, you shall be called Wang Kai. Are you happy? Wang Kai. Qin Yu, what is the matter? Do you find your name lacking in grandeur? Wang, it possesses quite a character. Qin Yu remarked. From now on, when there are no dogs around, I shall call you Wang Kai, and when you are with other dogs, I shall refer to you as Sangbiao. Does that suffice? Wang Kai expressed his agreement. Splendid. Qin Yu gently stroked the head of Wang Kai, painting a vivid picture with his words, that you were once an ordinary stray dog. You have now pledged your allegiance to me, the great Emperor Qin Yu. Despite your humble lineage as my contracted spirit beast, you shall one day ascend to become a legendary demon immortal, commanding the myriad of beasts. Soon, you shall experience the exhilarating sensation of one achieving enlightenment, elevating even the lowly to greatness. Wang Kai, are you comfortably settled? Wang Kai bewildered woof. Qin Yu, from now on, there will be an abundance of stinky tofu. Wang Kai, ecstatic woof woof woof. Qin Yu sighed. Indeed, no matter how enticing a painted pie may appear, it pales in comparison to the allure of the bread before me. From now on, I merely need to enter the Sea of Souls to connect with you, correct? Wang Kai nodded in affirmation. Upon departing from the Sea of Souls, the crystal ball in Qin Yu's hand had vanished, presumably absorbed into his being. Wait for me. I shall prepare stinky tofu for you all. Yesterday, Qin Yu had procured a substantial quantity of tofu, which he marinated in black water. After a night, it had absorbed the flavors. This portion is for you, and this one is for you. He distributed a share to each little dog. When it came to Wang Kai, Qin Yu generously placed 2 hefty portions before him, each generously sprinkled with chili, far exceeding the portions given to the other small black dogs. After signing the contract, Qin Yu could effortlessly distinguish Wang Kai from the rest, saying, Biao, this is yours. The eyes of the other dogs widened in envy. Not only did he possess a commanding name, but he also enjoyed such a bountiful feast of stinky tofu. The other dogs were green with envy. Instantly, several little black dogs scampered to Qin Yu, relinquishing their crystal balls. In the face of stinky tofu, what is dignity worth? What is wrong with being someone else's dog? Qin Yu dismissively waved his hand, expressing regret, for only one demon immortal could exist. Now that Sang Biao had been chosen, he could not accept any others. Although Qin Yu harbored a desire to assemble a formidable canine squad, ready to bite anyone who dared to defy him, he feared such actions might hurt Wang Kai's feelings. Alas, my greatest virtue, as the Emperor Qin Yu, is my unwavering focus toward both people and dogs. Indeed, upon witnessing Qin Yu's refusal of the other dogs, Wang Kai seemed to stand taller, brimming with pride. Woof! Behold, the first dog to brave the unknown. Aren't you envious? Wang Kai voraciously devoured a substantial portion, clutching another in his mouth, striding forth with an air of indifference, embodying the most striking presence on the street. After bidding farewell to Wang Kai, Qin Yu summoned Li Zhengtong. Today, I have a most significant task for you. Li Zhengtong's heart swelled with delight at the prospect of being entrusted by Brother Yu. Speak, Brother Yu. Qin Yu handed Li Zhengtong a token. Take this token and go to a place where tokens are hidden. Announce to everyone present that you have found a token. It is as simple as that. Huh? Li Zhengtong was somewhat perplexed. Isn't this token already in our possession? Why must we seek it again? Isn't this akin to unnecessary redundancy? Despite his confusion, Li Zhengtong accepted the token. Brother Yu must have his reasons for doing this. Watching Li Zhengtong rush out, Qin Yu felt a twinge of bewilderment. Strange. Today this fool didn't he ask a single question? As evening descended, Qin Yu arrived punctually at the designated meeting place arranged for the previous day. Greetings, esteemed leader. Greetings. Qin Yu waved his hand in greeting to everyone. Deputy Master Gao, you have come as well. Senior Brother Gao replied with a smile. To uphold the fairness and justice of the sect, I naturally cannot afford to be negligent. Qin Yu felt a twinge of shame, pondering. Why do I have the impression that I am the villain? As most people had gathered, he beckoned everyone to come closer. As Qin Yu was about to speak, Senior Brother Gao hastily interjected. Leader, out of caution, I believe we should first verify the number of attendees to prevent infiltrators from that organization from mingling among us. It was indeed thoughtful of Deputy Leader Gao, yet with such a multitude present, how could we possibly conduct a verification? Though he voiced his concerns, Qin Yu mused inwardly. Those who intended to infiltrate have likely already done so. Rest assured, Leader, I have memorized the appearances of everyone present yesterday. I merely need to scrutinize them once more. Observing Senior Brother Gao as he methodically checked each individual, Qin Yu could not suppress a yawn. There is indeed a certain tension akin to that of an undercover operation. Once the verification was complete, Senior Brother Gao announced, Today, only one individual will be publicly identified. We have located a Xiantian token. Who is it? Qin Yu inquired. It appears to be someone named Li Jingtong. Qin Yu was taken aback. Li Jingtong. Chapter 54. Deceiving, and then deceiving again. Does the leader know this person? Senior Brother Gao inquired. Qin Yu chuckled. It's not merely an acquaintance. He is my neighbor and a dear brother. A few days ago, we were both in pursuit of the Xiantian token, but having failed to locate it, I decided to abandon the quest today. To my surprise, he persevered and ultimately discovered one. His fortune is truly remarkable. This information is readily accessible should one wish to investigate, Qin Yu candidly informed. It turns out this individual is a brother of the leader, which brings me great relief, remarked Senior Brother Gao. Qin Yu was perplexed. What should I be at ease about? Senior Brother Gao elucidated. Initially, I feared that this individual might be an agent sent by that enigmatic organization. However, given his close relationship with the leader, we can now dismiss that possibility. Qin Yu offered an awkward smile. He is merely a lowly servant disciple. What organization would accept him? Indeed, Senior Brother Gao nodded, sighing. Yet this only seems to affirm that the mysterious organization is indeed searching for the Xiantian tokens based solely on strength. We are at a loss against them. Observing the despondent expressions of his companions, Qin Yu stepped forward and declared, This outcome is beyond our control, and we need not dwell in sorrow over it. Today, my good friend Li Jingtong has demonstrated to us all that ordinary individuals can also uncover the Xiantian tokens. While that organization is formidable, it cannot monopolize every token. As long as we exert ourselves sufficiently, we can seize the tokens from their grasp. The crowd lifted their heads, captivated by Qin Yu's fervent words. As if inspired by his confidence. Why was Li Zhangdong able to find the Xiantian token, while I could not? It is because Li Zhangdong persevered relentlessly. Even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, while I faltered too soon, missing the opportunity to claim the token. You cannot predict the future. How can you know that victory does not lie just around the corner? Failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is to concede without even trying. If Li Zhangdong can succeed, why can't you? Persist, for the outcome remains uncertain. We all have the potential to be dark horses. The crowd, stirred by fervor, united in a resounding chant. The outcome is uncertain. We all have the potential to be dark horses. Qin Yu, unleash your spirit. Everyone, the universe is yet to be determined, and both you and I are dark horses. Qin Yu, why are you unable to find the Xiantian token? Everyone, because we lack the necessary effort, because we do not persevere enough. Qin Yu, as long as we persevere. Everyone, we shall undoubtedly succeed. Qin Yu, strive, strive, strive. Everyone, keep going, keep going, keep going. Qin Yu, all right, everyone, let us continue our search. Perhaps in some corner of the sect, there lies an elusive fish that even the mysterious organization has failed to uncover. The crowd surged forth like a whirlwind, observing their departing figures. Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of his oratory. These young disciples, having entered this ivory tower of the sect at such a tender age, are truly innocent in mind. A mere suggestion is all it takes to sway them. Qin Yu smiled and remarked, as long as we keep people occupied, they will refrain from engaging in frivolous activities. Senior Brother Gao sensed that Qin Yu had strayed from the topic. Yet he could not deny that this approach indeed invigorated the morale of the guild, leaving him at a loss for words. Vice Guild Leader Gao, let us persevere. Qin Yu bid farewell to Senior Brother Gao and departed. The following day, everything resumed its usual rhythm. Today, only one individual discovered the Xiantian token, seemingly named Ji Duo Duo. Qin Yu was astonished, Duo indeed. Oh, Senior Brother Gao turned to Qin Yu, a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. Do you know this person? Might he also be a neighbor of yours? Not quite. Qin Yu clarified. I do not have that many neighbors. We are all disciples of lesser rank. Duo is responsible for the long corridor avenue, adjacent to the Maple Leaf Square overseen by Li Zhengtong. Hence we are acquainted, albeit not intimately. How peculiar. Senior Brother Gao remarked, it is rather coincidental that the tokens have been discovered by disciples of lesser rank in these past few days. What a remarkable coincidence. Don't you think? Qin Yu detected a hint of skepticism in Senior Brother Gao's tone. It seems this fellow has begun to doubt me. From Gao's perspective, Qin Yu had exhibited peculiar behavior, and the fact that acquaintances of his had found the Xiantian token 2 consecutive days only served to raise suspicion. Surely, this could not be mere coincidence. Qin Yu asserted decisively. Senior Brother Gao gazed at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with confusion. He had initially expected Qin Yu to deflect the topic with humor, but was taken aback by Qin Yu's candid admission. Qin Yu addressed the crowd, saying, if our servant disciples were to find a token once, it could be attributed to mere fortune. However, if for 2 consecutive days it is our servant disciples who discover the tokens, I dare assert that if someone finds a token tomorrow, it is highly likely to be one of us again. You must be quite curious as to the reason behind this. The crowd nodded in unison. Qin Yu exclaimed passionately. It is precisely because we, the disciples of the miscellaneous category, harbor a deeper yearning to earn contribution points than anyone else. A single Xiantian token can be exchanged for 100 contribution points, which, for you outer sect disciples, equates to a stipend for 3 months. Occasionally, embarking on a mission might yield 100 contribution points in a mere month. Yet, what of us, the miscellaneous disciples? We toil tirelessly for an entire month, scarcely daring to take a day off, and receive a meager 10 contribution points as our wage. Each of us has come to the Xiantian sect with aspirations of cultivating our spirits, despite our lack of innate talent. Our fervent desire for enlightenment is no less than yours. Yet, 10 contribution points is simply insufficient. What can 10 contribution points accomplish? One cannot even procure a single qi refinement pill from the Grand Apothecary with that. We are bereft of adequate resources for cultivation, and we lack sufficient time for our practice. Our plight is indeed arduous. Qin Yu vividly illustrated the plight of ordinary servant disciples, evoking a deep sense of empathy among many in the crowd. So this is how miserable I am. What should I do? I feel like crying. The atmosphere grew rather oppressive, and silence enveloped the gathering. In this moment, silence spoke louder than words. A gentle breeze caressed Qin Yu's hair, and suddenly, his impassioned voice pierced through the tranquility. It is precisely because we servant disciples endure such hardships that no one yearns for cultivation resources more than we do. And no one craves contribution points with greater fervor. Securing a Xiantian token is tantamount to earning a year's worth of rewards. How can we not be driven to madness? Our insatiable desire for contribution points fuels our unwavering determination in the quest for Xiantian tokens. To advance further along the path of cultivation, we must seize every opportunity, no matter how slim the chances may appear. Both instances of the Xiantian tokens being discovered were achieved through the efforts of servant disciples, as we are the ones who truly need this chance. Although our talents may be lacking, we shall never concede defeat. As emotions ran deep, the servant disciples discreetly shed tears. Though our talents may be limited, we shall never yield. Servant disciples will not be overshadowed by anyone. The outer disciples admired this indomitable spirit, even feeling a twinge of shame. Indeed, it is not easy for servant disciples, and I dared to question them. Oh, how I should be ashamed. Observing the captivated crowd, Qin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. If only a fitting BGM could play at this moment, it would be perfect. Chapter 55. You are actually an undercover agent? Senior Brother Gao addressed Qin Yu, saying, I apologize, leader, I meant no offense. I merely feel that yesterday and today seemed rather contrived, as if our conversation has been orchestrated by that organization, set up deliberately. Qin Yu gently patted Senior Brother Gao on the shoulder, saying, Vice Leader Gao, do not concern yourself. I, Qin, am fully aware that your intentions are solely for the sake of fairness. Moreover, we have all sworn an oath that our conversation shall remain confidential. Suddenly, a voice piped up from the group. Leader, we have all taken an oath, yet it seems there is one among us who has not. Both Qin Yu and Senior Brother Gao turned their gazes toward the individual. Under the scrutiny of all present, the person pointed a finger at Senior Brother Gao. It dawned on everyone that, indeed, while Senior Brother Gao had watched everyone else take the oath, He himself had not participated. With a look of disbelief, Senior Brother Gao glanced at himself and exclaimed, "Did I not take the oath?" "No," came the collective response, filled with doubt. You suspect that I might have leaked information to that organization? You dare to question my loyalty?" A voice from the crowd interjected, "Vice Leader Gao, we are not accusing you. We are merely stating a fact. Everyone else has sworn, yet you have not. Is it too late for me to take the oath now?" Senior Brother Gao raised his fist high above his head and proclaimed loudly, "If I, during this period, have had any contact with that organization, may I face dire consequences." Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Everyone looked up, only to see the sky clear and the full moon shining brightly, devoid of any clouds. How could there be thunder on such a serene day? The crowd glared angrily at Vice Leader Gao. "Thunder on a clear day, how will you explain this?" One shouted, "Why have you ceased your words? Are you afraid of being struck by lightning? Who would have thought you were the traitor? No wonder the leader's strategies have failed. It turns out you have been sabotaging them from within." Qin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. I have not betrayed the gang," Senior Brother Gao argued helplessly. "Then prove your loyalty by completing the oath." "Swear it." "I will swear it. I have not betrayed the gang, and my conscience is clear." Senior Brother Gao raised his fist once more. "Enough," Qin Yu shouted, addressing all present. "How could the Vice Leader possibly be a traitor? Have you forgotten the immense effort the Vice Leader has invested in analyzing our situation? Our current strategy is, at the very least, half conceived by him. If he were a traitor, how could he have assisted us so greatly?" Everyone bowed their heads in silence. Just because we happen to encounter a thunderclap, can we disregard the Vice Leader's diligent contributions and suspect him of being an insider? By your reasoning, I might as well be the traitor instead. Those who had previously doubted Senior Brother Gao hastily apologized. "Forgive us, Leader, Vice Leader, we acted thoughtlessly." Qin Yu waved his hand, generously asserting, "I understand that your intentions are for the betterment of our guild. Yet we must unite our efforts against external challenges rather than engage in internal discord. Since Li Zhongtong and Jidwa Duo have successfully located the Xiantian tokens, we too are capable of achieving the same. If we exert ourselves a little more tomorrow, we might even uncover 2 or perhaps 3 tokens. As long as we remain resolute and unwavering, the Xiantian tokens shall undoubtedly belong to us." The crowd responded, "Persevere to the end, never give up. Qin Yu, strive, strive, strive. Everyone, go, go, go." Qin Yu, "All right, everyone, now return to replenish your energy. I hope that by tomorrow, I will witness the true appearance of the Xiantian token through your efforts. Today, you have brought honor to the guild, and tomorrow, the guild shall take pride in you." After a heartfelt speech, the crowd departed with renewed vigor. Once they had left, Senior Gao grasped Qin Yu's hands tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. "Leader, how did you know I wasn't an undercover agent?" Qin Yu replied enigmatically, "Because no one understands undercover work better than I do. You simply do not fit the mold." Senior Brother Gao, deeply moved, exclaimed, "Master, I had my doubts about you not long ago, yet you have repaid malice with kindness, standing up for me at such a crucial moment. In comparison to you, I truly feel insignificant." Qin Yu comforted, "Do not harbor any more suspicions, trust in everyone, and they shall trust in you." Senior Brother Gao nodded solemnly in response. "From now on, I shall dedicate myself to our guild, willing to risk life and limb. And I vow to eradicate that mysterious organization to its very roots. There is no need for such extremes." Qin Yu offered a sheepish smile, acknowledging, "That organization isn't entirely at fault. They are merely competing with us on equal footing based on their capabilities." Senior Brother Gao scratched his head, apologetically admitting, "I completely forgot. I've been preoccupied with this matter daily, almost treating that organization as a mere imaginary adversary." Qin Yu exclaimed, "How deeply do you despise me? Perhaps you are simply too fatigued. It would be wise to return and rest." "Very well." On the third morning, Qin Yu awoke punctually. The familiar sound of barking was conspicuously absent. Strange, why haven't Wang Kai and the others come today? Qin Yu felt a twinge of unease and swiftly plunged into the sea of souls. In a corner of this ethereal realm, the spectral figure of Wang Kai lay curled up, peacefully slumbering. Qin Yu approached and softly called out, "Wang Kai, Wang Kai, Wang Kai." Yet, there was no response from Wang Kai. Could it be that he has not yet logged in? "Qin Yu, damn it." Wang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. "Woof, woof, woof." Qin Yu inquired with urgency, "Why did you not come today?" Wang Kai whined a few times in distress, and in an instant, Qin Yu was drawn into a realm of illusion. The sky remained shrouded in darkness. and the path was still that of an unknown trail. A man, wielding 7 mysterious tokens, stood before him. Wang Kai and the other 6 dogs lay in ambush among the grass, waiting for the man to draw near. As he approached, they launched a sudden mental assault, attempting to ensnare him within their illusion. However, the man merely paused for a fleeting moment before harnessing his formidable mental strength to regain composure. Realizing their mission had failed, Wang Kai and the other dogs prepared to flee, only to see the man gently wave his hand. In an instant, they were lifted into the air by an unseen force, their little legs flailing in vain as they found themselves utterly immobilized. The 7 dogs faced complete annihilation. Through the vivid imagery of the illusion, Qin Yu discerned the visage of the man, who was none other than the elder responsible for the event. It seemed he had truly stumbled upon a formidable obstacle. Chapter 56. The dreaming canine clan leader. I had a lingering sense of unease, and it turned out to be caused by these mischievous little creatures. The elder confronted Wang Kai and the other dogs, demanding, "Speak. What was your intention in stealing the tokens? Where have you hidden them?" The 7 little pups fell silent, not uttering a word. The elder, in a tone of intimidation, warned, "If you remain silent, I shall report this matter to your clan leader." Upon hearing this, the 7 pups grew even bolder. Wang Kai, the foolish one, barked defiantly, "Woof woof woof. Foolish human, go ahead and try." Naturally, the elder could not comprehend Wang Kai's canine exclamations and assumed the pups were merely being playful. He admonished them, "Considering your tender age, I shall refrain from pursuing your transgressions this time. However, this matter ends here. You are not to cause further mischief. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to report to the sect and have you all confined until after the spring festival." Upon hearing this, Wang Kai and the other dogs immediately cowered. With only this once-a-year opportunity to exchange for stinky tofu, being locked away would spell disaster. Thus, the illusion came to an end. After witnessing this segment of the dream, Qin Yu was astounded. Wang Kai and the others have caused such a ruckus, yet this elder merely offered a verbal reprimand. What kind of spiritual beast is Wang Kai to command such respect? It seemed the elder mentioned seeking Wang Kai's clan leader to complain. Could it be that Wang Kai is not a stray dog but belongs to a powerful lineage? Might Wang Kai be the legendary divine pet, possessing a formidable bloodline, a prestigious background, and extraordinary capabilities? Filled with confusion, Qin Yu was about to inquire with Wang Kai when he once again plunged into the second realm of illusion. In this dreamlike state, the dawn was breaking softly. Wang Kai and the other 6 dogs traversed a swaying rope bridge, arriving at a small island enveloped by lush greenery. Qin Yu understood that this illusion was part of the subsequent plot. As soon as the 7 puppies entered the island, they began to bark excitedly. Soon, the sounds of barking echoed from all directions. Remarkably, Qin Yu found that he could comprehend what these puppies were saying. Is this the translation function that Wang Kai has bestowed upon me? Incredible. Oh no, the mission has failed. What happened? What is going on? A cacophony of noise surrounded Qin Yu, plunging him into chaos. Soon, a sharp bark echoed from the depths of the island. The chief of the canine clan has arrived. The multitude of dogs swiftly fell silent, and from the heart of the island emerged a colossal dog. This magnificent creature, resembling a fierce tiger, boasted wings upon its back, sinewy muscles, striking elegance, and an extraordinary presence. Qin Yu opened his mouth wide, employing all his learned skills to depict the scene. Wow, what a magnificent dog! The canine chieftain retorted, "What is all this commotion? Is the sky falling?" Wang Kai hurriedly replied, "Chieftain, the sky is not falling." The chieftain continued, "If the sky is not falling, why all the barking?" Wang Kai exclaimed, "The stinky tofu has run out today." The chieftain was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Did you not say the sky was not falling?" Wang Kai stammered. The chieftain, baring his teeth, inquired, "Which of you has dared to steal our stinky tofu? Was it that group of little tigers raised at Beastmaster Peak, or the little lions at Alchemy Peak?" It seems that after 3 days of restraint, they believe they have developed some prowess. He continued, "A dragon has its reverse scales, and a dog has its stinky tofu. To touch our tribe's stinky tofu is akin to courting death." No. Wang Kai quickly interjected, "Chieftain, it was not them, but an elder from the outer sect. Those 2 little rascals wouldn't dare." The chieftain's fury flared once more. "Cursed be that outer sect elder. Does he not have the means to procure his own stinky tofu? What kind of ability is it to steal ours?" The chieftain declared with ferocity, "Children, arm yourselves and let us teach him a lesson." "Chieftain, you are mistaken again." Wang Kai urgently halted the chieftain. "What have we erred? We have been wronged and must retaliate fiercely. You must live up to your name, and not be a cowardly dog. The chieftain of the Dreaming Hound tribe's eyes glimmered as he added, otherwise, your name will be granted to the bravest of the Dreaming Hounds. Upon hearing this, all the dogs looked on eagerly at their chieftain. In the chieftain's mind, who was the bravest of the Dreaming Hounds? Who could claim such a formidable title? The chieftain continued, it shall be bestowed upon the illustrious leader of the Dreaming Hound tribe, the bravest and mightiest king of the Dreaming Hounds. The pack responded with disdain. Humph. Wang Kai remained silent. The chieftain was already aware of the pact signed between Wang Kai and Qin Yu. Initially, he had vehemently opposed it, exclaiming, we are the noble Dreaming Hounds. How could a mere lowly servant disciple be worthy of a contract with us? However, upon witnessing the significantly greater quantity of stinky tofu brought back by Wang Kai, the chieftain decisively acquiesced. Oh my, this stinky tofu is simply exquisite. I feel the ancient bloodline from our ancestors awakening. If it were not for the knowledge that Qin Yu had ceased to contract with other spirit beasts, the Dreaming Hound chieftain would have considered taking matters into his own paws. Wait, did I not sign a contract with the sect leader? No matter. I can deal with the sect leader first and then sign the contract. The esteemed leader of the Beast Peak, Elder Liu, who has devoted 2 centuries to the study of spirit beasts, once imparted a profound adage, to capture the heart of a dog, one must first seize its appetite. In an effort to uphold his formidable reputation and dispel any notions of cowardice, Wang Kai hastily clarified, it was not the elder who pilfered our stinky tofu, rather. We were discovered while attempting to seize the token, and ultimately we failed to acquire it. Chief, it is not a matter of my weakness, rather. We were indeed in the wrong. The expression of the chief of the illusory Dream Dog clan shifted upon hearing this revelation, realizing the complexities of the situation. Qin Yu unexpectedly discerned an awkward expression upon the visage of a canine. The patriarch of the illusory Dream Canine clan furrowed his brow as he paced amidst the pack of dogs. What is the matter with this wretched outer elder? With so many Xiantian tokens in his possession, what harm would it be to bestow a few upon us? The patriarch merely spoke in jest. Should they fail to seize the coveted items, he would be consumed by indignation and resort to violence, leaving the illusory Dream Canine clan's reputation in tatters. Though we may be dogs, we are dogs of reason. Alas, it seemed that today's portion of stinky tofu was destined for ruin. Upon hearing this, the pack erupted in a chorus of lamentation. Oh, stinky tofu, how can I survive without you? The clan leader bellowed, retract those tongues you've let hang out. It's merely a piece of stinky tofu. Look at your pitiful selves. Shortly thereafter, the patriarch muttered with a hint of schadenfreude, fortunately, I saved half a piece of stinky tofu yesterday. I am indeed the most prescient among this canine assembly. Patriarch, I possess a skill that can procure stinky tofu, exclaimed one of the illusory Dream Dogs, leaping forth. Speak quickly. All the dogs seemed to glimpse a new glimmer of hope. The dog continued. If we cannot obtain the tokens, we can directly seize. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, the translation function faltered. Qin Yu, taking into account the context, could deduce the sentiment the Dream Hound intended to convey. Failing to secure the token must certainly imply its intent to seize the stinky tofu. So, they have set their sights on me. Qin Yu perceived that Wang Kai possessed intelligence, albeit limited. Is that all the area you intend to obscure? In Chapter 57, the second shameless individual, the chieftain of the Dream Hound clan, forcefully patted the head of a Dream Hound, delivering a severe reprimand. Subsequently, the translation function resumed. The chieftain declared, if all else fails, I shall personally intervene tomorrow. Success will be assured. Chieftain, that would be unwise. An elder Dream Hound interjected. Since we have already been discovered, your involvement would be tantamount to opposing the sect. It seems there are indeed clever hounds among the Dream Hound clan. Qin Yu mused silently. What then? Are we truly destined to forego that foul tofu? The chieftain of the Dream Hound clan anxiously paced. Chieftain, acquiring the Xiantian token does not solely rely on seizing it. Remember, the Xiantian token is hidden in various locations for all to seek. If those sect disciples can locate it, why can't we, the Dream Hound clan? The chieftain's eyes brightened. Indeed, we too can embark on a search. Even if we are spotted, it matters not. We abide by the rules. All hounds, heed my command. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Depart the island to seek the token. Thousands of Dream Hounds surged forth, creating a magnificent spectacle. The illusion shattered. Qin Yu returned to the Sea of Souls and beheld Wang Kai squatting at his feet, wagging its tail and panting eagerly. Qin Yu deliberately inquired, just now. There was a brief moment when I could not comprehend their speech. Wang Kai, could you enlighten me on what they were saying? Wang Kai tilted its head, casting a furtive glance aside. All right, I shall not tease you further. Qin Yu continued. What status does your illusory dream canine clan hold within the sect? Wang Kai gestured with its paw, indicating their formidable strength. Very well, I shall visit the scripture repository later to investigate. Are you all preparing for a full clan mobilization to seek the Xiantian token? Wang Kai nodded in affirmation. Can you surmise where the Xiantian token might be concealed? Qin Yu pondered, feeling a tinge of concern regarding his current understanding of the illusory dream canine clan. Wang Kai gestured for a while before Qin Yu grasped its meaning. So, you imply that wherever the other disciples go, you shall follow? Not lacking in wit, yet your numbers are rather limited, aren't they? The prospect of discovery seems rather dim. Although the illusory dream canine clan consists of thousands, the disciples participating in this venture number over 10,000. The disparity in numbers is striking. Wang Kai barked twice, pointing at its own nose. Are you suggesting that your keen sense of smell can detect the scent of the Xiantian token? Woof. Wang Kai nodded once more. Qin Yu found this notion somewhat dubious. Some cultivators possess remarkably keen senses of smell, and certain elixirs can temporarily enhance this ability. Since no one seems capable of utilizing their olfactory senses to assist in locating the Xiantian token, Qin Yu doubted that the Dream Hound could accomplish such a feat, however. He was not well acquainted with the Dream Hound and was unaware of the extent of its olfactory prowess. Perhaps the Dream Hound might indeed bring forth unexpected delights. Qin Yu wished to convey to Wang Kai that, in truth, they merely needed to follow the staff member responsible for concealing the tokens, observing where he hid them. However, Qin Yu was apprehensive that such actions might inadvertently expose their intentions, potentially leading to adverse repercussions for the illusory dream canine clan. Never mind. Let us first assess the outcome. Upon leaving the Sea of Souls, Qin Yu changed his attire and made his way to the scripture repository. He intended to first investigate the records pertaining to the Dream Hound. As soon as he entered the repository, a senior sister called out to him, "Fellow disciple, please come over to register." Qin Yu inquired with a hint of confusion, "Senior sister, is it necessary to register for entry into the scripture repository?" She replied, "Usually, it is not required. However, due to the recent seclusion of the esteemed Elder Beishatong, registration has now become mandatory. It is quite unusual. As Elder Beishatong has never secluded himself before, I wonder what has prompted him to enter seclusion twice during this period." Qin Yu. Very well. After completing the registration form, Qin Yu inquired, "Senior sister, may I ask where I can find the literature on the Dream Hound?" The general introduction is located on the second level to the west on the first floor. However, the detailed information is currently beyond your access, junior brother. All right, thank you. Senior sister. As Qin Yu made his way to the western section, he soon discovered a collection of books on the Dream Hound on the second level. The titles ranged from the past and future of the Dream Hound to its mating and breeding, as well as care techniques and favorite foods and management strategies. Gazing at the 20 or so volumes dedicated to the Dream Hound, Qin Yu found himself momentarily bewildered. So many, he exclaimed. I suddenly find myself missing the encyclopedic wisdom of my senior. Is it truly necessary to seclude oneself for such a trivial issue? Qin Yu opened the book The Past and Future of the Dreaming Hound. This tome, estimated to exceed 3,000 pages, was too cumbersome for him to hold with a single hand. Surely, it must contain a comprehensive introduction to the Dreaming Hound. However, the content is rather extensive. Perhaps it would be prudent to first peruse the summary. Qin Yu lifted the cover, and upon reaching the first page, which bore the author's name, he promptly skipped past it. Flipping to the second page, he was utterly astonished. The past of the Dream Hound. Unknown. Since the inception of the sect, the Dream Hound has existed. The origins of the Dream Hound remain a mystery. Those who possess knowledge are invited to record their insights on this blank page. The future of the Dream Hound. I too am uncertain about the evolutionary trajectory of the Dream Hound. Should future scholars uncover revelations, they are welcome to document them on this blank page as well. Thank you. At the bottom, a small note read, a gentle reminder not to forget to leave your name in the author section on the first page. Qin Yu flipped backward, only to find an expanse of blank pages. Is this it? Is it really over? No, there are over 3,000 pages, and you've only penned 2? What kind of book can you possibly write if you know nothing at all? Qin Yu appeared to have discovered a novel method of writing books. With this approach, he could pen 100 volumes in a single day. Upon turning to the first page, he was eager to uncover the identity of the genius behind this remarkable work. First author, Wang De, his pseudonym. Second author, Qin Yu's desire to curse has reached the pinnacle of his existence. Come on, you merely need to choose a title. Yet you shamelessly place your name after the first author? What about your dignity? If you lack the courage, you could at least tear a blank sheet of paper and stick it on the back. Qin Yu, having traversed 2 lifetimes and encountered countless individuals, found this person's shamelessness truly deserving of second place. He was nothing short of a disgrace within the scholarly realm of the cultivation world. Wang Dai. What a ridiculous pseudonym. However, upon further reflection, Qin Yu realized that if he were to engage in such nefarious deeds, he too would refrain from using his own name, lest he be subjected to incessant scorn even in death. Qin Yu observed that the corners of the book were only slightly yellowed, suggesting it had likely been placed there within the last century. A book of such quality deserves a place in the sutra repository. This Wang Dai must be no ordinary disciple. It is highly probable that this fellow is still alive. Qin Yu clenched his fist and declared, "It would be best if you do not cross my path, for I shall surely brandish this blank tome upon your visage." As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Qin Yu retrieved the pen he always carried. He struck out the name Wang Dai and inscribed in its stead the moniker the Fisherman in bold letters. Upon completing this act, a satisfied smile graced his lips. When it comes to shamelessness, who could rival me? Little river, today I, Qin, shall impart a lesson upon you. Ahahaha. Chapter 58. The bond between Qin Yu and the Dreamhound. Subsequently, Qin Yu produced a small notebook he always kept at hand. He altered the title detailing the path to immortality from beginning with fishing to commencing with the rectification of scholarly degenerates in the cultivation realm. There was no ulterior motive. Qin Yu merely wished to commemorate this momentous occasion in history, setting aside the past and future of the Dreamhound. He turned his attention to its mating and species propagation. Upon glancing at the first page bearing Wang Dai's name, Qin Yu immediately discerned the caliber of this tome. Indeed, the remainder was entirely blank. Qin Yu repeated his previous actions, changing Wang Dai to Fishing Man. This alteration spanned over a dozen volumes. Just when Qin Yu began to think he would return empty-handed, he finally stumbled upon a legitimate book. Dreamhound Clan was a slender tome, comprising merely 20 pages. It succinctly introduced the fundamental information regarding the Dreamhound, precisely what Qin Yu required at that moment. The Dreamhound, a creature of immense spiritual power, excelled in fabricating illusions and served as the guardian beast of the An sect. Upon reading the first line, a tempest of emotion surged within Qin Yu. Goodness! A guardian beast? I have actually forged a contract with the sect's guardian beast? Qin Yu was suddenly struck by the illusion of a wealthy heir being abducted by a humble cleaner. I wonder if the sect permits ordinary disciples to forge contracts with dreamhounds? Qin Yu continued to gaze downward. The illusion dream canine, possessing a noble bloodline, is inherently proud and seldom enters into contracts with humans. As Qin Yu recalled the scene of the little black dogs wagging their tails by his feet while clutching his crystal ball, a question arose in his heart. Where is the arrogance? They are simply a few sycophants. A cultivator is permitted to possess only one dreamhound as a companion. For the inherently proud dreamhounds do not allow their masters to serve another of their kind. Qin Yu began to question the authenticity of this book. Could it be that I have encountered mere false dreamhounds? The Dreamhound clan excels in collective combat, as numerous dreamhounds can amalgamate their strength, resulting in a transformation brought about by quantitative change. Historical records indicate that the Dreamhound clan once united to slay an invader of the transcendent stage. Qin Yu trembled slightly. Goodness, the illusory Dream Canine clan possesses such formidable strength. If they ascend further in the tribulation stage, they shall achieve immortality. In an era devoid of immortals, those in the tribulation stage represent the pinnacle of power in this world, capable of traversing it with unparalleled might. It is no wonder the illusory Dream Canine has been designated as the guardian beast of the An sect, possessing the capability to vanquish beings at the tribulation stage. Moreover, in recent years, the An sect has grown increasingly powerful, and the illusory Dream Canine clan must have been evolving in tandem. I wonder just how formidable the illusory Dream Canine clan has become at this juncture. After the initial astonishment, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over him. Qin Yu seemed to behold a resplendent leg, shimmering like gold, before his very eyes. This was no longer a mere customer seeking stinky tofu. It was, in fact, his closest companion. As long as I cultivate a good rapport with the Dreamhound clan, who in the sect would dare to provoke me? Doubt it. You ought to consider who stands behind me. Can you truly contend with the Dreamhounds? Closing the book, Qin Yu began to ponder how he could strengthen ties with the Dreamhound clan. Wang Kai does not represent the entirety of the Dreamhound clan. At best, it merely serves as a connection. To foster goodwill with the entire clan, I must rely on stinky tofu. Yet, one must not offer too much, as the saying goes. What comes too easily is often taken for granted. They must accomplish tasks to earn their stinky tofu, allowing them to recognize its scarcity and value. Once they complete their tasks, a touch of generosity on my part will elicit their gratitude, thereby enabling me to continually garner their favor. How cunning I am, he. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Yu pushed open the door and was greeted by an unexpected delight. A dream hound was already waiting here, clutching a mysterious heavenly token in its mouth. This dream hound was considerably larger than Wang Kai, possessing strength that placed it in the upper echelons of its breed. Qin Yu gently patted the dog's head, offering words of encouragement. You are truly magnificent, little pup. However, the dream hound turned its head away in reluctance. You, insignificant human, dare to touch the esteemed dream hound? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a lowly cook. Qin Yu, today, you are the first to deliver the token. Dream hound, I shall reward you with an extra serving of stinky tofu, but keep this a secret from the other pups. Woof. The dream hound immediately stuck out its tongue, displaying an endearing grin, nuzzling against Qin Yu's leg. You are truly kind. No wonder you are the most handsome and generous cultivator of the Xiantian sect. Hurry, pet me. Feel free to touch me. Qin Yu gently patted the dog's head, proclaiming, from now on, we shall be good friends. Let us not forget the bond we share. The dog responded with a bark. Remember to seek me out whenever you are in need. If I do not assist you, I am no true dog. Qin Yu successfully gained the friendship of a dream hound. Qin Yu heated the oil in the pan and prepared 2 servings of stinky tofu, which he then presented to the spectral dog. The dog barked, pointing towards the jar filled with chili peppers, with a playful tone. It seemed to express its fondness for bold flavors. Very well, I shall indulge your taste. Qin Yu grasped a handful of chili peppers and sprinkled them atop the dish. The dream hound, in a frenzy of delight, devoured an entire serving before swiftly departing with another in its mouth. Upon witnessing the illusion, Qin Yu gained a clearer understanding. Regardless of how much he offered, these dream hounds only needed to return with a single pouch. If he provided merely 1 pouch, the hounds would selectively consume a few pieces, treating it as a fee for their services. Before long, 2 more dream hounds arrived in companionship. Remarkable. 3 out of 7 tokens have already been found. This dream hound clan possesses quite the prowess. Qin Yu chuckled and remarked, excellent, you 2 shall share the top position. As the first 2 to present me with the tokens, I have taken the liberty of preparing an additional reward for each of you. But do keep this a secret. Woof woof woof. The 2 dream dogs were utterly delighted. Qin Yu placed 4 servings of stinky tofu before them, gently stroking the dog's head as he said, the extra portion of stinky tofu serves as a testament to our friendship. In the future, should I find myself bullied, you must come to my aid. The 2 illusionary dream dogs scratched their chests in assurance. Woof woof woof. Having consumed your stinky tofu today, we are now yours. If anyone dares to bully you, we shall be the first to object. Although Qin Yu could not comprehend their words, the loyalty reflected in their bright, expressive eyes conveyed a singular message, fidelity. Thus, Qin Yu gained 2 more friends in the form of illusionary dream dogs. Little by little, it won't be long before these illusionary dream dogs can serve my purpose. Qin Yu felt fortunate that he was not a villain. Otherwise, he might have already begun scheming a grand heist. Chapter 59. Exploiting the loopholes in the rules. After sending away the 2 illusionary dream hounds, Qin Yu was soon greeted by 2 more. Thus far, he had successfully acquired 5 of the 7 Xiantian tokens. As for the remaining 2 tokens, he had heard that they had already been claimed by other disciples, so he no longer held any lingering thoughts about them. Qin Yu counted on his fingers. There were 11 days remaining until the conclusion of the event, and with a loss of 2 pieces each day, that amounted to 22 pieces over the span of those 11 days. I have unknowingly suffered a loss of 200 contribution points. The pain is overwhelming. My heart aches. Qin Yu stepped through the door and made his way towards the central square. He sought a method to acquire all the tokens without contravening any regulations. Thus, he now aimed to meticulously examine the event's rules. Qin Yu firmly believed that wherever there are rules, there must inevitably be loopholes. Upon arriving at the central square, he noticed a whiteboard adorned with the guidelines for the event. The rules were straightforward, consisting of only a few points. 1. Event duration, December 15th to December 30th. 2. Seizing tokens during the event is prohibited. 3. Forging tokens during the event is prohibited. 4. Rewards must be redeemed within 3 days after the event concludes. Expired tokens will be rendered invalid. After perusing the rules, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind. There seemed to be quite a few loopholes. Suddenly, he heard someone calling for him. Turning around, he was greeted by Senior Brother Gao. Deputy Leader, what a delightful surprise. Senior Brother Gao jogged over, his face beaming with joy. Deputy Leader, I bring good news. Guess what? What is it? Qin Yu inquired. Senior Brother Gao chuckled heartily. Today, our guild has managed to acquire 2 Xiantian tokens all at once, and everyone in the guild is absolutely thrilled. Qin Yu. So it turns out that the 2 tokens overlooked by the Dream Hound were discovered by members of my own guild. Let us hurry. Everyone is waiting to express their gratitude to you. Senior Brother Gao urged Qin Yu to leave. All right then. Qin Yu has already discovered the flaw, rendering his continued presence here unnecessary. Upon arriving at the designated location, he found all the members of the guild waiting for him. Upon seeing Qin Yu, someone immediately shouted, "The guild master has arrived, let us applaud." The venue erupted with enthusiastic applause. Qin Yu waved his hand, urging everyone not to be so agitated. For this year, you may never have another opportunity to acquire the Xiantian token. Qin Yu adjusted his expression and inquired, I have heard that our guild has discovered 2 Xiantian tokens today? Immediately, a man and a woman emerged from the team, each clutching a token in their hands. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, they approached Qin Yu. Are you two planning to exchange tokens and get married right here? The pair stood on either side, grasping Qin Yu's hands simultaneously, and in unison declared, Chief, it is thanks to you that I was able to find the Xiantian token. Qin Yu released the boy's hand and grasped the girl's, forcing a smile as he spoke. Your ability to discover the token is a testament to your perseverance and fortune and bears no relation to my involvement. How can it not be related? The girl exclaimed loudly. I was on the verge of giving up yesterday, but thanks to the leader's inspiring words, I found the strength to persist. The boy added, I feel the same. Without you, leader, I would surely have missed out on this token. The boy reiterated, Indeed. I feel the same. Qin Yu's smile froze on his face. He truly wished to slap himself twice. What a wretched mouth I possess. Why did I stir them up for no reason? This time, I have genuinely shot myself in the foot. Indeed, we are but humble disciples. Subsequently, the two turned around and passionately addressed everyone. What the leader said is correct. Although we humble disciples may lack talent, as long as we exert ourselves, we shall undoubtedly reap rewards. Are you two here making declarations? The crowd rallied with renewed vigor, striving to seize every token from the mysterious organization. They cheered. Let not the mysterious organization obtain even a single token. Qin Yu remarked, you are the errand disciples, are you? Do not let me discover which area you are assigned to clean, lest I find myself accompanied by Wang Kai for daily relief. Observing the lively atmosphere, Qin Yu addressed the crowd with a smile. Today, each of you has performed admirably, and I hope you can sustain this momentum. In the forthcoming period, I may be quite occupied, hence starting tomorrow, I shall refrain from attending the gatherings. From now on, the meetings will be presided over by the vice leader. Qin Yu's purpose in joining this guild was to prevent them from reporting to the sect. Now that the illusory Dream Hound has become a law-abiding companion, he sees no reason to waste any more time here. Upon hearing his words, a sense of melancholy enveloped the crowd. Leader, we cannot bear to part with you. Indeed. What capability does the vice leader possess to even consider presiding over the gathering? Hi, vice leader. You can uplift someone without disparaging another. Enough. Qin Yu interjected. I am merely entering seclusion for a while, not departing from this world. This guild shall endure, and everyone can continue to support one another. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Now, let us all return and rejuvenate our spirits. We shall strive together again tomorrow. As Qin Yu prepared to leave, someone hastily exclaimed, Leader, we haven't even shouted our slogan today. Qin Yu, persevere, persevere, persevere. The crowd, keep going, keep going, keep going. Upon returning to his cave abode, Qin Yu immediately delved into the depths of his soul's ocean. Wang Kai, Songbyo, come find me at once. I have prepared some stinky tofu for you. With an excited bark, Wang Kai hurriedly disconnected from the network. Qin Yu heated the oil in the pan, having just prepared 4 portions of stinky tofu when Wang Kai dashed over excitedly. Barking and wagging his tail, Wang Kai surrounded Qin Yu, desperately seeking affection and attention. Enough with the antics. These 2 portions of stinky tofu are for you, and the remaining 2 are to be taken home. Do you understand? Wang Kai nodded eagerly and began to feast heartily. Qin Yu seeks to assist Wang Kai in swiftly elevating his standing within the clan. While other dream hounds can only bring back a single offering, Wang Kai possesses the remarkable ability to return with 2, undoubtedly earning the favor of the clan leader and the admiration of his fellow dream hounds. Once Wang Kai unifies the Dreamhound clan, I shall be free to indulge in my every whim, he. Qin Yu smirked slyly for a moment before addressing Wang Kai with seriousness. Wang Kai, upon your return, convey to your kin that henceforth, when seeking the Xiantian token, they should first ensnare all present into an illusion. Only then should they commence their search. The rules of the activity do not explicitly prohibit the interference of others in the quest for the token. Moreover, the illusions conjured by the Dreamhound are strikingly lifelike. The disciples, while searching for the token within the illusion, will encounter no difference from the reality of their quest, save for the impossibility of actually finding the token. This heightens emotional stakes and minimizes the likelihood of provoking any disturbances. Qin Yu believed his scheme to be utterly flawless. Chapter 60, The Golden Core Ancestor? As Wang Kai finished 2 servings of stinky tofu and was about to depart, he was once again called back by Qin Yu. Qin Yu knelt down and inquired, Wang Kai, what level of strength do you currently possess in relation to the realm of immortals? Wang Kai drew a circle on the ground. Golden Core? Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Have you truly attained the level of a Golden Core elder? Wang Kai nodded proudly. Qin Yu had always believed that Wang Kai was merely at the foundation establishment stage, never expecting it to possess such formidable strength. So, what is the level of your clan leader? Do you know? Wang Kai, bouncing with enthusiasm, expressed its thoughts. I cannot comprehend. Please translate it for me directly within the illusion. Wang Kai tilted its head, shaking it in confusion. Qin Yu sensed something amiss and inquired, wasn't it you who translated in that last illusion? Wang Kai shook his head once more, perplexed by Qin Yu's words. If it wasn't orchestrated by Wang Kai, could it be the doing of the Dreamhound clan's leader? Qin Yu inquired, when you crafted the illusion for me, was your clan leader aware of it? Wang Kai shook his head vigorously. No, not at all. The little dog's head spun like a top. I understand now. What you mean is that you are uncertain whether your clan leader is cognizant of your act of creating the illusion. Wang Kai nodded. Then it must mean that he is aware. At that moment, Wang Kai was right beside the leader of the Dreamhound clan, so he would certainly have been able to perceive it. It seems that my ability to comprehend the conversations among Wang Kai and the others within the illusion is due to the covert assistance of Wang Kai's leader. Qin Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens that the fool who only obscured a few words is not my pet Wang Kai. Suddenly, he turned to Wang Kai and inquired, when I asked you back then, why did you avert your gaze in such a guilty manner? Wang Kai shook his head, indicating that he had not. Never mind, perhaps I misjudged you. Qin Yu inquired, is there a specific purpose for your clan leader to translate this for me? Wang Kai shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Were you a rattle drum in your past life, merely capable of shaking your head? Wang Kai, feeling aggrieved, lowered his gaze. Alas, you are as foolish as Li Zhengtong. Suddenly, a voice came from across the courtyard wall. Brother Yu, did you call for me? Qin Yu. Li Zhengtong poked his head over the courtyard wall and exclaimed, oh, what an adorable little dog. Brother Yu, is this a new pet of yours? Without hesitation, Li Zhengtong leapt over the wall into Qin Yu's yard, only to scrunch his nose and exclaim, ugh, what is that smell? Brother Yu, has your toilet exploded? Qin Yu, anger level 1. Upon seeing the bubbling hot oil pot beside him, Li Zhengtong's expression changed. Brother Yu, you aren't frying something foul at home, are you? Qin Yu, my anger level has increased by 1. No wonder I've been detecting a faint, unpleasant odor in my home lately. I initially thought someone was playing tricks and secretly throwing excrement into my house, but it turns out it was emanating from your residence. Qin Yu sensed that Li Zhengtong was somewhat overly excited today, perhaps having taken the wrong medication. This is stinky tofu, not excrement. Stinky tofu? Could it possibly be made from excrement? Qin Yu took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself, do not stoop to the level of a fool. Stinky tofu bears no relation to excrement. Should you continue to speak nonsensically, I shall unleash Wang Kai upon you. Wang Kai responded by revealing his tiny milk teeth. Wang Kai? Li Zhengtong pointed at the still diminutive Wang Kai, bursting into laughter. Is this foolish pup weaned? How could it possibly bite me? What woof? Oh, my behind. I was mistaken. Esteemed canine, I shall never dare again. Please release me. If you do not let go this instant, I shall take action. Oh, noble dog, spare me. I was merely jesting. Half a minute later, Li Zhengtong curled up against the wall, trembling with fear. Qin Yu handed a fragment of clothing to Li Zhengtong, sighing. Wang Kai is in the golden core stage. Why provoke anyone else but it? Li Zhengtong, on the verge of tears, replied, Brother Yu, why didn't you mention this sooner? I still have important matters to discuss with Wang Kai. Please wait here for a moment. Brother Yu, I shall return shortly to change into another outfit, he said, before once again scaling the wall to head back. Qin Yu returned to the main topic, earnestly reflecting on the dialogue within the illusion. The leader of the Dream Canine clan seemed to emphasize the stinky tofu. Is this a hint for me to include more of it? It appears to be more complex than that. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Yu. Could it be that your leader desires your name? Upon hearing this, Wang Kai became alarmed, gesturing wildly while barking incessantly. Please slow down with your gestures. I cannot comprehend what you are trying to convey. Brother Yu, Wang Kai wishes to express that the entire clan covets its name, particularly its leader. Qin Yu turned around and saw Li Zhengtong, already dressed, attempting to climb over the wall. Why scale the wall when there's a perfectly good front entrance? Qin Yu inquired. Li Zhengtong chuckled. Isn't it simply more convenient to climb? Qin Yu gazed at Wang Kai and inquired, does the entire clan yearn for your name? With a look of pitiable resignation, Wang Kai nodded. In the current atmosphere of his clan, he felt as though he were walking on eggshells. Any minor misstep could result in his name being bestowed upon the clan leader. Does your clan leader not possess a name? Why the fervent desire for yours? Wang Kai nodded in affirmation, only to shake his head in negation moments later. Qin Yu, what does it mean? Li Zhengtong explained, the term Wang Kai signifies that the clan leader possesses a name, yet harbors discontent towards it. Qin Yu inquired of Li Zhengtong, can you understand? Li Zhengtong sighed softly, tilting his gaze 45 degrees towards the sky. I cannot comprehend fully. However, I have studied a discipline known as the behavioral science of spiritual beasts, which allows me to infer their meanings. How impressive! Exclaimed Qin Yu. Wang Kai, did he guess correctly? Wang Kai nodded and cast a glance at Li Zhengtong. Woof woof, the lad seems perceptive. He is somewhat useful. I shall refrain from biting him for now. Li Zhengtong responded, thank you, brother dog. Observing the exchange of glances between Wang Kai and Li Zhengtong, Qin Yu felt utterly bewildered. Why do I feel as though I am deaf? What are you two discussing? Li Zhengtong replied, oh, it's nothing much. Brother dog said that I am perceptive and will not bite me in the future. But Wang Kai only barked twice. How did you derive so much meaning from that? Li Zhengtong remarked, the behavioral science of spiritual beasts does not rely on words, but rather on the interpretation of their movements. But I did not observe any actions from Wang Kai just now. Returning to the topic at hand, Qin Yu inquired, Wang Kai, what is the name of your clan leader? Wang, replied Li Zhengtong. Wang Kai says his clan leader is named Dog Egg. With a chuckle, Qin Yu remarked, that name is quite memorable. Suddenly, he turned to Li Zhengtong with a probing gaze. Is it possible for you to interpret the actions of spirit beasts through the name Dog Egg? Speak, can you communicate with spirit beasts? Li Zhengtong's eyes darted, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Abba. Qin Yu, Wang Kai, bite him. Wait, let me first give him a body refinement pill. Then you can bite. The side effects of the Qin Yu brand body refining pill include rendering the skin exceedingly sensitive, causing excruciating pain at the slightest touch. Li Zhengtong hastily pleaded for mercy. Brother Yu, I confess that I can indeed understand the speech of Wang Kai. But it is not that I comprehend the language of all spiritual beasts. I can only grasp the tongue of canine spiritual creatures. Qin Yu, wouldn't it have been better to admit it earlier? Li Zhengtong explained softly. This concerns a small secret of my family. My father forbids me from disclosing it. Brother Yu, please do not let this information escape. Qin Yu, rest assured, I am but a mere chatterbox of the Xiantian sect. Li Zhengtong, what do you mean by that? Qin Yu, whatever news reaches me shall perish upon my lips, never to be divulged. Hence, I shall be known as the Silent Mouth. Chapter 61, The Frantic Outer Sect Elder. Since this pertains to the secrets of the Li Zhengtong family, Qin Yu chose not to inquire further. Since you are able to communicate with Wang Kai, why not serve as our translator for a while? Li Zhengtong, at your command. Qin Yu spoke to Wang Kai, expressing his understanding of the chieftain's desire for a name change. How about this? I shall bestow upon your chieftain a new name, so he no longer has to dwell on yours. Li Zhengtong translated. Woof, 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 woof. Qin Yu, Wang Kai. Qin Yu struck out with a hand, exclaiming, are you foolish? Oh, I had thought that Wang Kai was also unable to comprehend your words. Qin Yu tore a piece of paper and, after a moment of contemplation, inscribed the word Scar upon it. Take this back to your chieftain. It is the name I bestow upon it. Let us see if it finds favor. He declared, should it accept this name, it shall owe me a favor. In the future, will it have the audacity to not reserve the position of chieftain for Wang Kai? Qin Yu chuckled softly, unperturbed by the possibility that the leader of the Dreamhound clan might reject such a name. After all, there could scarcely be a name more unappealing than Dog Egg. I wonder who had the audacity to bestow such a title upon the esteemed leader of the Dream Hound clan. Even a name like Lucky would sound more pleasant. He mused. Deep within the recesses of the mountains, in a cave laden with seals, an old man, clad in tattered garments and emaciated to the point of near dissolution, suddenly opened his eyes. "Ah, autumn," he uttered, a sound that could be interpreted as both a sigh and a curse. The old man gazed toward the entrance of the cave and rasped, "After all these millennia, who could still be pondering my existence?" "Ah, autumn," he repeated, seemingly in disbelief that he had thought of it twice. Seizing the opportunity while the translator Li Zhengong was nearby, Qin Yu hastily posed his question. "Wang Kai, what is your leader's current cultivation level?" "Wang," Li Zhengtong replied, translating, "Wang Kai asserts that its leader is the strongest in the world." Qin Yu rolled his eyes, realizing that his inquiry had been futile. "All right, Wang Kai, you may return now." Wang, Li Zhengong responded. It said, "Sure." Wang Kai, clutching 2 portions of stinky tofu and a piece of paper, scampered away with a wagging tail. With such a bountiful haul this time, those little female dogs are bound to adore me, he mused as he left. After Wang Kai's departure, Qin Yu turned to Li Zhengtong and inquired, "Is there something delightful occurring today that has you so exuberant?" Qin Yu sensed that Li Zhengtong was unusually exuberant today. "You guessed it accurately, brother Yu," Li Zhengtong exclaimed joyfully. "I have finally succeeded in establishing a formation today." "Is that so?" Qin Yu felt a sense of joy for his dear brother. Li Zhengtong had been diligently practicing talismans, honing his fundamental skills. At long last, he was now able to draw formations. "Where is your formation? Does it possess such capabilities?" Qin Yu inquired. "It resides in my courtyard," Li Zhengtong replied, preparing to leap over the courtyard wall. "With your penchant for scaling walls, wouldn't it be more convenient to simply break a hole through it?" Qin Yu retorted with irritation. Li Zhengtong responded earnestly, "That would not do. Brother Yu, I cannot endure the pungent aroma of the explosive excrement. Nay, the stench of stinky tofu emanating from your courtyard. It is best to keep this wall intact." Upon scaling the courtyard wall, Qin Yu beheld the intricate formation arranged by Li Zhengtong. This formation commanded half of the courtyard's expanse. At its center lay a talisman affixed as the focal point of the array. This particular formation was known as the anti-gravity array, within which the gravitational pull on all objects was diminished by over 90%. As Qin Yu stepped into the formation, he instantly felt a surge of lightness coursing through his body, allowing him to leap gracefully to great heights. If this formation could accompany a person's movement, it would significantly enhance our speed. "Unfortunately, I am not yet capable of achieving that," remarked Li Zhengtong. "No rush, take your time. Today, however, I must congratulate you. How about I prepare a unique batch of stinky tofu as a gift for you?" Li Zhengtong shook his head vigorously. "Brother Yu, could we possibly exchange for a different gift?" "Of course," Qin Yu replied readily. "Recently, I have concocted a new elixir. Would you accept that as a present?" Li Zhengtong froze in place, and after a moment's hesitation, he stammered, "Brother Yu, how much stinky tofu are we talking about? Could we perhaps reduce the quantity?" "Look at you. I won't tease you any longer. Let us go catch a few fish. I'll grill them for you tonight." "Brother Yu, the river is frozen. Have you heard of winter fishing?" On the 6th day of the event, countless individuals arose early, gathering in the central square, eagerly awaiting the prompt. The previous day, 2 participants had discovered tokens, providing a significant boost to everyone's morale. Everyone believed that if others could find them, surely they could as well. Everything proceeded as usual. With each clue announced by the host, throngs of people surged toward designated directions. It was only during the final 2 clues that the crowd began to disperse, scattering in all directions. Nevertheless, no matter where they ventured, an ethereal dream dog lurked in the shadows behind them. After a long day of searching, the guild members arrived at the meeting place, exhausted. "Has anyone found a token today?" "Not that I've heard, at least not near the Shimen Bridge." "Nothing on my end either. We've nearly dismantled that square and still Haven T found the token. Damn it. Could it be that all the tokens have been taken by that mysterious organization? I really miss our guild leader. Without him, chanting slogans lacks excitement." As the crowd lamented, their guild leader hummed a tune, gently polishing the 7 tokens he had gathered that day. "My approach is truly effective. The realm of cultivation is not solely about combat. One must employ intellect at critical moments. Knowledge is power." Meanwhile, the outer sect elders had convened all staff involved in the event. "Can anyone tell me why this year the Dream Dogs are so interested in the Shintian tokens?" Silence filled the room as everyone bowed their heads. "What should we do now? Who authored these event rules? Why was participation by spirit beasts prohibited? Why are there no stipulations against interfering with other participants seeking tokens? Can't anyone conceive of such fundamental regulations? The silence persisted as heads remained bowed. Lift your heads and answer me. Who established these rules? It seems no one dares to admit it now. Someone murmured, Elder, it appears that you personally devised the regulations. The outer sect elder replied, Lower your heads and think of a solution. Why are you looking at me? Do I possess a remedy on my face? Chapter 62, The Art of Non-Interference. Shall we report directly to the inner sect? Someone tentatively suggested. No, absolutely not. The outer sect elder firmly rejected the idea. The inner sect is preoccupied. Do we really need to bother them over such a trivial matter? Wouldn't that reflect poorly on us? The crowd collectively thought. It seems to be a reflection of your incompetence, elder. Then shall we simply reinstate a few rules? That is even less feasible. The elder retorted. Do you think this is merely child's play? This undertaking involves tens of thousands of disciples. If we alter the rules haphazardly, how will these disciples speak of us in the future? They will claim we are capricious, lacking in integrity, and thoughtless. At that point, where would our dignity lie? Once again, the crowd silently grumbled. It is your dignity at stake. Elder, what does it concern us? This approach is unworkable. Let's brainstorm anew. Elder, if all else fails, why not visit the Beast Master Peak and offer a gift to Elder 6, seeking his assistance in temporarily restraining the Dream Hound? What a ludicrous suggestion. The elder shook his head vigorously. The Dream Hound is a divine beast. You think you can simply confine it? Moreover, given its current fondness for the Xuanyang token, if you imprison it, what shall we do when it seeks vengeance upon its release? Do you wish to awaken one day to find your doorstep littered with excrement? The Dream Hound can cleverly conceal its mess in illusions, so you would only realize it when you step into it. Do you comprehend the sheer frustration of such a predicament? The crowd was silent. Elder, if I may be so bold, how do you know such intricate details? The elder's expression stiffened. Of course, I have a friend, but that is beside the point. Focus on how we shall resolve this matter. The crowd fell into silence. The elder slumped into his chair, beginning to question his life choices. I, Wang Yingjun, have sailed smoothly through life, having detected my exceptional spiritual roots from a young age. My path of cultivation has been filled with extraordinary encounters, akin to a great rock soaring high into the skies, swiftly ascending to become the youngest outer sect elder of the Xuanyang sect. Yet, fortune has not favored me. 2 months ago, I failed in my attempt to reach the integration stage. The grand elder of the outer sect, wishing to lift my spirits, assigned me to oversee a spring festival event for some relaxation. I specifically chose the simplest project, one that had never posed any issues in previous years. Merely a task to accumulate experience. Who would have imagined that within just a few days, problems would arise incessantly? Alas, why has this year been so unfortunate for me? I always feel as if someone is conspiring against me. Could it be? Elder Wang Yingjun suddenly widened his eyes. Could it be that my guise as an ordinary person in September, when I ventured to the town below for some tofu pudding, led to my downfall? The first taste was sweet, and since then, my fortune has been disrupted? How strange, how peculiar. At last, someone broke the silence. I believe this is a moment for us to embrace Wu Wei. What does that mean? It signifies doing nothing, since the rules permit spirit beasts to participate in the activities. And since they allow interference with other participants seeking the tokens, the actions of the Dream Hound are entirely unproblematic. Why should we intervene? Others countered. It's easy for you to say, but if those disciples cannot find the tokens day after day, won't they create a disturbance? I do not agree with your viewpoint. The reason they would cause a ruckus is that they believe their inability to find the Xiantian token is our fault. If we simply reveal the truth to them, redirecting their animosity, they will naturally cease to seek us out. Elder Wang Yingjun's eyes sparkled with realization. You are right. We need only inform them of the truth and allow them to find their own methods to contend with the Dream Hound. If the Dream Hound can disrupt their search for the tokens, they can likewise disrupt the Dream Hound. Their failure to locate the Xiantian token is due to their own inadequacies, not ours. Elder Wang Yingjun immediately endorsed this approach. Of course, this method carries its drawbacks. The foremost issue is that it may dampen the enthusiasm of next year's disciples for participating in the activities. However, this event is my responsibility for just 1 year. What happens next year is no concern of mine. On the 7th day of the event, I realized that the location indicated by the hints must be the Star Moon Avenue. 2 disciples from the earth and Wood Pavilion walked together. Old Wang. What madness is the sect indulging in, allowing the Dream Hound to join such a fine event? The disciple named Old Wang replied in agreement, You're right. How can we mere mortals compete with the sect's guardian beast? Since both bore the surname Wang, they were collectively referred to as Old Wang. Old Wang remarked, "I believe the sect never intended for us to find the Xiantian token." Old Wang concurred, competing head-on with the Dream Hound is essentially futile. Yet to claim there is no hope at all would be misleading. Old Wang, if you have a solution, please share it without holding back. Lowering his voice, Old Wang said, "The Dream Hound can ensnare us in illusions, which is indeed insurmountable. However, it possesses a critical flaw. Its intellect is rather lacking." Old Wang, puzzled, asked, "Finding the Xiantian token requires intellect?" Of course. Without intellect, how could one deduce the hidden location of the Xiantian token? The Dream Hounds lack the wisdom of humanity. Their quest for the Xiantian token requires them to trail behind the crowd. However, we can deftly exploit this weakness. By taking a shortcut, we merely need to create a temporal disparity with the main group, retrieving the token before the Dream Hounds arrive. Old Wang commended, "Brilliant. This strategy of yours is quite ingenious. Let us not follow the main road. I am aware of a lesser-known path that leads through the Minghui Square, which will save us at least 15 minutes. Excellent." The two Old Wangs hastily made their way to Minghui Square. Upon arrival, they encountered a construction sign. Minghui Square is under construction. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry. Please take alternate routes to avoid inconvenience. We appreciate your understanding. The sign further detailed, due to the complexity of the construction, it is expected to take 3 months. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Please detour accordingly. Upon seeing the construction notice, the two disciples of the Civil Engineering Pavilion were taken aback. Old Wang inquired, "When did the construction at Minghui Square commence? And for such an extended period? How was I unaware of this?" Old Wang shook his head. "I have no recollection of it either. Regardless, our priority is to find the token. We can investigate this matter after the new year." Agreed. The two quickly took an alternate route and departed in haste. However, this delay meant that they only managed to precede the main group by a mere few minutes. Ultimately, they faced an unfortunate defeat under the formidable control of the Dream Hounds. Chapter 63. The counterattack from the wealthy adversaries' alliance. Today, we secured 7 tokens once again, feeling utterly elated. Qin Yu was meticulously organizing all the tokens in his possession within the cave. With the addition of today's 7 tokens, he now holds a total of 43 tokens. As soon as one individual discovers more than 10 tokens, the sect will reward them with a spiritual artifact. However, each person is permitted to claim only 1 artifact. So Qin Yu intends to bestow 10 tokens each upon Li Zhangtong and Xiaozhi. This way, the 3 of them can each secure a spiritual artifact. Yet, the surplus tokens seem somewhat squandered. Qin Yu aspired to forge greater value from these tokens. In theory, possessing 10 tokens is the most cost-effective approach. Acquiring an additional token would merely be a squander. Yet, I do not have that many people. Although Qin Yu had a few friends like Xiaoxi, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu, his bond with them did not compare to the steadfast camaraderie he shared with Li Zhangtong and Xiao Ji. Should these 3 divulge his secrets, Qin Yu would likely find himself at a standstill within the outer sect. Qin Yu was reluctant to take such a risk. Possessing too many tokens can indeed be a source of vexation. Qin Yu felt a tinge of melancholy. Unfortunately, spirit beasts were not part of the sect's contribution point system, rendering them ineligible for point exchange. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Qin Yu's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to rise. I have figured out how to deal with the surplus tokens. The 8th day of the event. Qin Yu has acquired 6 tokens. Today marks the inaugural day of the battle between the human cultivators and the Dream Hounds. The Xiantian Sect Evening News has provided an extensive report on this event. Since learning yesterday of the Dream Hounds' participation in the quest for the Xiantian tokens, the astute human cultivators have swiftly initiated countermeasures, devising various strategies to confront the Dream Hounds. Among these, one guild has achieved remarkable success. Through interviews, it was revealed that the guild's vice leader has devised a multifaceted disruption combat strategy. This tactical plan capitalizes on the advantage of sheer numbers, ensuring that, under the guild's arrangement, no matter the direction indicated by the prompts, members will disperse in all directions, significantly diminishing the combat effectiveness of the Dream Hound clan. Furthermore, this guild was the first to declare unity among its ranks. Members have clearly defined roles. Some are tasked with distracting the Dream Hounds, others with swiftly charting routes. And yet others, possessing keen observational skills, are responsible for locating the tokens. The guild members share both adversity and prosperity. Upon exchanging the tokens for contribution points, these are equitably distributed among all members. It is precisely due to their advanced strategies and seamless cooperation that this guild secured the sole token available today. Qin Yu gazed at the report, overwhelmed with remorse. I knew that one surnamed Gao could not be retained. Following this precedent, an influx of various factions suddenly emerged from the outer sect of the Xiantian sect. Some comprised hundreds of members, while others were but a handful. However, these factions were rife with internal discord, as each member harbored ulterior motives, and intrigue permeated every corner. They were currently navigating a period of adjustment. When the editor inquired of the faction's members regarding their remarkable unity, the responses were strikingly uniform. We have a commendable leader. It remains a mystery who this leader is, capable of uniting such a multitude in unwavering solidarity. The editor will continue to provide updates on this unfolding narrative. Qin Yu set down the newspaper, fully anticipating the counterattacks from the human cultivators. However, he remained unfazed. The Dreamhounds possessed an undeniable superiority over the human cultivators. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations are rendered futile. Qin Yu believed that if he, with his intelligence, could not devise a solution, then others had even less hope. The vast majority of the Xiantian tokens will undoubtedly fall into the hands of me, Emperor Qin Yu. Ha ha ha. With the addition of the 6 tokens acquired today, Qin Yu had amassed a total of 49. Feeling that the quantity was sufficient, he planned to initiate the second phase of his scheme starting tomorrow. On the 9th day of the event, before dawn, Qin Yu summoned Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, carrying a small wooden table to the entrance of the law enforcement team. Brother Yu, what have you summoned us here for? Li Zhengtong inquired. Qin Yu whispered, today, there is a significant matter that requires your assistance. A matter of great importance. Li Zhengtong's eyes sparkled with interest, clearly intrigued by the proposition. Qin Yu addressed the two, saying, today, I require you to serve as my bodyguards and ensure my personal safety. Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji stood tall and replied confidently, no problem. Since there are no objections, then please consume these 2 pills. Qin Yu produced 2 powerful pills. Upon seeing the elixirs, the expressions of the 2 men shifted instantly. Brother Yu, did you not say you would ensure our safety? Why consume the pills? Is that even a question? Qin Yu retorted, gesturing towards them. Look at your diminutive frames. A 6th level of Qi refinement, require the protection of a 2nd and a 3rd level practitioner? Li Zhengdong chuckled awkwardly. Brother Yu, even if we consume the pills, we won't gain much strength. Having developed a lingering apprehension towards Qin Yu's elixirs, Li Zhengtong preferred to abstain from taking them. Yet when forced, he would resort to every conceivable means to avoid consumption. Transforming into gorillas would at least endow you with a formidable presence. Rest assured, these are merely strength-enhancing pills, nothing novel. When have I, Qin, ever deceived my brothers? Li Zhengtong hesitated. Xiaoji added, well, since there is no one around, let us consume them quickly. Once the task is accomplished, I shall reward each of you with a few hundred contribution points. All right then. Reluctantly, Li Zhengdong grasped a pill and swallowed it. Xiaoji, poised to do the same with another pill, suddenly heard Li Zhengtong let out a piercing scream. It itches. I can't stand it. As he rolled on the ground, scratching furiously, the scene on the desolate street became eerily unsettling. Xiaoji, startled, lost grip of the pill in his hand. Oh no, oh no. Qin Yu smacked his forehead and apologized. I seem to have given you the wrong pill. What you just ingested appears to be a Qi refinement pill. Qin Yu hurriedly stimulated Li Zhengtong's acupoints in a specific sequence, ultimately reviving him. My apologies. I assure you I will be more thorough this time. After a round of coercion and persuasion from Qin Yu, the two finally ingested the powerful elixir, transforming into 2 robust gorillas. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Indeed. This exudes an air of intimidation. Once others arrive, you shall stand beside me and display your strength. Qin Yu propped up a wooden table and casually tossed 20 pieces of Xiantian tokens onto its surface. Xiao Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he was already aware of Brother Yu's extensive collection of Xiantian tokens, witnessing such a multitude of them discarded carelessly like scrap iron still delivered a significant visual impact. Subsequently, Qin Yu retrieved a piece of black cloth, wrapping himself so thoroughly that even his enemies would fail to recognize him. Now, all that remains is to wait for the wealthy to take the bait. As the sun gradually ascended, life began to stir on the streets. The market stalls opened their doors, and the disciples setting up their booths commenced their day. Initially, no one took notice of a nondescript stall that had appeared beside the law enforcement hall. It wasn't until the first member of the enforcement team arrived for duty that he caught sight of it. How peculiar. This member, filled with curiosity, observed the scene. The law enforcement team exuded an air of authority, and the hall resembled a teacher's office in a school, which most people tended to avoid. Thus, the area was usually devoid of foot traffic, and it was rare for anyone to set up a stall there. Intrigued, the enforcement officer's gaze was drawn to the two gorillas standing behind the stall. They were, astonishingly, spirit beasts. Could they belong to a disciple from the Beastmaster Peak? Hadn't they been grounded for 6 months? With growing suspicion, the officer then shifted his focus to the stall's proprietor, wrapped so tightly and positioned in such an obscure location. It was evident that this individual was keen to avoid recognition. He immediately approached the stall, intent on making a final confirmation. If this person truly belonged to the Beastmaster Peak, he would promptly report them. It was widely known that the Beastmaster Peak had no allies outside its walls, only adversaries. As the enforcement officer reached Qin Yu's stall, before he could even pose a question, his mouth fell open in shock, resembling a Na shape as if he had just consumed a particular brand of fruit milk. Fellow disciple, do you wish to purchase Xiantian tokens? Qin Yu manipulated his spiritual energy to distort his voice, rendering it remarkably gruff. Are these the Xiantian tokens? The law enforcement officer's eyes widened in astonishment as he incessantly flipped the tokens in his hands. Could it be that you are the leader of that enigmatic organization? Ever since Qin Yu's guild rose to prominence, the theories he formulated have rapidly gained traction. However, this theory was promptly updated. Previously, the guild members believed that an organization composed entirely of the Children of Destiny had discovered the majority of the tokens. With the emergence of the Dream Hound, this theory evolved into the notion that the mysterious organization was controlling the Dream Hound to seek out the Xiantian tokens. Thus, it has become a widely accepted consensus that the majority of the Xiantian tokens have fallen into the hands of the mysterious organization. Qin Yu self-deprecatingly remarked with a rugged voice, "Haha, I am merely a laborer." This was tantamount to tacitly acknowledging the existence of a mysterious organization. Upon witnessing the pile of Xiantian tokens, the law enforcement officer realized that Qin Yu was certainly not a disciple from the outer sect of the Beast Control Peak. The audacity to set up a stall selling Xiantian tokens was unprecedented within the Xiantian sect and would undoubtedly attract countless gazes, becoming the center of attention. The individuals from the Beast Control Peak lacked the courage to take such a risk. Are these Xiantian tokens for sale? Inquired a member of the enforcement team. Qin Yu shrugged, asserting that there was no prohibition against selling. So, how do I sell this Xiantian token? A member of the enforcement team expressed a desire to purchase one to flaunt. I don't sell them individually. You must buy 10 at once. 10. I certainly do not possess that many contribution points. The enforcement team member kindly advised, there aren't many people passing by here. It would be best for you to set up your stall over at the market. Qin Yu chuckled, as long as this place is secure. I have no fear of potential thieves. Furthermore, the allure of fine wine does not fear the depth of valleys. Will I ever lack customers for such a product? The members of the law enforcement team began to comprehend the situation. The sale of the Xiantian tokens was bound to ignite fervent discussions among the masses. Simply the topic of mysterious organization members making an appearance was sufficient to capture the public's attention. Then sell well, and should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to call upon our law enforcement team, one officer said courteously, extending goodwill to forge a rapport with Qin Yu. The mere fact that the mysterious organization could summon the illusory Dream Hounds was beyond the capabilities of the law enforcement team to contend with. Thank you, my friend. After the law enforcement officer departed, 3 individuals fortuitously passed by. Upon seeing Qin Yu selling the Xiantian tokens, they gasped in astonishment and hurriedly dashed away. Before long, a throng of people surged toward the scene. Wow, it's truly the Xiantian tokens. How many of these are there? Incredible. Those tokens that were thought to be lost are right here. Amidst their awe, some individuals pointed at Qin Yu and shouted, "You scoundrel! What is the name of your organization? Hiding in the shadows is no true skill. If you have the courage, come forth and confront us. My leader alone could annihilate you." Qin Yu found the voice somewhat familiar. Goodness, isn't that senior brother Gao? It seems this fellow Gao harbors a deep-seated hatred towards the mysterious organization. Without further ado, let us tear the black cloth from his body and unveil the identity of the adversary we face. Someone shouted, eager to take action. At that moment, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji simultaneously exhaled a deep breath through their nostrils and stepped forward. Though their individual strengths were rather average, transformed into gorillas, they stood an imposing 2.5 meters tall. Coupled with their robust musculature and fierce expressions, they exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. One glance was enough to deter any would-be aggressor. Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji fixed their menacing gazes upon the individual. causing him to hastily retract his outstretched hand and scratch his head, chuckling nervously. "Ah, my scalp itches a bit." Qin Yu stepped forward and addressed the crowd, stating, "The Xiantian token belongs to whomever discovers it. This is the rule. The absence of intervention from the sect clearly indicates that we have not violated any regulations. If you cannot find the token, it is merely a reflection of your inferior skills. Why do you still have the audacity to create such a commotion? If you are unskilled, practice more. If you cannot afford to play, then refrain from participating. Do you understand?" A voice from the crowd retorted, You sought the assistance of the illusory dreamhound. How shameless." Qin Yu let out a cold laugh. "The dreamhound is a guardian beast of our sect. And it is right there. If you have the capability, you could also summon them to assist you in locating the token. Everyone has equal access to resources. If you are unable to utilize them, should you not allow others to? Must those who cultivate at a faster pace than you halt their progress to wait for you?" The man's face turned crimson, unable to utter a single word. Senior Brother Gao, amidst the crowd, gritted his teeth. What a sharp-tongued individual. It seems only by enlisting the Master's direct intervention would there be any chance of success. To persuade the crowd, Qin Yu casually tossed a token onto the table. The tokens clinked melodiously upon contact. If anyone has objections, you are welcome to report them. I'm not here to quarrel, but rather to sell these Xiantian tokens. How much are these tokens being sold for? Someone immediately inquired. 10 tokens make a set, priced at 2,000 contribution points. A rotund man in the crowd burst into laughter. Have you lost your mind? 10 tokens can only be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. If you can sell them for 2,000, I will twist off my head and kick it like a ball. I will buy. A loud and resolute voice rang out from the crowd. The rotund man glared furiously. Who dares to oppose me, the illustrious fat lord? Are you seeking death? The crowd parted to make a path. A man clad in a fiery red robe, adorned with Xuanhua golden boots, stepped forward. Upon seeing him, the rotund man immediately lowered his head. Who, Brother Zhou? I did not recognize you. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was none other than Zhou Shuhai of the Alchemy Peak. He had lost his mind. Willing to spend 2,000 contribution points on 10 Xiantian tokens. What a foolish man with too much money. What do you know? Do you understand the significance of gathering 10 Xiantian tokens? Someone retorted. What purpose do they serve? The crowd inquired with intrigue. Of course. The speaker paused, stirring the curiosity of the audience before continuing. It is to win the favor of a partner. Haven't you heard the phrase that suddenly gained popularity yesterday? If you love her, gift her 10 Xiantian tokens in winter. Hearing this, Qin Yu realized his efforts the previous day were not in vain. Feeling a bit weary today, I owe a chapter, and we'll make it up tomorrow. Chapter 65. The astute Senior Brother Gao. As the absurdity of the conversation escalated, Senior Brother Gao could no longer contain himself. Have you all forgotten? A single individual possessing 10 Xiantian tokens will earn an additional reward of a spiritual artifact from the sect. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly realized the truth. Although the sect had established this reward, the senior disciples were well aware that it seemed as though no one had ever claimed it. This event had distributed a little over 100 tokens, while each year, at least 10,000 disciples participated. Statistically speaking, the probability of any individual finding a token was merely 1%, not to mention the difficulty of one person locating 10 Xiantian tokens. Even enlisting a group for assistance would scarcely yield 10 tokens, for this task was nearly insurmountable. Gradually, the reward was forgotten by all. It was only when Senior Brother Gao made a remark that everyone finally understood why Qin Yu dared to sell the 10 tokens for the exorbitant price of 2,000 contribution points. The additional 1,000 contribution points were equivalent to purchasing a spiritual artifact. Zhou Shuhai approached Qin Yu's stall, directly produced his identification token, and succinctly stated, I will purchase one. Are alchemists truly so affluent? Qin Yu pondered. Initially, he feared that the price of 2,000 contribution points might be too steep, deterring potential buyers. To his astonishment, he had underestimated the financial capabilities of others. Next time I sell something, I can set a higher price. Qin Yu retrieved his identity token, which was similarly wrapped in black cloth. As the two tokens made contact, Qin Yu's token was credited with an additional 2,000 contribution points. The transaction was complete. Zhou Shuhai picked up 10 tokens and departed without a backward glance. Once Zhou Shuhai had left, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. What caliber of spirit tools and treasures would the sect reward? Was 1,000 contribution points worth it? Spirit tools and treasures are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each level further divided into inferior, medium, and superior grades. Zhou Shuhai was taking quite a gamble. 1,000 contribution points could procure a superior grade yellow tier treasure. And if the sect were to reward him with a medium or inferior grade yellow tier spirit treasure, he would incur significant losses. One individual speculated. I believe the treasures awarded by the sect will not be of poor quality. At the very least, they will be superior grade yellow tier. And it is highly likely they will be profound tier treasures. Therefore, I feel that spending 2,000 contribution points to acquire 10 Xiantian tokens is a surefire investment. Then you should hurry and buy them. Another replied jokingly, but where am I supposed to find 2,000 contribution points? We could lend you some. Still. I want to buy. What if I end up losing? The crowd fell silent, just as everyone was reveling in the excitement. Senior Brother Gao furrowed his brow in contemplation. As the previous person mentioned, the rewards bestowed by the sect will undoubtedly be commendable. Moreover, possessing 10 Xiantian tokens is an exceedingly formidable task. Generally, the more challenging the task, the more substantial the reward. It is highly likely that the sect will bestow a profound tier treasure. Senior Brother Gao calculated in his mind. Even the least valuable profound tier treasure is priced at around 2,000 contribution points. Our guild has nearly 100 members if each person contributes 20 points. We can purchase 10 Xiantian tokens. If the sect rewards us with an inferior grade profound tool, we could at least sell it for a high price of 2,000 contribution points, netting us a pure profit of 1,000 contribution points, yielding a remarkable profit margin of 50%. Though there is some risk involved, the potential profit is significant. It is worth a try. Senior Brother Gao made his decision then and there. Why seek tokens when one could profit more from purchasing them? He hastily maneuvered to the front of the line. How many tokens are still available? Qin Yu, there are only 10 pieces left. Senior Brother Gao, could you possibly set them aside for me? I shall return to gather the funds. Qin Yu tactfully replied, that is not possible. However, you may place a reservation, should there be any tokens available in the future. You will be granted priority for purchase. After all, we are all acquaintances, and it is only fitting that I extend some consideration. Certainly, Brother Gao exclaimed with delight. How do I reserve? You will need to pay a deposit of 10 contribution points. If we cease the sale of the Xiantian tokens in the future, this deposit will be fully refunded. However, if we continue to sell the tokens and you decide against purchasing, the 10 contribution points will not be returned. Do not pay. Be cautious of swindlers. Someone urgently warned. Indeed, look at how tightly he is wrapped up, even if he decides to stop selling. You would have no way to find him. Brother Gao dismissed their concerns with a scoff. A large organization that carelessly sells 20 Xiantian tokens would not be concerned about your mere 10 contribution points. Without hesitation, Brother Gao made the payment. The next sale will occur 5 days from now at dawn, in the same location. Brother Gao nodded. I understand. He hurriedly departed, seemingly to gather funds. If he were to acquire the money before Qin Yu sold the 10 Xiantian tokens, there would be no need to wait for 5 more days. However, regrettably, as soon as Brother Gao left, 2 individuals rushed in. One promptly purchased a Xiantian token in full, while the other paid the deposit of 10 contribution points. Within less than an hour of setting up his stall, Qin Yu sold out all his goods. Time to pack up. Qin Yu hastily departed with Li Zhangtong and Xiao Ji. As noon approached, Elder Wang Yingjun, responsible for the event, slumped in his chair. His brow furrowed in a deep frown, embodying a visage of existential despair. Why must misfortune befall me? For centuries, this event has seen no trade of tokens. Yet this year, I find myself ensnared in this predicament. It feels as though someone is conspiring against me. Chapter 66. The Elder's Misfortune. The others silently observed Elder Wang Yingjun, voicing no words. They too perceived the depth of his misfortune. Historically, the rules of the event had remained unchanged, without incident. Who could have foreseen that on the very second day of this year's event, protest would erupt from the disciples, followed by the inexplicable intrusion of the Dream Hound into the fray, culminating in the emergence of the Xiantian tokens for trade? It was utterly perplexing. Alas, who could it be that, amidst numerous events, has chosen to wreak havoc upon this one? Let us mourn for Elder Wang Yingjun for a moment. Why do you all remain silent? Speak up, devise a solution to this matter, Elder Wang Yingjun implored the assembly. One individual hesitantly responded, Elder, there is no way to resolve this. Our event rules specify a prohibition against seizing, yet there is no ban on trading. The disciples engage willingly. We cannot interfere. Do you think I was unaware of this? Elder Wang Yingjun retorted, his frustration bubbling to the surface, compounded by a series of relentless blows to his composure. In recent days, he had refrained from practicing his cultivation, fearful of backsliding into chaos following a failed breakthrough. and now face these distressing issues. In truth, the resolution to this matter was quite simple. A clear and confident voice rang out, drawing the attention of all present. It was the individual who had previously offered crucial insights. Elder Wang Yingjun's eyes brightened with anticipation as he urged, "In this critical moment, we rely on you. Please share your thoughts." The individual spoke nonchalantly. "It is rather straightforward. Since this is a matter of mutual consent among the disciples, we need not intervene. The only issue to resolve lies with the spirit tools. Given the current trajectory, we should prepare at least 10 spirit tools for security." Elder Wang Yingjun replied, "Of course. I understand that. The crux of the matter is how to procure these spirit tools, as our event budget is insufficient. The allocation from the sect would only cover the purchase of 2 spirit tools, which was far from adequate." The individual smiled calmly. "This can be easily resolved." Elder Wang Yingjun, inspired by the serene smile and confident words of the speaker, felt as though he had encountered a savior. "Quickly, tell me how we can resolve this." "You, Elder, can simply cover the shortfall from your own pocket." As the darkness enveloped Elder Wang Yingjun, he collapsed. All his savings had been expended in the pursuit of breaking through to the fusion stage, and he had even accrued a considerable debt. In recent months, the contribution points allocated to him by the sect had been entirely devoted to repaying this debt. He was too embarrassed to accept invitations from friends to dine at the cafeteria, his mouth parched from lack of sustenance. With no funds available to procure magical artifacts for himself. "Elder, are you all right? Quick, does anyone have healing elixirs?" "I have, but my elixir is rather expensive. Reserved for my own survival." "Don't be stingy. After all, the Elder is wealthy. Once he regains consciousness, he might reimburse you. Who knows? He might even reward you generously." At these words, Wang Yingjun's eyes flew open, feeling invigorated. The first thing he exclaimed was, "Quick, put away your precious elixir." "Elder, are you truly all right? Should I go find someone to treat you?" Wang Yingjun hastily waved his hand. "Please, do not call for help. I am fine. I sustained some internal injuries during my breakthrough attempt, but with a bit of rest, I shall recover. When you all attempt to break through to the fusion stage in the future, you will understand my current predicament." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their spirits dampened. Most of them might never reach the nascent soul stage in their lifetimes, let alone aspire to the fusion stage. Observing the sorrowful expressions of those around him, Wang Yingjun felt a sense of relief wash over him. Supported by the others, he resumed his seat. "Now, where were we? We were discussing you personally funding the purchase of magical artifacts. Elder, are you all right? Quick, the elixir." "It's all right. It's all right." Elder Wang Yingjun slowly circulated his internal energy to calm his emotions. "Perhaps the recent events have stirred up some restlessness, leading to a bit of instability in my aura. A sip of water and a moment's rest should suffice." Swiftly, someone presented him with a cup of hot tea. Wang Yingjun took a deep breath and inquired, "Beyond personally funding the purchase of magical artifacts, are there any other alternatives?" The crowd fell into silence until the same bold voice spoke up, "Of course there are." Wang Yingjun's spirits lifted. "Why did you not mention this sooner? You startled me. Speak." "Elder, you could use your nimble skills to pilfer a few weapons from the armory." Wang Yingjun frowned. "If you wish to be expelled from the sect, you need only say so without such roundabout suggestions." "Elder, I was merely jesting. I have another plan. We shall prepare only 2 magical artifacts, and whoever possesses the most Qian tokens shall be rewarded." Wang Yingjun pondered. "Wouldn't he that contravene the rules of the event? What consequence is there for defiance? At worst, we may endure a few years of scorn. At worst, we shall no longer involve ourselves as operatives. At worst, Elder, your ascension to the rank of intersect Elder may be postponed. Regardless, I am indifferent to the matter. The assembly." "Elder Wang Yingjun, your suggestion is commendable. Which armory do you believe I should pilfer?" Chapter 67, The Great Thief Wang Shui. "Elder, that is out of the question." "What do you mean by out of the question?" A boisterous senior brother promptly produced a blueprint, exclaiming with excitement, "Elder, in my humble opinion, the Baki Pavilion established by the Wang Tai sect is the prime target for theft. This is the floor plan I have drafted for the Baki Pavilion. You can enter through this passage. The valuable weapons are located on the 2nd floor. Be mindful not to use the staircase, as it is guarded. Simply leap up. Once you acquire the weapons, an alarm will be triggered and all defensive formations will activate, sealing the thief inside. However, given the level of that formation, it will undoubtedly fail to contain you. After all, who would suspect a perfected transformation realm cultivator would attempt to steal mere Qian tier weapons? Thus, you can easily break through the formation with sheer force. Subsequently, you may exit through the back door of the Baki Pavilion and soar northwest on your sword. After 3 minutes of eastward travel upon reaching Maple Leaf Square, you will enter the deep mountains, where you shall find safety. The detailed route is clearly marked on this map. Rest assured, this is indeed the optimal path. Oh, and the treasures you steal will bear the Baki Pavilion's insignia. You must remove the insignia before you can claim them as your reward. I have a friend who specializes in this sort of thing, and I can recommend him to you. One more thing, it is advisable to cloak yourself completely when you go, as there are 5 surveillance orbs within the Baki Pavilion, all marked on this map. For safety's sake, I suggest you shatter the surveillance orbs as soon as you enter. All present stared in astonishment at this individual, at a loss for words to express their sentiments at that moment. What is your name? Elder Wang Ingjun inquired. My name is Wang Shuai. There is no need for praise, Elder. This is simply my duty. Wang Shuai, is it? You seem well informed. From which peak do you hail? The Qin Yu Peak. The Qin Yu Peak focuses on the cultivation of footwork. Its disciples are as light as swallows, possessing an elusive grace and extraordinary speed. Ah, indeed. Elder Wang Ingjun nodded. Noting your swiftness and familiarity with the Baki Pavilion, you must have stolen quite a bit. Not at all. Produce the spoils and share half with me, and I shall refrain from reporting you. The assembly. Wang Shuai hastily waved his hand. Elder, although my lifelong dream is to become a great thief, robbing the wealthy to aid the impoverished and uphold justice, I truly have yet to embark on any theft. With such thorough preparations, could you truly not have acted? Certainly not. The defensive formation he has is beyond my capabilities to breach, and the array-breaking talismans are far too expensive for me to afford. A true master thief would never act without thorough preparation. Elder Wang Ingjun nodded, stating that after the meeting, one should first leave a record with the law enforcement team and spend some time in the prison to avoid any difficulties later on. Elder, I am merely assisting you. You cannot betray me. Following my instructions will undoubtedly yield success, swiftly alleviating your concerns. Excuse me, I have a question, interjected one of the onlookers. To my knowledge, our sect's own weapon shop seems to possess lower defensive power, making it easier to target, right? Wang Shuai, with a hint of pride, declared, I am a principled thief. I would never, under any circumstances, rob my own people. There is also a trivial reason behind this. What reason? Stealing from our own sect would result in the law enforcement team taking serious action. The crowd fell silent. Enough. Let us not stray from the topic. Elder Wang Ingjun spoke sternly. Wang Shuai, even if the 100 Artifacts Pavilion does not belong to our sect, you must not entertain the idea of theft. Such thoughts are misguided. I shall confiscate this blueprint. If you truly aspire to be a master thief, you should focus your efforts on those malevolent demon cultivators who plague the world, dedicating your strength to the cause of peace. The elder spoke wisely. Yet it is regrettable that despite my preparations, the 100 Artifacts Pavilion has escaped unscathed. Now, returning to the main issue. What grade of spiritual artifact should we prepare as a reward? I need to calculate how many contribution points we should allocate. Wang Shuai remarked. It was previously noted that the reward should be a Xian tier spiritual artifact. Considering the elder's financial capacity, I recommend we prepare the finest, all Xian tier superior artifacts, which would also project an image of grandeur, dissipating any negative impact from the various incidents during the event. Xian tier superior, cough cough cough. Someone hurriedly inquired, Elder, are you all right? Wang Ingjun replied, I am fine, just choked on some water. Elder, it seems you didn't drink any water earlier? I choked on my saliva, haha. Oh, I thought you found the spiritual artifacts too costly. Wang Shuai responded. The elder is a consummate cultivator at the peak of the transformation stage. Not only Xian tier artifacts, but even earth tier treasures are within easy reach, correct, elder? Wang Ingjun offered an awkward smile. I still possess a few contribution points. It's not that I cannot afford superior Xian tier artifacts, but rather that I feel they are unnecessary. These outer disciples have yet to reach the golden core stage, and even the finest spiritual artifacts would not manifest their true potential. Wang Shuai took over the conversation, proclaiming that even if the outcome was uncertain, they would still prepare the finest, as this would exemplify the grandeur of their event organizing team. So it seems you're not the one footing the bill. Elder Wang Ingjun gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with frustration. He suspected that Wang Shuai harbored animosity towards him. Yet he had no evidence to substantiate his claims. Chapter 68. The nationwide acquisition of the Xiantian tokens. Very well. I shall determine the tier of spiritual artifacts we procure. Everyone disperse. Yes, Elder. After the crowd had departed, Elder Wang Ingjun slumped into his chair, his gaze vacant and devoid of spirit for an extended period. How did matters escalate to this point? In truth, Elder Wang Yingjun had his own ulterior motives for accepting this role, as no one had ever gathered 10 tokens for this event. Thus, any contribution points meant for the purchase of spiritual artifacts would ultimately remain surplus and be distributed among the event staff. As the chief organizer, Elder Wang Yingjun would naturally receive the largest share. Although these contribution points were not substantial for an elder, they would alleviate his financial situation to some extent. Who could have anticipated that within a mere few days, the situation would become so tumultuous? Not only did the contribution points remain uncollected, but he would also have to incur costs himself. Truly a case of losing both the lady and the troops. Wait. A sudden realization struck Wang Yingjun. Although he was the chief organizer of this event, he was not solely responsible for it. Why was it that when the contribution points were insufficient, only he was expected to contribute funds? Moreover, why am I only now recognizing this issue? Damn it, I have been misled by that fellow Wang Shuai. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. If there were surplus contribution points, they should rightfully be shared by all. In the event of insufficient points, the burden should also be shared among everyone, with him perhaps contributing a bit more, but not bearing the entire cost alone. Just as Wang Yingjun was about to call everyone back, he hesitated. I am the youngest elder of the outer sect, destined to reach the harmonization stage and become an inner sect elder. Becoming a prominent peak leader is not out of the question. If I summon them back now, I risk exposing my current dire financial situation or being perceived as a miser. Elder Wang Yingjun seemed to foresee the future discussions about him. Despite his current glamorous facade, he was, in reality, an exceedingly stingy individual. Oh, how so? At that time, Wang Yingjun was the chief organizer of an event, and due to his mismanagement, the budget allocated by the sect fell short, necessitating his own contribution points to cover the deficit. For an outer sect event, surely the compensation should not be excessive. Indeed, it was not much, and by that time, he was already an elder of the outer sect. That sum of contribution points was merely a drop in the ocean for him. But can you guess what happened next? What happened? Wang Yingjun, that fellow, astonishingly demanded all the staff involved in the event to contribute points. As an elder, he insisted that his disciples, who followed him, fork out their points to fill the gap. Truly a miser, unwilling to part with even a penny. I never anticipated he would be such a person. Sigh. It would be wise to keep my distance from him in the future. With this thought, Wang Yingjun shivered, vigorously shaking his head to dispel the images from his mind. He resolutely swallowed his words. For the sake of my reputation, I shall bear this contribution point myself. A multitude of lice does not itch, and a plethora of debts does not burden. I might as well borrow a bit more. Elder Wang Yingjun extracted the map confiscated from Wang Shuai, conjuring a flame in his hand to reduce it to ashes. Such crooked paths are certainly inadvisable. Reclining in his chair, he closed his eyes in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he conceived an idea. Since the Xiantian tokens can be traded, why not seek someone to acquire them? Moreover, the rewards are at least of the Xian tier. Even if I spend 2,000 contribution points, it will be a guaranteed profit, at the very least. This could help mitigate some losses. Wang Yingjun promptly rose and rushed out. Although he was the event's overseer and could not directly participate, he had disciples. Simply instructing them to acquire the tokens was not against the rules. That very evening, Qin Yu secured 7 Xiantian tokens. On the 10th day of the event, Qin Yu obtained 5 more tokens. On the 11th day, he acquired 6 tokens. Thus, the sect had distributed a total of 77 Xiantian tokens. Among these, Qin Yu possessed 67 tokens, while the other disciples collectively held merely 10. Ever since Qin Yu began trading the tokens, inspiring others, numerous organizations and individuals began to emerge within the sect, offering high prices for the tokens. Under Qin Yu's arrangement, Li Zhengtong and Xiaoxi each found a token. And now a throng gathered daily at their cave dwelling, hoping to purchase the tokens they held. The prices offered escalated with each bid. A single Xiantian token, originally valued at 100 points, has now soared to 200 contribution points, matching the unit price of the 10 tokens Qin Yu sold simultaneously. Moreover, this price has not yet reached its zenith. Although Qin Yu now possessed ample funds, he chose not to partake in the frenzy. It was not that he looked down upon these fragmented tokens. Rather, he had other plans. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Soon, everyone shall witness what it means for the mantis to catch the cicada, with the oriole lurking behind. Chapter 69. Fresh chives on the 12th and 13th days. Qin Yu amassed a total of 14 Xiantian tokens. By this point, Qin Yu had acquired a total of 81 tokens. After selling 20 of them, he was left with 61. It was the 14th day of the event, and today marked the day he had agreed to set up his stall. Qin Yu took 30 tokens, wrapped himself in a black cloth, and, accompanied by the transformed Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi, returned to his previous location. Before the stall was even set up, a crowd had already gathered. I will purchase 10 tokens for 2,000 contribution points immediately. One voice called out, "Hey, do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Clearly, I arrived first, so if anyone is to buy, it should be me." As soon as Qin Yu arrived, a heated debate erupted among the crowd. The Xiantian sect has never been lacking in astute minds. Many individuals had already sensed the lucrative opportunities at hand and began pooling resources in hopes of making a substantial profit. Please, everyone, remain calm. Are the two individuals who made reservations 5 days ago present? Qin Yu inquired loudly. I am here. I am here. Brother Gao hurriedly pushed his way to the front. The other reserve participant also appeared promptly, taking the token. As the 3 sets of tokens swiftly dwindled to just 1. Those who had painstakingly gathered their funds became increasingly anxious. Please, brother, sell me a set. I'm in dire straits due to high-interest loans. If I fail to acquire a token, I will face bankruptcy. Brother, don't sell it to him. My situation is far more desperate. I cannot fathom who spread the ridiculous notion. If you love her, gift her a Xiantian token worth 10 pieces for winter. Now, my partner incessantly demands a token from me, threatening to leave if I fail to procure one. Brother, I would rather dismantle 10 temples than jeopardize a single marriage. Qin Yu, please, everyone, remain calm. Qin Yu spoke to calm the crowd. I currently possess only the last token, while there are at least 20 individuals vying for it. Upon hearing this, the already anxious crowd grew increasingly agitated. I arrived the earliest. I should have the first opportunity to purchase it. You are speaking nonsense. I was here before dawn, when no one else was present. Thus I am the one who arrived first. Stop boasting. I was waiting here since last night. Who among you could possibly have come earlier than I? If that is the case, let us compete. Only the victor shall earn the right to purchase the Xiantian token. Let us compete. I fear you not. As tensions escalated and it seemed a fight was imminent, Qin Yu hastily shouted, Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me. The crowd fell silent. Qin Yu cleared his throat and spoke in a robust voice. Before selling the tokens, I wish to impart a fundamental principle to all of you. The market is governed by an invisible hand. When supply exceeds demand, prices begin to fall, and when demand surpasses supply, prices start to rise. The crowd listened in bewilderment. Wait, what exactly do you mean? Qin Yu, it is rather unremarkable. Merely adhering to market regulations, the Xiantian tokens are set to increase in price. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. A price hike even after contributing 2,000 points? Truly, your greed knows no bounds. Feel free to raise the price. I simply want to purchase. Everyone was vehemently opposed to the increase. Let us not be hasty. Qin Yu spoke slowly. Though the cold, hard rules dictate a price surge, our esteemed leader is an exceptionally kind, remarkably charismatic, and profoundly understanding individual who empathizes with your sentiments. Thus, our leader has explicitly instructed me that, as both comrades and family, we cannot be excessively harsh. Consequently, today, our leader has arranged a benefit for the family. The final set of Xiantian tokens, originally priced at 2,000, will not only remain unchanged, but will actually be reduced. A decrease of 100? Insufficient. A reduction of 500? Still lacking. A cut of 1,000? Not enough. Forget about 1999 and dismiss 1888. Now, it is merely 888 for 10 tokens to take home. The crowd stood in stunned silence. 10 Xiantian tokens, redeemable for 1,000 contribution points, now offered for merely 888? Has the leader of that mysterious organization lost his senses? Or has he experienced a moment of conscience by selling at a loss? The atmosphere erupted with excitement. Many who had merely come to observe pressed forward. Acquiring 10 Xiantian tokens for 888 contribution points is akin to receiving them for free. Furthermore, one would also receive a spirit artifact. Should one secure these 10 tokens, it would be akin to turning over a new leaf. Many silently resolved that, even if it cost them their lives, they would seize these 10 tokens. Everyone, please quiet down. Qin Yu called out. While this benefit is indeed astonishing, regrettably, we have only one set of tokens remaining. If I were to hand this set to anyone present, I am certain there would be dissent among others. Therefore, after much contemplation throughout the night, I have devised a solution that is unequivocally fair and just, one that will surely garner your unanimous approval. Now, let us proceed with the props. Qin Yu shouted loudly. Li Zhengdong hurriedly brought over an exceptionally large box. Qin Yu patted the box and remarked, within this box lie numerous small balls, distinguished by their white and yellow hues. Touching a yellow ball grants one the qualification to purchase. Each individual is entitled to one complimentary attempt at feeling the balls, thereafter. Any subsequent attempts will necessitate a payment of 10 contribution points. By introducing 5 newcomers to this event, one may acquire an additional free attempt. During the ball-touching phase, the use of mental probing is strictly prohibited. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification. Now, those who wish to partake in this event should line up and register. The crowd eagerly formed a long queue. Observing the enthusiasm of the chives, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Selling directly yields only modest profits. To amass significant wealth, one must engage in a lottery. Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi were left dumbfounded by Qin Yu's maneuvers. They witnessed with their own eyes as Qin Yu poured an astounding 100,000 white balls into the box. The individuals lining up today were likely facing grim prospects. Chapter 70. The evolution of the chives. Please, do not rush to touch the balls. We shall proceed collectively once everyone has registered. Those who have registered may then invite their friends and family. For every 5 newcomers introduced, an additional free attempt at the balls will be granted. We have only 2,000 spots available for this event, and time is of the essence. The atmosphere was lively, with registered participants dashing out to seek their friends, while those yet to register were filled with anxiety, urging the individuals ahead to hasten. With 2,000 individuals signing up, ultimately only one prize would be awarded. Everyone was acutely aware that the odds of winning were lower than those of finding the Qian token. Yet, the allure of the rewards was simply too enticing to resist. In his previous life, Qin Yu learned an invaluable lesson. Regardless of how slim the odds may be, as long as the rewards are sufficiently enticing, individuals will eagerly vie for participation. People are inherently inclined to harbor a sense of hope. What if they are the fortunate few destined to triumph? Moreover, with the prospect of a complimentary lottery opportunity, there is little to lose in trying. Friends called out to one another, and soon, a throng of 3,000 to 4,000 gathered. Since the Qian token was unattainable, it was better to take a chance. After a full hour, Qin Yu finally compiled the basic information of 2,000 participants. Well, the quota is filled. Those who did not register may now take their leave. A chorus of lamentations arose from those who missed the opportunity. Please, let me register. I am your family too. Indeed, you mentioned this was a benefit for family. We are family as well. Qin Yu clasped his hands together and said, I apologize, esteemed guests, but this opportunity is limited. However, our organization will continue to provide benefits in the future, and I hope everyone will remain this enthusiastic next time. If I contribute 10 points, would you allow me a single touch? Qin Yu gently shook his head. Rules are rules. How could they be broken for the sake of trifling gains? Qin Yu patted the large box and addressed the crowd. Let me reiterate the rules. Touching the yellow ball will grant you the opportunity to purchase the Qian token. Everyone must rely solely on luck. The use of mental strength or any other means to cheat is strictly prohibited. Those family members who did not register may supervise. And anyone who detects cheating is entitled to take the place of the offender, along with an additional 3 chances to touch the balls. Upon hearing this, the unregistered family members transformed into ravenous wolves, their eyes fixated hungrily on those in line. Now, everyone, please line up according to your registration order and begin touching the balls. This is unjust, complained a voice from the back of the line. If those in front draw the yellow ball directly, won't our registration be in vain? Such a statement is misguided. Qin Yu elucidated, the white balls that have already been drawn need not be returned to the wooden box. Though those who draw first may seem to hold an advantage, the likelihood of drawing a yellow ball increases with each subsequent round. Each position has its own merits and demerits. Ah, I see. The individuals at the back rejoiced inwardly. The yellow ball shall certainly not be drawn easily. My chances of selecting it are significantly greater from the rear. Let the unfortunate souls in front pave the way. Meanwhile, those positioned at the front mocked silently. What does a greater probability matter? Once I secure the yellow ball, the others won't even have a chance to participate. Behold the plight of the unfortunate souls behind. The first participant, Wang Kaming, had invited 10 newcomers, granting him 3 opportunities to draw. With excitement coursing through him, he felt an exhilarating rush for the first time in his life as he prepared for the draw. It's about to begin, let us reach, and I've touched something so many small balls. Which 3 should I choose? Wang Kaming's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as his fingers delicately brushed against the spheres. The yellow ball, being the prize, must surely be placed at the bottom. Thus, I shall reach for the lowest. With a single hand, Wang Kaming extended downwards, grasping 3 small balls before withdrawing his hand. Will I succeed? All eyes fixed upon Wang Kaming's hand, collectively holding their breath in anticipation of the unveiling. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Yes." As he opened his fist, 3 white balls lay quietly in his palm. To accommodate more balls within the box, Qin Yu had opted for the smallest size when purchasing them. Each ball only slightly larger than a mung bean. Not this time. How splendid. We still have a chance. You startled me there, given the display. I thought you might actually win. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Aside from Wang Kaming's disappointment, the rest of the crowd was in high spirits. I'll spend 10 contribution points. I wish to draw again. Wang Kaming declared earnestly. I believe that yellow ball is drawing near. It feels like destiny is at play. Qin Yu remarked, those who purchase a lottery ticket for the first time often believe they are destined to win the grand prize. The paid draw necessitates that everyone completes their selections before proceeding. If you wish to participate in the paid lottery, kindly form a line at the back. The individuals behind urged, hurry up. Do not squander our time. Is it truly a matter of fate? Fate has decreed that the yellow ball belongs to me. You shall not have it. Wang Kaming, visibly agitated, declared to the crowd that little yellow ball is destined to be mine. Just as the Xiantian token is fated to be mine. Your existence merely serves to enhance my odds. Step aside and witness as I draw the yellow ball right before your eyes. The second person approached the wooden box, extending their hand within. Qin Yu remarked, he howled. You have invited 5 individuals, granting us a total of 2 opportunities for the lottery. I can feel the yellow ball drawing nearer, almost within my grasp. Almost there. He how chuckled in a rather lewd manner, his expression exceedingly lascivious, as one hand rummaged through the box. It was getting closer, inching ever nearer. Just about to. Wait, I must report this. He is cheating. A figure surged from the onlookers, seizing He Hao's arm and yanking it away. What are you doing? Don't you dare slander me. The individual swiftly removed the ring from He Hao's finger and declared to the crowd. This ring enables one to perceive the changes in their surroundings. He has been incessantly fidgeting with his hand, attempting to cheat using this very ring. Anyone can ascertain its function by trying it on. He Hao, in a fit of rage, snatched the ring back and exclaimed, this ring is so discreet. How could you possibly know its purpose? The individual smirked. What a coincidence. I am the very craftsman who forged that ring. I, a humble artisan from the refinement pavilion, was the one to undertake the task you posted. What a stroke of bad luck for me. He Hao donned the ring and addressed the crowd. There are at least tens of thousands of white balls in that box. Don't even think about randomly feeling for them. Even if they were spilled on the ground for you to search, you might not find them. Stop queuing here like fools. As Qin Yu's eyes widened, he was about to speak when someone in the crowd chimed in. Oh dear, someone who cannot grasp the grapes claims they are sour. Ah. What truth can be spoken by a little scoundrel who delights in cheating? You can only envy us, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu silently closed his mouth. Have the chives evolved to such an extent that they can conjure excuses and overcome obstacles themselves? Chapter 71. Robbery moves with greater speed. Esteemed participant, since you have successfully apprehended a cheater, their spot now belongs to you, granting you an additional 3 chances to draw, for a total of 4. Moreover, a new rule is introduced. No adornments may be worn while drawing the balls. The crowd expressed no dissent, understanding that such measures are for fairness. This particular participant drew 4 white balls, regrettably meeting defeat. However, he did not surrender, choosing instead to queue for the opportunity to pay for another chance. He believed that once the free participants had their turn, the likelihood of drawing the yellow ball would significantly increase. This is fate. Though I arrived late, destiny has still bestowed upon me the chance to stand here. If the yellow ball does not belong to me, to whom else could it possibly belong? Next, you have but one chance to draw. This time, it was a familiar face to Qin Yu, none other than the comrade known as Little Six, who aspired not to be the 3rd wheel, but the 6th wheel. However, Little Six would certainly not recognize that the person before him was his good brother who had shared the misfortunes of that fateful night. Their bond was forged in the depths of adversity. Little Six reached out haphazardly and drew a ball. Alas, it was yet another white ball. Should he wish to pay for a chance to draw again, he could join the queue behind. Little Six shook his head in disappointment, thinking, I simply do not possess that many contribution points. A wise choice. Now you may attempt to catch a cheater nearby. If successful, you will still earn 3 free chances to draw. Upon hearing Little Six's resignation, Qin Yu felt a surge of joy, as expected of a friend of mine. Truly more astute than the rest. He instantly discerned that this was all a ruse. Then, Qin Yu heard little Six muttering to himself, "What a pity. Had I known, I would not have squandered my contribution points so recklessly. Perhaps I could have hit the jackpot this time." Qin Yu sighed, "Forget it. It's better to withdraw. I, Qin, feel a sense of guilt for betraying my own. Next, please," he urged. "Those behind need to hasten their pace, or we shall not finish today." The line surged forward rapidly, and all present were nothing but white spheres. Qin Yu has placed 100,000 white balls inside, and the probability of drawing a yellow ball is a mere 1 in 100,000. If it were so easy to draw one, Qin Yu would have long since withdrawn from the arena. Although no one has succeeded in drawing the coveted ball, disappointment is absent. Instead, there is an air of eager anticipation. Nearly half of the attendees have returned to the end of the line, quietly calculating how many contribution points they should invest. As the quantity of white balls diminishes, the likelihood of drawing a yellow ball increases. With a greater probability comes heightened hope. The more hope there is, the greater the motivation. And the greater the motivation, the more substantial Qin Yu's purse becomes. It is a flawless positive cycle. At least, it is quite perfect from Qin Yu's perspective. These cultivators are encountering an unprecedented impact from New Age commercial strategies, and many have been overwhelmed by such immense profits. In the face of this situation, numerous individuals have lost their analytical faculties, fixated solely on the potential gains from drawing the yellow ball. Today, Qin Yu is set to impart a lesson to the disciples of his sect, making them aware that heaven does not rain down pies. If pies were to indeed fall from the sky, they would more likely be intended to crush you rather than nourish you. Observing the long line of eager participants, Qin Yu gently shook his head. They're all too naive. Once they leave the sect and step into the world, they will find themselves stripped of their trousers by cunning swindlers. In comparison to those charlatans, I, Qin, am far more benevolent. At the very least, I have no intention of parting with my trousers. The first round of the lottery soon drew to a close, and Wang Kaming found himself once again at the front of the queue. Qin Yu enthusiastically inquired, "Dear patron, how many draws would you like to attempt?" "I shall begin with 3, came the reply. "Very well, but I must remind you that should you fail to draw the desired item within these 3 attempts, you will need to return to the end of the queue to continue." He added, "A final reminder to all patrons. Please exercise caution in your expenditures, for there is but a solitary yellow ball within the box. Even if you do not succeed, your contribution points will not be refunded." "I understand. I will proceed with 3 draws." Wang Kaming paid 30 contribution points, exhaled a breath of mystical energy, and plunged his hand into the inky abyss once more. With so many white balls already drawn, the odds must surely be in my favor. May our ancestors bless me. The yellow ball ought to be within my grasp. I seize it. Wang Kaming withdrew 3 small balls. "Please grant me success." Upon opening his palm, 3 white balls lay quietly within. "Alas, yet again I have failed." The people behind him began to urge, "Hurry up. Those behind are waiting." Indeed, my contribution points are becoming painfully scarce. Wang Kaming clutched the white balls tightly and quietly moved to the end of the line. This must be a test of fate. I blame my lack of resolve. Had I drawn a few more times, the yellow ball would surely be in my possession now. I cannot surrender. I have already invested 30 contribution points. To abandon now would be a grievous loss. The line advanced once more. I shall draw 5 times. I will go all in and draw 10 times. Alas, I have but 30 contribution points remaining. I shall draw them all. Observing those who regrettably relinquished their chances due to insufficient contribution points, Qin Yu felt an immense sorrow. It is all my fault. I am too weak. If only my strength were greater, I could establish a money-lending service on site, thereby rescuing these despondent patrons. Witnessing the rapid accumulation of contribution points in Yu Ji's hands, the 2 nearby gorillas were utterly stunned. Is this truly the same contribution point that takes a month of labor to earn 10? Robbery could hardly be this swift. As time dragged on, Qin Yu chose to take a seat, leisurely collecting the contribution points of the crowd. Qin Yu mused to himself, "Consider these contribution points as your tuition fees. Encountering someone like me, Qin, will undoubtedly enhance your awareness against deception. You must be secretly rejoicing. Moreover, this is not a scam. There truly are yellow spheres within this box. If fortune does not favor you in drawing one, who can you blame? A stumble leads to wisdom." Qin Yu believed that. Following this incident, the disciples would undoubtedly refrain from being deceived in the near future. This was primarily due to the fact that they would likely find themselves devoid of surplus contribution points for some time. Chapter 72. I truly did not mean it. The second round of the lottery concluded swiftly. The white balls within the box diminished steadily, and the queue of participants also dwindled. This lottery attracted a total of 2,000 individuals, and after the first round, nearly 1,000 remained to partake in the second round of paid draws. Among these nearly 1,000, only around 300 chose to remain in line for the third round of paid draws. However, it was not that all 700 had successfully conquered their inner desires. Rather, the majority had succumbed to bankruptcy on the spot, rendered incapable of further participation. Some wept as they withdrew, while others dashed out in search of friends to borrow contribution points. Qin Yu had placed a total of 100,000 white balls in the box. In the first round, over 3,000 white balls were drawn, and in the second round, approximately 5,000 were extracted, with each participant expending an average of 50 contribution points. Many of those involved in the drawing were merely auxiliary disciples, possessing scant contribution points, leading to some declaring bankruptcy after just 1 or 2 attempts. Observing the dwindled crowd of merely 300, Qin Yu felt a twinge of regret for limiting participation to 2,000 individuals. He had perhaps overestimated the wealth of these disciples. Even the outer sect members had little to spare. With such a small turnout, it seems unlikely we will draw a yellow ball today, Qin Yu sighed. There remained nearly 90,000 white balls in the box, rendering the odds of winning still exceedingly low. Moreover, the atmosphere at the scene felt somewhat off. As the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation are often blinded to it, while onlookers see clearly. The participants, deeply engrossed in the lottery, may have been oblivious to the growing doubts among the spectators. Despite the numerous white balls already drawn, the perception lingered that an abundance remained. Just how many white balls are in that box? One wondered. Could there be as many as 10,000? I suspect it might be a bit more. Perhaps even 20,000. The odds of 1 in 20,000 seemed excessively grim. It would take a truly unscrupulous person to orchestrate such a scheme. There surely couldn't be that many, likely around 10,000. Yet, even a 1 in 10,000 chance feels rather dismal. I knew that mysterious organization could not have suddenly turned benevolent, claiming to provide benefits to families. It appears to be a trap. From now on, I shall never trust their deceptive promises again. The white balls in the box must be dwindling. The yellow ball should soon make its appearance. One could only wonder who would ultimately claim the coveted prize. Despite the evident pitfalls, whoever drew the yellow ball would undoubtedly find themselves in a windfall. Oh, how I wish I could join now. You think it's that easy? If you were to join now, the preceding participants would surely go mad. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the 300 awaiting their turn felt invigorated. The battle had entered its final phase, and the ultimate victor would emerge from among them. Old Wang, how many contribution points do you have left? An onlooker inquired of one in line. The individual known as Old Wang replied with a smile. I can draw 3 more times. If I don't succeed, so be it. 3 attempts are scant. Here, let me give you 30 contribution points more. Draw 6 times, and if you win, we will share the profits. If not, I shall simply consider it bad luck. What do you say? Agreed. Deal. Qin Yu cast a glance at the individual, silently pondering. How innovative. Has the realm of cultivation already embraced the concept of equity? This is quite fortuitous. I have been lamenting my inability to earn contribution points, and here you are, offering them willingly. I, Qin, shall not stand on ceremony. Ha ha ha. This individual set a precedent, prompting others to follow suit. Old Zhao, do you lack contribution points? Shall we collaborate? You must be Xiao Wang. May I join forces with you? A new round commenced. Qin Yu addressed the gathering, saying, Esteemed guests, I shall bestow an additional benefit upon our families, should the event conclude without anyone acquiring the yellow ball. These 10 Xiantian tokens will be awarded directly to the family that participates in the most draws. With this singular tactic, Qin Yu could deplete their fortunes entirely. It resembled an auction, where bids are called out first, and ultimately, only the highest bidder is required to settle the payment. In this realm of Qin Yu, the high stakes are evident, yet, each bid incurs a fee, with no refunds regardless of whether one secures the coveted token. However, within Qin Yu's domain, each bid you place carries the potential for immediate acquisition of the goods, albeit with somewhat diminished odds. Let us engage in this competition, dear friends. Someone inquired. How many white balls are concealed within this box? Qin Yu, I am uncertain. This box was bestowed upon me by the boss. I am merely a worker. Implicitly, I convey, debts must be settled at their source. Should you find yourselves in dire straits later, do not come seeking retribution from me. Very well, let us commence. Wang Kaming, with resolute eyes, stood before Qin Yu. This time, I shall draw 10 times. Wang Kaming proclaimed with authority. Qin Yu cleared his ears, exclaiming with great volume. Why shout so loudly? If one were unaware, they might think you were preparing to tackle 10 at once. Contribute your points and draw. Wang Kaming extended his hand into the wooden box, stirring it clockwise 3 times, then counterclockwise 3 times, all the while muttering incantations. This scene was undeniably quite imposing. What exactly are you doing, my friend? Inquired a curious onlooker. This is a technique from my family to enhance our fortune, invoking the blessings of our ancestors. Watch as I draw forth the yellow orb. Qin Yu let out a mocking laugh, thinking to himself, if you were to withdraw so swiftly, I, Qin, would. Qin Yu paused for a moment, observing as Wang Kaming spread his palms open, revealing 10 small white balls resting quietly within his grasp. Qin Yu, reassured, continued to muse. If you extract it so swiftly, I shall personally twist my own head off and offer it to you as a kick. No. Gazing at the 10 white orbs, Wang Kaming spread his arms wide, fell to his knees, and cried out to the heavens, no. In the end, I remain utterly devoid of anything. In Qin Yu's mind, the familiar background music began to play, a melody of drifting snowflakes and the whispering northern winds. Qin Yu gently helped Wang Kaming to his feet and reassured him, dear friend, you are not devoid of all possessions. After years of being an outer disciple, you must have acquired your own weapon and amassed a considerable collection of elixirs. Far more than those mere servant disciples who have only been here for half a year. Enlightenment dawned upon Wang Kaming as he regained his vigor. I shall sell my weapon and elixirs at once. Ha ha ha, the yellow orb shall surely belong to me. Alas, he added, that is not what I meant. A sense of despair washed over Qin Yu. Oh no, this child has lost his senses. Qin Yu watched as Wang Kaming swiftly extricated himself from the crowd and vanished from sight, slowly swallowing the words he longed to convey. I truly did not mean it that way, he lamented. I merely wish to inform him that he is far superior to the majority of the menial disciples and has no reason to feel sorrowful. Who could have anticipated that he? Sigh. Qin Yu let out a soft sigh, his mind incessantly replaying the sorrowful journey of his 30 consecutive defeats, attempting to suppress the ever-rising corners of his mouth. Chapter 73, 100,000 Contribution Points. After Wang Kaming departed, the others resumed the lottery. The crowd began to place heavy bets, drawing 10 or even 8 times in a single round. Yet, regardless of how many times they drew, all that emerged were white balls. Goodness, just how many white balls have you concealed within? Qin Yu innocently shook his head, exclaiming, I truly have no idea. Qin Yu did not speak falsely. The estimation of 100,000 white balls was merely a rough approximation. Who would have the leisure to count them one by one? Therefore, Qin Yu genuinely had no idea how many were actually contained within. Goodness, could it truly be that there are 20,000? That would be exceedingly unscrupulous. Qin Yu remarked. Although I cannot ascertain the exact number, I can assure you it is certainly not 20,000. With unwavering conviction, Qin Yu asserted. If it is not 20,000, then I am relieved. I always believe that while your organization may not be the most commendable, it would not stoop to such a heartless level. Qin Yu. However, why have we been unable to draw any thus far? Qin Yu shrugged, expressing his uncertainty. Perhaps your leader has simply forgotten to place the yellow ball? Qin Yu declared with unwavering certainty, this is utterly impossible. If there are no yellow balls inside, I shall twist the heads off these 2 gorillas behind me and kick them like a ball. Li Zhengtong. Xiaoxi. Seeing Qin Yu's expression so grave, the others chose to momentarily place their trust in him. Let us continue drawing. I will keep track of the counts for you. As the first round of the lottery concluded, only 30 remained from a group of 300. It was utterly despairing. Why was it so excruciatingly difficult to draw that cursed yellow ball? No more. I refuse to draw any further. I have gained not a single contribution point. This is nothing but a trap. I've squandered 5 years of savings on this. If I play once more, I might as well be a dog. Qin Yu glanced at the notebook and addressed the individual. My dear brother, your name is Li XX, is it not? You currently rank second in the lottery draws. Nearly 3 draws away from the first place. Please, grant me 4 more. Qin Yu chuckled. There are still some contribution points left. So please line up behind. If it weren't for the fact that we are right in front of the law enforcement team, I would take you on right now. The individual bared his teeth and, after speaking, obediently moved to the back of the line, continuing to wait. Though his words are fierce, his actions speak otherwise. I quite adore your slightly arrogant demeanor. As a new round was about to commence, just as someone was about to reach for the ball, Wang Kaming, who had gone to gather funds, returned. Make way, I intend to draw 23 times. The crowd hurriedly parted to grant Wang Kaming passage, as if welcoming a returning hero. Qin Yu also stood up, paying the utmost respect to the most robust chives. Are you certain you wish to take this risk? Should you fail, it may lead to your utter ruin. You must consider this carefully. Qin Yu merely intended to collect a modest tuition fee, hoping to impart a lesson to everyone. He never envisioned causing anyone to lose their entire fortune. Wang Kaming, his gaze resolute, declared, I have made my decision. Are you certain? Qin Yu replied sternly. The number of white balls in this box remains uncertain. There could be just one left, or perhaps several thousand. It is still not too late to withdraw. I have already made up my mind. Wang Kaming transferred 230 contribution points to Qin Yu's card. Very well, I respect your choice. Wang Kaming then reached into the wooden box, swiftly retrieving 3 small balls. Upon glancing at them, he observed they were all white. His expression remained impassive as he casually tossed them aside and delved back into the box. Let me first draw the small change. For the remainder, I shall go all in. He grasped 20 balls in one hand, and the onlookers fixed their gaze upon his palm. Extracting 20 balls at once was quite a bold move, a rarity in the previous rounds. Wang Kaming did not immediately reveal his hand. Instead, he lifted it above his head, murmuring incantations under his breath. Qin Yu initially believed that Wang Kaming was about to unveil some ancestral secret technique for enhancing fortune. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself both amused and exasperated. I am willing to exchange my dear brother's lifetime of fruitless searching for a soulmate for a chance to draw the yellow ball. I am willing to trade my brother's eternal struggle to attain the golden core for a chance to draw the yellow ball. I am willing to. Qin Yu exclaimed, this child has truly lost his mind. Wang Kaming chanted incantations fervently before suddenly spreading his hands wide. Before him lay a small ball of a murky yellow hue, conspicuously nestled among pristine white orbs. Wang Kaming was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a frenzy of exhilaration. I've struck gold. Haha. I have struck it rich. He had invested over 400 contribution points in the endeavor, and with an additional 888 contribution points needed for his next purchase, the total expenditure would surpass 1,300 contribution points. It was, without a doubt, an extraordinary profit. The onlookers exhibited a plethora of expressions. Some were envious, others filled with jealousy, a few seethed with resentment, while others were utterly despondent. Writhing on the ground in anguish, Qin Yu was quite astonished. Is it possible that you could draw such a low probability? Observing the dozens of individuals still eagerly waiting in line behind him, Qin Yu felt a pang in his heart. This round will certainly cost me several thousand contribution points. Suddenly, a man burst forth from the crowd of onlookers, embracing Wang Kaming and exclaiming, Old Wang, your luck is simply extraordinary. Wang Kaming replied with a hearty laugh, Indeed. It is. Qin Yu turned to the man and inquired, May I ask who you are? I am the dearest brother of Lao Wang. The man replied, Qin Yu, so you are the culprit who caused me to lose a few thousand contribution points. Wang Kaming borrowed 888 contribution points and settled the final payment, after which Qin Yu handed him 10 Xiantian tokens. Subsequently, Qin Yu returned home with Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, ensuring no one was following them. Upon arriving at his cave abode, he examined the total contribution points he had earned. Infusing his spiritual energy into the identity token, a long string of numbers appeared, 103120. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Shi's eyes widened in astonishment, mouths agape, exuding an air of foolishness as they inquired, What does this amount to, brother Yu? 100,000. Although it wasn't as high as anticipated, it was still quite decent. Unfortunately, this event could only be conducted once. I had hoped to earn a few 100,000. But it turns out these outer sect disciples are rather impoverished, and the draw of the yellow balls came a bit too early. Brother Yu, why can't we conduct this event again if we gather 10 more tokens? Li Zhengdong asked foolishly. Are you foolish? So many people lost everything today. Who would dare participate in this event again? Do you think everyone is as naive as you? Li Zhengtong. Xiao Shi. Go inquire about who is currently purchasing Xiantian tokens. We need to proceed with our next plan. Chapter 74. The next plan, brother Yu. I have already gathered this information. Xiao Ji began to elaborate. Currently, the main entity acquiring Xiantian tokens is an organization and an individual. The organization is the gang that recently gained notoriety. They initially located 3 tokens and later purchased 2 at a high price, now possessing 5 tokens in total. The other individual acquiring tokens is named Zhao Liming. An intersect disciple. An intersect disciple? Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback. Although this event targets all disciples of the Xiantian sect, intersect disciples usually lack the time and tend to dismiss a few hundred contribution points, making their participation rare. He is indeed an inner sect disciple, reportedly at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and I have also uncovered a bit of insider information. Xiaoji lowered his voice. This Zhao Liming's master is none other than Elder Wang Yingjun, the chief overseer of this event, and a direct disciple. Oh, is this true? Xiaoji shook his head. It's hard to say. This is just a rumor. So how many Xintian tokens does Zhao Liming possess? 5 as well. Zhao Liming is offering a high price. Yesterday, it reached 200 contribution points per token, and it is likely to increase today, to my knowledge. Zhao Liming plans to meet with that gang today to negotiate the high price purchase of the tokens they hold. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu secretly nodded. The price of these 200 contribution points is indeed quite steep. Qin Yu sold 10 tokens for 2,000, as acquiring these 10 tokens would grant an additional spiritual artifact. Zhao Liming's willingness to purchase them at such a high price indicated a significant risk. Should he fail to gather 10 tokens, he would incur a substantial loss. It seems the quality of the rewarded spiritual artifact is unlikely to be inferior. At the very least, each token is worth 200 contribution points, ensuring no loss. He pondered. After coming to this realization, Qin Yu presented each of the 2 individuals with 10 Xintian tokens. This is your reward. Your efforts over the past few days are appreciated. The 2 were taken aback. Brother Yu, is this truly for us? This is worth 2,000 contribution points. Qin Yu scoffed. Do you truly believe I am concerned about a mere 2,000 contribution points? Brother Yu. No, father. I humbly beseech you to accept my reverence. Scram, hurry back and restore your human form. Do not waste my time here. After sending the 2 away, Qin Yu addressed the empty courtyard. Come forth. I can already smell that foul stench of stinky tofu wafting from you. Woof, woof. With 7 illusory dream hounds materialized out of thin air. Today, most were captivated by Qin Yu's generosity, leaving only a handful to search for the tokens. The illusory dream hounds effortlessly gathered all the tokens. Qin Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm, "You are truly remarkable. Today, all 7 of you share the top spot and shall each receive 2 portions of stinky tofu." With excited howls, the 7 dream hounds expressed their joy. After sending the dream hounds away, Qin Yu donned his black robe once more and proceeded to the guild's daily gathering place. By this hour, the members of the guild had already assembled. The deputy guild leader, Gao, stood at the forefront addressing the crowd. Today, we have successfully procured 10 tokens this time. We are bound to make a handsome profit. However, we currently possess only 15 tokens. We need to devise a plan to acquire 5 more. Does anyone have any suggestions? Someone spoke up. At present, Li Zhangtong and Ji Duo each hold 1 token, while the rest have been taken by that scoundrel Zhao Liming. Curse Zhao Liming. Maliciously inflating prices and disrupting the market. Without him, we would have gathered 10 tokens long ago. Gao, the deputy guild leader, motioned for silence. First, we must find a way to obtain the Xintian tokens from Li Zhangtong and Ji Duo. There is simply no way. Someone complained. Li Zhangtong and Ji Duo rarely leave their abodes, and when they do, they completely ignore us and walk away. Their demeanor is as if they possess no tokens at all. Isn't that peculiar? Why don't we seek out the guild leader? Isn't he acquainted with Li Zhangtong and Ji Duo? Another suggested. Indeed, the guild leader should be able to resolve this issue. Can't you all think of solutions yourselves? Gao reprimanded. Every day it's guild leader this, guild leader that. Can our guild not function without him? Someone muttered. Without the guild leader, we haven't even shouted our guild's motto in ages. It feels as if the guild has lost its soul. It's just a motto. Let us shout it now. Senior brother Gao called out loudly, strive, strive, strive. The crowd fell silent. The chant lacked spirit, resembling an empty ritual rather than a rallying cry. If it were merely for the sake of shouting, it would be better left unsaid. Agreed. I still miss the guild leader's passionate chants. Indeed, Gao, the deputy guild leader, lamented, you lot are truly difficult to please. The guild leader is currently in seclusion. Let us not disturb him. We must think of our own solutions. If we cannot gather 10 tokens, the high-priced tokens we acquired will result in a loss. Brothers, why not sell me the tokens you possess? I assure you a fair price. A charming young man approached with a smile. Upon his arrival, the crowd instantly displayed expressions of anger. Zhao Liming, what do you want? The newcomer was none other than their primary rival, Zhao Liming. I am, of course, here to assist you, my dear brothers. Zhao Liming smiled and remarked, since you fellow disciples are unable to gather 10 tokens, why not sell the tokens you possess to me at a price of 200 each? Not only will you avoid a loss, but you will also make a substantial profit. How does that sound? I come with sincerity, and this arrangement would benefit us all. Deputy Chief Gao interjected. What if we purchase the tokens that senior brother Zhao holds at the same price of 200 each? Our intentions are equally genuine, and this would be advantageous for everyone. I regret that I cannot acquiesce to your request, Zhao Liming replied apologetically. I have received a task that necessitates the collection of these tokens, and I hope my fellow disciples can understand. Zhao Liming, you might as well abandon this notion. We could never sell to you, someone directed at him. We would indeed incur a loss, but your loss would be even greater. Zhao Liming maintained his composure and responded. The loss of these contribution points is inconsequential to me, but for you fellow disciples, it should be of considerable significance, correct? There is no animosity between us. Why must we let contribution points come between us? Currently, within the entire Xuanyuanzong, I am the only one willing to purchase your tokens. Do you have any other options? Who says they have no alternatives? A hoarse voice emerged. The crowd turned to see, their pupils narrowing in shock. You are a member of the mysterious organization? Chapter 75. We ought to apologize to the mysterious organization. Qin Yu, cloaked in a dark robe, approached with measured steps. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you may sell the Xiantian token to me. Zhao Liming, displeased, stepped forward to confront Qin Yu, stating, Do you not understand the order of precedence? Qin Yu chuckled. In business, one sells to whom they please. Since they are unwilling to sell to you, why persist in troubling them? Zhao Liming scoffed. Do you think they would sell to you? I have heard that their initial intention in forming a gang was to oppose your organization. Qin Yu, with his hands tucked in his pockets, turned to senior brother Gao and remarked, There are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. To whom do you intend to sell the token, Chief Gao? Both Zhao Liming and Qin Yu fixed their gaze upon senior brother Gao, who suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. The mysterious organization, along with Zhao Liming and his faction, were hardly amicable. The very reason they had formed their gang was to oppose this enigmatic entity, which had become their imagined adversary. They regarded the organization's use of the Dream Hound to gather the Xiantian tokens with disdain, deeming it an unfair tactic. If the conflict with the mysterious organization was veiled, then their opposition to Zhao Liming was overt. As the saying goes, fellow travelers are foes. Their members frequently encountered Zhao Liming as a rival during token acquisitions, often emerging from price wars defeated and resentful. Thus, there was a lingering animosity towards Zhao Liming, fueled by his wealth. Consequently, when both factions sought to procure the Xiantian token simultaneously, senior brother Gao found himself in a quandary. At that moment, someone spoke up. I have something to say. Senior brother Gao quickly turned to look. Since I am indecisive, I would like to hear everyone's thoughts. Speak up, he urged. The individual then addressed Qin Yu earnestly. Let me clarify, this gentleman is our vice leader, not the chief. Senior brother Gao, Qin Yu suggested. Since you are indecisive and you hold the position of deputy leader, it would be prudent to consult your leader on how to proceed. Zhao Liming nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be wise to seek the counsel of your leader. Very well, senior brother Gao replied. I shall inquire with the leader shortly. Tomorrow marks the final day of the event. At the same time and place, let us reconvene to deliberate further. Until we meet again. Qin Yu wrapped himself tightly in his black cloak and turned to depart. He dashed back to the cave dwelling with the swiftness of the wind. Upon entering the wooden house, he swiftly removed and concealed the cloak. Just as he took a sip of water, the voice of senior brother Gao echoed from outside. Is the leader present? Qin Yu's attire was wrinkled, giving him the appearance of having been secluded for an extended period. He then leisurely pushed open the wooden door, dispelling the formation to allow senior brother Gao to enter. Senior brother Gao, have you encountered some issue? Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, a matter has arisen, and I hope the leader can assist in making a decision, Gao replied. Very well, speak on, Qin Yu encouraged. Senior brother Gao then recounted the events of the past few days and the challenges he faced in detail. After listening attentively, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before replying slowly. In truth, neither the mysterious organization nor Zhao Liming is at fault. The organization's use of the Dream Hound to collect tokens, without interference from the sect, indicates that it is a legitimate practice. Furthermore, the Dream Hound is a sacred beast of the sect, a shared resource available to all. Their ability to utilize the Dream Hound reflects their competence. Our inability to do so merely signifies our shortcomings, a testament to our inferiority. Senior brother Gao wished to counter this assertion but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately nodding in agreement, he felt an unsettling familiarity with Qin Yu's words, as if he had heard them somewhere before. After a moment of reflection, He suddenly seemed to recall something. Leader, your words closely resemble those spoken by the hooded figure who sold tokens to the mysterious organization a few days ago. Could it be? Senior Brother Gao squinted, regarding Qin Yu with a skeptical gaze. Qin Yu's expression froze, cold sweat trickled down his back, and his heart raced in panic. This is bad. I was careless. Could it be that the leader was also present when the man in the black robe sold the token? Qin Yu. Yes, indeed. I was present at that moment. Observing Senior Brother Gao's expression, which conveyed a sense of, I have already deduced your intentions. You cannot deceive me. Qin Yu felt a sense of relief within. At that time, I had stepped out for a brief respite and happened to witness that scene, finding some merit in the words of the figure in the black robe. Senior Brother Gao inquired, surely the leader is aware of our guild's initiative to raise funds for the acquisition of 10 tokens? Qin Yu nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of the decision. Indeed, it was a sagacious choice. Not only was it a worthwhile investment of 2,000 contribution points for 10 Xiantian tokens, but even 500 contribution points would undeniably yield substantial returns. Should such an opportunity arise again, one must seize it without hesitation. Pleased by Qin Yu's affirmation, Senior Brother Gao felt a surge of joy. Qin Yu continued, as for Zhao Liming, he is engaging in fair competition with us, without resorting to any underhanded tactics. He is not in the wrong. Senior Brother Gao nodded. Then, esteemed leader, to whom should we sell the 5 tokens in our possession? Qin Yu decisively remarked, of course. It is the mysterious organization. Is there any need for inquiry? Huh? Why? Senior Brother Gao was left utterly bewildered by Qin Yu's response. Wasn't it stated that neither party was at fault? Why the sudden preference for the mysterious organization? In truth, Senior Brother Gao harbored a stronger inclination towards conducting business with Zhao Liming. He always felt an unsettling aura surrounding that enigmatic organization. The leader had yet to reveal themselves, and those dispatched were shrouded in dark cloaks, exuding an air of secrecy that suggested something unsavory. Qin Yu addressed Senior Brother Gao, stating, the reason for engaging in transactions with the mysterious organization is twofold. Firstly, we owe them an apology. Senior Brother Gao, utterly perplexed, responded, apologize to them? What have we done to warrant such a sentiment? His bewilderment was evident as he struggled to comprehend Qin Yu's line of reasoning. Qin Yu explained, have you forgotten the reason we initially formed our guild? It was due to our suspicions that the mysterious organization was engaging in deceitful practices to obtain the Xiantian tokens. Yet, in truth, they have acted with fairness and integrity, adhering to the law. We have misjudged them. Do you not feel any remorse? Should we not extend our apologies to the mysterious organization? Senior Brother Gao nodded in a daze, as if he truly grasped the essence of the matter. Therefore, I believe that to convey our contrition, we ought to voluntarily lower the price by 20. Selling the tokens to the mysterious organization at a price of 180 contribution points each. What are your thoughts on this? Senior Brother Gao replied, Aren't our Xiantian tokens highly sought after? Don't people desire them? If we aren't raising the price now, why should we lower it? Senior Brother Gao found himself utterly perplexed. Qin Yu laughed heartily, exclaiming, your silence speaks volumes, my dear deputy leader. I knew you were a discerning individual. After all, those ignorant and myopic souls cannot fathom my intentions. Only we, the enlightened few, can grasp the profound meaning behind it. At that moment, Senior Brother Gao's gaze grew resolute. I comprehend your intentions, leader. Your insights are utterly astute. You mentioned 2 reasons earlier. What might the other reason be? Qin Yu cleared his throat and spoke with significant implication. Another reason is that we simply cannot afford to offend that mysterious organization. Not only must we avoid enmity, but we must also strive to appease them. We cannot afford to offend them. Senior Brother Gao immediately erupted in anger. Even if they are the direct disciples of the sect master, their actions against me would still violate sect rules and warrant severe punishment. What do we have to fear from them? Qin Yu gently patted Senior Brother Gao on the shoulder. Oh, how naive you are, Vice Leader Gao. They aim to undermine you, and you remain utterly oblivious. Senior Brother Gao, with a defiant tilt of his neck, retorted, I refuse to believe it, leader. What could they possibly do to me? Allow me to provide you with a simple illustration, Qin Yu replied. Qin Yu walked before Senior Brother Gao, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, the mysterious organization has the ability to command the dream hounds. If they intend to use the dream hounds against you, they might send them to relieve themselves right at your doorstep, concealing the excrement with illusions. Senior Brother Gao, undaunted, replied, is it merely stepping in dog droppings? I fear it not. Qin Yu was taken aback by the formidable prowess of Senior Brother Gao, and he sighed softly. The dream hounds will sneak into your abode and devour the elixirs you diligently cultivate, only to return with their excretions molded into balls. They will then conceal themselves in the corners of your wooden cabin, awaiting your return, whereupon they will use illusions to disorient you. You will extract the elixirs, oblivious to any anomaly. Unaware, you will swallow the elixir, only to discover that the taste is rather off. Enough of this. Senior Brother Gao rose, resolute, and addressed Qin Yu with fervor. Leader, I have long harbored disdain for that fellow Zhao Liming. It is utterly shameless for an inner sect disciple to encroach upon the business of us outer sect disciples. Since he dares to profit from us, we shall ensure he suffers losses instead. Thus, we should proceed to sell the tokens to the mysterious organization. Qin Yu, I assumed you would say, what's the big deal about eating a bit of excrement? I'm not afraid. Leader, I am certainly not intimidated by the mysterious organization. I merely hold a disdain for that fellow Zhao Liming. Leader, I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. Qin Yu, indeed. I believe that by reducing the contribution points by another 20, we may garner the favor of the mysterious organization. You are absolutely right, Master. Senior Brother Gao grasped Qin Yu's hands, his excitement akin to that of a lost soul who has just received guidance from a master. However, I feel that a further reduction of 20 contribution points is insufficient. The average price for our Xiantian tokens hovers around 130. Selling them to the mysterious organization for 150 would yield a substantial profit. There is no need to price them so exorbitantly. Qin Yu exclaimed, remarkable, a promising disciple indeed. On the 15th day of the event, and before noon had even arrived, he effortlessly secured all 7 Xiantian tokens. Thus, the quest for the Xiantian tokens officially concluded. A total of 105 tokens were distributed during the event, of which Qin Yu acquired an impressive 95. After accounting for the 50 tokens he sold and the 20 gifted to Li Zhangtong and Xiaozhi, Qin Yu retained 25 tokens in his possession. As the appointed hour of the afternoon approached, Qin Yu donned a black robe and arrived at the gathering place of the sect. Before long, Zhao Liming also made his appearance. I'm quite curious about who is behind your organization. Is it the disciples of the inner sect or the elders of the sect? Zhao Liming inquired with a smile. Qin Yu smiled enigmatically, stating that you are not yet worthy of knowing, yet I can share with you a trivial matter. Zhao Liming replied, expressing his disinterest in trivialities, indicating that there was no need for further elaboration. Qin Yu, since you have sincerely sought my counsel, I must inform you. Our leader possesses the ability to summon the power to vanquish those in the tribulation stage. Zhao Liming furrowed his brow. This just was far from amusing. Qin Yu pointed to the heavens, exclaiming, if I deceive you, may the heavens strike me down. Zhao Liming glanced upward, noting the absence of any ominous storm clouds. Is he speaking the truth? Zhao Liming's expression turned grave. Could the power capable of slaying those in the tribulation stage belong to the sect master or the Grand Elder? That seems impossible. The sect master and the Grand Elder established this organization without any purpose. Wait a moment. While it may seem futile for the sect master to create a new organization, what if the Grand Elder is behind it? Suddenly, Zhao Liming envisioned the Grand Elder, a youthful visage cloaked in black robes, seated upon the throne that represented the highest authority of the Xiantian sect, gazing down upon the world. Could it be that the Grand Elder is plotting a rebellion? The notion startled Zhao Liming, yet the more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. The Grand Elder is secretly amassing power, preparing to seize control of the sect, positioning himself as the true ruler of the Xiantian sect. And now, he has already dispatched individuals to take action against the outer disciples. As the master of the law enforcement peak, the Grand Elder wields the authority to enforce the sect's laws, if this mysterious organization is indeed aligned with him. No matter how unruly they may be, no one will dare intervene. Indeed, Zhao Liming gasped, as if he had uncovered crucial evidence. That cloaked figure selling Xiantian tokens did so not in bustling markets, but right at the entrance of the law enforcement team. Doesn't this perfectly indicate that the law enforcement team is their shield? The reason the mysterious organization mobilized the Dream Hounds must be because the master of the Beast Peak, the 6th Elder, has already allied himself with the Grand Elder. Moreover, I heard that 6 months ago, the 3rd Elder and the 9th Elder summoned the 6th Elder to a secluded area in the outer sect, after which all disciples of the Beast Peak were confined for 6 months. At the time, it seemed unremarkable, but reflecting on it now, one must commit quite a transgression to warrant such collective punishment. This must be a ruse devised by the 6th Elder in collusion with the 3rd and 9th Elders to divert attention. Furthermore, Since the sect master is unaware of these events, it indicates that the 3rd and 9th elders have already defected. Adding to this, the 5th elder and the 12th elder have always been on good terms with the Grand Elder, certainly aligning themselves with his faction. It appears that among the 12 elders, the Grand Elder's influence commands at least half, and with the Dream Hounds now part of his faction, the sect master is in grave peril. Zhao Liming wiped the cold sweat from his brow and glanced at Qin Yu. Why would he disclose this information to me? Could it be that my talents have garnered their recognition and they wish to win me over? Am I truly of such significance? Chapter 77. The Leader's Insightful Predictions. No. I am but a mere pawn. How could the Grand Elder's organization possibly seek to recruit me? Zhao Liming shook his head, deeming his thoughts somewhat absurd. He must have shared this with me to convey a message to my master. They intend for my master to choose a side. Although the master is presently merely an outer sect elder, his innate talent is not significantly inferior to mine. He is the youngest outer sect elder in the history of the Xiantian sect, and it is almost a foregone conclusion that he will ascend to the inner sect elder position in the future, with the potential to become one of the 12 esteemed elders. A figure of his caliber undoubtedly possesses the qualifications to be courted by the Grand Elder. Upon this realization, Zhao Liming was suddenly struck by a wave of trepidation. How fortunate I am to be resourceful enough to have considered this. Otherwise, the master might not even comprehend the peril he faced. Yet, I found myself questioning, if the master's talent is not superior to mine, why was he invited while I was not? It seems the Grand Elder has a rather short-sighted perspective in forming this secret organization, as I am undeniably the future of the cultivation world. Wait, it is also possible that they wish to extend an invitation to both the master and me? Such avarice. However, their foresight is commendable. Now, I must deliberate on whether to join their ranks. At present, the Grand Elder's influence is evidently more formidable. Yet if it comes to that, the Supreme Elder and the Supreme Sect Leader will undoubtedly not stand idly by while the Xiantian sect is embroiled in turmoil. They will surely oppose the Grand Elder's rebellious endeavors, aligning themselves with the sect leader. Moreover, the stance of the Dream Hound clan remains uncertain. Although they maintain a closer relationship with the 6th Elder, the clan leader has consistently upheld a contract with the sect leader. Could it be that there are factions within the Dream Hound clan contemplating rebellion? Is it possible that beneath their tranquil surface, currents of unrest are already stirring? This situation is perplexing. The circumstances surrounding the Dream Hound clan are rather intricate and require further consideration. At this juncture, if the Supreme Elder and the Supreme Sect Leader intervene, the sect leader would hold the advantage. If they refrain from action, the Grand Elder would prevail. With the internal power dynamics assessed, I must now examine the external forces. The sect leader is renowned for his extensive network of acquaintances, whether in the Liang Kingdom or the Great Wilderness. Among both sects and courts, he has allies aplenty. Should he encounter difficulties, he would undoubtedly receive a multitude of responses. In contrast, the Grand Elder seems to squander his time, mingling among young cultivators, only to reveal himself during moments of peril. His connections comprise mostly insignificant cultivators, and even I, as the future of the cultivation world, find few among them. In this regard, the sect leader utterly eclipses him. Alas, upon this analysis, it appears the Grand Elder is in a precarious position. However, I must consider that if I can conceive such insights, the Grand Elder is likely capable of the same. Knowing the gravity of the situation, he would not dare to allow the mysterious organization to unveil itself without a contingency plan. Yet, perhaps it is not so straightforward. The master has praised my resourcefulness and exceptional talent, suggesting that there are matters the Grand Elder may not foresee. Ah, this is all so vexing. I shall convey this matter to the master and allow him to decide. If necessary, the master and I could join opposing factions, regardless of the outcome. The other could seek refuge with a familiar ally to ensure the other's survival. Zhao Liming, are you quite all right? Qin Yu tentatively inquired. After boasting to Zhao Liming, he observed Zhao's initial panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow, followed by a frown of deep contemplation. His expression was a complex tapestry woven with joy, bewilderment, and confusion. This scene left Qin Yu utterly perplexed. Could it be that this fellow was grappling with some grave illness? Zhao Liming regained his composure. It seems I am being urged to make a decision. I must not be deceived. The more significant the matter, the less I can afford to panic. With that, Zhao Liming solemnly addressed Qin Yu. I shall inform my master of this matter. Tomorrow, at the same time and place, I will return with an answer. Having spoken, Zhao Liming turned and departed. I must convey this matter to my master as soon as possible, allowing ample time for contemplation of its pros and cons. Qin Yu, come on, my friend, at this age, if you cannot compete with me, seeking parental intervention is quite shameful. The rules of the event do not prohibit the sale of Xiantian tokens. What good does it do to inform your master? Zhao Liming naturally heard Qin Yu's words. Yet he chose not to respond. I understand. A tactic of misdirection. Suddenly, senior brother Zhao Liming has left? Senior brother Gao approached to inquire. Qin Yu shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. It was his own decision to leave, and it had nothing to do with me. Since he has departed, let us commence our business. Very well, senior brother Gao responded. After all, he had no intention of engaging in trade with Zhao Liming, and his departure spared us the trouble. Esteemed representative of the enigmatic organization, we, as a guild, have deliberated and ultimately resolved to transact 5 Xiantian tokens with you. Senior brother Gao spoke courteously, in order to convey our goodwill and celebrate our inaugural collaboration. We have decided to offer each token at a friendly price of 150 contribution points. What do you think? How about 170? It would be fair to let you earn something. We cannot allow your efforts during this time to go unrewarded. The man in the black robe replied with a smile. Qin Yu now possesses a substantial fortune and is indifferent to this trifling contribution. His acquisition of these 5 tokens is merely to complete his collection. For amassing 10 tokens would enable him to sell them at a premium. Senior brother Gao was instantly elated, as he suddenly perceived that the enigmatic organization was not so malevolent after all. He felt an overwhelming urge to express to the cloaked figure, "Brother, you are indeed a good person." Qin Yu acquired 5 tokens and was about to depart, when senior brother Gao suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. Are the tokens in your possession for sale? Are you interested in purchasing? I have 20 tokens available for sale at the rate of 10 tokens for 2,000 contribution points. Are you certain you can manage such an expense?" Chapter 78. Master. A grave situation has arisen. Please hold on. Let us deliberate for a moment. Very well. Senior brother Gao hastily gathered everyone together. We have an exceptional opportunity before us. With merely 4,000 contribution points, we can procure 20 Xiantian tokens. What does everyone think? The contribution points for the guild must be raised through collective effort. And senior brother Gao could only confer with the group. The vice leader chimed in. Are you suggesting that we sell the tokens to others at 170 contribution points each, and then repurchase them at 200 contribution points each? Aren't you being rather foolish? I am quite astonished. You managed to negotiate the price down to 170 contribution points and now wish to buy them back at 200? Are you aligned with us or with them? If the leader were present, with their prowess, they would certainly be able to acquire them back at 170 contribution points and sell them for 200. Upon hearing these discussions, Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder if Li Zhongong had disguised himself among the crowd, for such astute inquiry seemed remarkable. Before Vice Leader Gao could clarify, a group began to counter. The price for a single token and a set of 10 tokens cannot possibly be the same. The primary value of 10 tokens lies in their ability to be exchanged for a magical artifact. Thus the price must be considerably higher. I believe 2,000 is truly not excessive. Vice Leader Gao, we stand in support of you. Yet, there remains some discontent within the guild. Having just sold the tokens for 170 contribution points, it irks me to now repurchase them at 200 contribution points each. Qin Yu felt that some individuals within his gang were indeed lacking in mental acuity. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable, if they were truly sharp. How could they possibly have chosen him as their leader? Senior brother Gao remarked, nevertheless, the tokens we purchased for 200 contribution points will, upon redemption tomorrow, be worth at least 300 contribution points, a substantial profit. In Qin Yu's mind, an involuntary mathematical problem emerged. Xiao Ming purchased an item for 130 yuan and sold it for 170 yuan. Subsequently, Xiao Ming spent 200 yuan to buy back the same item and sold it again for 300 yuan. The question arises, how much profit did Xiao Ming make? Isn't this just a manifestation of a split personality, an eccentric trader who frantically buys and sells? Ultimately, the vice leader Gao directly brought Qin Yu into the discussion. I spoke with the leader yesterday, and he mentioned that even with 2,500 contribution points, one could earn a profit, let alone with 2,000 contribution points. Instantly, the crowd perked up. The leader claims that with 2,500 contribution points, one could earn 10 tokens? Then let us hurry and buy. I'll fetch my contribution points right away. Although the leader was not present in the guild, he continued to strategize for its benefit, which was truly touching. The guild's development relied heavily on the leader's guidance from behind the scenes. Senior brother Gao sighed, alas. Vice leader, let's quickly gather some funds. Since the leader has spoken, we cannot possibly incur losses. Yes, let us determine how much each person should contribute. If it's insufficient, I'll borrow more. Observing the transformed expressions of the crowd, senior brother Gao helplessly gazed upwards. After all these days, am I truly inferior to that man? Master, something terrible has happened. Zhao Liming rushed, almost leaping, to Elder Wang Yingjun. The elder, displaying an impassive demeanor, sipped his tea, and, accustomed to such interruptions, replied, "What have you analyzed this time?" Master, this is indeed a grave matter. Zhao Liming grasped Elder Wang Yingjun's teapot and gulped down the remaining tea. He smacked his lips in surprise. Master, you've stolen the sword immortal tea that mistress has been preserving. Do you not realize that it is her cherished possession? Noticing the sudden change in his master's expression, Zhao Liming wisely fell silent. Speak, what calamity has occurred this time? Elder Wang Yingjun said with exasperation. Zhao Liming hastily responded. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly this time. Otherwise, our master-disciple duo might have found ourselves in an irretrievable predicament. Without my intervention, master, you would not even know how to face your demise. Elder Wang Yingjun, resigned, lifted his teacup, savoring the scant remnants within. He had long grown accustomed to his disciples' impulsive mannerisms. Master, our Xiantian sect is on the verge of upheaval. Oh, Elder Wang Yingjun raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Noticing his master's lack of concern, Zhao Liming lowered his voice. The Grand Elder is plotting a rebellion. He is allied with the 3rd Elder, 5th Elder, 6th Elder, 9th Elder, 12th Elder, and a faction of the Dreamhound clan to overthrow the sect leader and seize control of the Xiantian sect. I am still uncertain about the involvement of other elders. Elder Wang Yingjun pondered. Are you quite certain you are referring to that naive Grand Elder, who is always pretending to be harmless? And why only a portion of the Dreamhound clan? Because I too harbor suspicions that the Dreamhound clan may have some canines plotting rebellion. Wang Yingjun. Chapter 79. Which foot did you step in with first upon entering? The mysterious organization at the outer gate was established by the Grand Elder, who is already preparing to take action and wishes to invite the two of us, master and disciple, to join. Master, do you think we should accept the invitation? Zhao Liming elaborated on the situation he had analyzed. According to his assessment, the sect leader still holds a slight advantage, but since the Grand Elder dares to act, he must possess some hidden cards. We must deliberate carefully. After all, misaligning ourselves in such matters could lead us to a point of no return. Elder Wang Yingjun rubbed his temples and inquired, what is this organization currently doing? Zhao Liming replied, they are scouring for the Xiantian tokens, engaging in their trade. Thus, why does the Grand Elder seek the Xiantian tokens? Do you believe he cares about these contributions? Zhao Liming paused for a moment, then said, I suspect the Grand Elder intends to control the outer gate through this endeavor. Elder Wang Yingjun, perplexed, questioned, what use is it for the Grand Elder to control the outer gate? Can the combined strength of these outer disciples withstand a single blow from the sect leader? Moreover, have you ever seen anyone recruit in such a manner? If it were not for the sect's regulations, the moment that mysterious organization appeared, they would likely be met with severe backlash. This is akin to pushing the outer gate into the embrace of others. Zhao Liming scratched his head, as if coming to a realization. So, what purpose does the Grand Elder have in allowing this mysterious organization to operate within the outer gate? Wang Yingjun. Is it possible that the mysterious organization has no connection to the Grand Elder whatsoever? If this organization were indeed established by the Grand Elder, he would never sell the tokens he collects. Why? Zhao Liming inquired. Because, true to the Grand Elder's nature, he would, on the day of redemption, present all the tokens before the outer disciples, revealing his divine might. Zhao Liming gasped, his expression suddenly shifting. Master, this is even worse. If this organization is not established by the Grand Elder, it must be an external force. We are doomed. Someone wishes to strike at our sect and intends to entice us, master and disciple, to become traitors. Their chaotic activities at the outer gate are surely aimed at disrupting the order of our Xiantian sect, seeking to dismantle us from within. Elder Wang Yingjun, with a hand to his forehead, was utterly overwhelmed. How could I have been so blind at that time to have chosen him among so many normal disciples? No. Before Elder Wang Yingjun could voice his thoughts, Zhao Liming swiftly dismissed his own idea. Upon hearing his disciple's realization, Elder Wang Yingjun's expression softened slightly. Though my disciple has a penchant for wild imaginings, he is not entirely foolish. Subsequently, Elder Wang Yingjun listened to Zhao Liming's words. The external sects would never dare to act so brazenly within our sect. This organization must surely be comprised of our own members. I understand now. This must be the scheme of the Supreme Sect Master and the Supreme Elder. Their intent is to incite chaos within the Xiantian sect, thereby demonstrating the inadequacy of the sect master and elder's governance, which would ultimately compel the sect master to abdicate, allowing them to reclaim power. Such malevolence from the Supreme Sect Master and the Supreme Elder is truly insidious. It turns out they are plotting a rebellion. Elder Wang Yingjun interjected. Have you lost your senses? If the Supreme Sect Master and the Supreme Elder wish to control the Xiantian sect, they need only emerge from their secluded chambers. There would be no need for such convoluted schemes. Indeed, Zhao Liming nodded in agreement. This leaves us with only one final possibility. After considering all prior conjectures, I have arrived at the most plausible conclusion. The mysterious organization is a product of collusion between external forces and the Grand Elder. With the Grand Elder's protection, they are able to act with impunity within the outer sect. Their ultimate goal is to weaken the Xiantian sect through internal strife, ultimately seizing control. I always suspected the Grand Elder was not virtuous. How wicked this is. Zhao Liming continued, Master, how should we align ourselves? Perhaps you should side with the sect master while I ally with the Grand Elder. Although the Grand Elder is elusive, I sense the sect master has a greater chance of success. If I were to be captured, your esteemed position would surely afford me rescue. Of course, should the Grand Elder prevail, I would exert every effort to rescue both you and my master. Yet, while I possess remarkable talent, I must acknowledge that my strength is still somewhat lacking. My words may carry little weight. However, rest assured, I would sacrifice my life to save my master. As for your esteemed status, it may be. But have faith. Once my power increases, I shall avenge you. Oh heavens, why must my fate be so arduous? Elder Wang Yingjun lamented, contemplating whether to take on another disciple. It was evident to any discerning eye that this one was already beyond redemption. Elder Wang Yingjun harnessed his spiritual energy to calm his tumultuous thoughts. He feared that the topic might lead him to take drastic measures. Stay composed. I must remain composed. Although Liming's ideas may be a bit unorthodox, his ability to execute tasks is commendable. Without him, I would have no one capable of handling affairs for me. I must maintain my composure. After a brief moment, Elder Zhao Liming exhaled slowly. Enough of these wild thoughts. The Grand Elder would not betray the Xiantian sect. How many tokens have you managed to collect? Token. Zhao Liming offered an awkward smile as he retrieved 5 tokens from his chinquan bag, placing them one by one slowly before Wang Yingjun. Elder Wang glanced down at the tokens, then raised his gaze to Zhao Liming. Is this it? Just 5. Indeed. Just 5. Are you not aware that 10 tokens are required to exchange for a magical artifact? I am aware. Then why do you only possess 5? Because I deem the matter of the Grand Elder's betrayal to be of greater significance. I rushed over without the time to procure the remaining 5 tokens. However, it is too late to return now. Those 5 tokens have undoubtedly been acquired by the mysterious organization. You must resign yourself to this fact. You. Elder Wang Yingjun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Summoning his courage, he inquired, how many contribution points did you spend to acquire these 5 tokens? Zhao Liming extended his hand, carefully counting. It doesn't seem to be much. Phew. Elder Wang released a sigh of relief. Only around 800 or 900 contribution points, I presume. Bang. Master. Master. Why have you fainted? Are you all right? Zhao Liming exclaimed in panic as he witnessed his master collapse before him. Madam Master. Madam Master. He secretly drank your. Shush, you fool. Elder Wang pressed a hand over Zhao Liming's mouth, lowering his voice. Zhao Liming wriggled free, explaining, Master, I merely wish to rouse you from your fainting spell. Why did you suddenly lose consciousness? It is merely a side effect of my failed attempt at the harmonization stage. It is of no consequence. Elder Wang gritted his teeth, painfully gazing at the 5 tokens. Why must it be 5 tokens? Even one more token would have allowed me to prepare an additional artifact. Now, I have not saved a single artifact, but instead squandered an additional 300 to 400 contribution points. The crux of the matter is that this was borrowed money. How shall I repay the interest? Zhao Liming whispered, Master, you won't blame me for causing you to waste 300 to 400 contribution points, will you? How could I? Elder Wang feigned strength. 300 to 400 contribution points are trivial to me. By the way, which foot did you step in with first upon entering? Chapter 80. A kind master and filial disciple, Zhao Liming replied. I believe it was. My left foot? Elder Wang's expression remained stoic as he stated. I detest those who step in with their left foot first. You are expelled from the sect. Zhao Liming chuckled. Master, I was merely jesting. Having been your disciple for so many years, I know you better than I know myself. How could I possibly be unaware of your disdain for left-footed entrants? I actually stepped in with my right foot. Elder Wang Yingjun. In truth, I was merely jesting with you. How wonderful, master. I knew you could not bear to let me depart. Elder Wang Yingjun. What I truly detest are those who step in with their right foot first. Hence your expulsion from the sect. Zhao Liming. Master, the mistress, he secretly drank. Boo-hoo, good disciple, I was just joking with you. Elder Wang Yingjun said with a smirk. How could I possibly bear to cast out my esteemed disciple? Zhao Liming responded with a smile. Master, we are both men. I understand you completely and shall never divulge this matter to the mistress. As long as you understand. The atmosphere was harmonious, embodying the essence of teacher and devoted disciple. Master, if you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. After a brief silence, Elder Wang Yingjun refrained from mentioning the matter of borrowing money. Sigh. Let us go. Master, the tea sent by mistress's old acquaintance is delightful. Zhao Liming departed with a cheerful demeanor, leaving Elder Wang Yingjun seething with anger. Gazing at the 5 tokens on the table, Elder Wang Yingjun's heart began to wrestle with turmoil. To act, or not to act? I currently possess no contribution points and am burdened with substantial debts. If I wish to gather 10 magical artifacts, I must borrow yet again. The interest alone will be enough to give me a headache. However, if this venture succeeds, not only will I be able to repay this external debt, but also settle the debts incurred during my breakthrough, and I shall even have some private funds remaining. A direct path to sudden wealth. Elder Wang Yingjun steeled himself. I shall proceed. If I fail, the worst that can happen is a beating. There is nothing more terrifying than being destitute. The first day following the event. Today marks the official redemption day for the Xiantian tokens. As one of the most popular events each year, the search for the Xiantian tokens event, despite its ups and downs this year, continues to draw countless eyes on Redemption Day. Everyone is eager to discover into whose hands the 105 Xiantian tokens have ultimately fallen, as well as the grade of the spiritual artifacts that 10 Xiantian tokens will reward. Early in the morning, the central plaza was bustling with people. The exchange of Xiantian tokens commenced at the hour of Qin. As the time approached, Elder Wang Yingjun, the overall coordinator of this event, took to the stage to address the crowd. Greetings, disciples, I am. Oh, why does Elder Wang Yingjun's face appear so bruised and battered? With a sense of curiosity, Qin Yu remarked. He, along with Li Zhengdong and Xiaozhi, donned in black robes, had arrived at this place quite early. Upon their arrival, the onlookers parted, creating a path. Holders of the Xiantian token were permitted to advance to the front, facilitating their opportunity to claim rewards once the elder concluded his speech. Thus, Qin Yu made his way to the forefront of the crowd. Here, he could observe with clarity the fierce countenance of Elder Wang Yingjun, despite many wounds being concealed. The remnants of that brutal battle remained unmistakable. Qin Yu merely spoke in passing, unaware that the voice of Zhao Liming explaining the situation would soon reach his ears. It seemed that yesterday, for reasons unknown, the master had attempted to sneak out in the dead of night to sell the mistress's weapon, only to be discovered by her. Consequently, he was left in such a state. Alas, it appears that seeking a partner in the Tao is best avoided in the future. Just as Elder Wang Yingjun was passionately waxing eloquent, his expression suddenly stiffened as he shot a glare in this direction. Though only indirectly affected, Qin Yu could still feel the hairs on his neck stand on end. What an overwhelming aura of menace! Curiously, Qin Yu inquired. Why doesn't Elder Wang Yingjun tend to the wounds on his face? Given Qin Yu's current prowess, he could effortlessly recover from minor scrapes, let alone someone of the elder's caliber. Zhao Liming elucidated. The treasure our master seeks is known as the Qi Blood Tiger Claw. When worn, it significantly enhances one's offensive capabilities, and it possesses a peculiar trait that delays the healing of injuries, making it exceedingly formidable. Qin Yu instinctively glanced at Elder Wang Yingjun's battered face, a testament to the ferocity of the beating he had endured. Zhao Liming conspired with Qin Yu, proposing, If you answer me a question, I shall reveal a secret regarding the Qi Blood Tiger Finger. What say you? What question? Qin Yu inquired. Zhao Liming furtively surveyed their surroundings before leaning closer to Qin Yu, lowering his voice to a whisper. Is it true that the Grand Elder harbors ambitions of rebellion? What? Qin Yu was utterly bewildered. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's expression, Zhao Liming realized his misjudgment. If it wasn't the Grand Elder, then could it be that the Supreme Sect Leader and the Supreme Elder sought to reclaim authority? There was no need for pretense. I am already aware of the truth. What on earth is happening? What do you actually know? This is the first time Qin Yu has encountered someone he utterly cannot comprehend. He has been perplexed by Zhao Liming since yesterday. My friend, why do you ask such a question? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. Did you not mention that your leader possesses the ability to summon the power to slay those in the tribulation transcendent stage? Indeed. But what does this have to do with the Grand Elder or the Supreme Elder? Qin Yu was utterly perplexed. He had merely been jesting. Zhao Liming elucidated. Only the sect leader, the Grand Elder, the Supreme Elder, and the Supreme Sect Leader possess the capability to slay those in the tribulation phase. Could it be that you are indeed an invading force? What nonsense! Qin Yu replied with exasperation. The power I referred to is the illusory dream canine clan. Surely, you are aware that they have once vanquished beings in the tribulation phase. Zhao Liming responded. Your assertion makes me appear rather foolish. Very well. Now you may divulge the secrets of the blood tiger finger, Qin Yu said, his anticipation palpable. After all, this was the first high-tier artifact he had the fortune to learn about. In a hushed tone, Zhao Liming confessed, in truth, this blood tiger finger was a gift from my master, Old Flame. As soon as Qin Yu's ears perked up, he sensed an overwhelming chill emanating from Elder Wang Yingjun. Do not utter another word, Qin Yu exclaimed, swiftly covering Zhao Liming's mouth. He feared that if he continued to listen, his life might be in jeopardy. Naturally, Zhao Liming dared not speak further, as the murderous intent directed at him was palpable. Just when Zhao Liming contemplated surrendering, Qin Yu unexpectedly handed him a piece of paper. It bore the message, do not speak, write it down, and be thorough. Chapter 81. Old Ding, you wouldn't want that matter to become known to everyone, would you? Next, we shall commence the prize redemption segment. According to the event rules, each Xiantian token can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. Accumulating 10 Xiantian tokens grants a reward of a low-grade Xiantier magical artifact. Low-grade Xiantier, indeed. My heavens. The total value of 10 Xiantian tokens must surely exceed 3,000 contribution points. Upon hearing that the magical artifact was of the low-grade Xiantier, the members of the guild erupted in jubilation. Fantastic. We possess 30 tokens, and this round will net us a clear profit of 3,000 contribution points, allowing each person to receive over 30 points. As the cheers of the crowd filled the air, Senior Brother Gao tousled his hair and slowly curled the corner of his mouth upward. This triumph is entirely due to my clever mind and keen business acumen. With this success, everyone will undoubtedly hold me in even greater esteem, and surpassing the guild leader in popularity will soon be within my grasp. This victory was orchestrated entirely by the guild leader behind the scenes. Without the guild leader's astute intellect and sharp commercial instincts, how could we have so effortlessly earned such a bounty of contribution points? Long live the guild leader. Senior Brother Gao thought. What? I was the one devising strategies, raising funds, and purchasing tokens. How is this related to the guild leader? Could it be that the guild leader they refer to as me? Indeed. I was the one exerting effort throughout the entire process. Who else could they be speaking of? Senior Brother Gao turned to the assembled crowd and confidently inquired. Do you not think I should be the guild leader? The crowd responded in confusion. Deputy leader, what do you mean? Have you finally revealed your wolfish ambition? You wish to usurp the guild leader? Dream on. It was the guild leader who instructed you to purchase tokens to profit. You merely organized the effort and wish to claim the guild leader as credit? In our hearts, the guild leader will always be that man. With a sigh, Senior Brother Gao remarked, accustomed to such reactions, I knew it would come to this. But what exactly did the guild leader contribute in this matter? Clearly, I was the one putting in the effort. Clad in a black robe, Qin Yu wore a similarly bewildered expression. What happened? What have I done? Now, may the holders of the Xiantian tokens come forth to claim their rewards. Elder Wang Yingjun called out. And Qin Yu and the others lined up to take the stage. Master, 5 Xiantian tokens. Elder Wang Yingjun bestowed upon Zhao Liming 500 contribution points. Gritting his teeth as he declared, upon our return, I shall deal with you. Next, Qin Yu enveloped himself in his black cloak and strode forward with purpose. Who would dare to take the stage first if not a member of the mysterious organization? As for Zhao Liming, a mere 5 tokens were hardly worthy of Qin Yu's attention. Elder, I possess 10 tokens. Qin Yu respectfully presented 10 tokens to Elder Wang Yingjun. The elder then retrieved a spiritual artifact, his forehead veins bulging, and gently placed it into Qin Yu's hands. Meanwhile, Elder Wang pondered silently. This treasure cost me 238 contribution points. To repay the loan within a month, I must pay 22 contribution points in interest, but if I take 2 months to settle the debt, I will need to. Qin Yu, thank you for the generous gift, Elder. Elder Wang Yingjun said in anger, if it were not for the regulations of the sect, I would certainly take the time to thoroughly investigate the origins of your organization. Qin Yu chuckled softly, Elder, please do not jest. Our organization is merely a small group engaged in trivial matters. If you wish to know more, feel free to ask me directly. The elder then inquired, oh, then tell me, how many members does your organization currently have? And who is its strongest member in terms of status and realm? Qin Yu, would you prefer the truth or a falsehood? Elder Wang Yingjun, naturally, I desire the truth. Qin Yu, with utmost sincerity, replied, currently, our organization consists solely of the 3 of us, all mere junior disciples, with the most formidable among us having reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Elder Wang Yingjun, do you take me for a fool? Qin Yu, would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Leave. When I have the time in the future, I shall thoroughly investigate your organization. It is in your best interest to adhere to the law, otherwise, I shall report you, and 10% of your organization's total revenue shall belong to me. He. Elder Wang Yingjun mused to himself. Rest assured, Elder, we shall never contravene any regulations. Should you wish to investigate, you may do so at any moment. Perhaps we shall defer that matter for later. Elder Wang Yingjun would not divulge to Qin Yu that his current reluctance to investigate stems from his inability to contend with the illusory Dreamdog clan. He fears retaliation. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu employed his system's innate ability to probe Elder Wang Yingjun. Supreme spiritual root, a grade A favored child of heaven and earth. A rarity among multitudes, capable of rapid advancement in cultivation, destined to become a formidable power. Unforeseen fortunes, a grade life unfolds in various stages. A seemingly trivial event or encounter with an individual may precipitate a significant transformation in one's destiny. Yet, as the old saying goes, one can never predict whether a misfortune may indeed be a blessing in disguise. Fate is capricious and ever-changing, but it ultimately tends to unfold in a favorable direction, accompanied by the inability to divine or foresee the future. Goodness, this is rather formidable. Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback. Although he found the talent of Yinji Fei Fu rather perplexing, the lengthy introduction clearly indicated its impressive nature. Glancing at the artifact in his hand, Qin Yu respectfully bowed and inquired, Elder, may I ask what powers this artifact possesses? Elder Wang Yingjun chuckled softly and replied at a leisurely pace. This artifact you possess is a cosmic bag. A cosmic bag? Qin Yu furrowed his brows and asked, isn't that something one can purchase for just a few contribution points? Wang Yingjun responded, you are referring to an ordinary cosmic bag, but this one is embedded with red and green agate, achieving the quality of a low-grade, mysterious tier cosmic bag. Qin Yu, is there any difference? Elder Wang Yingjun, of course there is a difference. Yours is quite attractive. Qin Yu, Elder, I would like to seek your counsel on a matter. Please, go ahead. Qin Yu, what is the process for reporting within the sect? Elder Wang Yingjun, well, in truth, this bag of holding is not merely aesthetically pleasing. Its exterior is remarkably sturdy and resistant to damage. It undoubtedly reaches the level of a profound tier magical artifact. However, since it is a storage bag, does its allure serve merely to facilitate theft? What is its storage capacity? Qin Yu inquired with a glimmer of hope. Elder Wang Yingjun innocently replied, of course, it possesses the same storage capacity as an ordinary storage bag. Elder, I feel this magical artifact is not quite suitable for me. Could I exchange it for another? Elder Wang Yingjun resolutely shook his head, stating emphatically, absolutely not. Magical artifacts are distributed randomly. One must accept what one is given. Qin Yu thought to himself in exasperation. This old man is certainly trying to vex me with such contrived artifacts. However, the regulations did not explicitly state that exchanges were prohibited. Qin Yu resolved to grant the elder another opportunity. Elder Wang Yingjun remarked, the rules do not mention that exchanges are permissible. The absence of a statement implies it is not allowed. Qin Yu let out a sigh. Cursed old ding, do not blame my lack of loyalty for your heartlessness. Witnessing Qin Yu's predicament, Elder Wang Yingjun felt an overwhelming sense of delight. How exhilarating. I have finally turned the tide. Just as Elder Wang reveled in his successful revenge. A slip of paper fluttered before his eyes. Shortly thereafter, a hushed whisper reached his ear. Elder, you wouldn't want this matter to become known to all, would you? Chapter 82. The purple lightning and mysterious thunder sword, seeing the expression on Elder Wang's face, reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation, Qin Yu felt remarkably bold. Fortunately, the Xiantian sect was the foremost sect in the Liang Kingdom, with a well-structured system and harmonious internal relations, where the elders were benevolent individuals. Even if Elder Wang harbored intentions of silencing him, it would be unwise to act in such a public forum. Moreover, Qin Yu believed that the elder possessed a generous disposition and would not pursue vendettas over trifles. After all, it was merely an exaggerated love triangle involving two men and a woman, perhaps with a touch of dignity at stake, but nothing of great consequence. Even if Elder Wang were to take action, his first target would undoubtedly be Zhao Liming. After all, as long as Zhao Liming remained, there would be a continuous emergence of Qin Yu. As long as Zhao Liming was alive, Qin Yu felt secure. Once the black robe was shed in the future, he would have no further ties to this affair. Phantom Dream Canine Clan, do not fail me. Otherwise, the future Emperor Qin Yu may have to confront adversaries of the transformation stage while still in the Qi refinement stage. Before donning the black robe, Qin Yu had arranged for the Phantom Dream Canine Clan to obscure his visage for the price of 5 pieces of stinky tofu. The clan's leader had vowed that not even an immortal could see through Qin Yu's disguise. If he failed, he would be deemed a dog. Qin Yu chose to trust the chieftain of the illusionary Dream Canine Clan. Elder, I feel that this artifact is not suitable for me. May I exchange it for another? Qin Yu inquired tentatively. Elder Wang Yingjun gritted his teeth and forced a smile, replying, Of course, the rules do not expressly forbid exchanges, do they? Since there is no prohibition, it is certainly permissible. The elder is magnanimous. Elder Wang Yingjun waved his hand, and the remaining 9 artifacts materialized before Qin Yu's eyes. Choose one for yourself, Elder Wang Yingjun instructed. Qin Yu meticulously examined the various treasures, ultimately setting his sights on a sword that exuded an extraordinary aura. Elder, what do you think of this sword? Elder Wang Yingjun's eyes sparkled with interest. Your discernment is commendable. You have chosen the finest artifact among all the treasures. He continued. This sword is known as the Purple Lightning Mystic Thunder Sword, and let me tell you, it is quite remarkable. According to the shopkeeper of the weapon store, this sword was forged as a high-grade mystical artifact. However, on the very day of its creation, it encountered a formidable being undergoing a thunder tribulation, and fortuitously, the residual energy from the tribulation affected this sword. Ordinarily, such a mystical artifact would have been irreparably damaged, but surprisingly, this sword not only remained intact, but also absorbed a fragment of the tribulation's energy, thereby awakening a faint consciousness. A spirit of the weapon? Qin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. While it may not be a true spirit, it is certainly the earliest form of one. Nonetheless, the fact that this sword possesses consciousness is indeed impressive. Qin Yu grasped the hilt of the sword, immediately feeling a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body, his hair standing upright in defiance of gravity. Elder Wang Yingjun elucidated, this sword has absorbed a fragment of the thunder tribulation's power. Thus it possesses the might of lightning and will perpetually emit electricity. Excitedly, Qin Yu responded, this mere electricity is quite bearable. It poses no inconvenience. In the future, I shall simply craft a pair of rubber gloves. Moreover, possessing the power of lightning only enhances its allure, does it not? Qin Yu could already envision himself on the arena, drawing forth the thunderclap sword, with sparks of electricity flickering, the effects reaching their zenith, and the prestige soaring to new heights. After all, a magical artifact must possess beauty as well. Elder, how could you bear to part with such an exquisite treasure? You truly possess a commendable sense of integrity. As Qin Yu spoke, he was about to draw the sword from its sheath. Do not draw it. Elder Wang Yingjun attempted to intervene, yet Qin Yu had already extracted the sword a fraction of an inch. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Qin Yu. Following the thunderous clash, he became charred and blackened, slowly exhaling a plume of dark mist from his mouth, weakly uttering, Old Ding, you have betrayed me. Bang! Qin Yu collapsed, his body rigid. Elder Wang Yingjun felt an overwhelming joy within, thinking, you little rascal, you finally received your comeuppance. He channeled his spiritual energy into Qin Yu, healing his wounds. Moments later, Qin Yu regained consciousness and hurriedly tightened his tattered black robe. Although it bore several significant tears, it still concealed his vital areas, preventing the exposure of his identity. Rest assured, since the enforcement team did not apprehend you after their investigation, it indicates that you have not violated any rules. I have no intention of deliberately revealing your identity. However, in the future, it would be wise to refrain from engaging in unscrupulous deeds, as they may attract divine retribution. Qin Yu rubbed his temples and inquired, Elder, what was that all about just now? Elder Wang Ingjun elucidated. Although this sword has developed consciousness, it is exceedingly timid. It strikes at anyone who draws it. The more frequently it is drawn, the more potent the force of the lightning becomes. Astonished, Qin Yu remarked, so this sword is, quite remarkably, socially anxious. Qin Yu, speechless, remarked, no matter how formidable this sword may be, what use is it if it cannot be drawn? It is far less useful than the previously mentioned bag of holding. Elder, why are all the treasures you've prepared so peculiar? Elder Wang Ingjun chuckled softly. In his quest to procure these eccentric artifacts to take revenge on the mysterious organization, Elder Wang had indeed exerted considerable effort, visiting numerous weapon shops, ultimately finding 2 treasures at the Baki Pavilion after much difficulty. Upon purchasing the treasures, the shopkeeper was on the verge of tears from excitement. Elder Wang vividly recalled how the shopkeeper grasped his hand tightly, speaking earnestly, these 2 weapons have been on sale since the time of my great-grandfather. Yet no fool has ever come to buy them. You, however, are a kind soul. As a token of my gratitude, I shall offer you a 12 discount. Elder Wang Ingjun replied, thank you. A 12 discount? How is it still more expensive? The shopkeeper responded, these 2 weapons have been with me for so long. I've grown attached to them. Determined to irritate the mysterious organization, Elder Wang decisively purchased the 2 weapons. Never mind, I shall take the sword, Qin Yu declared. Although he himself could not wield it, the thunder summoned by the sword possessed formidable power and might prove invaluable in a critical moment. This is your choice. Even if you come to regret it, you are not permitted to divulge the matter on that little note. Elder Wang reassured him. Rest assured. I am but a tight-lipped disciple of the Xiantian sect. Qin Yu replied. What do you mean? Elder Wang inquired. It means that any information that should remain unspoken will surely die on my lips. If it were to leak, it would undoubtedly be that scoundrel Zhao Liming who is responsible. I would have no part in it, he said. Mentioning Zhao Liming made Elder Wang furious. That damn traitor. I see you possess a keen intellect. May I pose a question to test your wits? Elder Wang proposed. Qin Yu, esteemed elder, please share your wisdom. A friend of mine inadvertently took on a disciple, only to realize after the fact that being a master is indeed exhausting. It is far more liberating to remain unencumbered by a pupil. Qin Yu, well, oh, no, your friend does not wish to mentor a disciple, correct? Elder Wang Ingjun, indeed, is there a gentle approach to resolve this matter, one that does not offend anyone? Qin Yu, this is exceedingly simple. Your friend merely needs to acknowledge his disciple as his master, and thus, he need not instruct the disciple any further. Elder Wang Ingjun. Chapter 83. This is all fate. Are you speaking in a manner befitting a human? I mean, my friend wishes to sever all ties with his disciple. In a manner that is utterly definitive. Qin Yu, if your friend were to request that he take his apprentice as his master and then voluntarily withdraw from the apprenticeship, would that not sever their master-apprentice relationship? How can the ethics of such a bond be so casually altered? Do you have any other solutions? Qin Yu pondered for a moment and said, in fact, there is another approach. We merely need to make that disciple believe he possesses great prowess, and he will take the initiative to venture out and establish his own path. Elder Wang Ingjun's eyes brightened at this revelation. This method is quite brilliant. And considering that young man's temperament, executing this plan should pose little difficulty. My disciple constantly laments that I have no strategies to offer him. Little did I anticipate that a mere tactic from the mysterious organization could effortlessly resolve this. As the old saying goes, the wicked will indeed encounter their match. All right. You may take your leave for now. Wait, I must showcase this to everyone. Qin Yu grasped his sword and lifted it high towards the crowd. Previously, whenever he secured first place in school, he would proudly hold up his certificate for a photograph. Although there were no cameras present now, the ritual must remain unchanged. All right, hurry along now. Next, holding the Zidian Shinlei sword, Qin Yu had yet to descend the stage when he suddenly turned back to inquire, by the way, Elder, what is the name of this sword? The Zidian Shinlei sword. Oh, I see. The Zidian Shinlei sword is rather difficult to remember, since this sword can emit electricity. Let us name it, the Ziji sword. Doesn't it make a buzzing sound when it discharges? Qin Yu addressed the sword, saying, well, what was that name again? Ah, yes. From now on, you shall be called the Zizi sword. Zizi, the electric currents on the sheath of the purple lightning mystic thunder sword surged, sending a slight tingle through Qin Yu. It seems you rather fancy this name. Truly, you were fortunate to have encountered a naming prodigy like myself. Had you met the one who whimsically named the leader of the illusionary dream canine clan Dog Egg, your name might have been far less pleasant. Zizizizi having concluded his tasks, Qin Yu was suddenly struck by a realization. Oh no, Li Zhengtong. As Qin Yu was about to caution Li Zhengtong against using the garbage bag embedded with shards of beer bottles, he saw Li Zhengtong descending with that very bag in hand. Brother Yu, do you think this bag looks good? Qin Yu rested his hand on his forehead and sighed. Alas, this must be the decree of fate. Brother Yu, what was that flash of lightning just now? Everyone is saying that the heavens have opened their eyes and that you are receiving retribution. Fortunately, I have committed relatively few misdeeds. Otherwise, I too might face the wrath of thunder. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck Li Zhengtong. Li Zhengtong, completely bewildered, exhaled a plume of dark energy and fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Qin Yu, Elder, what is going on? He didn't even touch the Zizi sword. Elder Wang Ingjun, the Zizi sword? You mean that purple lightning sword? Why would he be struck if he didn't make contact with it? Elder Wang Ingjun elaborated. That sword indeed possesses a minuscule chance of randomly summoning lightning, but the likelihood is exceedingly low. It may not even occur once in a year. Moreover, the chance of the lightning actually striking a person is nearly non-existent, which is why I neglected to mention it. However, the power of this lightning is rather feeble. Your companion's strength must be insufficient, for if the lightning were to strike you, it would cause no harm whatsoever. Use your spiritual energy to nourish your companion, and he shall regain consciousness. Qin Yu nodded, letting out a sigh. Such a stroke of misfortune, with a probability nearly approaching 0, is something that everyone must endure at least once. I wonder what effect this forged through countless trials talent will yield this time. Shortly thereafter, Li Zheng awoke, his voice faint. Brother Yu, I feel as though I've been struck by lightning. Qin Yu, remove the word seems. Li Zhengtong said with a sense of grievance. But I haven't done anything wrong. Qin Yu sighed. Such is fate. Rise and see if there is any change in your body. Li Zhengtong inspected himself thoroughly and shook his head. There is no difference at all. Has your strength not increased? Qin Yu inquired. Not at all. Have you discovered any new abilities, perhaps the capacity to harness the power of thunder? No, nothing of the sort. Qin Yu pondered. Where has the feedback on my abilities vanished this time? Why do you ask such a question? You go. Qin Yu picked up the Qiankuan bag from the ground and placed it into Li Zhengtong's hands. It's nothing. Why did you choose this particular treasure? Qin Yu retorted. I did not choose it. The elder handed it to me, and so I came down, Li Zhengtong replied. Qin Yu remarked. This bag of holding is indistinguishable from an ordinary one. The only distinction lies in the gem embedded upon it, resembling shattered fragments of a beer bottle, which elevates it to the status of a mystical artifact. Are you truly foolish enough to exchange it for another bag of holding? You imbecile! Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Zhengtong furrowed his brow and responded, Brother Yu, what shall we do then? Let us sell it later. Acquiring some contribution points is certainly preferable to this mere ornamental trinket. Before long, Xiaoji descended, brandishing a piece of inner armor, while the crowd remains captivated. Let us make our exit. Qin Yu led the two individuals to the market. Due to the majority of the populace congregating in the central square, the market was rather desolate, which suited Qin Yu's intentions perfectly. The trio, clad in black robes, entered the Baki pavilion. Shopkeeper, do you acquire magical artifacts here? The shopkeeper warmly approached, exclaiming, Esteemed guests, we certainly do accept such items. May I inquire what artifacts you wish to sell? Qin Yu directly tossed the Qiankuan bag onto the counter in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper furrowed his brow. Isn't this the Qiankuan bag that was just sold to a disgruntled customer this morning? How has it returned? How much is it? Qin Yu inquired. The shopkeeper cleared his throat. This is a Qiankuan bag. Typically, the buyback price is 50 contribution points. However, given the exquisite craftsmanship of your bag and its minimal usage, I shall offer you a generous price of 100 contribution points. What do you think? Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Shopkeeper, are you mistaken? This is a profound-grade magical artifact. Just look at this exquisite red-green agate embedded within. It is truly a sight to behold. Furthermore, the exterior of this Qiankuan bag is exceptionally sturdy. How could it possibly be treated as a mere ordinary Qiankuan bag for reclamation? It should be worth no less than 1,500 contribution points, not the paltry 100 you propose. The shopkeeper chuckled softly, replying, Dear customer, while it is true that the exterior of this Qiankuan bag is robust, such hardness holds little value for its intended purpose. After all, it is not a weapon. Moreover, an attractive exterior only serves to attract the attention of thieves. The capacity of your Qiankuan bag is equivalent to that of an ordinary one. Thus it can only be redeemed at the price of a standard Qin Yu bag. How about this? I shall increase my offer by 50 points. What do you say? Qin Yu, you unscrupulous merchant, you are even more devious than I am. Chapter 84. New elixir no longer for sale. Let us depart. Qin Yu grasped the Qin Yu bag, tightened the black robe enveloping him, and turned to step outside. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji hurriedly followed suit. Brother Yu, perhaps I should simply make use of this Qin Yu bag. Qin Yu cast a glance at Li Zhengtong and declared with an air of authority, I shall purchase this Qin Yu bag. With that, Qin Yu promptly transferred 2,000 contribution points to Li Zhengtong. Qin Yu squeezed the Qin Yu bag in his hand, which felt as hard as stone, and silently reflected, there are no useless magical artifacts, only cultivators who lack the skill to wield them. One day, I shall unlock the true potential of this Qin Yu bag. Brother Yu, Li Zhengtong was nearly moved to tears. Qin Yu, no need for thanks. I have recently developed a new elixir. You simply need to assist me in testing it. Li Zhengtong's voice abruptly ceased, recalling the previous agony of pain and itchiness. Followed by the petrifying experience, Li Zhengtong shuddered in fear. Brother Yu, perhaps I should keep the Qin Yu bag for myself. It suddenly seems quite valuable. Qin Yu, my elixir is not poison. Why are you so resistant to it? Li Zhengtong, I would rather consume poison than take that elixir. Xiaoji nodded in agreement. Qin Yu embraced the shoulders of the two individuals and earnestly declared, rest assured. This time the elixir has been meticulously refined by me step by step according to the formula. There will undoubtedly be no issues. Li Zhengtong replied, Brother Yu, you said the same thing last time. Qin Yu, last time, you didn't perish, did you? Rest assured, you shall certainly survive this time as well. Xiaoxi's expression shifted dramatically. Brother Yu, I just recalled that there's soup simmering at home. I must. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoxi had already dashed away in a frenzy. Li Zhengtong, in a state of panic, cried out, Xiaoxi, you ungrateful wretch. We agreed that you would cover me while I made my escape. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, allowing Xiaoxi to leave without concern. He feared that the potency of the medication might be too overwhelming, potentially leading to dire consequences. Tongzi, your presence alone suffices. I haven't been unkind to you in the past. In an instant, Li Zhengtong's complexion turned ashen. Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong reassuringly, saying, do not worry. Your thick layer of fat grants you a robust resistance to toxins. You will be absolutely fine. Come with me. Under Qin Yu's coercion and persuasion, Li Zhengtong ultimately found himself captured within Qin Yu's lair. After rummaging through the boxes, Qin Yu discovered a black elixir. Tongzi, it is time to take the medicine. Li Zhengtong nervously swallowed. Brother Yu, could you please inform me of the effects of this elixir before we consume it? I would like to be mentally prepared. Qin Yu, certainly, one must embrace death with clarity. This elixir is my latest concoction, the Swift Pill, which will enhance speed and agility for a quarter of an hour. The recipe does not indicate any adverse effects. You may consume it with complete confidence. Li Zhengtong, Brother Yu, your words only heighten my apprehension. How about you try its effects first? Qin Yu hastily waved his hand, declaring that it was too perilous. Li Zhengtong reassured him, saying, do not worry, indulge yourself. With me here, what is there to fear? Although there have been minor mishaps in the past, have I not effortlessly resolved them? With his eyes closed and resolute, Li Zhengtong swallowed the elixir in one swift motion. As the potion settled within him, he felt an immense surge of spiritual energy converging towards his legs, propelling him into an involuntary sprint. Wow, what incredible speed! He exclaimed as he burst forth from the cave, racing along the expansive pathway. The wind whipped past his face, and he erupted into joyous laughter, so fast, absolutely exhilarating. Li Zhengtong touched his face and examined his limbs, then attuned himself to his entire being, finding no abnormalities. Brother Yu has finally concocted a proper elixir. He laughed heartily, genuinely relieved to have narrowly escaped a disaster. He hurried to share this delightful news with Brother Yu. Qin Yu stood at the entrance of the cave, astonished as he gauged Li Zhengtong's speed. This velocity nearly rivals my own. Just 2 days ago, Li Zhengtong had only recently broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement. While he had become accustomed to the first layer, the second layer left him somewhat awestruck. Before long, Qin Yu observed Li Zhengtong approaching from another direction. In such a brief span of time, Li Zhengtong had circled the entire row of caves. Beaming with joy, Li Zhengtong exclaimed loudly to Qin Yu, Brother Yu, this time you. Whoosh. Li Zhengtong dashed past Qin Yu in a blur. Qin Yu secretly nodded. Indeed. This elixir was remarkable, not only significantly enhancing its effects but also exhibiting minimal side effects. At last, I have successfully crafted a standard pill. Ha 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 ha. A genius alchemist is about to rise. However, as Li Zhengong dashed out, his smile gradually froze upon his face. Goodness, why can't I stop? Just as he contemplated slowing down, he suddenly realized that his legs seemed to be beyond his control. They acted like a siphon, drawing in all the spiritual energy from his body, rendering any guidance from Li Zhengtong futile. This is disastrous. At this rate, will I exhaust myself to death? Li Zhengtong spun around once more, shouting towards Qin Yu, who stood at the entrance of the cave. Brother Yu. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhengtong vanished before Qin Yu. Qin Yu exclaimed, I know you run swiftly. There's no need to flaunt it. Moments later, Li Zhengtong completed another lap. Whoosh. Qin Yu felt somewhat perplexed, thinking, isn't it merely about running a bit faster? Is it really necessary to flaunt it in circles? Oh no, could there be an issue? Qin Yu hurriedly caught up with Li Zhengtong. What did you say? Brother Yu, I can't stop. Li Zhengtong replied with a quivering voice. Qin Yu, you run ahead. I shall inquire how to resolve this situation. Qin Yu hurriedly returned to the cave abode, locating the jade pendant used to contact Li Zihao. He conveyed a message. Are you there? The jade pendant instantly received the message, and Li's voice echoed back. Qin brother, have you finally developed a new elixir? I have awaited this new concoction for 48 days. Pray tell, what astonishing effects does this elixir possess? Qin Yu, this time, we have the rapid elixir. After consumption at the 4th level of Qi refinement, one's speed can rival that of the 6th level, though its efficacy will undoubtedly diminish with higher tiers. Li Zihao, his voice brimming with excitement, exclaimed, your alchemical skills, Brother Qin, have truly reached new heights. Were it not for my obligation to heal the world and save the suffering, I would gladly forsake this antiquated 100 physicians hall to join your ever-innovative Xiantian sect and spend each day with you in the pursuit of alchemical mastery. Qin Yu, not everyone in our Xiantian sect is capable of innovation. Li Zhengtong, Brother Yu, do you have a solution? Whoosh. Qin Yu urgently exclaimed, brotherly. I am in desperate need of your assistance. Although this elixir is remarkably effective, once consumed, one simply cannot cease its effects. Cannot cease? Li Zihua responded with excitement. Does that mean one can maintain such speed indefinitely? Qin Yu, however, if we cannot stop, it will be exhausting. What if we exhaust our strength and still can't halt? Li Zihao, I had completely forgotten about the matter of stamina. I will find a solution immediately. I have it. If you detach your companion's legs, we are sure to come to a stop. Qin Yu. Chapter 85 Tongzi, are you all right? Qin Yu, are you speaking in human language? If one were to remove a leg, wouldn't that render them disabled? Li Zihao, Brother Qin, you misunderstand. Cultivators possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Your sect must surely be capable of such feats as well. Qin Yu, how many precious materials would that consume? Brother, we are merely the servant disciples of the Xiantian sect, the most impoverished among them. Where would we find the funds for such a resurrection? Li Zihao, once we reach the tribulation stage, we shall be able to sever and regenerate limbs without the need for precious materials. Qin Yu, brother, do you know what a servant disciple is? Li Zhengtong, you go, hurry, think of a solution. Qin Yu urged, elder brother, please think of a sensible solution swiftly. The situation here is dire. Li Zihao replied, I have never encountered such a predicament before. I am at a loss for an effective remedy at this moment. Qin Yu, pray, hasten to offer incense to your master. Li Zihao, at once, disciple is here. Master, I offer you. No, I misspoke, master. I present my incense to you. Moments later, Li Zihao conveyed a message. My master, during his youthful wanderings in the world, acquired a recipe for a poison pill from a demonic cultivator. This concoction is known as the delaying pill, capable of impeding the speed of a cultivator. You might consider trying it to see if it can counteract the effects. Qin Yu let out a sigh. Indeed, the master of the 100 medical hall is quite reliable. Li Zhengtong exclaimed, you go. Listen closely, I shall share with you the recipe. Prepare 3 pieces of red herb, a small piece of snake skin from a steppe serpent, and a pair of mouse ears. Qin Yu swiftly transcribed the formula. In haste, he exited the cave, intending to procure materials, when he spotted Li Zhengtong sprinting towards him, breathless. Huff, huff, you. With a sudden thud, Li Zhengtong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Qin Yu hurriedly rushed over to assist Li Zhengtong, inquiring about his condition. After a considerable pause, Li Zhengtong finally responded. I am fine. Once the spiritual energy within me is exhausted, my breath naturally comes to a halt. The voice of Li Zihao once again emanated from Qin Yu's communication jade pendant. Qin brother, why not give this method a try first? If it proves ineffective, we shall consult the master. Qin Yu replied, it's nothing. The matter has been resolved. How was it resolved? Qin Yu, once the spiritual energy is depleted, it will naturally cease. Brotherly, I am sincerely grateful for your assistance. I shall not impose any further and will allow you to rest. Rest? From the communication jade pendant, two voices, one elderly and one youthful, resonated. Only those deemed useless in the realm of cultivation would indulge in rest. In these times when ailments abound and the health of the afflicted hangs perilously in the balance, it is precisely during such critical moments that those of us, masters of the healing arts, must shoulder our grave responsibilities. How can one afford to rest? Qin Yu, feeling a sense of relief, stored away the communication jade pendant and assisted Li Zhangtong into the cave dwelling. You should rest for a while. I will step out to procure some supplies. Just as he spoke, Li Zhangtong's expression shifted abruptly. Oh no, brother Yu, I must flee again. With that, he dashed out of the cave, coming to a halt at the entrance in a rather undignified manner. Qin Yu hurriedly rushed over. What happened? Qin Yu once again helped Li Zhangtong to his feet. Gasping for breath, Li Zhangtong exclaimed, Brother Yu, as long as there is even a trace of spiritual energy in my meridians, I will uncontrollably surge forth. Please refrain from absorbing any more spiritual energy. I shall go and adjust the antidote for you. I cannot contain it, brother Yu. With a pained expression, Li Zhangtong continued. The spiritual energy in the air is so dense that even if I do not actively draw it in, oh no, I can feel it coming again. Once more, Li Zhangtong's legs trembled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Brother Yu, the spiritual energy in the air will uncontrollably seep into my meridians. Even a minuscule amount is beyond my endurance. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu declared, I have found a solution. Please wait here while I procure a tool. Shortly thereafter, he emerged holding a length of rope. If I suspend you from this tree, you shall have no means of escape, he asserted. Moments later, Li Jingtong was seen dangling from the tree in Qin Yu's yard, his legs occasionally thrashing about. Qin Yu swiftly procured the necessary medicinal herbs and ignited the furnace to concoct the elixir. Li Zhangong shifted his legs restlessly, exclaiming, Brother Yu, do hasten. My arms are exceedingly fatigued. Qin Yu, please reduce the intensity of your movements. The dust from your shoes has landed on my face. I cannot help it. In order to quicken my pace, I must take larger strides. Qin Yu, feeling disinclined to elaborate further, cast various medicinal herbs into the alchemical furnace. As his mental acuity expanded, his mastery over the diverse spiritual herbs became increasingly refined, significantly enhancing his success rate in potion making. Although he had never encountered the sluggish elixir before, after merely 5 attempts, he successfully concocted one. Here, do try this antidote. Qin Yu lifted the sluggish pill with his mental strength. Li Zhangdong opened his mouth to take it in, but his expression immediately contorted, and he promptly expelled the pill. Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, What is happening? Li Jingtong responded, It's scalding, scalding, scalding. It burns me terribly. Qin Yu picked up the elixir and rinsed it with water before bringing it to Li Zhangtong's lips. After Li Zhangtong swallowed it, his previously restless legs fell into an instant calm. The efficacy of the medicine was remarkable, producing immediate results. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction and asked, Tongzi, how do you feel now? Li Jingtong, why are you silent? Oh no, Tongzi, are you all right? Qin Yu hastily untied the ropes and lowered Li Jingtong, only to find him completely rigid, utterly motionless. This is bad. The effects of the drug are too potent. Master of the 100 Medicines Hall, you have led me astray. Qin Yu hastily retrieved 2 speed pills, having previously concocted a total of 3. The speed pill and the slowing pill are believed to be antagonistic. Therefore, if the potency of the slowing pill is heightened, consuming the speed pill should provide some relief. Qin Yu transformed a rapid pill into liquid and poured it into Li Zhangtong's mouth. Moments later, Li Zhangtong's rigid body stirred slightly. Observing this movement, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. He felt no significant concern regarding such incidents, for he had encountered far more perilous experiences in the past. 2 rapid pills perfectly complement a single slow pill. Such an odd combination adds an intriguing layer. Qin Yu perceived that the delaying pill and the strengthening pill were quite similar. The strengthening pill, once consumed, would render one immobile like stone, while the delaying pill would induce a direct state of stasis. Although both elixirs possessed formidable effects, it was clear that such potions could not sustain their potency indefinitely. Once their effects waned, one would inevitably return to their natural state. Qin Yu inquired with concern, "Do you feel any unusual sensations in your body?" Li Zhengtong, having absorbed a bit of spiritual energy and conducted a thorough examination of himself, finally reassured, replied, "Brother Yu, I am perfectly fine." Qin Yu fixed his gaze upon Li Zheng, inquiring, "Do you feel any sense of comfort within your body? Perhaps you notice a newfound lightness or a swifter pace when you take a few steps?" Li Zheng moved his limbs slightly, shaking his head in bewilderment. "Not at all. There seems to be no distinction from before." Qin Yu felt a twinge of bewilderment. Could it be that the tempered by 1,000 refinements talent has faltered, leaving only tempered behind? Is there no beneficial feedback, only misfortune remaining? Qin Yu, perplexed, gestured dismissively and said, "Why don't you return and rest for a while? I shall transfer an additional 500 contribution points to you, so you may procure some nourishing items for your health." Li Zhengtong promptly waved his hand, insisting, "No need for that, Brother Yu. You have already bestowed upon me a considerable amount of contribution points." Qin Yu, "You have misunderstood. The 500 contribution points I provided are intended to expedite your recovery so that you may soon embark on the next alchemical trial." Li Zhengtong exited the cave dwelling, gazing at the substantial contribution points within his identity token. A sense of melancholy enveloping him. Why do I always feel that these contribution points are the result of sacrificing my own well-being? After Li Zhengtong departed, Qin Yu retrieved a multitude of spiritual herbs and began to fervently concoct elixirs. As night fell, he arranged 13 rapid elixirs and 13 delayed elixirs upon the table, subsequently extracting a considerable number of strength elixirs, chi cultivation elixirs, and body refinement elixirs from his spatial pouch, totaling over 100 various potions. This quantity will suffice, albeit barely. After securing all the elixirs within his spatial pouch, Qin Yu sought out the demon and god generals once more. The trio then found a secluded corner, where Qin Yu donned a black robe and instructed the dream hound to obscure his face with a digital mosaic. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi ingested strength elixirs, transforming into formidable gorillas. With confidence, the trio, now accompanied by 2 imposing gorillas, strode back to their previous market position. Their appearance instantly captivated a throng of onlookers. After all, the mysterious organization had become the most prominent topic among the outer sect of the Xiantian sect, and as the sole representatives of this enigmatic group, the 3 individuals had undeniably ascended to the status of celebrities within the outer sect, their presence eliciting both fascination and intrigue. Indeed, even notoriety is a form of fame. Every gesture they made drew the eyes of countless spectators. Qin Yu felt fortunate that the realm of cultivation did not employ the deadly technique of killing with a mere gaze. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times. However, the malevolent stares he encountered predominantly belonged to those who had been driven to ruin in the last lottery. Among the crowd, many were still intrigued by the enigmatic organization. After all, those who had invested 2,000 contribution points to acquire 10 Xiantian tokens had reaped substantial profits. This could be regarded as a benevolent gesture from the mysterious organization, although most individuals had failed to recognize it at the time. Presently, many lamented their decision not to borrow or pool funds to procure 10 tokens, as the staggering return on investment made even high-interest loans seem worthwhile. Consequently, the reputation of the mysterious organization within the sect was a subject of mixed opinions. The current attention directed towards Qin Yu was primarily fueled by the hope of discovering yet another opportunity for sudden wealth. Qin Yu arrived at his old spot, setting up hundreds of small bottles in front of his stall. Finally, he took out a small circle woven from willow branches. "What are you planning to do with that?" someone inquired. Qin Yu stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips, and addressed the gathering. "Dear family members, our organization has once again come to bestow benefits upon you all. Today, on the eve of the new year, our leader has gone to great lengths to acquire a substantial quantity of elixirs at a premium price, which we shall distribute as gifts to each of you. Within these small vials, you will find a note indicating the type of elixir it contains, be it one that enhances strength, accelerates cultivation speed, increases physical fortitude, or boosts mobility. Please utilize this ring I hold to encircle the vials while standing beyond this designated line. Once encircled, the elixir denoted within the vial will be yours. However, due to the vast quantity of elixirs, they will not be available for collection until tomorrow evening. You may hold on to these vials and return at sunset for your reward." A wave of murmurs spread among the crowd. Upon hearing that the elixirs would only be available for collection the following evening, suspicions arose. They were convinced that something was amiss. After spending their money to encircle the vials, they feared that when they returned the next day with their vials, there would be no one to redeem them from. Such a rudimentary scheme to deceive. Did they truly believe us to be fools? Only a simpleton would fall for this. Someone inquired, how much does it cost to encircle one vial? Qin Yu, since this is a benefit for everyone, it is undoubtedly free. But each person is entitled to only one opportunity. Free? How delightful. The crowd erupted in excitement. Potions that enhance strength, increase cultivation speed, boost physical resilience, and elevate movement speed. These are none other than the strength potion, chi refining potion, body refining potion, and swift potion, all of which cost at least 5 contribution points to acquire. This mysterious organization is genuinely offering a remarkable benefit. If it required even a single contribution point, I might have to think twice. However, since it is complimentary, what is there to hesitate about, my friends? Ha ha ha, such an incredible opportunity, only a fool would pass it up. Quickly, form a circle for me. I wish to give it a try. Qin Yu raised his hand to signal for silence, explaining that due to the limited availability of elixirs, our organization was committed to ensuring that every family member received their due benefits. Therefore, those who had previously participated in the last event would not be eligible to partake in this one, since the previous benefits had already been distributed to them. He urged everyone to allow this opportunity to be given to those who had never received such benefits before, hoping for their understanding. Upon hearing this, a chorus of complaints arose. Why are we being excluded? The last event hardly constituted a benefit. I spent my contributions and received nothing in return. In his heart, Qin Yu silently mused, it is precisely because you have been drained that you were barred from participation. Furthermore, it seems the lesson from last time was insufficient. Do you not understand that what is free is often the most costly? It appears I, Qin, must once again impart a valuable lesson. Those who had previously participated in the event grumbled, while those who had not eagerly rallied in support. Indeed, it should be this way. The mysterious organization is remarkably considerate. Having participated last time, it is now our turn. Surely, one cannot monopolize all the benefits. One should not be so selfish. Amidst the clamor, Senior Brother Gao had already approached Qin Yu. While the foolish continued their bickering, the astute began to register. Hello, I wish to enroll. The crowd fell silent for a brief moment before surging forward in a frenzy. Chapter 87. The Beastmaster Peak emerges. Ah, so many people. What is happening here? A voice, both familiar and somewhat foreign, yet tinged with warmth and nostalgia, echoed. Its high pitch instantly captured the attention of many. As they turned to locate the source, astonishment spread among them, prompting silent calculations. The previously chaotic scene of eager queuing suddenly quieted. October, November, December, January. That makes just 4 months. Haha. Kong Tianjiao, you are still 2 months away from emerging. I shall report you this very moment. Someone shouted, rushing towards the enforcement team's entrance. The rest of the crowd surged towards the disciples of the Beastmaster Peak, surrounding them completely. Brothers, do not let this group from the Beastmaster Peak escape. You audacious individuals have openly defied Elder Lu's orders, emerging from your abodes 2 months early, brazenly challenging the sect's regulations. You must all be expelled from the sect. Laughter erupted. They had finally seized an opportunity. Observing the emptiness at his stall, even Senior Brother Gao, a man known for his rationality, had rushed over. Qin Yu realized he had underestimated the influence of the Beastmaster Peak. In their desire for revenge, they were willing to forego even the free benefits. This influence truly leaves me, Qin, in awe. Nevertheless, the excitement in Qin Yu's eyes was no less than that of others. To him, these were not merely disciples of the Beastmaster Peak. They were each a plump little wallet waiting to be claimed. After a 4-month ban, each individual has accumulated at least 120 contribution points. If Qin Yu does not seize this opportunity, he will find it difficult to find peace of mind. The crucial aspect is that he harbors no moral qualms about taking advantage of those at the beast-taming peak. Moreover, he stands to gain the friendship of others from the outer sect. There could not be a more suitable candidate for this endeavor. In a fleeting moment, the enforcement team burst forth with their implements, rushing out as if they were high school students desperate to secure a meal before it is gone. As the enforcement team passed by his stall, Qin Yu could faintly hear someone issuing quiet commands. Those of lesser strength were instructed to position themselves at the front to prevent any reckless blows that could inadvertently incapacitate them, a misfortune they certainly do not deserve. Understood, understood. I am the weakest. I shall take the lead. Step aside. You are the strongest. Qin Yu found himself encircled by a throng. Yet the members of Beast Master Peak exhibited no signs of panic. Kong Tianjiao even stood with his arms crossed, defiantly gazing at the crowd as if to challenge them. It was only when the law enforcement team charged in with palpable intensity that Kong Tianjiao leisurely produced a token, smilingly addressing the onlookers. Today is the new year. Our Peak Master has granted us a 2-day holiday. Do you have any objections? With a flourish, he further boasted. I relish seeing your frustration as you realize you cannot bring me down. Alas, what a futile effort. The crowd seethed with indignation, while the law enforcement team could do little but retreat in embarrassment. I once thought fortune had smiled upon me, only to discover the elders were blind. One must tread carefully with words. I had hoped for a joyful celebration this year, yet encountering them here has truly soured my spirits. Thankfully, the mysterious organization has extended its benevolence, soothing my wounded heart. Where are the members of the mysterious organization? Observing the collective sighs and head shakes from the crowd, Qin Yu understood it was time for him to take action. What constitutes a mysterious organization? I shall address matters within the jurisdiction of the law enforcement team, and those beyond their reach as well. This is the essence of the outer sect's most righteous mysterious organization. Kong Tianjiao of Beast Master Peak, is it? Greetings. Qin Yu approached, only to be met with Kong Tianjiao's furrowed brow. Why does this fellow not seem like a harbinger of goodwill? Do we know each other? Qin Yu chuckled, while we may not be acquainted. I am indeed familiar with the inner disciples of your Beast Master Peak, and I have had the pleasure of meeting your Peak's master on one occasion. At that time, your master even took the initiative to visit my territory to discuss matters. Kong Tianjiao scoffed. Do you think I would believe such veiled and ambiguous claims? Qin Yu nonchalantly remarked, it is quite normal that you haven't heard of our organization's reputation, considering you've been in confinement for the past few months. You can inquire about it later. With that, Qin Yu turned and returned to his stall. To catch the big fish, one must master the art of enticing through feigned indifference. As Qin Yu settled into his seat, a lengthy queue formed before him, with some individuals even engaging in disputes to secure a more advantageous position. The members of Beast Master Peak, intrigued by the commotion, approached to inquire, what is happening here? Qin Yu elucidated the gameplay and rules to the members of Beast Master Peak. Free of charge? What can one acquire from it? Is there truly such a delightful opportunity? Qin Yu chuckled. Who would dare to deceive in front of the law enforcement team? Kong Tianjiao fell silent for a moment, relinquishing his defiant demeanor and revealing a friendly smile. I just heard you mention that you were acquainted with the inner disciples of our Beast Master Peak. The fish is about to be hooked. Qin Yu's lips curled upwards as he remarked, I know a few, and 2 of them are quite enjoyable to play with. Kong Tianjiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and seizing the moment, he suggested, since you share such a good rapport with our Beast Master Peak, why not bestow upon us all these spots? We have over 100 people, after all, when it comes to offering benefits, who better to receive them than us? Qin Yu lowered his head, feigning deep contemplation. Hey, Kong Tianjiao, do not go too far, someone in the group exclaimed loudly. Kong Tianjiao retorted, what constitutes going too far? This senior brother may bestow his gifts upon whomever he chooses. If he can offer them to you, why may he not extend the same generosity to us? In truth, Kong Tianjiao was indifferent to a single pill. His primary motive for this display was to bolster the morale of his younger comrades. Following several recent incidents, many within the Beast Control Peak had begun to harbor dissatisfaction towards Kong Tianjiao. Although they dared not voice their grievances openly, whispers of discontent circulated privately. Thus, Kong Tianjiao proactively sought to provide benefits to the disciples of the Beast Control Peak, aiming to preserve his unassailable position as their leader. Bestowing gifts is a privilege of the senior brother. Why the outcry? Echoed the voices of the Beast Control Peak disciples in agreement. Enough of the commotion. Qin Yu stood and, after a moment's hesitation, declared, I have future collaborations with the Beast Control Peak. Let this be regarded as a token of our first meeting. Although this gesture may deviate from customary protocol, I trust that the leader shall not hold it against me. Qin Yu clasped his hands in greeting to the gathered crowd. Today, this place is entirely under the domain of the Beast Master Peak. I kindly ask all family members to take their leave. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the collusion at play. I have long warned you that this enigmatic organization is no benign entity. You were reluctant to heed my caution, and now you see the truth. He continued, mysterious organization. Having chosen the Beast Master Peak, you have sealed our fate as eternal adversaries. Now, let us depart. Under the mocking gazes of the outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak, the crowd begrudgingly exited, muttering their grievances. Qin Yu let out a soft sigh, contemplating within. Soon, you all shall come to realize the extent of my greatness. disciples of the beast-taming peak. This year shall undoubtedly be an unforgettable one for you all. Chapter 88. The Performance of the Huan Sect? Come, everyone, please form an orderly line. Qin Yu called out to the crowd of the beast-taming peak to commence. Kong Tianjiao naturally took the lead, standing just beyond the designated line, ready to begin the ring toss. Qin Yu handed the ring to Kong Tianjiao. The ring was both round and large, with the string positioned perilously close to the delicate porcelain vase, as if to ensure that no one would miss the opportunity to encircle it. Without even glancing at the line, Kong Tianjiao stepped outside and casually tossed the wooden ring, which landed perfectly on the porcelain vase that was furthest from him. Success! The crowd from the Beastmaster Peak erupted into applause. Qin Yu also extended his congratulations, saying, "Congratulations to Shao Kong." Qin Yu addressed Kong Tianjiao as Little Kong, which did not offend him. Rather, it brought him a sense of pride. This man in the black robe has conversed with our sect leader and was personally sought out by him, indicating that he is indeed extraordinary. I would gladly accept being called his son by such a capable individual. Initially, Kong Tianjiao was concerned that his impoliteness might upset this person. But upon hearing the endearing title, he grew bolder. This game is exceedingly simple. Kong Tianjiao smirked, exuding arrogance as he declared. One can easily succeed with just a casual throw. Qin Yu chuckled. Of course, if one cannot hit the mark, can it still be called a benefit? Cultivators possess a mastery over their own powers that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Engaging in such games is akin to a university student performing elementary arithmetic. Failure to succeed is simply inconceivable. Qin Yu picked up the small porcelain vial from Kong Tianjiao's set and retrieved a slip of paper from within. The note read, "Elixir for enhancing strength. Congratulations. You have been awarded an elixir for enhancing strength. Present this note at this location tomorrow at sunset to claim your elixir." Qin Yu handed over the note and tucked the small porcelain vial into his bag of holding. Originally, he intended to deliver both the vial and the note to whoever was ensnared, yet given that his opponent hailed from the Beastmaster Peak, he was unwilling to grant them the slightest advantage. Kong Tianjiao received the note, exclaiming that it was merely a strength pill, if only it were a qi refining pill. This elixir is certainly not a strength pill. Qin Yu cautioned, asserting that the strength pill was utterly insignificant compared to the value of this particular concoction. Kong Tianjiao's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Could it be the mutagenic pill, valued at 30 contribution points each, or perhaps the frenzy pill, worth 50 contribution points each? Qin Yu dismissed with a wave of his hand, expressing his disdain for such feeble elixirs. The potions I offer can augment your strength by at least threefold. Threefold? Such potency. The crowd at Beastmaster Peak exclaimed in unison. It is crucial to note that this is a minimum increase of 3 times, and most importantly, the enhancement is everlasting. An everlasting effect? Can such a formidable elixir truly exist? Kong Tianjiao inquired incredulously. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Do you truly believe I would deceive you? Or do you think that our vast organization would attempt to fool you with a few worthless potions?" Kong Tianjiao felt a pang in his heart and hastily lowered his head, readily admitting his fault. "Senior brother, that was not my intention. It is merely that my experience is limited, and I have never heard of such formidable elixirs. I hold no blame for your ignorance, as your strength is indeed lacking." Qin Yu replied, "When I present you with the elixir tomorrow, you may have the opportunity to experience its potency for yourself." Yes. Kong Tianjiao quickly nodded in agreement. "Qin Yu, I still prefer the defiant demeanor you exhibited just now." Kong Tianjiao compelled herself to lift her chin. Qin Yu addressed the crowd at Beastmaster Peak, stating, "The batch of elixirs we possess has been meticulously developed by a remarkable alchemical prodigy. As it is yet to be named, the note reflects this uncertainty. Were it not for our leader's exceptional rapport with this alchemical genius, it would have been inconceivable for us, despite our organization as connections, to procure such a substantial quantity of these elixirs. The reason we cannot immediately distribute them today is that the alchemist is currently engaged in an intensive refinement process." Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Kong Tianjiao instantly grasped the clandestine organization's intentions. They are preparing to market these novel elixirs. This event, where they generously provide samples for everyone to experience, aims to enhance the elixir's visibility, facilitating future market penetration. With this realization, Kong Tianjiao's doubts evaporated entirely. Previously, he had harbored concerns regarding the authenticity of the elixirs, even contemplating administering one to the earth-shaking dragon elephant. After all, such potent elixirs, offered without apparent motive, warranted caution. One must tread carefully amidst numerous adversaries. However, With clarity regarding the aims of the enigmatic figure in the black cloak, Kong Tianjiao felt a sense of reassurance. The production of such efficacious elixirs would undoubtedly be limited. Once they hit the market, they would likely be fervently sought after, creating a disparity between supply and demand. He was not inclined to share such exceptional elixirs with the earth-shaking dragon elephant. All right, next. After an hour had passed, everyone at Beastmaster Peak had received their respective notes. Congratulations to you all. Please return here at sunset tomorrow to claim your rewards. Tardiness will not be tolerated. Understood. Rest assured, we would never forget your instructions, senior brother. Kong Tianjiao remarked with a rebellious demeanor while uttering the most obedient words. Farewell. Wishing everyone a prosperous new year. Qin Yu waved his hand, leading Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi to vanish into the throng. Upon returning to Qin Yu's cavern, Li Zhengtong leaped with excitement, soaring 3 feet into the air. Haha, just look at those people from the Beastmaster Peak, so delighted, completely unaware that they have fallen into Brother Yu's trap. They believe they have gained a significant advantage, but once they ingest the pills, their fortunes will take a turn for the worse. As he spoke of the peculiar concoctions that Brother Yu had refined, he realized with growing dismay that their misfortunes would merely stem from consuming a single pill. Yet, he had ingested every type of pill, enduring a myriad of side effects. It dawned on him that he was, in fact, the most unfortunate one among them. Qin Yu hurriedly reassured, at last, you've come to this realization. Li Zhengdong responded with silence. It's New Year's Day today. Let's embrace some joy. Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong's shoulder, adding, those at the Beastmaster Peak wish to alleviate their side effects, but it comes at a cost. You, however, not only spend nothing, but also earn money. Compared to them, your happiness is far greater. It's just a bit of physical exhaustion. Is being poor truly that dreadful? Images of yesterday's ordeal, hanging from a tree and struggling with his legs, flashed through Li Zhengtong's mind, making him ponder that sometimes, being a little impoverished has its merits. All right, let's hurry back, take a shower, and change into fresh clothes. It seems there's a talent show today. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves. Today, all your expenditures will be on me, Qin. All right, Brother Yu. Upon hearing this, both Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi were invigorated. Soon, the trio arrived at the bustling central square. What performances are scheduled for today? Qin Yu inquired of the perceptive Xiaozhi. After glancing at the time, Xiaozhi replied, currently, the Eastern Plaza should feature the dance troupe of the Guanghan sect. In half an hour, the Wanhai sect and Wanya Valley will showcase their fancy blacksmithing and alchemy in the western and southern squares. An hour later, the Huana sect will present a performance of song and dance in the northern square. Huana sect? Qin Yu frowned, exclaiming in broad daylight, amidst such a gathering. What kind of decorum is this? It's sheer nonsense. Brother Yu, why are you heading north? Qin Yu, this debased and morally corrupt performance must be critiqued. However, it does not commence until an hour later. Qin Yu, first, I shall secure a seat. I, Qin, must vehemently critique from the front row. Chapter 89, Demonstrating the Dual Cultivation Technique. Ah, is this all? Qin Yu gazed at the performance on stage, resting his chin on his hand, feeling rather bored. Under the nurturing aura of spiritual energy, the appearances of cultivators were strikingly handsome, with the female disciples of the Hehuan sect standing out as paragons of beauty. However, having experienced the digital age in his past life, Qin Yu had long since developed a sense of visual fatigue towards such commonplace displays. Although the stage was adorned with an array of stunning beauties, the performance was entirely different from what he had envisioned. No wonder they can perform openly in front of a large audience. Sigh, is this truly worthy of being called the Hehuan sect? Qin Yu suppressed his urge to voice his thoughts and said to Li Zhengdong and Xiaozhi, you two stay here and enjoy the show. I shall wander off to explore other amusements. Xiaozhi, puzzled, replied, Brother Yu, please don't leave. This performance is truly captivating. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, declaring, as a paragon of virtue, I find no interest in such performances. I have just heard that a senior sister from the inner sect is imparting the art of alchemy over there. I shall attend her teachings, striving to concoct more potent elixirs at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong, who was fully engrossed in the splendid display of the Hehuan sect, suddenly shivered. Brother Yu, Li Zhengdong hastily advised, you have labored so diligently. During this festive season, why not take a moment to rest? Qin Yu waved his hand and declared with righteous indignation, rest? It's only for those who are of no use in the realm of cultivation. Pa pa pa. The ancestral rhetoric of the 100 Physicians' Hall is truly enchanting. Qin Yu adjusted his expression and continued earnestly. The opportunity to attend a lecture by the inner sect senior sister is a rare gem. It is something one must cherish whenever it presents itself. Moreover, this lecture is specifically tailored for newcomers like myself, who have just embarked on their journey but remain uncertain about how to progress further. After attending this class, I am certain my alchemical skills will experience significant enhancement. With unwavering confidence, Qin Yu declared his intentions and prepared to depart. Observing the futility of his counsel, Li Zhengtong wisely chose to remain silent, redirecting his attention to the captivating performance upon the stage. Rather than fretting over the potential hardships of the future, he opted to relish the beauty of the present moment. Xiaoxi found himself inspired by Qin Yu's diligent spirit. No wonder you have achieved the 6th level of qi refinement. While I have only just broken through to the 3rd, it appears that my efforts have been insufficient. I shall no longer indulge in this program. I shall return to my cultivation forthwith. Qin Yu praised, "Your awareness is commendable." With fervor, Xiaoxi declared, "In the coming year, I shall strive diligently." Tonggu. Why not join us as well? After all, this dance is nearing its conclusion. What remains are merely the tedious demonstrations and detailed introductions of the Hehuan sect's dual cultivation techniques. After each sect's performance, they would showcase their own methods, highlighting their distinctive advantages. This served a dual purpose, to enhance their sect's renown and to attract talented disciples from the Xiantian sect. The Xiantian sect did not oppose such endeavors. Each individual has their own aspirations. If they find another sect more suited to their inclinations, the sect would offer its support. As long as they do not encroach upon the inner disciples, all is negotiable. Seeing his two companions preparing to leave, Li Zhengdong had no choice but to rise. "All right. You go, let us depart." "You go?" Xiaoxi looked around but could not find Qin Yu. Upon turning back, he discovered Qin Yu sitting steadfastly in his original seat, engrossed in the performance on stage. "You go, let us be on our way." "Qin Yu, where are you off to? Were you not intending to attend the Inner Sect Sisters' lecture on alchemy?" Qin Yu elucidated, "The art of alchemy can be pursued at any time. Although such opportunities are rare, there will be more in the future. During this festive season, it is essential to relax. There is no need to exert oneself excessively. A balance between work and rest is the true path to cultivation." Simultaneously, Qin Yu reflected inwardly, in these declining times, with the erosion of virtues, "It is imperative for me, Qin, to critique such decadence." Xiaoxi exclaimed, "What? You did not say that earlier." Feeling a surge of confusion, he quickly turned to Li Zhengtong in search of a semblance of reality. However, to his surprise, he discovered that Li Zhengtong had seated himself at some point, engrossed in the performances on the stage. A chill coursed through Xiaoxi as he sat down, beginning to question his existence. "This is disastrous. I must be ensnared in an illusion." He pondered, "Is what I see now an illusion or reality? If it is an illusion, what should I do? If it is reality, who is influencing me just now? Have I inadvertently offended someone recently? Yet, I haven't committed any misdeeds. The only questionable act was following Brother Yu around to cause trouble. But I am merely a follower. If retribution were to occur, it would certainly target Brother Yu first." Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he widened his eyes in terror, drenched in cold sweat. "Perhaps they have already targeted Brother Yu. And everything I perceive is merely a fade they wish me to see. What should I do?" He lamented, "Had I known, I would have advised Brother Yu to refrain from wrongdoing." Xiaoxi, with a vacant stare, watched the splendid dance on the stage, devoid of any sense of appreciation. Soon, as the music came to a halt, the female disciples of the Hehuan sect gracefully retreated behind the silver screen. The host stepped forward with a smile and inquired, "Wasn't the performance of the young ladies marvelous?" "Huzzah! Truly splendid. Do you wish to see more?" he asked. "Indeed," came the eager response. "Then join our Hehuan sect, and you shall witness such delights every day." The crowd fell silent. Qin Yu remarked, "Goodness. They have even dug into the very foundations of others." The host chuckled softly, alleviating the awkwardness, and continued, "Next, our young ladies will provide a detailed introduction to the dual cultivation techniques of our Hehuan sect. We hope you all enjoy it." Qin Yu's spirit surged as he widened his eyes in astonishment. Soon, two exquisitely beautiful women gracefully stepped out from behind the silver curtain. Two women engaging in dual cultivation. The two sat facing each other at the center of the stage, their palms aligned, initiating their cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, the host elaborated that the dual cultivation method of our Harmony sect allows spiritual energy to circulate continuously between the two practitioners' meridians, thereby accelerating the refinement of spiritual energy and enhancing the speed of cultivation, yielding a result greater than the sum of its parts. Witnessing this, Qin Yu was left in a daze. Dual cultivation? Does that truly mean two individuals cultivate together? Indeed. Li Zhengtong nodded in affirmation. But, Qin Yu pressed on, shouldn't it involve the principles of yin and yang, or the exchange of energies? Brother Yu, he replied. What you're referring to pertains to demonic cultivation. Our Harmony sect is a legitimate orthodox sect. How could it possibly possess such techniques? Very well. Qin Yu felt it was essential to revisit the sutra repository in a few days to replenish his knowledge of cultivation, lest he find himself in such amusing predicaments again. With the explanation concluded, the group began making their way to the next performance venue. Let us proceed. As Qin Yu rose to his feet, he suddenly noticed that Xiaoji was sitting there, his body rigid and motionless. What is the matter? Are you all right? Xiaoji replied, Brother Yu spoke to me. No, it is the person controlling the illusion who is using Brother Yu's voice to communicate with me. Gathering his courage, Xiaoji addressed Qin Yu. You would be wise to release me. Do not compel me to kneel and beg you. Qin Yu. Chapter 90. New Year's Eve. After patient explanations from Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, Xiaoji finally comprehended that what he was witnessing was indeed reality. What is the next program? Qin Yu inquired. It appears that the next event is a free clinic hosted by the physicians of the Bai Hall, inviting those who are unwell or believe themselves to be unwell to seek medical attention. Qin Yu, is there anything else? No. Next will be the evening fireworks display and the performances by our senior brothers and sisters from the sect. Qin Yu glanced at the time and suggested, let us first head to the cafeteria for a meal. It is fortuitous that we have some money in hand now. We should indulge in the delightful culinary offerings of the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Qin Yu confidently chose a private room. As he perused the menu, he addressed the waiter, requesting, I would like the Golden Mountain black chicken stewed with Snow Mountain white mushrooms. The waiter replied apologetically, I'm afraid this dish can only be consumed by those at the mid-stage of foundation building. Otherwise, the energy contained within the ingredients could inflict irreversible damage to your meridians. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and retorted, do you truly believe we have yet to reach the modest realm of the mid-foundation stage? The waiter quickly interjected, due to sect regulations. It is mandatory to remind guests when ordering. If there are no objections, shall we proceed with this dish? Hold on. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Common fare suitable for someone in the mid-stages of foundation establishment hardly befits my status. The waiter replied, please take your time to choose. If the esteemed guests do not require further reminders, I shall refrain from speaking. That simply will not do. Your silence could lead to dire consequences. Qin Yu coughed lightly and declared with righteous fervor, since it is a rule of the sect, we must not easily contravene it. We do not wish to place you in a difficult position. Please continue to offer your reminders. Tongzi, please peruse the menu and select a few dishes that befit our status. Li Zhengtong, hailing from a family of cultivators, undoubtedly possessed some knowledge of the spiritual beast in the cultivation realm, aware of what should be consumed and what ought to be avoided. Upon receiving the menu, which felt as cumbersome as a hot potato, Li Zhengtong found himself quite perplexed. I must choose a dish suitable for the qi refining stage. If I select incorrectly, I will surely become the subject of ridicule from the waitstaff. Furrowing his brow, he examined the menu with great scrutiny. What is a purple spirit snake? And what of the thundercloud tiger king? What on earth is a heavenly devouring ink cloud ginseng? The ingredients listed were utterly foreign to him. Such exorbitant prices surely indicate that these are not dishes fit for someone at the qi refining stage. After flipping through several more pages of the menu, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. This is the one. Gradually closing the menu, Li Zhengtong leaned back in his chair, radiating an aura of newfound confidence. Qin Yu's heart leaped with joy. Have I finally found it? He thought. Li Zhengtong, brimming with confidence, declared, let us order 3 portions of rice. And also a serving of candied sweet potatoes. Qin Yu, waiter, these 2 dishes are suitable for everyone. There is no need for your reminder. Qin Yu took the menu and placed it before the waiter. Please recommend a few dishes for us, he requested. The waiter inquired, what kind of quality are you looking for in your food? We're in the qi refinement stage, but do not misunderstand. We have grown weary of the celestial ingredients and have come specifically to reminisce about the flavors of ordinary fare. This is a meal of nostalgic suffering. The waiter stifled a laugh and turned to the last page of the menu. Dishes such as scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised pork with potatoes are common staples for practitioners in the qi refinement stage. Qin Yu and his companions furrowed their brows. Are you jesting with us? Why would we pay for these dishes when we could simply enjoy the complimentary offerings downstairs? You misunderstand. The waiter hastily clarified. Among the paid dishes, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes indeed contains eggs, and the braised pork with potatoes features genuine braised pork, which is distinctly different from the complementary items. Moreover, the eggs are not mere ordinary eggs. They are spirit eggs laid by our sect's specially bred spirit chickens. Likewise, the braised pork is not regular pork, but rather meat from our sect's specially raised spirit pigs. Qin Yu inquired, are the complimentary dishes and the paid ones prepared together, with the tomatoes and potatoes being the complimentary offerings while the remainder constitutes the paid selections? The server replied, indeed. Then we shall have one portion of each of these two dishes, Qin Yu stated while perusing the menu. Furthermore, he requested, please bring us a beggar's chicken leg, spicy stir-fried chicken gizzard, charcoal grilled chicken heart, and braised chicken neck. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. Your dishes will be served shortly. The server responded as they exited the room, murmuring under their breath, "Isn't that just Qin Yu, the one who has a father as a prime minister?" We all entered together. Why the pretense? Though the words were uttered softly, the keen hearing of a cultivator ensured that nothing escaped Qin Yu's attention. Qin Yu sat rigidly in his seat, thinking, oh no, I've run into an acquaintance while trying to show off. Soon, a feast, replete with vibrant colors and tantalizing aromas, was laid out before them. The three of them indulged heartily, their mouths glistening with grease. It was a delight. It had been ages since they had savored such exquisite cuisine. Li Zhengdong, with his mouth full, mumbled indistinctly. Qin Yu swallowed the morsel of chicken in his mouth, and he could not help but remark on the stark contrast between the complimentary and the paid offerings. The three of them had feasted to their heart's content, and as they emerged, the sky had already succumbed to darkness. Firecrackers erupted in a harmonious cacophony, and fireworks blossomed in the night sky. A group of cultivators soared through the air on their swords, deftly evading the dazzling pyrotechnics. Clad in flammable paper, they risked incineration at the slightest spark. The one who could endure amidst the fireworks the longest would claim victory. This was but one of the festivities of the spring festival. Consequently, the sky sporadically illuminated with bursts of flame, accompanied by shrieks as they plummeted, reminiscent of meteor showers heralding the apocalypse, even more splendid than the fireworks, creating a unique spectacle on this eve of the new year. Below, a throng of mischievous revelers gleefully launched fireworks at the airborne cultivators, relishing the chaos. In the midst of this jubilant celebration, Elder Wang Ingjun stealthily approached a cliff, gazing into the profound canyon below before leaping down. Upon reaching the valley floor, he parted the verdant foliage clinging to the rock face and gently placed his hand upon the surface. The rock face rippled with water-like waves, the formation dissipated, revealing a dark cavern. A smile crept upon Elder Wang's lips as he hastened inside. Once he entered the cave, the walls began to writhe, and the entrance reverted to its rocky facade. The initial section of the cave was quite narrow, barely accommodating a single person as passage. The walls bore clear signs of human excavation, and the absence of moss indicated that this cavern had not existed for long. After walking 100 paces, a vast chamber materialized. The interior was dim and damp. Droplets of water cascaded from above, coalescing into a large puddle below. Elder Wang conjured a flame in his hand, igniting a row of torches on the rock wall, illuminating the shadowy cavern. As the light reached the water's surface, an enigmatic creature stirred, its dark eyes opening to the glow. From his Qinkuan bag, Elder Wang retrieved a still warm heart, blood trickling from his fingertips into the water. With a resounding splash, the surface of the water roiled, and a colossal entity emerged. Hee, little darling, you must grow quickly. My bright future depends on you. Elder Wang's voice echoed through the cavern, resonating with an eerie tone. Chapter 91. This elixir must be consumed tonight. The eve of the new year was a time of unparalleled festivity. On this day, ordinary folk kept vigil, not to mention the spirited cultivators among them. Throughout the night, the fireworks continued unabated. Amidst the calls of celebration, no one practiced their cultivation. This was precisely why Qin Yu chose to delay delivering the elixirs to the Beast Master Peak until the following day. Should he present them today? Although the vast majority would refrain from consumption that night, the risk of a few curious souls ingesting them and prematurely exposing the elixir's secrets could thwart Qin Yu's meticulously crafted plans. Thus, the dawn of the first day of the new year awaited. The Xiantian sect grants its disciples a few days of respite, allowing them to venture together into the mortal towns for leisure or perhaps to return home. However, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak remained steadfastly at the sect, as they were aware that they would soon be confined once more. As twilight descended, Qin Yu donned a dark cloak and arrived at the entrance of the law enforcement team, accompanied by two formidable guerrillas. The members of the Beast Master Peak had been awaiting his arrival for some time. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Kong Tianjiao hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Senior brother, you have arrived." Qin Yu nodded and retorted, What nonsense! Are you blind? Kong Tianjiao responded with a pause. Did you bring the little note? Of course. Kong Tianjiao managed to squeeze out a smile. Then line up properly and come forth to receive the elixirs. Absolutely. Absolutely. The crowd from Beastmaster Peak cheered and rushed over. Before distributing the elixirs, I would like to emphasize a few more points. Qin Yu extended 3 fingers and declared, Firstly, this elixir is a gift to you. You need not expend a single contribution point. Do you understand? The crowd responded in unison, understood. Since Qin Yu's elixirs lacked a certificate of authenticity that could not be sold or traded, hence he felt it imperative to emphasize this point. Bestowing these elixirs upon you does not contravene any laws. This was also why he refrained from inscribing power-enhancing elixir on the note. Instead, opting for the phrase elixir that increases strength, every detail must be meticulously attended to, as success hinges upon the smallest particulars. Secondly, this elixir is one of the pivotal collaborations between our peaks. After you receive the elixirs, I expect you to test their effects tonight and report your feelings to me by tomorrow morning, as I need to relay this feedback to the higher-ups. Those who provide commendable insights will receive an entire set of elixirs as a reward. Senior brother, we must remain in the cave tomorrow. We cannot venture out. Fear not. You may document your experiences, and I shall collect them from your abode tomorrow morning. Very well, thank you, senior brother. Thirdly, these elixirs are most effective when consumed during the early hours of dawn, so I encourage you to try this method upon your return. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. You may choose to ingest the elixirs immediately upon receipt, but be forewarned that their efficacy may diminish or you may encounter peculiar side effects, for which I shall not be held accountable. Rest assured, senior brother, since you've advised us, we shall undoubtedly wait until the early hours to partake of the elixirs. The members of Beastmaster Peak replied obediently. Such meticulous reminders, this senior brother is quite considerate. Although the notion of an optimal consumption time for the elixirs struck the members of Beastmaster Peak as somewhat peculiar, they rationalized that given the elixirs were the latest invention and boasted such remarkable effects, a few odd rules were entirely reasonable. Observing the crowd's compliance, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Thus, everything was in order. Lastly, Qin Yu raised his hand, paused for a moment, and said, I have yet to finalize the last point. Let us distribute the elixirs now. Kong Tianjiao naturally took the lead. The elixir that enhances strength. Qin Yu took out a great strength pill and handed it to Kong Tianjiao. Kong Tianjiao regarded it as a treasure, cradling it carefully in his palms for a closer inspection. Why does it appear identical to the great strength pill, and the scent seems indistinguishable as well? Sensing Kong Tianjiao's thoughts, Qin Yu explained, although this elixir resembles the great strength pill in appearance and aroma, its effects will be decidedly different upon consumption. You shall ascertain its efficacy by dawn. If the enhancement in strength does not reach threefold, feel free to report me to the enforcement team for false advertisement. Upon hearing Qin Yu's reassurances, Kong Tianjiao felt a sense of relief. With such kindness from my senior brother, how could a junior doubt you? Qin Yu nodded, signaling for the next one to proceed. Kong Tianjiao stepped aside, delicately placing the elixir he held into his bag of holding, gazing proudly at his subordinates as they joyfully received the precious potion. Occasionally, passers-by would glance enviously at the scene, only to scoff and disdain and mutter curses as they walked away. Observing their envious expressions filled Kong Tianjiao with a sense of pride. Those fellows incessantly proclaim that wrongdoing leads to retribution. Yet, here I am, Kong Tianjiao, committing countless misdeeds under the banner of the Beastmaster Peak. And where is my retribution? Not only do I evade punishment, but an array of fortuitous events continues to seek us out. In just 2 short days of holiday, I encounter such serendipity. Truly, I am a natural-born lucky prodigy. Those who oppose me, Kong Tianjiao, shall meet their doom. Ha 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 ha. After distributing the elixirs, Qin Yu returned to his cave abode, extending his consciousness into the sea of souls. Wankai, Wankai, Songbyo, Wankai, woof woof. Qin Yu, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Wang Wang nodded and promptly logged off. Moments later, Wang Kai hurriedly rushed to Qin Yu's abode. Qin Yu gently patted the dog's head and said, Go back and find a few dogs to come protect me tonight. Their strength must be above the golden course stage. For each illusory dream dog, I shall offer 2 portions of stinky tofu as remuneration. Wang Kai, panting with his tongue out, nodded in agreement, but just as he was about to leave, Qin Yu called out to him, Wait, no more than 10 illusory dream dogs. Qin Yu feared that if he did not impose a limit, the Dreamhound clan might mobilize in full force tonight. This stinky tofu is for you. Simply consume it, and depart on your own. Qin Yu placed a piece of stinky tofu before Wang Kai, donned a black robe, and strode towards the law enforcement team. Tonight, you shall learn the consequences of offending me, Qin. Qin Yu, draped in a black cloak, stepped through the entrance of the law enforcement team. What brings you here? The officer on duty that night greeted him with an ungracious tone. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized that this individual must have quite a significant grievance with the Beastmaster Peak. Qin Yu spoke in a low voice. Tonight, I have prepared a grand gift for you. It would be wise to summon more people and make the necessary preparations. What does this mean? After wandering outside for a while, Kong Tianjiu reluctantly returned to his cave dwelling. There are still 2 months left of confinement. Upon seeing the vexatious cave, Kong Tianjiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "That damned Li Jingtong. Once I am free, I shall settle the score with you." Suddenly, Kong Tianjiao felt the family communication jade pin tremble. He hastily retrieved it, infused it with spiritual energy, and a middle-aged man's voice emanated from within. "My son, I have made the necessary arrangements. Return swiftly." Upon hearing this, Kong Tianjiao's expression turned ecstatic, his face flushing with excitement. Has the day finally arrived? Yet, he quickly recalled that he was still under confinement and could not leave the Xintian sect. A surge of frustration welled up within him. "Father, I am under house arrest and cannot depart from the Xintian sect. Why are you confined?" Kong Tianjiao briefly explained, and the middle-aged man's voice resonated once more. "Your peak master truly seeks trouble. This minor issue could easily be resolved by having the servant disciples clean a few extra times. After all, aren't they meant to work? I will speak to your peak master and grant you leave. You may return at once." Kong Tianjiao rejoiced. "Thank you, father." Chapter 92. The show is about to begin. Woof, woof. Chief, there's an issue. Wang Kai dashed forward, barking as he sprinted toward the residence of the Illusory Dream Canine clan's leader, followed by a throng of Illusory Dream Canines. Woof. Does that rascal Sangbiao reek of stinky tofu? Woof, woof. What a nostalgic scent. I have not tasted stinky tofu in 3 days and 36 hours. The absence of it has been unbearable. Woof, woof, woof. I could endure a world without stinky tofu, had I never savored its flavor. Woof. Hurry, follow Sangbiao. He might bring stinky tofu. The entire entourage of Illusory Dream Canines followed Wang Kai to the leader's residence. Wang Kai exclaimed, "Woof, woof. Chief, I have significant news to report." The leader of the Illusory Dream Canines exhaled a huff through his nostrils and barked in a deep voice, "From now on, address me as Scar-faced boss." A scar appeared on the leader's face, crafted from illusion. Dog aghast, "Woof, woof. Sangbiao, what news do you bring this time?" Wang Kai replied, "Woof. Scar-faced boss, my master has instructed me to find 10 Illusory Dream Canines to protect him tonight. He may encounter danger." The leader of the Illusory Dream Canines barked indifferently, "Sangbiao, what danger could one face in the Xintian sect? Just gather a few of our kin." Wang Kai responded, "Woof, woof. As you command, Scar-faced boss. My master has decreed that the dog who goes shall receive 2 portions of stinky tofu as a reward." Upon hearing this proclamation, all the dogs gasped in unison. 2 portions of stinky tofu? Such a thought was beyond my wildest dreams. How terrifyingly bountiful. How many days could one sustain themselves with that? At 1 piece a day, I might not finish it even as it turns rancid. If I were to possess 2 full portions of stinky tofu, I would dare to nip at the sect leader, not out of malice, but merely to see if I could provoke a slap and ascertain the pain. The master of the fierce dog is truly generous. If he ever considers taking in more dogs, please inform me. Fierce dog, choose me, choose me. Fierce dog, you must select me. I once cradled you in your youth. Below, the cacophony of barking erupted in a frenzy. Above, the scarred lord could no longer maintain his composure. Woof. Silence. The stinky tofu sage is in peril. We must accord this matter the utmost seriousness and cannot afford to be careless. Logically, we should all mobilize to protect the safety of the stinky tofu sage. However, the sage has decreed that only 10 slots are permitted, thus to ensure maximum protection for the sage, we must dispatch our strongest warriors. With this declaration, over 20 dogs, slightly smaller than the leader of the Dreaming Dog clan, emerged from the throng. They emanated an aura so formidable that the entire island trembled slightly. Woof. I may not rank among the top 3, but I certainly belong in the top 5. I must secure one of those 10 slots. If you can rank in the top 5, then surely I must rank at least in the top 3. That slot must belong to me. Can you best me in combat? Why not give it a try? Let us test our mettle then. Heh, you two should hasten to battle. Once you've worn each other out, it will be my turn. Do you truly believe we will incapacitate you first? Suddenly, a nearby rock sealing the cave erupted, and a dreaming dog, only slightly smaller than the clan leader, emerged with measured steps. Little pup, such a fortune must be arranged for me. The leader of the dreaming dogs respectfully barked. Elder, I am now known as Scar. Have you not been in seclusion? Why emerge now? The air has been filled with the aroma of stinky tofu daily. How could I remain in seclusion? The elder then cast a sharp gaze upon the squabbling pups vying for slots and admonished, You little pups, having scarcely tasted dog food, dare to boast here? Go aside. This time, I seek no stinky tofu. I merely wish for the stinky tofu sage to bestow a name upon me. I have long grown weary of being called Fortune. Just as Fortune finished barking, an unkempt old man appeared in the sky and mischievously remarked, Ah, little Fortune, you have finally emerged from seclusion. I've missed you dearly. Come. Let us go play. With wide, terrified eyes, Laifu emitted a piercing howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig. You youngsters, join forces with me to thwart this old monster. Quickly, Xiaoguden, launch an attack to obstruct him. Under the watchful gaze of the other dogs, Laifu was unceremoniously dragged away by a disheveled old man, barking frantically as he departed. Why is everyone just standing there? Act quickly. The younger dogs, belonging to the Dreamhound clan, remarked, Old fool, do you think we are foolish? With you gone, there's one less competitor. Xiaoguden retorted, They call me Scarface. Yet you still refer to me as Xiaoguden. It serves you right that no one comes to your aid. After Laifu was taken away, the assembly of dogs collectively shouted, Do not worry, esteemed clan leader, we will surely rescue you. Following this minor interlude featuring the clan leader of the Dreamhound clan, the self-assured Dreamhound once again resumed the competition. Enough, proclaimed the formidable Lord Scarface, exuding an imposing presence. This time, there are only 10 available slots. So I have decided to send forth all the Dreamhounds gazed at their leader with fervent eyes, eager to hear their names spoken from his lips. I have decided to dispatch the most powerful Dreamhound, the illustrious leader of the Dreamhound clan, Lord Scarface. The expressions of the dogs remained unchanged, their anticipation unwavering as they continued to gaze at their leader. They were all well aware that the clan leader would certainly secure a position among the 10 slots. After all, the burdensome duties of leadership could not be without reward. However, after a prolonged period of expectation, the leader offered no further elaboration. Lord Scarface. Who are the other 9 hounds? With a puffed chest, the clan leader declared, When I, Scarface, step forward, I am worth 10. Fear not. For I shall conjure 9 dream hounds from the illusion, thereby securing 20 portions of stinky tofu. According to the customs of the Dreamhound clan, it sufficed to bring 1 portion back to the clan, regardless of how many were acquired externally. Xiaoguden had cleverly exploited this loophole. The other dogs paused for a moment before erupting into barks of excitement. Each time, Sangbiao brings news of stinky tofu, I propose we nominate him as clan leader. He who secures the stinky tofu shall rule the world. Support Sangbiao's ascension. Sangbiao, I stand with you. Once you become the clan leader, do not forget to bestow upon me the name Scarface. On the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, in the early hours of the morning, many disciples had left the sect for the holidays, rendering Xiantian's sect unusually desolate. Qin Yu, draped in a dark cloak, strolled along the desolate street. Following closely behind him were 11 Dreamhounds, which, despite their bold presence trailing Qin Yu, remained invisible to the eyes of any onlooker. As Qin Yu passed by the entrance of the law enforcement team, he cast a knowing glance towards the brightly lit hall. The grand performance is about to commence. Chapter 93, Pray, Divine Healer, Bestow Your Treatment. Qin Yu returned to his usual spot for setting up his stall and retrieved a large banner from his bag. The front of the banner proclaimed his ability to cure all manner of ailments, while the reverse side stated a modest fee of only 120 contribution points. He planted the banner firmly into the earth beside him and took a seat on the curb, patiently awaiting visitors. Suddenly, a thought struck him, a moment of oversight. I forgot to inform them that they can come to me with any problems. No matter, he reassured himself, those folks are not foolish. They will surely know to come here. Even if they come to report something, they will still see me. Qin Yu gazed at the moon in the sky, calculating the time. It is already 1/4 midnight. By my reckoning, it should be here soon. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he heard a swift rustling sound, reminiscent of numerous individuals advancing rapidly. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had arrived. What to do if they couldn't stop? There was an issue with that elixir. Look swiftly, the figure in the black robe remains in the same positions. We must hurry over. More than a dozen individuals sped down the deserted street, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Qin Yu observed the group of individuals rushing towards him with great fervor. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, "You!" and swiftly darted forward. Qin Yu watched as more than a dozen figures swiftly vanished into the darkness, unable to suppress his admiration. Truly, the elixirs refined by me, Qin, possess remarkable speed. Following the rapid team, the next to make their appearance was the wailing and howling squad. After consuming the Qin Yu version of the Qi refinement pill, an unbearable itch ensues, while the Qin Yu version of the body refinement pill renders the skin extremely sensitive, causing excruciating pain with the slightest touch. A cacophony of laughter mingled with cries emanated from over 50 individuals, resembling a horde of disruptive zombies staggering down the street. Ha ha ha, I'm itching to death. My entire body is scratched to shreds, yet the itch persists. Ha ha ha, it feels as though countless ants are crawling all over me. I can't take it anymore, It hurts so much. Please, don't touch me. Any contact is agonizing. Ha ha, I can't stand it, brother. I'm so itchy I can barely muster any strength to stand. Could you lend me a hand? Damn, it hurts just to walk. You want to make me suffer even more? As the two conversed, their distraction led to one colliding with another ahead. Instantly, both bodies quivered, emitting sharp cries of anguish. I'm in excruciating pain. Unable to endure, they rolled on the ground, writhing in agony. The more they rolled, the more they wished to roll. The cycle of suffering continued. Gurgle, gurgle. This motley crew illuminated every household they passed. What madness is this? Why aren't they cultivating at this late hour? Howling like banshees. Hey, aren't those the disciples of the Beast Master Peak? Have they been possessed? Let us quickly follow and see. The onlookers swiftly emerged from their caves, gathering around the members of the Beast Master Peak. What has happened to you? Hee. Step aside, hee. Don't block my path. Oh, even in this state, you dare to be arrogant. Look, this is quite amusing. Just a poke and they hiss. One individual discovered this curious phenomenon, poking a disciple of the Beast Master Peak who had taken the body refinement pill, causing the disciple to gasp sharply. I poke. Hiss. Silly. I poke. Hiss. Look, isn't it entertaining? Hey, why are your eyes rolling back? Brother, don't play the victim. I've only poked you a few dozen times. It's not that severe. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak felt the journey was overwhelmingly arduous. This group seemed intent on pushing them to their limits. Just then, a disciple who had consumed a speed pill rushed back to relay a message. Brothers, push. Hissing. Don't underestimate it. It's actually quite fun. Let us poke a few more in the front. We have so many more behind waiting in line. Hurry to the law enforcement team's entrance. Push. Hissing, let us find the man in the black robe. With a swift rush, the ghostly howling squad advanced laboriously towards the entrance of the enforcement team. At the threshold, Qin Yu was still engaged with the rapid response team. Observing the multitude of figures streaking past him, he lifted his flag high into the air. Do not flee. Do you require assistance? He called out. I'm in need. In an instant, the group vanished from Qin Yu's sight. Though utterly exhausted, their legs propelled them forward with remarkable speed. We haven't even discussed the price yet. Slow down. Alas, we can only wait for them to circle back. Before long, the disciples of Beast Master Peak once again surged past Qin Yu. Qin Yu hastily declared, the fee for a consultation is 120 contribution points, and that includes medicine until you're cured. How dare you? A voice retorted, what kind of insult is that? Unable to discern the speaker's identity, Qin Yu resolved to raise the price of the slowed-down pill to 150 contribution points. After all, we are all adults and must take responsibility for our words. Bored, he observed the group as they ran another 2 laps, until finally, someone could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. The individual lay there, gasping for breath, panting heavily, until at long last, he ceased. Qin Yu hurriedly approached and said, Friend, are you unwell? Do you require treatment? This pill will surely cure you. You are the one who is unwell. I am already fine. Your pill has issues. Once I recover, you shall face the consequences. Qin Yu shrugged and said, Very well, I shall await your arrival. As Qin Yu was about to depart, he suddenly witnessed the individual rise uncontrollably and take 2 steps forward, only to collapse onto the ground thereafter. With a bewildered expression, the person inquired, What is happening? Qin Yu teasingly remarked, Haven't I already informed you that the efficacy of this medicine lasts a considerable time? If you choose not to seek treatment, I shall take my leave. Wait, I will treat you. Qin Yu, very well. Let us first settle the payment of 150 contribution points. Was it not 120? Qin Yu, it has just increased. That person, with tears in their eyes, Paid 150 contribution points. Hurry up and give me treatment. Qin Yu, pray tell, esteemed healer, grant your remedy. Qin Yu administered a sluggish pill to him, resulting in his immediate rigidity. It was a perfect opportunity to test the duration of the pill's effects. After completing the treatment for the rapid team, the Wailing Wolves team arrived belatedly, their commotion audible from a distance. Divine physician, renowned for curing all manner of ailments. No charge if the treatment fails. Suddenly, an individual stumbled out of the ranks and rushed to Qin Yu's side, exclaiming, "That cursed pill of yours is truly detestable. Ha ha ha. Quickly, hasten my treatment. Qin Yu, please pay 120 contribution points first. Ha ha ha. You actually want money, you." This person laughed so hard that his entire body shook, feeling as though he might burst apart. Fine, 120 it is, just hurry and treat me. Qin Yu employed spiritual energy to sequentially stimulate the acupoints of the individual, and soon, the person began to regain consciousness. At last, the incessant itch had subsided. Furious, he exclaimed, "You scoundrel, I shall make you pay." His countenance twisted in rage as he suddenly turned hostile, intent on charging at Qin Yu, only to be unexpectedly restrained by a pair of binding handcuffs. Bewildered, the individual questioned, "What is happening? During confinement? How dare you emerge? Seize them." The members of the law enforcement team stood nearby, their faces alight with exuberance. "At last, we have captured you." Chapter 94. A crisis unfolds. The young master has been devoured by a beast. You are all in cahoots. The apprehended individual suddenly realized, recognizing that this was a meticulously orchestrated trap targeting their beast master peak. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. No wonder the mysterious organization had distributed all those elixirs to the beast master peak. They had been lying in wait. Seeing the beast master peak endure such torment, I knew the mysterious organization was a responsible entity. Previously, I had indeed misjudged the mysterious organization. I always suspected that such a remarkable organization could not possibly maintain a favorable relationship with the beast master peak. Henceforth, I shall convert from critic to supporter of the mysterious organization. Indeed, the leader of the mysterious organization is a genius, capable of devising such an intricate trap aimed at the beast master peak. What a profound grudge they must harbor. The most astonishing aspect is their ability to concoct such a plethora of bizarre elixirs, deceiving the members of the beast master peak into consuming them in the early hours of the morning. Once the members ingested the elixirs, they would inevitably seek assistance, thus violating the sect's regulations. This chain of events, each link ensnaring the next, is truly remarkable. What a joyous turn of events. Who would have thought that the mysterious organization, right after the new year, would orchestrate such a grand spectacle for us? You can not only apprehend us, the law enforcement team must also take him into custody, protested the captured disciple of the beast master peak, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Yu. Due to the handcuffs, he could only raise both hands simultaneously, directing his inquiry at Qin Yu. "Do your elixirs possess a certificate of qualification?" Qin Yu shrugged and said, "No. Selling elixirs without a qualification certificate is illegal. Hurry and apprehend him as well." Qin Yu innocently remarked, "When have I ever sold medicinal pills? Those pills were clearly a gift to you, given without any expectation of valuable return. How could that be considered a sale?" He continued, "You are also implicated in deceit. The circumstances you described when bestowing the pills do not align with our current situation." "In what way do they not align?" Qin Yu pointed towards the still rigid speed team and stated, "Did the pills not promise to enhance speed? Yet, they have utterly failed to cease." "Qin Yu, just admit it. Isn't it about increasing the speed?" That person was rendered speechless. "And what about the strength elixir?" Qin Yu surveyed the surroundings, only to find not a single trace of a gorilla. Subsequently, he noticed numerous figures in the crowd, tightly wrapped in blankets. "If you're too shy to step forward, allow me to assist you." Qin Yu strode directly towards the person nearest to him, remarking, "You've all transformed into gorillas, yet you still stand so close to the spectacle." Qin Yu abruptly yanked the blanket away from the individual, only to be met with a fierce reprimand. "What are you doing, you freak?" Qin Yu, startled, hastily released his grip, exclaiming, "My apologies, brother. I mistook you for someone else." The elder brother tightened the blanket around him and, addressing the onlookers, retorted with irritation, "What are you all staring at? When I heard the commotion, I was in the midst of bathing. Upon hearing such a ruckus outside, I had no inclination to don my clothes." Qin Yu, with a face full of exasperation, declared, "Those who have consumed the strengthening pill, come forth at once. If you do not emerge now, I shall cease my treatment." The effects of this elixir are indeed everlasting. Upon hearing this, a multitude of individuals, wrapped in their blankets, rushed to the front. Qin Yu did not compel them to remove the blanket. Instead, he addressed the individual who had just voiced doubts, asking, "Have you inquired whether their strength has increased severfold and if the effects are indeed permanent?" The individual, intent on retorting, was abruptly struck in the face by a companion. Please, spare me your words. I can hardly endure it any longer, This person stumbled towards Qin Yu, urgently imploring, "Divine Doctor, please save me." Qin Yu, with his remarkable skill, swiftly healed all members of the howling team, restoring tranquility to the scene. Due to the overwhelming number of individuals and the lack of preparation from the enforcement team, they found themselves short on wristbands. Consequently, those at the rear had to be bound with ropes. Although the ropes were easily escapable, none of them dared to flee, for evading justice would only compound their offenses. Unless one wished to sever ties with the Qian sect, they had no choice but to comply and remain securely tethered in a line. Subsequently, Qin Yu administered the antidote to the gorillas. As they watched the distressing black fur fall away, the disciples of the beast-taming peak breathed a sigh of relief and removed the blankets that had enveloped them. Suddenly, a collective gasp arose. It was astonishingly dark. What was happening? The individuals hastily retrieved their blankets, wrapping themselves up snugly once more. Qin Yu consoled, "Do not worry. A warm bath upon your return will suffice." Yet, how could the enforcement team grant them such an opportunity? Bind them all. Qin Yu could no longer fathom the expression that the sixth elder would wear upon witnessing this darkened skin on the morrow. Qin Yu surveyed his surroundings and suddenly noticed something amiss. Where has Kong Tianjiao gone? Upon stepping out of the gates of Qian sect, Kong Tianjiao boarded the family's flying vessel. After 2 hours of travel, he arrived at his home. "Jiar, you have returned." His parents greeted him with warm smiles at the door. "Father, mother." Kong Tianjiao respectfully bowed. "Jiar, you seem thinner. Has your time at Qian sect not been pleasant?" Kong's mother gently caressed his face, concern evident in her voice. "I heard from your father that you were punished with confinement by your peak master. He truly should be more considerate. Now that you are home, take the time to rest. I will prepare some nourishing meals for you." "Mother, please do not call me Jiar anymore. It sounds too feminine." Kong Tianjiao protested. "What is wrong with being a girl? You were dressed as one every day when you were little." Kong Tianjiao's face flushed with embarrassment, prompting the servants to turn away, closing their eyes and covering their ears, signaling they had heard nothing. "Enough, hurry inside." Kong's father's authoritative voice commanded. "Son, rest well today. Once you have regained your strength, we shall unlock the ancestral land. I wish for you to achieve a top-tier spiritual route." "Yes, thank you, father." Upon returning to his room, Kong Tianjiao suddenly remembered he had yet to consume his elixir.